The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1231. I really don't have any talent for alchemy. Elder Ji continued to talk a lot, just to tell Feng Shi to be down to earth and not to aim too high. Feng Shi agreed to all of them obediently. Elder Ji vaguely felt that something was not right. His disciple was not an obedient one. But on second thought, he might have suffered a setback while refining the elixir yesterday and couldn't show off any more. After Elder Ji figured it out, he didn't think any more about it. He gave a few more instructions and then went about doing other things. Feng Shi put away the identity token and continued to think about how to improve the Danyan. Thinking and gesturing at the same time. Zhu Xuan thought, those who know this may be the improvement of the Danyan, while those who don't may think he has epilepsy. If you want to mess around, go ahead. He actually wanted to help Feng Shi, but the Danyan system of Nirvana cultivation was different from those of spiritual cultivation and magic cultivation. In addition, he had limited understanding of the power of Nirvana cultivation, so he was too lazy to get involved. The key point is that Feng Shi wanted to improve the alchemy seal as soon as she came into contact with Nishu's alchemy. He felt that she was too hasty and also wanted to make her suffer. Before I knew it, a day had passed. Feng Shi was still gesticulating and occasionally muttering a few words. Zhu Xuan felt a little soft-hearted. Never mind. He has nothing to do anyway, so he might as well help out with the advisory work. He was about to speak when he saw Feng Shi take out the Tianding, took out some medicinal herbs, and then lit the candle. Then he stuffed all the herbs into the Tianding and began to form the pill seal. Zhu Xuan found that the seal she formed was much simpler than the one yesterday, at least 60% simpler. Not only is it simplified, but the gestures are also very different. If someone who doesn't know much sees them, they will think they're two completely different kinds of elixir seals. With Zhu Xuan's keen eyesight, he could naturally see that the simple and complex Danyan were essentially the same. Did this dead girl actually succeed in improving them? However, it is only feasible in theory now, and whether it will work in practice we'll have to wait and see the results. Just after a quarter of an hour, Feng Shi finished the seal. Just as she was about to open the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron, she remembered that she had forgotten to pray to the demon god. So, he put his hands together and said, Amitabha, may the devil bless you. Blood-devouring world. Are you asking for the blessing of Buddha or the devil? At this time, Feng Shi had already opened the lid of the Tiantan cauldron. A scent of medicine wafted to my face. There were 10 round pills in the alchemy cauldron, 5 of which had golden patterns on them. Feng Shi frowned. How come only half of them are top grade? I am such a loser. So bad. I don't have any talent for alchemy at all. Blood-devouring world. If you don't pretend, you will die, right? He had already anticipated what was going to happen next, so before Feng Shi could continue showing off, he fell into a deep sleep. To stop listening is to be quiet. He fell asleep, but Lin Xiangchuan was still awake. So, he endured the critical hit alone. Feng Shi said to him, Xiangchuan, do you think I'm a little useless? It took 2 days to improve just a few Dan seals. If one wants to improve all the Dan seals, it will take at least half a month. Alas, I finally improved the Danyan, but after spending a quarter of an hour, I only managed to refine 5 top-grade pills. If this gets out, wouldn't people just laugh their heads off? Lin Xiangchuan, I don't know whether other people's teeth fell off while laughing, but my confidence fell to the ground. While Feng Shi was being Versailles here, the Wangu Xianzong was already in an uproar. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1232. Is this overwhelming wealth going to fall on those 3 little bastards? It was already the hour of Zhu and the sky was completely dark. Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Directly above the Wangu Xianzong, there were countless rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors, illuminating the entire sect as bright as day. Word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until almost everyone came outside the grave and looked up at the sky. Sect Master Gu felt that the situation was unusual, so he summoned all the sect leaders to the square. Everyone, what do you think? An elder immediately said, Master, this kind of phenomenon is most likely a blessing from heaven. I just don't know who will have such good luck. Someone said, it may not necessarily be a blessing for us to achieve nirvana, it may also be the birth of a rare treasure or a rare beast. But no matter what, it is definitely a good thing, a very good thing. Yes, it must be a good thing. We will know what's going on in a while. Ellipsis. A hint of joy could not help but appear on sect leader Gu's fat face. He had been troubled recently, but finally there was something happy. At this moment, his identity token began to vibrate. He probed his spiritual sense into it, and his expression suddenly became a little subtle, but soon turned into joy. Everyone, Elder Jin just sent me a message saying that he, Elder Ken, and Elder Zuokyu have successfully refined a furnace of 9 aperture divine bone pills. This is cause for celebration. There was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Oh my god, did I hear that correctly? Elder Jin and his men actually managed to refine the 9 aperture divine bone pill. I heard that if you take this pill, it will be very helpful in overcoming the bottleneck of upgrading from 7th grade to 8th grade spiritual bones. That's right, many of our sect's elders have been stuck at the peak of the 7th rank for many years. Now they can be saved. Do you think this strange phenomenon is because Elder Jin and his team have refined the 9 aperture divine bone pill? Don't say it, it's very likely. After all, this 9 aperture divine bone pill is a top grade pill, and it is the most difficult of all top grade pills. Ellipsis. Sect leader Gu's fat face was full of joy, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Refining the 9 aperture divine bone pill is certainly a good thing, but in this way, the bargaining chips of Elder Jin's faction are further strengthened. In order to obtain the 9 aperture divine bone pill, many elders might join their side. If they were blessed by heaven, their prestige would be even greater. The only consolation is that among the 3 people who refined the 9 aperture divine bone pill, Elder Zuokyu only devoted himself to studying the art of alchemy and did not get involved in factional disputes. However, this also means that he won't help me either. Ugh. He couldn't help but look at Elder Jiang in the crowd. If Elder Jin gains power, he will inevitably bring up the miscellaneous affairs hall as an issue, and then he will be forced to push Elder Jiang out to quell the situation. Although he didn't want to do this, he was in the game and had no choice. At this time, someone said, since this auspicious sign is most likely aimed at Elder Jin and the other three, let's not wait here and go directly to the herb garden. Maybe when God blesses us, we can also benefit from it. These words touched everyone's heart. Although the blessings from heaven are directed in a certain direction, sometimes people nearby can also benefit from it. Then, everyone looked at Sect Master Gu. Although Master Gu was feeling anxious, he smiled and said, "Okay, then let's go to the herb garden to get some good luck." It is called the medicine garden, but in fact it is the alchemy hall next to the medicine garden. Because the alchemy hall and the medicine garden were both managed by Elder Jin, Elder Ken, and Elder Zuoke, the alchemy hall was merged into the medicine garden. In addition, although the Wangu Xianzong nominally has 5 alchemists, except for Elder Jin, Elder Ken and Elder Zuoke, the remaining 2 alchemists have limited skills and can only refine some low-level pills. The crowd came to the alchemy hall in a mighty procession. Elder Jin and Elder Ken were in high spirits. Even Elder Zuoke, who was usually serious, showed a rare look of joy. Everyone immediately stepped forward to compliment the 3, especially Elder Jin and Elder Ken. Because everyone knew that Elder Zuoke was a solitary person, it was difficult to say much to him. Elder Ji was so jealous that he was bubbling with jealousy. He and Lao Jiang were already in a passive position, and now Elder Jin and Elder Ken have refined the 9-aperture divine bone pill, which will put them even more at risk. If they were blessed by the heavens again, would there be any chance for them to survive? That girl Fengxi even said that she could learn alchemy to turn the situation around. It's such a joke. Others have already refined top-grade elixirs, and you are still fiddling with fire. There's no comparison. If Lao Jiang and I lose our power, the little girl's life will not be easy either. Even if she really is divine bone, she can't withstand the frame up by Elder Jin and others, and might even turn into blood evil bone. If she is thrown directly into the barrier, how can she survive? The more Elder Ji thought about it, the more pessimistic and anxious he became. He didn't even hear what Elder Ken said to him. It was only after Elder Jiang at the side spoke to him in secret that he came to his senses. He looked at Elder Ken, who looked very proud, and yawned. "Lao Ken, I'm sorry, I was distracted just now. What did you say?" Elder Ken said with a fake smile. "Are you distracted, or are you pretending not to hear? But I'm too lazy to argue with you. Others have congratulated us, so why don't you say anything? If you are unhappy, don't stay here, go somewhere cooler." Elder Ji certainly knew why Elder Ken wanted to drive him away, because he didn't want him to take advantage of the situation. If it was someone else, they might turn around and leave for the sake of face, but Elder Ji was obviously not a person who cared about. He curled his lips and said, "My legs are on my body. I can leave when I want to, and I can stay when I want to. Don't be too proud too soon. It's not certain who will get this blessing from heaven." Elder Ken was about to fight back when someone mentioned the 9-aperture divine bone pill. Elder Zuoke immediately became excited and started introducing the matter in a torrent of words. His words attracted everyone's attention. Elder Ken glared at Elder Ji fiercely before stopping. Elder Ji didn't show it on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. But at this point we can only take one step at a time. Just then, someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look." Everyone looked up to the sky. Then I saw a colorful light coming straight towards this side. It seems that this strange phenomenon was really caused by the 9-aperture divine bone pill. Elder Ken and the others are about to receive the blessing of heaven. Yes, although the sect scriptures also record the blessing of heaven, this is the first time I have seen such a large scale. After all, it's the 9-aperture divine bone pill, so it's normal for it to be larger in size. Ellipsis. Elder Ken and Elder Jin had proud looks on their faces. After this incident, they had completely gained the upper hand. Although we can't do anything to Gu in a short period of time, as long as we work on it for a while, it's time to change the throne of the sect leader. In comparison, Elder Zuoke was much calmer, but there was also a hint of joy in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Although he disliked the personalities of Elder Ken and Elder Jin, these two were the only ones in the sect whose alchemy skills were comparable to his, so he had no choice but to associate with them. After all, they still need to exchange alchemy experiences and occasionally collaborate with each other. Just like the refining of the 9-aperture divine bone pill this time, if it weren't for Elder Ken and Elder Jin, he would not have been able to complete it alone. Although the alchemy process was mainly completed by him, and Elder Ken and Elder Jin were only assistants, he did not care about these false reputations, so he did not discuss this matter with others. Elder Ji kept repeating in his heart, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." He also knew that what he was doing was useless and it only served as a psychological comfort. However, a miracle happened. When the glow was only about 10 feet away from the ground, it actually turned. Elder Ji almost laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Turned away. Turned away. It actually turned a corner. He was happy, and Elder Jin and Elder Ken's faces turned green. Impossible. Totally impossible. He clearly came here to bless them, why did he take a detour? At first they still had a glimmer of hope that the glow would come back, but in the end it flew farther and farther away, with no intention of looking back at all. The two of them were like eggplants hit by frost, wilting. Although Elder Zuoke was also very disappointed, he was not so disappointed when he thought about the fact that he had just successfully refined the 9-aperture divine bone pill. Sect Master Gu heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the target of the blessing from heaven was someone else, and things were not that bad after all. He had just let go of his worry, but it was immediately lifted up again. Because the direction where the glow is flying is exactly where the barrier is. Sect Master Gu no longer cared about other people, and in a few flashes he was already several miles away. His heart was boiling. Could it be that God wants to bless those red skeletons? Their cultivation is already very high. If they are blessed by heaven, can this barrier still stop them? If that's the case, it would be better to bless Elder Ken and the others. Someone is more anxious than Sect Master Gu. That is Elder G. He stared with his old eyes and saw that the glow seemed to be heading towards the graves of Feng Shi and the other two. Oh my god, he was a little scared to think about it. Is this overwhelming wealth going to fall on those three little bastards? Even though the outside world was in turmoil, Feng Shi and the other two knew nothing about it. Because the three of them lived far away from the other inner disciples, they didn't hear any noise. In addition, Junwen and Elder Bai were somewhat stimulated when they saw that Feng Shi had cultivated a second spiritual bone. They practiced day and night and had no time to come out and enjoy the scenery. As for Feng Shi, needless to say, she is currently committed to innovating the Versailles language art and naturally has no idea what is happening outside. At this moment, Feng Shi received a message from Elder G. You stupid girl, a strange phenomenon has descended from the sky, and it's heading in the direction of you three. Although Feng Shi looked confused, it did not stop her from immediately taking out a leaf pill and smearing it on her own spiritual bones. She was busy bragging before, and this was her first time using Yi Eden, so she had no idea how effective the medicine was. She immediately sent a message to Junwen and Elder Bai, and then left the tomb. As soon as she came out of the tomb, she saw a ray of light flying towards her in the distance. Xiangchuan, do you think this glow is coming towards me or not? Lin Xiangchuan, is this a multiple choice question or a true or false question? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1233. You are now at the right age to fight. Lin Xiangchuan said with a tone full of admiration. Ancestor Feng, this glow is definitely coming for you. You are the only one in the world who has such charisma. This is the first time I, your grandson, have seen such gorgeous clouds. Thanks to you, I have broadened my horizons. To be honest, when Zhu Xuan was awake, he didn't dare to flatter Feng Shi too much, for fear that Zhu Xuan would be jealous. He finally waited until old ancestor Zhu fell asleep. He must seize this good opportunity. It is true that opportunity never comes again. While Lin Xiangchuan was flattering, Junwen and Elder Bai, who had received the message from Feng Shi, also came out of the grave. As soon as I came out, I saw the rays of light flying over from afar. Just as Junwen was about to speak, Feng Shi spoke first. Brother, can you see my straight bones? Junwen immediately looked at her outstretched left hand, which was intact. He used the power of Nirvana to check again, and it was still intact. He was immediately surprised and delighted. You have refined the Yi pill. After getting Feng Shi's affirmative answer, Junwen breathed a sigh of relief. Little sister, to be honest with you, I have been very nervous these days. I am afraid that if I cultivate a full set of spiritual bones by accident, wouldn't I be the same as a naked runner in the eyes of Nishu? Where will I put my reputation as a gentleman with a sword known all over the world? Now that I have Yi Dan, I can finally save my face. Feng Shi. No wonder you are ranked 5th and I am ranked 6th. You are more boastful than me. As they were talking, the glow of the sunset was getting closer and closer to them. The three people's attention was also shifted to the glow, wondering what it was, but it looked like it must be a good thing. Junwen and Elder Bai were worried that it would affect Feng Shi's acceptance of the blessing, so they took the initiative to stand a little further away. The ray of light was getting closer and closer to Feng Shi, and in the blink of an eye it was above Feng Shi's head. Feng Shi was just about to sit cross-legged in meditation to accept the gift of nature, when suddenly her scalp felt tingling. She almost subconsciously rolled on the ground and rolled more than 10 feet away. The next moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck out from the rosy glow, and a huge crack instantly appeared on the ground. If Feng Shi hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been chopped into pieces. Junwen and Elder Bai did not expect such a sudden change to happen, and their faces turned pale instantly. On the one hand, I was scared, and on the other hand, I was worried about Feng Shi. At this time, Feng Shi shouted to them, stay away. While Elder Bai was hesitating, Junwen had already run away. Elder Bai. That's right, staying here won't be of any help at all, and will only distract Feng Zhu, so it's better to run away. So he ran away too. Junwen ran while gritting his teeth, hating himself for being so useless and hating himself for letting his junior sister face this kind of thing alone every time. If something really happens to junior sister this time, he will not live either. Who cares about the 9 netherworld continent or the people of the world? Junwen doesn't have such big ideals and ambitions. He just wants his junior sister to be well. He is so narrow-minded and so useless. As for the master, he still has the other 4 to take care of him, so one more person won't make a difference. At this moment, he made up his mind. He would work hard to cultivate his spirit bones. As long as he could help his junior sister, what would it matter if he became a skeleton? On the other side, Feng Shi had countless black iron pots thrown on himself. Almost as soon as it was put on, it was turned into ashes by the rays of light. That's because she has a lot of inventory, otherwise she wouldn't be able to handle it. Even so, Feng Shi felt that he could only hold out for a few hundred breaths, so he had to find a solution quickly. She cursed in her heart, who could have thought that there were dark clouds hidden in this rosy glow. Just when she was at a loss of what to do, the little skeleton's voice rang out in her consciousness. Hash at percent at hash. You actually provoked the thunderbolt. It would be fine if you died alone, but aren't you implicated me? Quickly cancel the contract with me, or I will curse your ancestors even if I die. Feng Shi was in no mood to pay attention to him now, but the little skeleton's words did serve as a reminder to her. Or maybe she guided the thunder to strike the barrier and consumed all its thunder power. Anyway, those red skeletons are afraid of her Sanskrit sound technique, but it won't cause any trouble even if it comes out. But after weighing the pros and cons, she decided it was not right. On the one hand, the heavenly thunder may not be fooled, and on the other hand, we don't know what is happening inside the barrier. If we rashly lead the heavenly thunder in, it may lead to disaster. Thinking of the red skull, a bold idea came to her mind. How about she chants some spell? Who cares if it works or not? Just read it first and see. She was desperate and was trying every possible means to cure her illness, so she immediately started reciting the Sanskrit mantra. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the thunder struck in the wrong direction this time. Fang Shi was immediately delighted. It seems that this Sanskrit sound technique is effective. Since the Brahma sound technique is effective, it means that spiritual attacks are useful. Why doesn't she give it a few bricks? If you were lucky, you might be able to take a picture of this thing. She was just painting a rosy picture for herself. Didn't she handle the fierce thunder before? The same goes for this rosy cloud. Thinking of the thunder, Fang's eyes heart moved. The thunder has been dormant for some time now, it's time to let it do something. Her spiritual consciousness moved, and the dormant thunder felt a sharp pain and woke up. When I just woke up and was still dazed, I heard Fang Shi say, "Xiao Lilei, do you want the cloud core?" Of course Jilei wants to. But it can't speak. Do you see that ray of light outside? There's a dark cloud hiding inside. I'll tie it up with a black iron wire in a moment. You get in and grab the cloud core. Jilei. Listen to what you are saying. Not to mention whether you can tie it up with black iron wire, the key is that if I go up there, it will swallow me. I'm still trying to grab the cloud core. Am I trying to kill myself? Before it could express its objection with emotion, it heard Fang Shi say, "Don't think I'm bragging. The Brahma sound art can interfere with it, and my spiritual consciousness brick will surely confuse it. Then you can take advantage of the situation and snatch the cloud core away. I know there are risks, but in this world, the brave will die of overeating while the timid will die of starvation. How many chances does Lei Sheng have to fight? If not now, when? You are now at the age to work hard. If not now, when? Little Lei, go ahead." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1234. Just give it a try. Jilei was fooled by Fang Shi and suddenly felt that the Qiangyun hairpin could no longer hold him. Just give it a try. Lord Jilei cannot let Fang Go underestimate him. Anyway, it has no cloud core now, which is almost the same as being dead. So, it expressed its agreement with emotion. Fang Shi thought about it again, taking all the details into consideration, then took out a Faraday cage and put himself inside it. This is her trump card. It is brought out now just to anger the clouds. Sure enough, Guang and Wu Yun saw that the power of lightning hit the cage and was directed into the ground. Fang Shi was not only unharmed, but was also showing his little white teeth in provocation, and he almost split his legs with anger. Since you can't chop the cage, chop the ground. Bury this dead girl alive. It just so happened that Fang Shi stopped chanting the spell at this time, and it hit the target accurately with every strike. In the blink of an eye, several cracks appeared on the ground. Just when the rays of light and dark clouds were feeling proud, a huge brick with the word, "busted," painted on it fell from the sky. It was hit so hard that its consciousness started buzzing. At this moment, something came in and began to compete with it for control of the cloud core. It simply couldn't believe that such a strange thing could happen. But there is no time to think about these things now, we must kill the other party quickly. This is its territory, and it has the absolute upper hand. This was indeed the case. Although Jilei broke in with the courage of a lone hero, he was instantly at a disadvantage. It cursed in its heart, "Fenggu, please help me quickly." Damn it, Fenggu didn't mean to trick it. Fortunately, Fang Shi's big bricks fell down one after another. Not only did she use big bricks, she also chanted a spell at the same time. He even ventured out of the cage and threw out a black iron wire to trap the rosy clouds. The purpose is not to tie down the rosy clouds, but to direct its lightning power into the ground, thus reducing the pressure of the thunder. She knew that even if she tried her best, she could only play a supporting role, the key still depended on the thunder. So, she decided to get some spiritual help. Xiao Lei, you have to believe in yourself. You are the future thunder god. These bullshit clouds and rays of light are nothing in front of you. As the saying goes, when two people meet in a narrow road, the brave prevail. As long as you are fearless, you can do anything. Think about the arrogance of Wu Yunjue, and think about the injustice of heaven to you. You should show them how to be a cloud. Let them know who is the real king of clouds in this world. Ellipsis. Jilei was about to back off, but after hearing what Fang Shi said, he suddenly felt his blood boiling. Not to mention that there was only one rosy cloud in front of him, he would not be afraid even if there was another one. The barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. It is an empty shell cloud without even a cloud core, who is it afraid of? At this time, the rosy clouds in its eyes were no longer rosy clouds, but that hateful black cloud dove. It used all the means it could. Fighting desperately to grab the cloud core. The dark clouds were already unstable due to Fang Shi's spiritual attack, and coupled with Jilei's desperate attack, they immediately fell into a disadvantage, and the cloud core was snatched away by Jilei. However, it is not particularly worried, because not everyone can fuse the cloud core, and if not handled properly it may backfire. However, the next moment, it lost its spiritual connection with the cloud core. This means that the cloud core has been fused. Do not. This is impossible. The thunder didn't care what it was thinking and was eager to snatch the outer shell of the rosy clouds. This shell is so cool. It suits you at first sight. The dark clouds and the rosy clouds were both angry and afraid. They used up the last bit of their lightning power to repel the thunderbolt and then fled in a hurry. The thunder is so angry. He wanted to chase after him, but accidentally fell to the ground from midair, choking with a sound. Fang Shi. You are a dark cloud. You actually fell down. Don't you think it's outrageous? Jilei also felt ashamed and quickly slipped into the Xiangyun hairpin. When Fang Shi was about to say a few words, the rosy clouds returned again. Fang Shi thought it came back for revenge, thinking, you don't even have a cloud core, how dare you come for revenge? Are you tired of living? The next moment, she was enveloped by the rosy glow and her body felt warm. Fang Shi. No, what do you mean? I have taken away your cloud core, and you still want to bless me. Is this the legendary masochistic physique? she couldn't care less and quickly sat cross-legged in meditation. Anyway, there is thunder guarding her, and the clouds and mist can't do anything to her. The key point is that the dark clouds now don't have much lightning power, so she is not afraid even if they attack. Jiang Wen and Elder Bai in the distance were stunned. I couldn't even figure it out for a while. However, it can be seen that it has now reached the blessing stage. Where is this going? The glow of the sunset soon dissipated and turned into pitch black clouds that flew away crying. Fang Shi felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. It seemed like she was bullying Yun. The other party just wanted her life, but she stole his cloud core and glow. She was so cruel. However, there is a more important thing at the moment, which is how to deal with the aftermath. Such a big noise must have alarmed other people. How do you explain it? Who would be struck by lightning for no reason? The key is not to kill him yet. Isn't this a disaster? However, I didn't see any other people in sight. Could they have been frightened by the thunder and didn't dare to come closer? If that's the case, we can write some articles about it. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she thought of a suitable person to take the blame. He immediately took out the broken stones thrown by the red skeleton from the storage ring and threw them on the ground. As for the words on it, they had long been worn away by her. In order to make the effect more realistic, she stuffed the bathing encyclopedia into the storage ring thrown by the little skeleton, and then threw the storage ring into a not too deep crack. Anyway, she had already copied the bathing encyclopedia on a jade sip, so it wouldn't be a pity to lose it. After doing all this, she quickly checked her statements with Jiang Wen and Elder Bai. The two of them nodded in agreement and quickly entered the plot. The first step is rolling around on the ground a few times, looking really miserable. Fang Shi didn't need to do that because she was already in a very miserable state. Just as they were ready, a figure quickly came over. He is a fat old man. Although Fang Shi had never seen Sect Master Gu, she had heard Elder Ji complain that Sect Master Gu was a fat man. Combined with the man's clothes, she knew his identity at a glance. Behind the ancient master, figures were rushing towards him one after another. At the front were Elder Jiang and Elder Ji. The two men's faces were filled with anxiety, and they only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Fang Shi and the other two were still alive and well. Just now, this area was filled with bright rays of light, blocking their view. However, when they heard the continuous thunder inside, their hearts rose to their throats. They wanted to come over to see what was going on, but were stopped by Sect Master Gu. He sent a message to the two of them through a secret passage. How can human power resist the might of heavenly thunder? Besides, if it was a disaster, even if you went there now, the three of them would have been dead long ago. If it is an opportunity, you will get the opposite result if you go there. Sect leader Gu was actually more worried. What he was worried about was not the safety of Fang Shi and the other two, but the safety of the barrier. If the barrier was destroyed by thunder and allowed those red skeletons to escape, the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, he saw the crisscrossing cracks on the ground, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The power of heavenly thunder is indeed beyond human power. At this time, Fang Shi pounced in front of Elder Ji like a moth. Grandpa, I'm scared to death. Just now, a few skeletons covered in red ran over there, and were turned into ashes by the thunder. If we three hadn't been so lucky, we would have definitely been affected as well. Elder Ji. The red skeletons watching the fun inside the barrier, % and asterisk hash at % hash ad. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1235, it is definitely my grandfather. The red skeletons never expected that they would end up eating themselves while eating a melon. You pervert, don't you know who the thunderbolt was going to strike? I don't know who is both the pot and the cage. Even though they cursed, their fear of Fang Shi had now reached a new level. Even the thunder from heaven couldn't kill her. This pervert is too perverted. Also, why does it look like she also has a dark cloud over her? Although it is a little small and a little ugly, it is still a dark cloud. The most important thing is that her dark cloud even got into the rosy dark cloud. No one knows what bad things she did to make the rosy dark cloud go crazy. If you're not crazy, why would you bless a pervert? The feeling of losing bones and skeletons is even more complicated. Because he just called him a pervert, and his words were very harsh. Get some hands free, pervert, and take care of him. On the other side, the situation was also very chaotic. On the one hand, it was because Fang Shi called him Grandpa, and on the other hand, it was because of the red skull that Fang Shi mentioned. However, everyone's attention is on the red skull right now, and they don't have time to pay attention to the grandfather, melon. These people are all high-ranking members of the sect, so they naturally know the existence of the red skull. When they heard that several red skeletons were killed by thunder, they immediately started talking about it. Sect Master Gu asked everyone to be silent and asked Fang Shi. You just said that the thunderbolts turned several red skeletons into ashes. Please tell me in detail what happened. Fang Shi said in a trembling voice, I was practicing in the tomb just now, and my grandfather told me that there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, so I came out of curiosity. As soon as I came out, I saw a ray of light flying towards me from a distance. At that time, I thought that the glow was coming towards me, and I almost fainted with joy. I was already sitting cross-legged in meditation, ready to receive the blessing, but suddenly a few red skeletons appeared from over there. I was so scared. Aren't all skulls white? How come there are red ones? Before I could react, the ray of light rushed towards the red skeletons, and then struck down with a huge bolt of lightning. Fang Shi gestured with his hands, then pointed to the deepest crack not far away and continued, that's the crack on the ground. Sect Master Gu immediately approached the crack and took a deep breath. If this crack hit a person, not only would the person be reduced to ashes, there would probably be nothing left. Others were also amazed. The power of the thunder was indeed terrifying. Sect leader Gu motioned Fang Shi to continue. Fang Shi said immediately, my two brothers and I were so scared at the time that we wanted to hide in the grave, but we were afraid of being buried alive, so we had to run as far as possible, but we didn't know why we couldn't run far. Sect Master Gu said immediately, you must have been affected by the pressure of the thunder. It's good that you can move. Fang Shi showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's how it is. Thank you, Sect Master, for clearing up your doubts. No wonder my grandfather always told me that you are not only highly skilled but also well informed. The people present originally suspected that Elder Ji might not be Fang Shi's biological grandfather, but a grandfather from a side branch. Now it is certain that he is undoubtedly the biological grandfather. This ability to take advantage of every opportunity to flatter someone is definitely hereditary. Sect Master Gu often heard people flatter him, but they were mostly from the sect's top leaders. This was the first time he heard such an objective evaluation of him from ordinary disciples. If he wasn't eager to know about the Red Skull, he would have been reluctant to interrupt Fang Shi. He coughed twice. Go on and tell me what happened next. Fang Shi nodded. We risked our lives but only managed to run a short distance, and then we saw thunder falling like raindrops. Some of them hit the red skeletons, some hit the open ground, and some hit. Fang Shi hesitated for a moment before continuing. Some of them seemed to be struck in the void, as if there was something over there, some barrier. Originally, Sect Master Gu was somewhat skeptical about her words, but now he believed them 70% of the time. After all, as a newly initiated disciple, it was impossible for her to know all this, let alone know that there was a barrier nearby. He did not doubt Elder Ji. Although Ji Dahlia was not very reliable, he still knew what to say and what not to say. The most important thing was that he felt that Fang Shi, a young girl who had just started her career, did not have the courage to tell such a big lie. What's more, the two male disciples standing next to them had pale faces, and it was obvious that they were frightened. At this time, Fang Shi said again, the rosy cloud split hundreds of times and then flew away, but it came back halfway through its flight. Fang Shi felt a little embarrassed when she said this, and even a little proud. It actually blessed me. I thought it was a disaster, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. There was a commotion among the crowd. What? After splitting the barrier and the red skull, that ray of light and dark cloud actually blessed this little girl. Why? Why bless her? Sect Master Gu had a guess in his mind. Could it be that this Fang Shi really was a divine bone? After Shaguang Wan split the blood evil bone, he happened to discover that she was a divine bone, so he blessed her. Or did these rays of light and dark clouds come with two missions? He asked some more details, and Fang Shi gave answers. He suddenly asked Zhun Wen, who was standing beside him, where were you running to just now? Zhun Wen immediately pointed in a direction, over there. Sect Master Gu quickly arrived at the location Zhun Wen mentioned and saw some messy footprints on the ground, which dispelled some of his doubts about Fang Shi. Then he asked people to survey the area struck by lightning to see if they could find any clues. Soon someone picked up a small stone and said, Master, this stone has traces of being worn away by spiritual energy. It looks like it came out of the barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, someone else picked up a similar small stone. At this time, Siu Hall, Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, said in surprise, Master, there is a storage ring in this crack. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1236 Who hasn't had a few love debts when they were young? Hall Master Siu's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all gathered around and brought up the storage ring. The ancient sect leader probed his spiritual consciousness into it and took out the Bone Washing Sutra, which is the complete guide to bathing. After briefly flipping through it, he passed it to others to circulate. Master Siu said, Master, this book, Bone Cleansing Sutra, is very old, and some of the methods recorded in it are unheard of by us. It seems that it really belongs to those red skeletons. It is estimated that the original owner was struck by lightning and turned into ashes, and this storage ring rolled into the crack. Sect leader Gu nodded. He thought so too. At this point, the last bit of doubt about Fang Shi was dispelled. So the question is, why did the thunder strike the red skeletons and the barrier, and how did those red skeletons appear? Sect Master Gu first checked the barrier and found nothing damaged. At this time, someone put forward a conjecture. Sect Master, could it be that there was a loophole in the barrier, which attracted the thunder? The thunder from the sky seemed to be splitting the barrier, but in fact it was repairing the barrier to prevent those red skeletons from escaping. After all, those evil things should not be tolerated by the laws of nature. This conjecture was immediately echoed by everyone, because it was very reasonable and reliable. Sect Master Gu also felt that the speculation made sense. It could also explain why the barrier had been reinforced recently. It seemed that God had really opened his eyes. The red skeletons in the barrier were so angry that they were about to split their legs. You blind and deaf idiots. You believe whatever the pervert says. Can't you use your brain? In fact, it's not that Master Gu and the others are stupid. Anyone would choose to believe that the thunder was coming to strike the red skull. After all, Fang Shi was just a young girl who had just started out. How could she have the ability to provoke the thunder? Some people even thought that the rays of light were not destined for Fang Shi. Perhaps they were originally meant for Elder Ken and his men, but because of the red skull's mishap, they turned here. After splitting the red skull, it probably felt that Fang Shi and the other two had suffered an unprovoked disaster, so it gave it to Fang Shi as compensation. What bad luck. When Master Gu saw that the whole thing had been sorted out, he set about dealing with the aftermath. He said to Fang Shi and the other two, what happened just now involves the sect's secrets. You three must not disclose this matter. If you dare to tell anyone, you will be severely punished. Fang Shi and the other two quickly expressed the determination to keep the secret. Sect Master Gu nodded. Also, the three of you can no longer live here, move somewhere else. Hearing this, the red skeletons in the barrier collectively gave Master Gu a thumbs up. You fat bastard, you finally said something sensible. Fang Shi was delighted at first, then hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Master, although we are eager to leave this dangerous place, if we move suddenly, will it arouse suspicion from other disciples? After all, my grave is newly built, how can I abandon it for no reason? How about we just stay for a few more days and then find another reason to move out? At this point, she laughed dryly twice. Master, but I have to confirm again, are you sure that the barrier is intact and those red skeletons will not come out again? If you are not sure, the three of us should just move away. Let others doubt if they want to, since there is no real evidence anyway. Ancient Sect leader. It seems that although you are loyal to the Sect, your loyalty is limited. However, he felt that Feng Shi's words made sense. If they were asked to move away rashly, it would indeed cause some unnecessary trouble. So, he said, don't worry, I have just checked, the barrier is not damaged, those red skeletons can't get out even if they grow wings. Feng Shi thought to herself, just forget it. Where do you think those stones and bathing kits came from? I thought so in my heart, but my face showed a look of great regret. Master, if that's the case, then the three of us will continue to live here. We are willing to be the Sect's most advanced outpost. We are willing to be the first line of defense for the Sect's safety. If those red skeletons want to cause trouble, they can only crawl over our corpses. Ancient Sect leader. Other people. You know how to flatter yourself. Many people looked at Elder G with ridicule. Before, everyone's attention was on the red skull, but now they have time to watch the show. Someone asked, Elder G, I remember you said before that you were a bachelor, how come you have such a big granddaughter now? Elder G was feeling very nervous at this moment, because he had a feeling that this damn girl Feng Shi was not telling the truth. Not to mention anything else, why did her bones disappear? Fortunately, his acting skills are pretty good, so he didn't show it on his face. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, he laughed and said, who hasn't gotten into a few love affairs when they were young, especially someone as handsome and elegant as me? I think you are just envious of me. After all, my granddaughter is not only beautiful, but also smart and blessed by heaven. She will definitely have a great future. Elder Ken sneered, great prospects. I don't think so. It's been such a long time since you entered the Sect, but you haven't cultivated your first spiritual bone yet. You might be demoted to an outer disciple soon. Elder G would naturally not tolerate his bad habits and sneered. You are a blind man, so don't look around. Even if you do, it won't work. Elder Ken. When Master Gu saw that the two were about to quarrel, he said, okay, stop talking. You're old, and you're not as safe as a little girl like Feng Shi. Then he said to Feng Shi, it is rare for the three of you to be so responsible. The Sect will not treat you unfairly. Although Sect Master Gu did not say how he treated Feng Shi unfairly, everyone present could hear that Sect Master Gu liked Feng Shi very much. Yes, who doesn't like a sweet and responsible girl? The key point is that he is lucky and was blessed by heaven as soon as he entered the door. Immediately afterwards, Sect Master Gu and his men began to deal with the cracks on the ground. For them, this is not a problem. It took just over half an hour to clean it up. Sect Master Gu gave some more instructions before leaving. As soon as he left, everyone else dispersed, and only Grandpa G stayed. Elder Jiang also wanted to stay, but his status was not good enough, so he had to leave. Elder G instantly felt a sense of superiority. Feng Shi let Elder G into his own grave. Here, she had to praise Xia Guangwo in a few words. Although the grave mound was only a few feet away from the scene of the crime, it was intact. The chopping was really accurate. As she was thinking about it, the top of the tomb shook, and she grabbed Elder G and slipped out of the tomb. Then I heard a few rumbling sounds. Not only her grave collapsed, but also the graves of Zhang Wen and Elder Bai collapsed. Feng Shi. Yes, there are such big cracks on the ground, it would be strange if the graves could be stable. Feng Shi sighed, Grandpa, it looks like I'm going to have to get someone to dig my grave again. Just when Elder G was about to ask her how to shake people, he saw her shoot a flaming arrow into the sky. In the darkness of night, it can be seen from far away. Soon, a noise was heard in the distance, and many disciples ran over here. In the night wind, Feng Shi stood with his hands behind his back. Grandpa, with my prestige today, I can be said to be an arrow piercing the clouds, and thousands of troops will come to meet me. The whole Sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1237. I will just briefly talk about 6 points. Elder G was speechless about Feng Shi's pretentious behavior, but at the same time, he felt a little envious. He also wants a card like this. But let's not talk about him, I guess even the Sect leader doesn't have such style. He analyzed that the reason why Feng Shi's move was successful was mainly because she was willing to spend money. Didn't those disciples come here in the middle of the night just to get some benefits? There's no such thing as a quick rise without gain. However, this time they were destined to be disappointed. In a short while, thousands of people gathered. Those who knew came here to watch the fun, while those who didn't thought Feng Shi was trying to gather people for a rebellion. Everyone asked at once. Junior Sister Feng Shi, what happened? Why did all your graves collapse? By the way, Junior Sister Feng Shi, what was that colorful glow like before? Ellipsis. Feng Shi smiled particularly brightly. My fellow brothers, before I answer your questions, let me tell you something. This Deputy Master Ji of the Xuangong Hall is my grandfather, my real grandfather. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Even though the elders were already full from eating too much melon, the disciples didn't know that. I was naturally very excited to hear such explosive news. If it weren't for the fact that Elder G, the person involved, was present at the scene, there would have been groups of crickets. Feng Shi raised his hand and pressed it down, and the disciples who were just watching fell silent. Elder G. No, why are you so obedient? Did she poison you? Feng Shi said with a smile, come, let my grandpa say a few words to everyone. After saying that, lead the applause. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai followed closely behind, and the disciples who were just watching also applauded. The main thing is that the atmosphere has been set here, and it would be a shame not to be sociable if you don't applaud. Elder G was a little confused because he didn't expect Feng Shi to do this. But I have to say that his granddaughter's action was very much to his liking. He coughed twice and said, girl, what can I say? But since you have said it, I can't refuse. Let me briefly talk about 6 points. The disciples who were eating melons. If you simply explain it, there are 6 points. If I were to elaborate, wouldn't it take till dawn? The disciples seemed to have arrived at the Kung Fu transmission hall in a trance and felt a little sleepy. Fortunately, although Elder Ji was extremely eager to show off, he still had some sense of propriety. He kept his speech as simple as he said and finished it in a quarter of an hour. After Elder Ji finished speaking, Feng Shi took the lead in applauding. This time, the disciples applauded with much more sincerity. You've finally finished. We are still waiting to eat melon. Feng Shi did not keep the secret and said with a smile. Everyone must be curious about what happened just now, right? I was anxious to share it with you, so I called everyone here. Elder Ji, nonsense. You clearly want them to do hard labor. However, those disciples who were just watching the show believed it to be true, and suddenly felt that Feng Shi in the night was brighter than the moon in the sky. To be honest, the colorful rays of light just now were a blessing from heaven, and the object of the blessing was, me. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another commotion at the scene. Someone immediately shouted. I guessed it before. This colorful glow must be coming for junior sister Feng Shi. After all, she's the only one living here. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai. Well, may I ask, aren't we human beings? Someone else said, when I first met junior sister Feng Shi, I knew she would be very lucky. Her last name is good, the Feng in Phoenix sounds very unusual. That glow is obviously tailor-made for junior sister Feng Shi. This is called the Phoenix Crown and Bridal Casket. Not to mention Zhang Wen and the others, even Feng Shi himself found it outrageous. Is this how the Phoenix Coronet and Bridal Cape are used? In short, everyone was praising Feng Shi. On the one hand, Feng Shi has good relationships with people, and on the other hand, it is because of Elder Ji. Feng Shi is the granddaughter of Deputy Hall Master Ji. She has a bright future, so of course we have to try to please her. Besides, she is blessed by heaven and is obviously a person with great fortune. There are only benefits and no harm in making friends with her. Feng Shi was modest for a moment, then said. Everyone, I knew you must be very curious, so even though it's already late at night, I still rashly called you all here. I apologize if this is abrupt. Someone immediately said. Junior sister Feng Shi, what are you talking about? Don't say you are thinking about us. You just want us to come here for some fun, and we have no objection at all. That's right, junior sister Feng Shi, there's no difference between you and my biological sister. Don't say such polite words in the future. It doesn't make much difference to us cultivators whether it's day or night. If it weren't for you, junior sister Feng Shi, to clear up our confusion, I would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Ellipsis. Elder Ji. In the past, he felt that he had no moral integrity, especially in front of the fat guy. Now it seems that he is quite thin-skinned. Feng Zai's face was filled with emotion, and her voice was even a little choked. I am not good at speaking, so I won't say anything more. If you need me, Feng Shi, in the future, just come find me. Elder Ji silently translated for Feng Shi in his heart. It's your business if you come to me, and it's my business whether I do it or not. Also, you little girl, please don't insult me with the word, ill-spoken. Feng Shi continued, it's getting late, everyone should go back and rest early. Elder Ji was puzzled, didn't you ask them to help you dig the grave? Why didn't you mention this? Then, someone asked, by the way, junior sister Feng Shi, why did the graves of the three of you collapse? Feng Shi smiled and said. To be honest, I don't know what's going on. I guess I can't bear the pressure of the blessing from heaven. Let it collapse, when the day comes, the three of us brothers and sisters will dig a new one. The man who just spoke immediately said. Junior sister Feng Shi, what are you talking about? We have nothing to do anyway, so we can just help you dig. Feng Shi waved her hands hastily. No, I was embarrassed enough when you helped me dig a grave last time, how can I trouble you again? The more she said this, the more people insisted on digging for her. Feng Shi couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Elder Ji looked at the disciples who were working hard and eating melons. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1238 Master. What is your last name? When Elder Ji was speechless, the red skeletons in the barrier were even more speechless. What a fool, what a slut, what an idiot, he cursed them all in such a colorful way. The bone-losing skull sneered in his heart. If you are not cheap, why are you still here? Did you lose your leg bones, or did your skull run away from home? The red skeletons gave themselves the excuse of watching the fun. Being locked in the barrier all the time, their leisure life is so poor. It's so hard to have some fun, so of course I have to watch it carefully. Besides, the pervert put the blame on them, so they were half involved, so what was wrong with just watching the fun? As soon as dawn broke, the new graves of Feng Shi and the other two were completed. The disciples left with great satisfaction, taking with them the pie in the sky that Feng Shi had painted. Feng Shi accompanied Elder Ji to visit his new grave. Elder Ji was somewhat envious and jealous because Feng Shi's new grave was more magnificent than his. Master, I have only been in the sect for a short time, and I have already moved 3 graves. Have you not experienced the joy of moving into a new home in all these years? Elder Ji, stop talking nonsense. I want to ask you, why did your spread bones disappear? Feng Shi pursed her lips. Master, since you asked, I won't hide it. I have smeared the elixir I refined on my spread bone. Even a Nirvana cultivator can't see it. Elder Ji thought she was just talking nonsense. On the one hand, he had never heard of such a medicine, and on the other hand, he didn't believe that Feng Shi could make the medicine. Feng Shi was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron and used the spiritual fire to lure out the bone fire. Then he took out several kinds of herbs and placed them on the table. She was about to make the elixir when she remembered that there was still one step left. Her left hand was already on fire. She couldn't put her hands together, so she could only do a single palm salute. Amitabha, may the devil bless you. Elder Ji was completely dumbfounded. No, are you praying to the Buddha or the devil? Can this thing be mixed and matched? Besides, do you have the nerve to trouble these two just to make a pill? Before he could say anything, Feng Shi stuffed all the herbs into the alchemy furnace. Elder Ji. There's no need to read on, this damn girl must be fooling around. Who would put the herbs into the alchemy furnace when making an elixir? You think it's stew? All my herbs are wasted. Although they are all low-level herbs, there's still money. Then, he saw Feng Shi making the Dan seal. He thought it made sense at first, but soon he realized he was overthinking it. Although he didn't know how to make pills, he knew a little about it. Even the simplest pill seal was much more complicated than the one Feng Shi used. So, he was too lazy to look at it and pulled over a chair to sit down. He's been given a lot of trouble today, so he should take a break now. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Feng Shi said, Master, come, the moment to witness the miracle has arrived. You come and lift the lid of the alchemy furnace. Elder Ji looked impatient, but in order to quickly end this farce, he did not refuse and walked over to open the lid of the Tiantan cauldron. In an instant, the aroma of medicine filled the air. The whole grave is filled with the fragrance of medicine. Elder Ji was smoked into Elder Xiang. However, he couldn't care about these things at the moment, his eyes almost popped out. Because there were 10 round pills lying at the bottom of the furnace, 8 of which had golden patterns on them. Elder Ji closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them and slapped himself in the face again. But he still didn't believe it was true, so he pinched his thigh hard, and then he finally believed that he was not dreaming. Then, he choked and fainted. Feng Shi. You said you are a skeleton, how come your mental endurance is still so poor? I faint at the slightest provocation. I've only known you for a short time and you've fainted twice. Elder Ji woke up quickly, then stood up and stared at the elixir in the alchemy furnace. Feng Shi said cautiously, Master, what's your last name? Elder Ji, Extreme, the best of the best elixirs. With trembling hands, he took out a pill with golden patterns, and seemed to be crying and laughing. I never thought that I, Ji Dali, would be able to see the legendary top-grade elixir one day. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Feng Shi. Crazy. Totally crazy. It took a long time for Elder Ji to regain his senses. My precious granddaughter, my precious disciple, please tell me what's going on. Have you really learned how to make pills? And you made a top-grade pill? Feng Shi. Just now she was calling me a dead girl, but now she has become my precious granddaughter and my precious disciple. You change your expression so quickly. Grandpa, please get rid of the medicinal fragrance in this grave first. It's too pungent. She activated the formation in advance, otherwise the fragrance of the medicine would have dissipated long ago. Elder Ji now likes Feng Shi so much that he is willing to deal with Yaxiang, not to mention even himself. He made a hand gesture and after using it several times, the medicinal fragrance in the grave mound disappeared without a trace. Feng Shi immediately memorized the spell. You can use this when it is inconvenient for the little black ball to show up. Elder Ji looked at Feng Shi eagerly, then brought a chair over. Shaoxi, you have been tired for a long time, sit down and talk, sit down and talk. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Or would you like to drink some water or eat something first? Feng Shi. I don't know who has repeatedly warned us that eating affects our cultivation. Other people's principles are principles, but yours are round choices. Round choices. Feng Shi was really thirsty and hungry, so he didn't hesitate to take out a spiritual fruit and started to chew it. Although Elder Ji disagreed with this in his heart, he had no choice but to endure it. He persuaded himself that his beloved disciple could refine top-grade elixirs, so what was wrong with eating a fruit? Even if he wanted to use my bones to make soup, it was fine. After Feng Shi finished eating the spiritual fruit, he said to Elder Ji, Master, please stop standing and sit down. Elder Ji, okay. Ha. Who is the master and who is the apprentice between us? Shaoxi, please tell me what's going on. I'm so anxious. Feng Zai's expression suddenly became very serious. Master, do you know Tian Shao? Elder Ji was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You mean, you got the gift from God? Feng Shi nodded. Well, the night before yesterday I saw a jade slip in my dream, which recorded the method of alchemy and various recipes. After I woke up, I thought it was just a dream. With the idea of giving it a try, I refined a furnace of pills according to the instructions above. Not only was it successful, but 5 of them were top-grade pills. Before I could tell you this good news, heaven blessed me. By the way, the elixir I refined is called Yidan, and its function is to conceal the spirit bones. You have seen the effect, it is very good. Elder Ji didn't say anything for a long time. Feng Shi felt a little unsure. Although she was very confident in her acting skills, Elder Ji was not someone who could be easily fooled. Elder Ji was using the process of elimination at this time, because he felt that Feng Shi's theory of divine gift was unreliable. But what else is possible besides God's gift? Someone taught her secretly. There are only 5 alchemists in the sect, not to mention Elder Jin and Elder Ken, who are eager for the little girl to die, so how could they possibly teach her to make alchemy? Elder Zuoqiu is an alchemy fanatic and doesn't have the time for that. As for the remaining 2, it's not that he looks down on them, they just don't have the ability. To be precise, Elder Ken and the other 3 don't have this ability. If there wasn't someone in the sect who secretly taught her, then there was only one possibility left. This method of alchemy is a family heirloom. This damn girl never told anyone about her origins, mainly because their Wangu Xianzong is different from other sects. They won't ask disciples about their past, nor will they conduct special investigations. They believe that everything that happened yesterday is like yesterday's death, and everything that happens today is like today's birth. Therefore, this damn girl must be from an important background. By the way, before she made the elixir, she was both a Buddha and a demon god. Maybe she is a cross between a Buddhist and a demon. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1239. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't write a chapter. Elder Ji felt that he had guessed the truth, and the way he looked at Feng Shi became a little strange. Tell me the truth, between your father and your mother, who is the Buddhist and who is the demon? Feng Shi. What is this mess? I said my method of alchemy was given by God, why did you bring up my father and mother? There is also a Buddhist cultivator and a demon. Master, what do you mean? I don't understand. Elder G snorted coldly. Stop pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth. The saying of divine gift is just a figment of the imagination. I don't believe it at all. Your alchemy skills are inherited from your family, right? You just asked Buddha and the devil to bless you at the same time, which means you think you should be protected by both of them. Only believers are qualified to do this, but you are a Nirvana practitioner. Then there is only one possibility left. One of your parents is a Buddhist practitioner and the other is a demon disciple, and you are a fool. Feng Shi. How come my pretty little girl has become a string? Besides, can the string be used on humans? That's called mixed blood, okay. Master. Elder G interrupted him and said, all right, stop your sophistry, I'm telling you the truth. Let me ask you, what is your purpose in sneaking into our Wangu Shan sect? When Feng Shi was speechless, Elder G said, I know even without you telling me that the human race and the demon race are at odds with each other, and a fool like you will definitely not be welcomed by the demon race. There is even less room for you on the Buddhist side. So your parents had no choice but to send you to our Wangu Xianzong. Because we in the Wangu Xianzong do not investigate your background, you can take advantage of the situation. This is also the reason why you would rather drill your eyes than practice nirvana. Feng Shi. If I were not the person involved, I would believe what you said. It would be a waste of your talent if you don't write a storybook. But what surprised her was that Elder G said that the human race and the demon race are not on good terms with each other now, which means that the demon race and the human race have not yet torn their faces apart. She remembered that at that time in Kuchen Sect, the demons and humans were already incompatible. It seems there is a lot going on here. If that's the case, then she needs to get herself an identity as a fool, so that her Buddhist father and her demon mother can take the blame. Thinking of this, she looked at Elder G with tears in her eyes. Are you really my grandpa? Otherwise, how do you know so much? Elder G actually just wanted to cheat, but he didn't expect that he would succeed. He suddenly felt a little proud. No matter how cunning this damn girl is, she can't escape from his grasp. In his pride, he was a little bit smug. I finally got a disciple, but he turned out to be a mix of a Buddhist and a demon. What kind of fate is this for him? It's a bit too bitter. However, this damn girl usually uses spiritual power, so she probably doesn't have much demon blood. Maybe her demon father or mother is also a demon. This would explain why her demon bloodline was so thin. I didn't expect that this damn girl is actually a jerk among jerk. If Feng Shi had not shown his talent in alchemy, he might have still been hesitant about whether to accept this disciple, but now there is no second option at all. With such an incredible talent for alchemy, he wouldn't mind even if she was a pure demon, let alone a fool. As long as he doesn't say it and she doesn't say it, no one will know about it. After all, who would bother to verify the bloodline of a dead girl? Thinking of this, he said with a straight face. Tell me, what's going on? Feng Shi sobbed and said. Grandpa, I won't hide it from you now. You are right, I am indeed a masterpiece of cross-ethnic cooperation. Elder G, speak human language. Just say, Shwana. A masterpiece created through cross-ethnic collaboration. I think you are a waste. Feng Shi sighed. I actually don't know who my parents are. I was abandoned when I was born, and there was a letter written in blood inside my bundle. According to the blood letter, my father is a Buddhist practitioner and my mother is a demon practitioner, so they had no choice but to give me away. Elder G frowned. Since you were abandoned at birth, where did your alchemy skills come from? Feng Shi sighed again. Not long ago, a Buddhist monk found me and said that he was my biological father. He also said that what happened was too complicated to explain in a few words, so there was no need for me to know for the time being. Do you think what he said is human language? If a few words don't explain it clearly, why don't you say a few more words? It's obvious that you don't want to tell me. What's the point of me coming here with such a scumbag father? Elder G nodded. This person is indeed not very good. What happened next? Later, he gave me a lot of good things, so I happily forgave him. It's free anyway, why not waste it? Calling you daddy a few times won't cost you a thing. At worst, I won't scold him to his face anymore, but I'll do it behind his back. Elder G. You are such a scumbag. Feng Shi continued, among the things that my scumbag father gave me, there is the alchemy method of nirvana, and in addition, there are also some techniques of Buddhist and demonic cultivation. My scumbag dad said that I had a unique physique and was a natural genius, and that I would be able to achieve something no matter what kind of martial arts I practiced, so he let me choose the one I liked. I think that although other techniques have their merits, the most powerful technique in the world is still our nirvana cultivation, so I joined our Wangu Xianzong. Elder G was speechless. How dare you, a useless person, brag about yourself like this? However, when he thought of Feng Zai's extraordinary talent in alchemy, he felt that he was the old waste. Take out that alchemy book and let me see it. Feng Shi took out a jade sip without any hesitation and handed it to Elder G. Master, my scumbag father gave me not a book but a jade sip. Elder G did not answer and said solemnly. Forget it, I don't know how to make pills, so you should keep it for yourself. This matter is between you and me, so don't mention it to anyone else. Do you hear me? Feng Shi knew that Elder G did this on the one hand to verify what she said, and on the other hand to test how much trust she had in him as a master. Fortunately, while she was talking to Elder G, she used her spiritual sense to copy a jade sip. As for trust, you're kidding. If she didn't trust him, she wouldn't confess that she was a fool. Grandpa, I will listen to you. Elder G rolled his eyes and said, call me master. When he heard her call him grandpa, he had the illusion that he was not pure. It seems like he is also a fool. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1240. This really doesn't exist. Elder G looked at Feng Shi, who looked well behaved, and felt that he was a little hasty. I just saw her refining a batch of pills. What if it was just a coincidence? No, he had to verify it. So, he said, Xiaoxi, make another batch of pills for me to see. Fang Shi looked embarrassed. Grandpa, no, master, I do want to practice, but I'm short of herbs. Otherwise, please sponsor me a little more. Elder Ji glared at her. Didn't you say your scumbag father gave you a lot of good things? No herbs. Fang Shi shook his head. No, I really don't have that. Elder Ji rummaged around in his storage ring, and finally gave Fang Shi some low-level herbs with a painful heart. Fang Shi decided to refine the bone-strengthening pill which was most commonly used by Nirvana cultivators. The process was similar to the previous one, the only difference was that Fang Shi did not pray. Although Elder Ji really wanted to ask what was going on, he remained silent for fear of disrupting Fang Shi's rhythm of refining the elixir. Before half a quarter of an hour had passed, Fang Shi stopped forming seals. Then he pursed his lips and said, Master, please lift the lid. Elder Ji was somewhat unsure. After all, the time used this time was too short. Can it work? He opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron with 3 parts of uneasiness, 3 parts of anticipation, 3 parts of suspicion and 1 part of anxiety. He transformed into Elder Xiang once again. Elder Ji looked at the 10 round pills with golden patterns on them at the bottom of the furnace and fell into a long silence. Finally, we came to the conclusion that the products produced by cross-ethnic collaboration are indeed excellent. Do not. Excellent. After being shocked, he put the 10 pills into his storage ring. There was no delay at all, and Fang Shi was not even given time to react. Xiaoxi, Master's old bones have been feeling a little uncomfortable lately, and he needs some bone-strengthening pills to replenish them. I won't be polite with you, I'll do it myself. Fang Shi. I pull your herbs and you steal my pills. Our master and disciple are a perfect match. At this time, Elder Ji asked her, why didn't you pray just now? Fang Shi said unhappily, because the Buddha and the demon god are not as greedy as someone, once is enough. Elder Ji. You damn girl, you're implying something to me. Although Fang Shi said a few sarcastic words, he was too lazy to argue with Elder Ji. Business was more important. Master, if you don't allow me to reveal my background, how can I explain my amazing alchemy skills? Elder Ji was surprised and said, isn't it a gift from heaven that you can make pills? What's there to explain? It is nonsense for others to be granted by heaven. You are the darling of heaven who is blessed by heaven. Isn't it normal for you to be granted by heaven? Fang Shi. She silently gave a thumbs up. Master, should I keep my gift from God a secret or make it public? Elder Ji thought for a moment and said, I think we should keep it to ourselves until Lao Jiang and I have established ourselves on our feet. Don't be so naive to think that just because you have an incredible talent for alchemy, Fatty Gu will stand on your side. I can see that in his eyes, the interests of the sect come first. He is willing to sacrifice even himself, let alone you, a small alchemist who has not yet become a big shot. If you have this intention, then practice hard, and when you can refine a heavenly elixir, then you can show your hand. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. However, I have to trouble you to prepare some herbs for me to make the heaven-grade pills, otherwise how can I practice? Elder Ji, you have only cultivated 2 spiritual bones, why are you in such a hurry? You have to cultivate at least half a set of spiritual bones first. After saying that, he was stunned. He is also floating now, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Not to mention half a set of spiritual bones, even a complete set of spiritual bones is only first-grade spiritual bones. Who dares to refine a heavenly-grade elixir? Elder Ji reflected on himself and said, by the way, you were so busy talking about the elixir that you almost forgot that what you said to Fatty Gu before was the truth. Did you really see the red skull being struck to death by lightning? Fang Shi nodded. Absolutely true. She did see the red skull. After all, that red rib belonged to the red skull. She did see the thunder. So, no problem. Elder Ji saw that she looked calm and couldn't find any flaws. He was also anxious to share this unexpected news with Elder Jiang, so he gave Fang Shi a few words of advice and left in a hurry. As soon as he left, Fang Shi leaned back in the chair. Even though acting was in her blood, it was still tiring to make up so many lies in one breath. Just when she was about to take a break, a thunderbolt flew out. To be precise, a green cloud flew out. Fang Shi seemed to see a big cabbage in a trance. She was a little speechless. What's wrong with your color? Jilei cannot speak and cannot express himself in words, so he can only communicate with Fang Shi through his emotional changes. Fang Shi took great pains to finally guess the answer. According to what Jilei expressed, it didn't want to be like this either. It didn't know if it was because it was the cloud core that it had snatched away, so it couldn't fully absorb and control it for the time being. That's why it fell to the ground before. As for the color, it is probably because its lightning power is too little, not enough to render the main body black for the time being. Jilei feels that color is not important. Besides, green is a great color, representing hope and a bright future. Fang Shi nodded. I think it's pretty good too, it's green and lush, just like vegetables. You can call me Xiao Kekai from now on. Jilei. It twists wildly in protest. But Fang Shi was not moved at all. Mu Jian couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. Now that you have the cloud core, the master must give you a heads up, otherwise what will you do if you get cocky? Mu Jian guessed right, that's exactly what Fang Shi thought. Ever since Jilei had the cloud core, the Xiang Yun hairpin could no longer contain it. This is so showy. When she was talking to Elder Ji, it kept using emotions to express how powerful and amazing it was. He even acted superior, as if he wanted her to be his subordinate. It's really contrary to Tiangang. Although the thunder was still crazy on the cricket pupa, Fang Shi was too lazy to pay attention to it. She asked Lin Xiangchuan, you said that the clouds and mist wanted to kill me, so why did they bless me? Is it crazy? Is it schizophrenic? Lin Xiangchuan. Fang Zhu, do you think it has something to do with Xiao Kekai? Still in the thunder of the cricket pupa. You are the youngster, your whole family is youngsters. Sooner or later I will let you experience the wrath of thunder. Fang Shi shook her head. If Xiao Guangwen knew about Xiao Keikai's existence, they wouldn't be so easily tricked later, so it definitely has nothing to do with Xiao Keikai. Lin Xiangchuan hurriedly said, Fang Zhu, you are still thoughtful and meticulous. Your little grandson, I'm ashamed of myself. Since I have followed you, I have gained new things every day. Fang Shi. It's already this time, stop flattering me. Fang Shi decided to ask Zheng Wen, whose IQ occasionally took the upper hand. A moment later, Zheng Wen, who received the message, came running over. Fang Shi also called Elder Bai over and told him about his doubts. While Elder Bai was still thinking hard, Zheng Wen said, Little sister, do you think that at this point in time, the blessing from heaven will be in this tune? Just like what is said in the storybook, thunder, lightning, rain and dew are all blessings from heaven, and no one stipulates that these blessings from heaven only have benefits and no harm. Open black lens bracket. Wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1241, The Wooden Sword Interprets Dreams. As soon as Zheng Wen finished speaking, Elder Bai said, That's wrong. If the blessings of heaven have always been like this, then Master Gu and the others would not believe that the clouds and mist are here to chop off the red skull. Zheng Wen scratched his head. What you said makes sense, so what's going on? Elder Bai was stumped by the question, and he couldn't figure out the reason for a moment. At this time, Fang Shi said, I have thought of a possibility. Heaven wants to suppress Nishu and does not want Nishu to produce an alchemy genius. Therefore, the heavenly Tao appears to be blessing, but in reality it wants to kill those who can refine the best elixir. Elder Bai was puzzled and asked, why does the heavenly Tao want to suppress Nirvana? Fang Shi sneered, who knows? Anyway, I always think that the heavenly Tao is not a good thing, otherwise it wouldn't have said a word when the Tiank League invaded the Juyu continent. Zheng Wen said almost subconsciously, but the devil didn't show up at the beginning. Fang Shi coughed and said, the Lord Demon God must have his own reasons for not showing up, and he has also made a lot of efforts behind the scenes, but we just don't know about it. If it was the old Zheng Wen, he would have refuted stupidly, but now he has become a mature senior brother who can read people's expressions. When he saw Fang Shi winking at him, he knew he couldn't talk nonsense, and immediately changed his expression. Little sister, you are right, how can Dog Tiandao be compared with Lord Demon God? Lord Demon must have had his reasons, otherwise he would have killed those bastards from the Tiank League long ago. Elder Bai. You brothers and sisters are completely hypocritical. In fact, Fang Shi felt that the devil was elusive and would come out from time to time to revive himself, which frightened her to death. She didn't dare to say anything bad about him. As for the way of heaven, that bastard is far away, you can curse it all you want. Besides, the heavenly Tao has tried to kill her many times, and it's obvious that she is not a good person. Fang Shi immediately blew a bunch of praises to the devil with Zheng Wen's cooperation, and then said, The core of the Xiaoguang dark cloud was snatched away by Xiao Keikai. I guess I won't be able to do anything for a while. The most urgent thing now is to practice hard. In addition, we have to find a way to investigate the matter of the Red Skull. Oh, I forgot to tell you too, I am actually a mixed blood, my father is a Buddhist, and my mother is a demon. Zheng Wen. Elder Bai. Zheng Wen was the quickest to react and said immediately, Little sister, there is nothing wrong with what you said. You are a Buddhist, and your father is indeed a Buddhist practitioner. You have multiple roles in the demon clan, so it is normal that your mother is a demon clan member. Elder Bai. I have discovered that no matter what Fang Zhu says, you will definitely not let his words fall on the table. Fang Shi was also amused by Zheng Wen, and immediately told him about what Elder Ji said about her being a fool. Zheng Wen and Elder Bai both had dazed expressions. Elder Ji has a very rich imagination. However, the two also understood Fang Shi's intention of admitting that he was Chuner, which was to find out why the human race and the demon race would become incompatible in the future. Zheng Wen said, Speaking of which, there is one thing I have never understood. When we were in Kuchen Sect, although humans and demons were already in a state of opposition, we never heard of the South region and the North region. Could it be that someone is interfering and causing the division of the human race? Elder Bai said, It is most likely that this was done by the Tiank League, just like that fake Buddhist disciple. I think their plan is to divide us from within first, and then take the opportunity to open the seal of the Dead Silence Land and let the Tiank League army in to catch us off guard. Fang Shi agreed with Elder Bai's words very much, she thought so too. She felt that Shen Zhilan was just a chess piece used by the Tiank Alliance to disintegrate the Juyu continent. Because according to what is written in the book, with Shen Zhilan's jumping around, the Xuanshan sect was swallowed up by the Hunyuan sect, and the conflict between the human race and the demon race, and between the southern and northern regions were further intensified. Although she gave up writing the story halfway through, we can still infer the direction of its future development. As the Juyu continent was in chaos, the seals of the deadly aura began to loosen. The Tiank Alliance would surely make a comeback with the help of these sealed places in the chain of time and space. By then, the Juyu continent will be in danger. The three of them chatted for a while, and then Zheng Wen and Elder Bai went back to practice. Fang Shi felt sleepy and tired, so he temporarily put down the burden on his shoulders and fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she saw the sparkling river of time again. Then I found out there were quite a few little turtles inside. I don't know why she jumped in and started fishing out the little turtle. 1, 2. After catching 49 of them, she woke up with a start. When she was a little dazed, Mu Jian began to interpret her dream. Master, those Sanskrit words must be what you dreamed about. Not only do the numbers match, but they were indeed carried out by a turtle. These people eat for free and are of no help at all. They also make you unable to sleep well. They really deserve to be punished. Let them all out, and I'll chop them up to vent your anger. Mu Jian's words actually reminded Fang Shi, and she immediately went to look at the small puddle formed by the power of time. Then I saw the 49 Sanskrit characters taking a comfortable bath in it. Compared with before, the area of the small puddle has more than doubled. Fang Shi was surprised and happy. She was surprised but also a little puzzled. She hadn't practiced the power of time much recently, so why did this small puddle become bigger? Could it be related to her cultivation of a second spiritual bone? It seems that the spiritual bone is indeed a good thing, she must practice it hard. So she stopped sleeping and got up to start practicing. Before I knew it, it was midnight. The cautious voice of the bone-throwing skeleton rang out in Feng Shi's consciousness. Ahum, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Feng Shi. The boomerang still hit him. Is something wrong? The bone-losing skeleton said dryly. Well, when the thunder came last night, I was worried that you would be in danger, so I said some excessive words. Are you not angry? Feng Shi sneered. Are you talking about greetings to my 8 generations of ancestors? The bone-losing skull knew that it was useless to explain further, so it was better to show some sincerity, so he said. Let's not talk about this for now. I have good news for you. Those idiots are terribly scared of you now. They're afraid that the dark cloud you command will penetrate the barrier and kill them. So no matter how outrageous your demands are now, they will definitely agree to them. Feng Shi's attention was indeed diverted. Are you telling the truth? The skeleton swore an oath and said, it's true. It's truer than pearls. Feng Shi rolled his eyes and asked, is there an alchemist among you? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1242. Yes. He can rely on others' power. Although Lost Bone Skull didn't know why Feng Shi asked this, he still quickly said. Yes, I remember there were about 10 of them. Feng's eyes lit up. What do you think? I asked them to make pills for me. They have nothing to do anyway, so this is a chance for them to create value in their lives. Lost Bone Skeleton. Are you dreaming? Well, although they used to be alchemists, they are all crazy now. They have even forgotten the alchemy seals, let alone the recipes. So I don't think this will work. Feng Shi saw that he was very confident and felt that it was a bit difficult, so he asked. Are there any herbs in the barrier? Bone-losing skeleton. Although a lot of them were eaten by us when we went crazy, there are still a lot left, just like weeds, they are all growing wildly. Feng Shi. Let's just say, why are you guys chewing herbs like crazy? The madman is indeed a madman. Feng Shi thought for a moment and said, because of the matter of Shaguangwen, many people are watching this side, so it is not appropriate for me to communicate directly with other red skeletons for the time being. How about this, you act as my messenger and negotiate terms with them. As long as they can provide me with enough herbs, I can chant less often and won't let my dark cloud get in to deal with them. Lost Bone Skeleton. Have you ever considered my life or death when doing this? If the other red skeletons knew I was your spy, they would eat me alive. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He said in a trembling voice, no. We can't let them know about your relationship with me. If they knew, I would die. Feng Shi sneered, you could obviously use this opportunity to bully others, but you pushed it away. I told you you're stupid and you don't admit it. You're a skeleton, so naturally you don't have any brains. The bone-losing skull was very confused. What do you mean by that? Feng Shi said with a tone of regret. Have you ever thought about the fact that they're so afraid of me now? You are my skeleton, do they dare to touch you? Not only do they dare not touch you, they also have to please you, because you are the only one who can communicate with me directly. You hold the imperial sword in your hand, what are you afraid of? The bone-digging skull suddenly realized, yes, he can rely on the power of others. Ha! There seems to be something wrong with this statement. No matter what, he is going to turn things around. Those bastards who bullied him in the past will have to pay the price. After figuring it out, he said excitedly, then shall I tell them now? Feng Shi, yeah. Mu Jian said to Feng Shi secretly. Master, aren't you afraid that the little skeleton's mischief will cause those red skeletons to complain? Feng Shi curled her lips. What do you think? Mu Jian pondered for a while and said flatteringly. Master, I get it. You're hoping he'll mess around. Because if you do that, other skeletons will be jealous of him and wish to become your skeleton too. Oh my god, I can't even imagine that in the future, there will be a lot of ribs thrown out here. By then, you will be able to subdue all these red skeletons without any effort. Who in the Wangu Shan sect will dare to be against us? That fat guy Gu must give up his position as the sect leader. You are the new leader of the Wangu Xianzong. Master, I really admire your intelligence and wisdom. You can be the most dazzling light at any time and any place. While the wooden sword was flattering him, the bone-losing skeleton gathered all the red skeletons together. Be quiet, I have something to say. None of those red skeletons looked at him straight in the eye, although they had eye sockets, they all looked at him sideways. Someone said impatiently, if you have something to say it now. If you have to fart now. The bone-losing skeleton is angry, you guys go ahead and show off, I will make you cry soon. He raised his voice, didn't I find my ribs back some time ago? I found that I had signed a contract with that pervert, which means that I can communicate with her through my spiritual consciousness. Before he could finish his words, he was beaten up by a group of people. Those red skeletons beat and cursed at the same time. Great, it turns out you've been a pervert for a long time. You've perceived us so much. No wonder the pervert turned around and threatened us after receiving our storage ring. It must be you who was behind it. I was wondering why you didn't let us come over these past 2 days. Are you afraid that we'll find out about your flaws? You're so insidious. Ellipsis. The bone-losing skeleton was beaten so badly. Even Feng Shi could feel his pain and anger. Feng Shi couldn't help but curse in his heart, he couldn't even do such a small thing, what a waste. Forget it, let her give an assist. So she began to chant a spell. Recite very attentively. In an instant, the red skeletons in the barrier began to roll on the ground, covering their heads. Now that he can hardly protect himself, he naturally has no energy to beat the bone-lost skeleton. The bone-losing skeleton finally pieced himself together, and couldn't help but gloat over the pain his companions were in. Should live it. I told you not to bully me. Now you are in trouble, right? Beating a dog depends on the owner. Thinking of this, he felt a little sad. Why does he always compare himself to a perverted dog? What about his self-esteem? Where is his pride? It really proved the saying that conscience is lost in difficult situations, and he was forced into it. At this time, Feng Zai's voice sounded in his consciousness. When the fire is almost done, just let me know and I'll stop. I'll back you up, so go ahead and do it. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. A warm feeling surged in the bone-losing skeleton's heart. No matter if it's a dog or a skeleton, the pervert will protect his people. He found a stone and stood on it, sneering. How is it? Do you know the consequences of offending me? I didn't bother with you before because we are friends in need, but I didn't expect you to bully me even more. If I don't do something, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Just one word from me can make this pervert stop. It all depends on your performance. Immediately, a skeleton shouted while enduring the pain, we are wrong. We shouldn't bully you. Please ask her to stop. We were wrong before. We apologize to you. Please ask her to stop. If she continues to talk, we will die here. Ellipsis. The anger that Dagu skeleton had been holding in his heart finally came out. He also knew that too much is as bad as too little, so he asked Feng Shi to stop chanting the spell. Feng Shi really cooperated with him and stopped reciting immediately. Seeing this, the red skeletons couldn't help but feel fear towards the bone-lost skeleton. The bone-throwing skeleton pointed at a red skeleton and said, he was the first one to hit me. You guys should tear him apart for me. Immediately, several red skeletons rushed forward and tore that skeleton apart. Seeing that his words were so effective, the bone-losing skeleton was so happy that he was almost bursting with joy. From now on, he is the king of the barrier. Skeleton King. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1243. She is not dissatisfied with herself, but with the demon god. The bone skeleton looked down at the other red skeletons, feeling extremely proud. It feels great to have the power of life and death. Even though there's a pervert above him, he's now second to none. He seemed to have some understanding of the treacherous ministers in the secular world. He was just feeling happy when Feng Zai's voice rang out in his consciousness, stop showing off and get down to business. Lost bone skeleton. How did she know I was showing off? Could she read minds? He complained to himself and said to the red skeletons. The pervert said that if you can provide her with enough herbs, she can reduce the number of times she chants the spell. Please consider it. The red skeletons were in a commotion. This deal is such a bargain. Those herbs are of no use to them anyway, so they might as well be given to that pervert. However, there is a problem. Although their minds are still clear now, they have forgotten many things and don't know which are wild grasses and which are medicinal herbs. Never mind, I'll just give her some when the time comes and feed her to the pigs. When the bone-losing skeleton saw that the red skeletons agreed, he told Feng Shi the result. Feng Shi first praised the bone-dipping skull, and then said, the situation has been tense lately. Please keep the herbs for me and return them to me later. The bone-dishing skeleton agreed readily. Then, he began to command the red skeletons to dig herbs. It's just grass anyway, let that pervert choose it himself when the time comes. While the red skeletons were digging herbs, Feng Shi had already fallen asleep. It's good to have subordinates. All she had to do was move her mouth. In the next few days, Feng Shi devoted himself to cultivation. Her cultivation speed is countless times faster than others. Because she doesn't need to practice the Nirvana technique now, she just needs to put the spiritual power directly into the spiritual bone. The spiritual bones automatically transform the spiritual power into the power of Nirvana. In just a few days, all the bones in both hands turned into spiritual bones. Junwen and Elder Bai were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. They're both spirit bones. Why are other people's spirit bones so sensible? Comparing people to each other is so annoying. Feng Shi felt that he could try to refine a heavenly grade elixir. It's not that she was anxious, but the current situation was very unfavorable to Elder Jiang and Elder Ji. Recently, Elder Ken and his colleagues have won over many elders, relying on the 9-aperture divine bone pill. Although the original furnace only produced 3 9-aperture divine bone pills, and the subsequent furnaces all ended in failure, there is still hope, right? Most of these elders are stuck at the 7th grade spiritual bone, and the 9-aperture divine bone pill is too tempting for them. Although Sect Master Gu has not pushed Elder Jiang out yet, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, the key to breaking the impasse right now is the 9-aperture divine bone pill. As long as she can refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill, Sect Master Gu will be able to gain the upper hand in this game, and she will be able to gain a firm foothold in the Wango Immortal Sect. So many days have passed, and I guess no one is keeping an eye on her anymore. So, in the middle of the night, Feng Shi asked the bone-dishing skull to throw the storage ring out to her. It's true, the bone-throwing skeleton was successful the first time it was thrown out. Feng Shi probed his spiritual sense into the storage ring and was shocked by the mountains of medicinal herbs inside. Although she learned from the bone-lost skeleton that there were many medicinal herbs in the barrier, she really didn't expect there would be so many. The only thing that made her unhappy was that these herbs were not sorted, but were piled together in a mess, and were even mixed with a lot of weeds. Trying to classify these herbs is a huge task. However, this is not a problem for Feng Shi. She put the herbs into the Shanken banner and asked the prisoners in the dark prison inside to classify them. Although they cannot see the light, they're no different from ordinary people inside the Shanken banner. In just half a day, the herbs were sorted out. Lin Xiangchuan has become numb to this. Nothing is surprising when it happens to Feng Zhu. Feng Shi took out the herbs needed to refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill and prepared to refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill. According to custom, before refining, a single palm ceremony was performed. Amitabha, may the devil bless you. Then start refining. The heavenly grade elixir was much more complicated than the 1-leaf elixir she had refined before, and it required more than 30 elixir seals alone. Even though Feng Shi had greatly simplified the pill seal, it still took him half an hour to complete the refining. Feng Shi reached out and opened the lid of the tin ding and frowned. There were only 7 pills inside, 4 of low quality and 3 of medium quality. It can be said that this is the worst success rate in pill quality since she learned how to make pills. Feng Shi was very dissatisfied. She was not dissatisfied with herself, but with the devil. I was so flattering to you a few days ago, why aren't you working? At this time, the voice of Elder Ji calling for the soul came from outside the tomb. Creak, creak, creak. Feng Shi was speechless. After letting the little black ball absorb the medicinal fragrance in the grave mound, he closed the lid of the Chanding and then opened the restriction. Elder Ji came in dejected, like an eggplant hit by frost. Feng Shi asked, Master, what happened to you? What difficulties did you encounter? Elder Ji sighed and said, Fatty Gu called Lao Jiang over. I have a bad feeling that he is going to push Lao Jiang out as a sacrifice. This fat guy is such a jerk, isn't this just killing the donkey after it has done its work? I guess it won't be long before it's my turn. I can understand the fat guy, but even though I understand, I still feel aggrieved. The key point is that once Lao Jiang and I fall, Shaoxi, you will also be in trouble. In 2 days, Fan Zhen and the others will be released, and they will definitely cause trouble for you. Feng Shi looked at Elder Ji, whose face was as bitter as a melon, and blinked. Master, let's not talk about this for now. Please open the lid of the alchemy furnace and take a look. Elder Ji said angrily, your second master is about to be in big trouble, and you still want me to lift the lid. You little ungrateful bastard. Feng Shi was not annoyed, she pulled his sleeve and said, Master, just take a look. Elder Ji had no choice but to frown as he approached the heaven-swallowing cauldron. He reached out and opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. He glanced at it without looking closely and said, aren't they just 7 broken pills? What's so good about them? Aren't they all top-grade pills? He is also drifting now. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, please take a closer look at what kind of medicine this is. Elder Ji's expression instantly changed from impatience to suspicion, then to disbelief, then to shock, and finally he choked and fainted. Feng Shi. This is the 3rd time. Elder Ji woke up quickly. He got up and rushed to the heaven-swallowing cauldron. He took out a pill and looked at it again and again. Then he said in a trembling voice. This is the 9-aperture divine bone pill. Feng Shi nodded. Yes, it was my first time refining, the quality was a bit poor, the success rate was not very good, and it took half an hour. Oh, I am so useless, such a waste. My behavior is really a disgrace to my Buddhist father and my demon mother. I have brought shame to them. Elder Ji. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1244. Sure enough, the top quality products produced by cross-ethnic cooperation are different. Although Elder Ji felt that 90% of his new disciples were too cocky, this was not important now. The important thing is that she was able to refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill in the first batch, with a 70% success rate, and 3 of them were mid-grade. You should know that Elder Ken, Elder Jin and Elder Zuaoqi worked together to refine more than 10 furnaces but only succeeded in 1, and they only refined 3 low-grade 9-aperture divine bone pills. The gap between the 2 sides is extremely large. His apprentice is such a genius. It turns out that the top quality products produced by cross-ethnic collaboration are different. He immediately smiled like a flower. Shaoxi, I knew you were a filial child. I was right. Feng Shi, I don't know who just called me an ungrateful person. She was too lazy to argue with him and said, Master, do you think we can confront the Sect Master now? Elder Ji gritted his teeth and said, spread. I'm going to spread that fat guy into a big pancake today. Feng Shi. Elder Ji immediately put the 7 9-aperture divine bone pills into his storage ring, and then hurriedly said, I'll go find the fat guy now. Feng Shi felt that the 7 9-aperture divine bone pills were probably just a waste of effort. However, now is not the time to worry about these things, she said. Master, why don't you send a message to the Sect Master first? Otherwise, it might be too late by the time you get there. Elder Ji thought what she said made sense, and immediately sent a message to Sect Master Gu. Master, I have some earth-shattering good news to tell you in person. Please leave Lao Jiang with you first. This good news is related to him. On the other side, Sect Master Gu was playing the emotional card with Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang, you are the one I trust the most in the sect, and you are also the most responsible among all the elders. If the situation hadn't forced me, I would never have resorted to such a desperate measure. Don't worry, I am only temporarily depriving you of your status as the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall and Elder. After the situation is under control, I will not only reinstate you to your original position, but also let you take a further step. You can bear some injustice temporarily. This is also for the overall situation, for the sake of the sect. Elder Jiang had been mentally prepared for this, so it wasn't surprising. As for feeling disappointed, he was not at all heartbroken, as he could understand the difficulties faced by Sect Master Gu. It's all his fault that he's incompetent and unable to turn the situation around. He couldn't help but smile bitterly when he remembered that Elder Ji went to Feng Shi to find a solution. What solution could a little girl like her come up with? At this moment, he noticed that Sect Master Gu had a strange look on his face. When he was wondering, Sect Master Gu coughed. By the way, how's your apprentice doing lately? Sect Leader Gu was just trying to make conversation. After all, he had already talked to that point just now, and now he could only talk about irrelevant things to delay time. Elder Jiang misunderstood. He thought that the ancient clan leader wanted to use Feng Shi to threaten him into submission. He suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Why did you drag a junior into this matter between you and me? He calmed down and said, Master, I understand what you said. Just go ahead and make the arrangements. I only ask that you take care of Shaoxi more in the future because I am loyal to you. This child has a miserable life, and he has offended Elder Ken and his friends. If no one takes care of him, he will have a hard time in the future. Isn't it a hard life? A child abandoned by his biological parents. Sect Master Gu saw that Elder Jiang seemed to have misunderstood, but it was difficult to explain, so he just laughed it off and said, "What are you talking about? Even if I don't consider your face, I like that little girl very much. Not only can she speak, but she is also loyal to the sect, not to mention that she has been blessed by heaven, she is a blessed and good child." Elder Jiang couldn't tell for a moment whether Sect Master Gu was sincere or not, so he had to agree with him. While the two were chatting awkwardly, Elder Ji arrived. As soon as Master Gu saw the way he walked, he knew that he really had great news. Because Elder Ji walked in with square steps and his hands behind his back, and he looked as proud as a big rooster. Elder Jiang wondered, is Elder Ji crazy or stupid? Why is he so arrogant? Elder Ji didn't need Sect Master Gu to stop him, he just pulled the chair and sat down. Although Sect Master Gu was unhappy, he had no choice but to endure it. "Elder Ji, you just said you had some earth-shattering good news to tell me. What is that good news?" Elder Ji looked at him and said, "Guess." Ancient Sect leader. Just when Sect Master Gu wanted to lay Elder Ji's bones on the ground to dry in the sun, Elder Ji stretched out his right hand, revealing 4 round pills in his palm. Sect Master Gu was stunned at first, then his eyes widened in shock. You stole the 9-aperture divine bone pill from Elder Ken and his men." Elder Ji. "Regardless of whether I would do this or not, the key point is that even if I want to steal, can I steal it? Besides, they only refined 3 9-aperture divine bone pills, but I have 4. How did you become the leader with your brain?" Sect Master Gu also realized that what he had just said was a bit outrageous, and quickly asked, "Where did this 9-aperture divine bone pill come from?" Elder Ji raised his neck and said proudly, "My apprentice refined it." Ancient Sect leader. What kind of nonsense is this? Aren't you Feng Shi's only disciple? As an inner sect disciple who has been in the sect for less than 2 months, can she refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill? Are you kidding me? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Elder Ji stretched out his left hand again, and in his palm were 3 9-aperture divine bone pills, all of which were of medium quality. Sect Master Gu's eyes almost popped out of his head. This. Then, Elder Ji took out another top-grade bone-strengthening pill. Take a good look at this. What quality of medicine is this? This is also made by my apprentice. Otherwise, why do you think the heaven blessed her that day? Sect Master Gu swayed a bit, then slumped down in his chair. Elder Ji thought to himself, look at you look so ignorant. This is far worse than me. I was very calm at the time and didn't react at all. Compared to Sect Master Gu, Elder Jiang was also very shocked, but it was okay because Elder Ji had told him before that Feng Shi was a genius in alchemy. After a long while, Sect Master Gu grabbed Elder Ji's hand. Dali, tell me the truth, is everything you said true? Elder Ji shuddered. Why are you so cheesy all of a sudden, you fat bastard? He shook off Master Gu's hand and said, of course it's true. How could I joke about my own disciple? Sect Master Gu looked at Elder Jiang and said, Old Jiang, is what he said true? Elder Jiang was an honest man, and he said truthfully, I know about the strong bone pill, but I don't know much about the 9-aperture divine bone pill. I guess it's real. Sect Master Gu felt relieved and said immediately. Quick, call Feng, no, Xiaoxia over here so I can ask. Elder Jiang. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1245 Feng's Eyes 9 Yin Bone Claw. Elder Ji secretly cursed Sect Master Gu for being shameless. His master and grandfather was only called Xiaoxi, so he actually called himself Xiaoxie. How could he even call him that? Despite all the complaints, Elder Ji still sent a message to Feng Shi, asking her to come over immediately. As a result, Feng Shi replied, Master, I am refining pills. I will come over after I finish refining the second batch of 9-aperture divine bone pills. After hearing what Elder Ji said, Sect Master Gu could no longer sit still. He wants to go and see for himself. Finally, he was stopped by Elder Jiang. Master, if you go over there, you might attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. It's better to wait for Xiaoxi to come over. Sect leader Gu had no choice but to give up. On the other side, after Feng Shi replied to Elder Ji, he continued to refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill. The time taken this time was slightly shorter than the first furnace, but it was still far from meeting Feng Shi's requirements. She lifted the lid and frowned in dissatisfaction. Lin Xiangchuan thought it was similar to the previous furnace, but when he looked at the bottom of the furnace, he saw 10 round pills inside, 5 of medium quality and 5 of high quality. He began to doubt his life again. He really wanted to share his feelings with Zhu Xuan, but Zhu Xuan had not woken up since he fell asleep last time. He could only hold it in. After Feng Shi let the little black ball absorb the medicinal fragrance, he put away the elixir and the heaven-swallowing cauldron and left the grave. Before coming out, she did not forget to apply Yi Aiden on her hands. She informed Zhang Wen and headed to the tomb of Master Gu. Although I have never been there, the tomb of the ancient sect leader is at the highest point of the Wango immortal sect and is very eye-catching. Feng Shi said to Lin Xiangchuan, Xiangchuan, I think the place where the ancient master lives is good. You can see far from where you stand high. Lin Xiangchuan. I think you are trying to usurp the throne. On the way, disciples kept greeting Feng Shi, and Feng Shi smiled and nodded to them. After a while, my neck started to feel a little sore. Ugh. This person has such good relationships, but it's also a burden. It was also a coincidence that I met Elder Ken halfway through the journey. After Feng Shi paid his respects, he respectfully retreated to the side of the road. Logically speaking, there is nothing wrong with doing this, but Elder Ken is deliberately finding fault. Feng Shi, you are so bold that you dare to offend this elder. Why don't you kneel down quickly? Feng Shi was speechless. You said you are a poor villain, but can you use your brain? Even if you don't like me, at least find a decent excuse. Can't you take me seriously and use some tricks on me? You make me feel so boring. When she was speechless, a disciple behind Elder Ken jumped out. Feng Shi, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Elder Ken said? Kneel down quickly, otherwise, I will be rude to you. Only then did Feng Shi notice that there was an idiot following Elder Ken. She curled her lips. Who are you? The disciple sneered and said, I am Elder Ken's disciple, Jing Chanqing. Feng Shi nodded and said, so it's senior brother Jing. How come you want to take advantage of Fan Zhen being locked up and ask Elder Ken to accept you as his personal disciple? I'm not saying anything bad about you, but even though Fan Zhen is not that great, he is still 100 times better than you. Don't let your wishful thinking get you there. Jing Chanqing was touched in a sore spot and immediately became angry and said, you're looking for death. As he said that, he reached out to Feng Shi. In his opinion, Feng Shi was just a piece of trash without any spiritual bones, and he could easily subdue her. Feng Shi actually had many ways to deal with him, but she suddenly wanted to try out her newly refined 9-yin white bone claws to see if they worked. So, just when Jing Chanqing's right hand grabbed, Feng Shi used his palm as a knife to chop down at Jing Chanqing's hand. Jing Chanqing could actually dodge it, but he thought Feng Shi's move was too funny. You are overestimating your own abilities. With her mortal bones, she wants to go head on with his spiritual bones. What's the difference between this and hitting a rock with an egg? Since she asked for trouble, he would help her. Elder Ken standing by also had a look of disdain on his face. He could predict the result. The right hand of that little stinky girl Feng Shi would definitely be crippled. Well, it's a good opportunity to teach her a lesson. At this moment, he heard a snapping sound, followed by a scream like a pig being sorted. He thought, why is Feng Shi's voice so rough? It sounds like a man's. When he looked carefully, he was dumbfounded. Feng Shi was standing there intact, while Jing Chanqing was rolling on the ground in pain, even revealing his skeleton form. What was even more unbelievable to him was that there were several hand bones scattered on the ground, with the broken ends very neatly arranged, as if they had been cut by a sword. How is this possible? You have to know that Jing Chanqing has a 4th grade spiritual bone. Not to mention Feng Shi, even a 5th grade spiritual bone can't do it. Just as he was stunned, Feng Shi ran away. I swear to God, she didn't really put in much effort. With just a light chop, Jing Chanqing's bones were broken. Is he calcium deficient? She had to find a powerful backer as soon as possible, otherwise, even if Jing Chanqing was the first to attack, she would probably be accused of being too harsh. So, even though Elder Ken was yelling at her from behind to stop, she acted as if she didn't hear him and just ran away. Feng Shi ran to the outside of the ancient master's tomb in one breath, then bowed and saluted. Master, disciple Feng Shi wants to see you. Sect Master Gu has been looking forward to it for a long time. Seeing Feng Shi coming, he not only opened the ban, but also took her out personally. Xiaoxi, you're here. Feng Shi. When Feng Shi heard this nickname, he knew that he would soon have a strong backer, and a very stable one at that. Elder Ji in the grave was so upset that his mouth was about to turn into a bowl. Fatty, you make me feel strange and disgusting. When they got inside the tomb, Sect Master Gu asked Feng Shi about her health and asked about the sturdiness of the tomb and her sleeping habits. Elder Ji couldn't bear to listen any longer. Master, stop beating around the bush and get down to business. Xiaoxi, didn't you just say that you refined another batch of 9 aperture divine bone pills? Take them out and let the Sect Master have a look. Feng Shi nodded obediently, then took out a plate with 10 9 aperture divine bone pills on it, 5 of medium quality and 5 of high quality. Sect Master Gu's eyes widened. Although I was mentally prepared, the impact was still too great. The second furnace has a 100% success rate, and 5 top-grade pills and 5 mid-grade pills. Oh my god. No wonder God blessed her, she is a genius among geniuses. Absolute genius. At this time, an old hand reached out from the side and tried to take the plate from Feng Shi's hand. As a result, Feng Shi quickly put the plate into the storage ring. Elder Ji, holding out his right hand, laughed twice. Kid, I just saw that the plate you used to store the pills was too simple, so I wanted to help you store them in a small porcelain bottle. Are you overthinking this? Feng Shi, Master, it's not that I think too much, I'm just afraid that you think too much. Elder Ji. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1246 The Xiaoxi's hand hurt. Elder Ji was not embarrassed either. What was there to be embarrassed about being a master and disciple? It's a pity that I acted too slowly. He has to be more quick next time. Sect Master Gu glared at Elder Ji. Before he could see clearly, the pill was taken back by Feng Shi because of Elder Ji's commotion. Xiao Xie, did you make this elixir? Elder Ji thought, what you said is not nonsense. He was about to say something to Master Gu when he heard Elder Jiang whispering to him. That's enough, have some sense. Although they now have Xiaoxi as their precious disciple, they cannot go too far. The suzerain is the suzerain after all. Elder Ji then swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He was mainly holding his breath. When he and Lao Jiang were used, they were as attentive as their brothers, but when something went wrong, he pushed them out to take the blame. What a bunch of shit. He finally realized that none of the people in power were good people. Feng Shi said to Master Gu obediently, Master, this elixir was indeed made by my disciple. If it is convenient for you, I can make a furnace for you right now, okay? This is what the ancient leader wanted. To be honest, although the pill was real, he had never seen Feng Shi make it. In his heart, he still didn't quite believe that a little girl like Feng Shi could have such great skills. So, he smiled and said, okay, of course. Feng Shi said to Elder Ji, Master, please help me set up a formation to prevent the medicinal fragrance from escaping. Elder Ji nodded, okay. After Elder Ji had set up the formation, Feng Shi took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron. Sect Master Gu's eyes suddenly lit up. This tripod looks good. Then he saw Feng Shi using his right hand to perform a spirit fire technique. Ancient sect leader. How come this is a spiritual fire? Shouldn't it be bone fire? When he was wondering, he saw the spiritual fire in Fengshi's hand approaching his left hand, and then a cluster of bone fire rose from his left hand. Ancient Sect leader. What is going on here? Why is there a fire? Before he could recover from the shock, he saw Fengshi stuffing all the herbs into the tin-tin-ding. Ancient Sect leader. What serious alchemist would do this? Does this little girl know how to make elixirs? Then he saw Fengshi starting to form the Dan seal in a very serious manner, but the Dan seal was obviously missing some limbs. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. This Fengshi doesn't know how to make pills at all. There is someone else who is making the elixir. Who can that be? It definitely can't be someone from the sect. Could it be a relative of Fengshi? By the way, Elder Ji is her grandfather. Could it be that Fengshi's father is Elder Ji's son-in-law? Elder Ji standing by couldn't help but gloat when he saw him changing like a chameleon. This fat guy must be suspecting that Shaoxi can't make pills at all, and he will be shocked in a moment. In less than half an hour, Fengshi stopped forming seals. Elder Ji said happily, Shaoxi, I'll lift the lid. The ancient leader stopped him. I'll do it. Elder Ji cursed in his heart. You fat bastard, you actually stole my job. However, he immediately understood why Sect Master Gu did this. He was afraid that someone would tamper with him when he lifted the lid. No wonder he is so fat, he has become smart. Sect Master Gu took a deep breath and opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. When the skull saw what was going on inside, it almost fell off in shock. I saw 10 round pills lying inside, all of them were top quality. At this time, Elder Ji came over and sighed. Shaoxi, I'm not saying anything as your master, but you're already on your 3rd furnace, how come you don't have a single top-grade pill? Do you need to examine yourself? You have to keep working hard in the future. Fengshi said ashamedly, Master, you are teaching me that I am useless. I will practice hard in the future and live up to your expectations. Ancient Sect leader. You two are truly a close master and disciple. Elder Jiang also smiled and shook his head, thinking, what a funny couple. Before Sect Master Gu calmed down from his excitement, his identity token began to vibrate. After he probed his spiritual sense into it, his expression became a little complicated. He looked at Fengshi and said, Xiao Xie, did you cut off the right hand bone of Jing Chanqing, the disciple of Elder Ken? When Fengshi saw that he still called her Xiaoxie, she knew that this backer was stable. She said aggrievedly, Master, I thought today was a happy day and I didn't want to upset you by telling you about those annoying things. I didn't expect him to be the first to accuse me and slander me. This is really too much. Although Sect Master Gu felt that Feng Zai's choice of words seemed a little awkward, it did not delay him from understanding the meaning of her words, so he asked. What is going on? Fengshi recounted the entire story, without exaggerating anything, and only told the truth. After all, other people saw it when it happened. Sect Master, Jing Chanqing rushed towards me aggressively, and I was terrified. I subconsciously used my right hand to block it, and I don't know what happened, but his hand bones were broken. You say, could it be that he had an injury to his hand bone and he was trying to scam me? Ancient Sect leader. How stupid must he be to do that? However, he was also very puzzled. Logically speaking, with Feng Zai's level of cultivation, he would not be able to cut off Jing Chanqing's hand bones. What was going on? Only then did he realize a problem. Something was wrong. Didn't Elder Ji say before that Fengshi had cultivated a spiritual bone? He recalled the day when the clouds and rosy clouds appeared, when Elder Ken said that Fengshi did not have a single spiritual bone. At that time, he was so busy thinking about the red skull that he neglected this matter. He immediately used the power of Nirvana to look at Fengshi's left hand, but still did not see the spiritual bone. Xiao Xie, what happened to your spread bones? Fengshi chuckled, I have applied Yidan on both my hands, so I can hide from Nishu's detection. Elder Ji cried out, double, both hands. What do you mean by that? Fengshi took out the bone-dissolving mirror with a smile and placed it in front of herself. The three of Master Gu looked at the mirror immediately, and saw a golden skeleton with bared white teeth in it, while her hands were normal. Elder Ji cried out again. You actually cultivated both of your hands into spiritual bones. It's only been a few days. How is this possible? Sect Master Gu and Elder Jiang also looked shocked. Sect Master Gu was so shocked that he ignored it even though his identity token was shaking like a sieve. Because he knew that it was nothing more than Jing Chanqing's hand being chopped off by Fengshi. Not to mention that Xiao Zai only chopped off the hand of an incoming disciple, even if she chopped off Elder Ken's hand it would not be a big deal. The only thing he cared about was whether Xiaoxi's hand hurt. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1247. Don't forget, you also have the blood of the demons in your body. The ancient master said in disbelief. Xiao Xie, how come you are practicing so fast? Fengshi avoided the gaze of Sect leader Gu, seeming to feel guilty, embarrassed to speak, and a little bitter. Sect Master Gu couldn't help but look at Elder Ji. Tell me. What's going on? Elder Ji. How would I know what that damn girl was up to? Didn't we agree before that it would be a gift from heaven? Why does it look like she wants to tell everything? This is not the case at a young age. If others are nice to you, you will be very open-hearted to them. When Elder Ji was wondering what to say, Fengshi said with a desperate look. Master, let me tell you. In fact, Elder Ji is not my biological grandfather. Sect Master Gu had long known that their relative was fake, and nodded. Elder Ji has mentioned this matter to me, so you don't need to explain further. The subtext of the words is, tell me what's going on. Tell me now. Fengshi took a deep breath. My father is a Buddhist practitioner, and my mother is a demon practitioner. I was abandoned by them when I was young. I don't know if he suddenly felt guilty, but my father came to me some time ago and said he wanted to make it up to me, so he gave me some things, including a jade slip for alchemy and... At this point, Fengshi glanced at Elder Ji and said somewhat unnaturally, and some herbs. Elder Ji was furious when he heard this. I told you that your scumbag father would never give you the jade slip for alchemy without giving you the herbs. You insisted on asking me for them. I don't have much money at home, and you cheated me out of it all. Elder Jiang couldn't bear to watch this and said, you took so many pills from Shashi, they're much more valuable than the herbs you gave her. Elder Ji coughed twice. Old Jiang, you don't understand. These are two different things. Elder Jiang, is it me who doesn't understand or are you too greedy? Sect Master Gu's expression showed no emotion, and he asked Feng Shi, what's up with your strip bones? How come you are cultivating so fast? Feng Shi said immediately, in order to force out the bone fire, I stuffed the spiritual power directly into the spiritual bone in a hurry. I didn't expect it to be a good idea. I found that this method is much faster than practicing nirvana. As for why my strip bones are so sensible, I don't know the reason. The three ancient masters. We also want such a sensible strip bone. Elder Ji blurted out, divine bone. It must be divine bone. Only divine bone can be so magical. After listening to this, Sect Master Gu was moved. Could it be that this Feng Shi really was a divine bone? This time he did not doubt that Feng Shi was the blood evil bone. After all, the thunder from the sky had killed so many red skeletons but did not strike her. Instead, it blessed her. This little girl not only has divine bones but is also a genius in alchemy. She is truly a rare talent. But, although your parents abandoned you, they're still your biological parents after all. Maybe they also have their own difficulties. If one day they need your help, what will you do? Feng Shi did not answer immediately, but thought seriously for a while before saying, I should repay the kindness of my parents, but if it involves the interests of the sect or the justice of the human race, I can only sacrifice my relatives for the sake of justice. It's not that I am unfilial, but since ancient times, it's been difficult to be both loyal and filial. As a disciple of the Wangu Xianzong, I should put the interests of the sect and the interests of the human race first. After listening to this, Master Gu said calmly, but don't forget, you also have demon blood flowing in your veins. Feng Shi tilted her head and looked at Master Gu. Master, I've turned into a skeleton, how can I bleed? Sect Master Gu was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. Good, well said, you are a smart girl. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang, who was standing by, finally felt relieved. Fortunately, Shashi was smart, otherwise this level would have been difficult to pass. Elder Ji now wanted to understand why Feng Shi revealed her life story, because Sect Master Gu was not someone who could be easily fooled. If Feng Shi used the theory of God's gift to prevaricate, Sect Master Gu would definitely not believe it, and he would be in a passive position. Instead of this, it is better to tell the truth. How could he know that someone was not telling the truth at all? When the false is made to appear true, the true becomes false. When the true is made to appear false, the false becomes true. Several thoughts flashed through Sect Master Gu's mind. Originally, he was at a disadvantage in the contest with Elder Ken's faction, but the appearance of Feng Shi gave him hope of turning the tide of the battle. Elder Ken and his men's greatest reliance is alchemy, but their alchemy skills are simply a joke in front of Feng Shi. Originally he was a little worried about Feng Shi's background, but now it seems that it doesn't matter much. On the contrary, this can be used as a handle to control this little girl. A genius with a handle is undoubtedly the best weapon. In addition, she is the apprentice of Elder Ji and Elder Jiang, so winning her over is equivalent to winning both of them over to his own camp. If we think about it in the long term, her father who is a Buddhist practitioner can give her so many good things, so he must have a certain level of strength, which will be a great help when the time comes. Maybe her demon-cultivating mother also has some abilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Sect Leader Gu made a decision in his mind. Xiao Xie, although you have a good heart, it is inevitable that some people will make malicious speculations about your background, so don't mention this matter to others. As for your alchemy skills, just say that they are gifted by God. I will testify for you, and others will have to believe it even if they don't believe it. Feng Shi thought, no wonder we can get together, each of us is very smart. Of course, except Elder Jiang. She nodded obediently. Sect Master Gu added, although I am the Sect Master, I have been busy with sect affairs and have no time to select disciples. In addition, I have not met any suitable candidates. The last time I saw you, I felt that we were very compatible. Elder Ji on the side became anxious. You fat guy, are you trying to poach my people? He immediately stood up and said, well, I remembered that I have something very important to do. Shaoxi, come back with me. If someone is thin-skinned, they may be too embarrassed to continue, but unfortunately, Master Gu's face is thicker than a city wall. Dali, if you have something to do, you can go first. Shaoxi and I will talk about taking in a disciple. Xiao Xie, are you willing to be my personal disciple? Elder Ji. You are so shameless. He looked at Feng Shi, wanting to hear what she had to say. In fact, he didn't even need to listen, he knew that the damn girl would agree. Feng Shi bowed deeply to the ancient master. Master, I am flattered by your kindness, but I have already become a disciple of Elder Ji and Elder Jiang, so how can I become a disciple of someone else? Please take back your life. Sect Master Gu's face suddenly darkened. For a moment, the atmosphere inside the tomb was a little stagnant. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1248, The Way of Civility in Martial Arts, 1 Tension and 1 Relaxation. Elder Ji patted Feng Shi on the head. You ungrateful little girl, the Sect Master took you in as his disciple because he thinks highly of you, and you're still making a fuss. Don't say that you only worship me and Lao Jiang as your master. Even if you have worshipped 10 masters, you must worship the master as your master today. Feng Shi thought, you are too conservative. I have more than 10 masters, and the 24 solar terms are not enough to keep track of them. She bowed to Elder Ji and said, disciple will obey your orders. Elder Ji. Why do I feel like this damn girl is setting a trap for me? It was obvious that she was eager to have Fatty Gu as her master, but she didn't want to offend me and Lao Jiang, so she acted like this. By the way, it can also make Fatty Gu feel that she respects her teacher and is not the kind of person who would betray her teacher for the sake of profit. I don't think she even needs to drill holes in her bones, she's just a civ expert. Feng Shi bowed deeply to Elder Jiang again, Master, please give me some advice. Although Elder Jiang is quite honest, he is not stupid. Whether the master and the disciple agree or not, they have to worship this master today. Furthermore, letting Shaoxi worship the master as his teacher would definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages, so why not do it? So he smiled and said, "It is your blessing that the Sect master is willing to accept you as a disciple. Your teacher naturally agrees with it." Upon hearing this, Fang Shi immediately knelt down in front of Sect Master Gu and took out a teacup from his storage ring. There were 5 mid-grade 9 aperture divine bone pills and 5 top-grade 9 aperture divine bone pills in the teacup. "Master, please drink tea." The whole set of movements is done in one go, smoothly and fluidly. Elder Ji's nose was almost crooked from anger. "I know you like it, but could you not be so obvious? You little heartless sycophant." Sect Master Gu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Who doesn't like a smart and capable disciple? Elder Ken and his fellow disciples are stupid disciples, but he doesn't even want the change. "Disciple, please get up quickly." Elder Ji said at the side, "Master, Shaoxi gave you such a valuable gift as a disciple. As the third master, shouldn't you also express your appreciation?" "Ancient Sect leader. How did I become the third master? Besides, does it matter to you whether I express my opinion or not? You were so angry." He ignored Elder Ji and said to Fang Shi, "Xiao Xie, master only has you as his disciple. Not to mention master's wealth, even the position of the Sect master will be yours in the future. Don't follow the example of some people. You must have a long-term vision." "Elder Ji. The people you are talking about are me. You fat bastard." The leader of the ancient sect, Elder Yin Yang Wanji, took out 3 talismans from his storage ring. These 3 8 desolate divine light talismans are defensive nirvana talismans. After being activated, they can resist the full force attack of the 7th rank Spirit Bone. If all 3 are activated at the same time, they can also give a glimmer of hope to survive against the 8th rank Spirit Bone. You should keep it for future use. Fang Shi knew it was a good thing when she heard it, especially when she saw Elder Ji's envious eyes. She stretched out her hands to take the nirvana talisman. "Thank you, master." She has been busy practicing and refining pills recently, and has forgotten about the nirvana talisman. "I'll have to study this nirvana talisman when I have time." So, she asked Master Gu, "Master, do you have any books on making talismans? Give me a few and I will go back and study them." Ancient Sect leader. He said earnestly, "My disciple, there is a saying that goes, you can't chew too much if you bite off more than you can chew. You are still at a low level of cultivation, and you still need to concentrate on studying the art of alchemy, so don't distract yourself." Fang Shi hurriedly said, "Master, you misunderstood. As the saying goes, the way of civil and martial arts is to alternate between tension and relaxation. I just wanted to draw a few nirvana talismans to relax when I was tired of practicing and refining pills." Ancient Sect leader. This is the first time I heard that talisman making is used for relaxation. If someone else said this, Sect Master Gu would definitely scold him, but Fang Shi is his precious child now, how could he bear to say harsh words? Forget it, just give her a few books on talisman making, just as a way to entertain the child. So, he randomly found a few books on talisman making in his storage ring and gave them to Fang Shi. Fang Shi took it and happily put it into the storage ring. At this moment, her identity jade token began to vibrate. She probed her consciousness into it and heard the voice of Siu Hall, master of the Law Enforcement Hall. "Fang Shi, Elder Ken has accused you of killing the disciple Jing Chanqing. I have sent a law enforcement disciple to summon you. You have a rule in mind." Fang Shi thought that Hall Master Siu was really kind. She would be informed every time. Even though she would have known about it even without him tipping her off, she still had to appreciate the favor. She expressed her thanks and then briefly explained what had happened so that Hall Master Siu could have an idea of what was going on. Finally he said, "Master, I am a guest here at the Sect Master's place. Please ask the law enforcement disciples to come here and summon me." Hall Master Siu was confused. How did Fang Shi end up going to the Sect Master? Could it be that he knew he was in trouble, so he went to the Sect leader to plead for mercy? If it were normal, it might work, but now the Sect Master himself is in a state of panic, how could he help you? Elder Ji and Elder Jiang are also in a difficult situation, so today's incident may not end well. He suppressed his worries and sent a message to the law enforcement disciples, asking them to go directly to the Sect Master to summon Fang Shi. Fang Shi put away the identity token and looked at Master Gu. "Master, how do you think we should resolve the matter of Jing Chanqing falsely accusing me?" Ancient Sect leader. Although he was definitely on the side of his own disciple in his heart, even if Jing Chanqing's hand bones were chopped off or he was killed, he would only clap and cheer. But some things cannot be made public, especially since Elder Ken and the others are watching him closely, hoping that he will make some mistakes. When Sect Master Gu was thinking about countermeasures, Elder Ji said, "It was Jing Chanqing who attacked first. Shaoxi was just defending herself. It's normal for her, a disciple who has only been practicing for a few days, to be unable to control the strength of her attack. I think that guy surnamed Ken just wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he made a wrong calculation this time. As long as we make it known that Shaoxi is a genius in alchemy, those fence-sitters will come to our side." Sect Master Gu shook his head. That being said, it would be a bit hasty to just shout out that Shaoxi is an alchemy genius. On the one hand, people may not believe it, and on the other hand, it may seem like a threat to the elders, so we need to plan it carefully. Elder Ji said angrily, "The situation has already gotten out of hand, and you are still planning something." Ancient Sect leader. "If today wasn't the auspicious day for accepting a disciple, I would have to loosen your bones." At this time, Fang Shi asked with a smile, "Three masters, do we have the existence of nirvana similar to the Buddha's son in Buddhism? Otherwise, can you give me a skeleton identity?" Elder Ji, "Bones. I think you are a calf, bullshit." Fang Shi, "We are both masters, why is there such a big difference in our ways of being?" She was a little speechless and said, "I'm a divine bone, so it's not too much for me to have the identity of a bone. But this bone does not sound very nice, how about calling me a bone god? Bone saint, bone fairy." Elder Ji rolled his eyes and said, I think you are a spirit made of bones. Why not just call yourself a bone spirit? Feng Shi. Bone spirit, white bone spirit. There's nothing else to worry about, the key is that I'm afraid of the monkey's golden cudgel. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1249. You know how to make people angry. Feng Shi thought the white bone demon was not that great, and rolled his eyes. Buddhists are called Buddha's children, how about I be called Nirvana? Elder Ji, Nizi, that's good, aren't you just an evil child? Feng Shi. Any good words taste bad in your mouth. But this time, Master Gu said. Xiaoxie, stop messing around. I ask you, do you intend to expose the fact that you are a divine bone during the trial? Feng Shi nodded. Well, Master, what you said just now is correct. If we take the initiative to advertise that I am a divine bone and an alchemy genius, it would be too deliberate and would arouse suspicion. Now that Elder Ken has built a stage for us to perform, it would be a waste of his kindness if we don't make use of it. That's so embarrassing. The three ancient masters. If Elder Ken heard what you said, he would be so angry that he would die. You know how to make people angry. Feng Shi continued. Elder Ken falsely accused me of hurting Jing Chanqing, but of course I deny it. How could I possibly hurt him when I don't even have a straight bone? Elder Ken will definitely not give up, so I will take this opportunity to have him recreate the scene and cut off Jing Chanqing's left hand as well, so that he won't feel unbalanced. The three ancient masters. Just take the loss. If you cut off both of his feet, you will be more balanced. However, they did not interrupt Feng Shi and listen to her continue. Once Jing Chanqing's left hand bone is broken, everyone will be surprised why my bones are so hard. Then I will ask my helpers to ask me to use the bone mirror. With this photo, won't my golden skull appear brilliantly? You three are not the only ones who know about the divine bones. By then, someone will definitely recognize that mine are divine bones. This also proves that I really had no intention of hurting anyone at the time, it was completely an accident. If you want to blame someone, blame Jing Chanqing for being unlucky. No, it should be his honor. He is the first person in the world to be injured by the divine bone. The three ancient masters. Jing Chanqing is in bad luck for provoking you. However, they also had to admire Feng Zai's method, which was really good. It could not only clear her of the crime of harming her disciples, but also make public the fact that she was a divine bone. They thought that was the end, but Feng Shi said. Elder Ken will definitely not be willing to let me go just like that, so I will provoke him with words and make him compete with me in alchemy on the spot. Hee, by then, I, the alchemy genius, will emerge out of nowhere. Or the kind that you learn on the spot. It's the kind that can simplify the Danyan. Or the kind that can refine top-grade elixirs. The three ancient masters. Please, stop it. You are so boastful. Fortunately, Feng Shi stopped when he saw that he was ahead and looked at Sect Master Gu. Master, when the time comes, you can come forward and accept me as your disciple, and those fence-sitters will naturally fall to your side. In this way, you don't have to do anything and you can save face. What do you think of my approach? Sect Master Gu nodded continuously. Okay, I'll do as you say. You are really smart, you are worthy of being my disciple. Elder Ji rolled his eyes silently. You were such a hot-headed master. What did you teach Xiaoxie? You were so shameless. However, now he is more concerned about another issue. He rubbed his hands and said, Master, Xiaoxie, do we need to add more scenes? Lao Jiang and I are masters after all, so then we have to show some light. Sect Master Gu glanced at him and said, aren't you her grandfather? Why do you need to be in the spotlight? When the time comes, just let old Jiang see the spotlight. Elder Ji. You fat bastard, you are targeting me on purpose. Humph, you must be jealous that I am not only more handsome than you, but also the first one to recognize Xiaoxie as your apprentice. If you don't want to see the light, then don't see the light. My grandpa is a generation older than your master. If you were talking from this side of the creek, you would have to call me something nice. But this time, several law enforcement disciples came outside the tomb mound. Feng Shi said with a smile, Three masters, the law enforcement disciple is here to invite me, so I will go out first. You three should hurry over as well, otherwise you won't be able to see the good show. The three ancient masters. Feng Shi walked out of the ancient sect master's grave leisurely and nodded to the law enforcement disciples. I am so sorry to trouble you brothers again. The frequency of my lawsuits is indeed a bit high. I will control it and try to not file more than 3 times a month in the future. Those law enforcement disciples. Before this person came in, the law enforcement hall only held sessions a few times a year. Ever since she came in such a short time, they have already had 3 cases. The key is that each time the scene gets bigger and bigger. This time is unprecedented. When they arrived, they saw many elders heading towards the law enforcement hall, at least 30 or 40 of them. In addition to the elders, many disciples were running to the law enforcement hall like crazy, as if their pelvises were on fire. Not to mention that they speak in a bad way. As soon as Feng Shi started the lawsuit, those disciples who just watched were as happy as if it were New Year's Day. Feng Shi exchanged a few words with the law enforcement disciples, then followed them to the law enforcement hall, chatting and laughing. At most she is a suspect now, so her freedom will naturally not be restricted. Of course, this also depends on the person. If someone else tried it, their spiritual power would have been imprisoned long ago. When it came to Feng Shi's turn, they wouldn't dare to do it even if this law enforcement disciple had the courage. This man can come up with a crime with just a turn of his eyes, maybe he will directly accuse them of 10 crimes. Their career as law enforcement disciples is over. On the way, Feng Shi also met many disciples who just wanted to watch the show. Feng Shi nodded to everyone, briefly recounted what happened, and then sighed. Alas, although I have done nothing wrong in terms of emotion, reason, and law, Jing Chanqing's injury is still somewhat related to me. I really feel bad about it. Immediately, a bystander disciple shouted, Junior Sister Feng Shi, he asked for it. What does it have to do with you? You are just too kind. That's right, not to mention cutting off the bones of his right hand, even if they cut off his arm, it's all his own fault. I think there might be something fishy going on here. Maybe he is trying to scam me. Otherwise, how come junior sister Fengxi broke his hand bones with just a slight touch? Ellipsis. Fengxi said to Lin Xiangchuan, I wanted to make an effort to create public opinion, but it turns out that I am not needed at all. Even my fifth senior brother and elder bar are of no use. Being too popular is also a problem, it's like a hero with no place to use his talents. Lin Xiangchuan. Although I am a veteran flatterer, I am at a loss for words in this situation. You've praised yourself to the skies, how can I praise you? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1250 Elder Jin and the others are not qualified to be villains at all. When Fengxi was in Versailles, the law enforcement hall was very lively. Let me put it this way, there have never been so many elders coming to the law enforcement hall in history. Almost half of the sect's elders are here. Hall Master Siu quickly asked people to move chairs everywhere. Fortunately, Nexiu didn't eat or drink, otherwise he would have to work hard. In addition to Elder Ken and Elder Jin, 7 other elders who had direct disciples were also present. The 9 people kept chatting with the elders who came to listen. They knew that some of these elders were already on their side, while some were fence-sitters, and they came here just to see which way the wind was blowing. Elder Jin sneered in his heart. He was just worrying about not finding an opportunity to attack, and then that little bitch Fengxi brought the handle to him. This time, not only will she be in trouble, but her 2 backers will also be in trouble. Now, relying on the 9-aperture divine bone pill, they have gathered a lot of elders. Even if they will not explicitly support them, they will not stand on the side of Master Gu. If Sect Master Gu wants to stabilize the situation, he has to sacrifice Elder Jiang and Elder Ji. After all, these 2 are his pawns. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he heard someone in the crowd shout, Fengxi, here. The disciples who were just watching the show spontaneously made way for him, and Fengxi, accompanied by several law enforcement disciples, walked over leisurely. Elder Jin's face suddenly looked a little ugly, but he soon regained his composure. This time, no matter how eloquent Fengxi is, or how well he can deceive people, he has to plead guilty. Fengxi walked to the front of the hall and bowed to Master Siu. Disciple Fengxi greets Master Siu. Seeing that she was very calm, Hall Master Siu was puzzled. Could it be that she had persuaded the sect master to support her? If it weren't for the cricket sect leader behind him, even this sect leader would have to weigh the pros and cons before yawning. How could he stand up for Fengxi, a mere inner sect disciple? Master Siu suppressed his turbulent thoughts and said, Fengxi, Elder Ken has accused you of murdering his disciple Jing Chanqing. Do you plead guilty? Fengxi immediately said, Master, I am innocent. An hour ago, I met Elder Ken on my way to the sect leader's residence. I stepped aside and bowed to him. Elder Ken might have disliked me, or he might have said that I had offended him because of my previous offense. Although I felt wronged, I did not dare to talk back to Elder Ken. I wanted to just admit my mistake, but I didn't expect Jing Chanqing to jump out and reach out to grab me. I'm a new inner sect disciple who hasn't even cultivated my strip bones yet, how can I not be afraid? Instinctively I stretched out my right hand to defend myself. My original intention was to push his right hand away, but who would have thought that the bone in his right hand would break with a snap? I was so scared. The first thought that flashed through my mind was that it was Elder Ken who did it. He even cut off the hands of his disciple to frame me. If I didn't run, I might have been killed. So, I ran away quickly. I felt unsafe anywhere, so I ran to the sect leader to complain. The leader said that we should follow the rules and asked me to come to the law enforcement hall to ask you to seek justice. Elder Ken standing by almost got his nose crooked with anger. Good job, Fengxi. Not only do you refuse to plead guilty, you also turn the tables. How wicked must I be to do such a thing? He angrily said, what nonsense. It was you who bumped into me first. Qian King just accused you of a few words, but you cut off his right hand bone in anger. How vicious. Fengxi looked at him and said, Elder Ken, even if you want to slander me, you have to consider the actual situation. I'm a useless little thing without even a spread bone. Even if I really want to do it, do I have the ability to do it? Elder Ken sneered, even if you use clever words to persuade others, it will be useless. Many disciples saw it at that time. At this point, he said to Hall Master Siu, Hall Master Siu, can you please let the witness come to the court? Hall Master Siu nodded, yes. Immediately, 3 inner disciples came to the classroom to testify. They did not exaggerate and recounted what they had seen. Their testimonies were very unfavorable to Fengxi, because all 3 of them saw that it was Fengxi who used his palm as a knife to cut off the bones of Jing Chanqing's right hand. Elder Ken sneered and said, Fengxi, what else do you have to say? Fengxi was angry and anxious. I was too scared at the time, so I used my palm as a knife to force back Jing Chanqing's attack. I am really scared when I think about it now. If my mortal bones collide with his spiritual bones, I will definitely be the one in trouble. Who would have thought that he would be the one who got into trouble in the end? If it wasn't you, Elder Ken, who framed me, could it be that the heavenly Tao saw that I was weak, pitiful and helpless and secretly helped me? There was a commotion among the disciples who were just eating melons. I think the reason Fengxi gave is reliable. The heavenly Tao has blessed her before, so it is not impossible that he is helping her secretly. I think so too. How could Fengxi, a mere mortal, cut off Jing Chanqing's 4th grade spiritual bone? The heavenly Tao must have secretly helped her. Ellipsis. Elder Jin saw that Elder Ken was so angry that his face turned blue, and was afraid that he had said something he shouldn't have said, so he said to Hall Master Siu. No matter how Fengxi did it, there is irrefutable evidence that she cut off Jing Chanqing's hand bones. I hope that Master Siu can do justice for Jing Chanqing. Before Hall Master Siu expressed his stance, elders came out one after another to support Elder Jin and cheer him on, putting pressure on Hall Master Siu. Hall Master Siu was in great difficulty. To be honest, he also felt that Fang Shi didn't have this ability, but the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't do anything to excuse her even if he wanted to. Even if Jing Chanqing attacked first, Fang Shi still had to be convicted of excessive self-defense. At this time, Fang Shi said, "Master, I beg you to examine the injury yourself and see how Jing Chanqing's hand bone was broken. Was he trying to scam me or was it me, Fang Shi, who did it?" Hall Master Siu nodded. "Okay, bring Jing Chanqing up." Jing Chanqing walked into the hall with a pale face and a white cloth wrapped around his right wrist. Fang Shi thought to himself that villains like Elder Jin were not qualified at all. As the plaintiff, you should make it worse. For example, if you hold your severed right hand with your left hand and climb up, you will get at least 10 more sympathy points. Jing Chanqing glared at Fang Shi fiercely, then untied the white cloth on his right wrist, and his hand bones fell to the ground. Hall Master Siu walked up to him and took a closer look. Several elders who were listening also came over to take a look. The most annoying thing is that Fang Shi also came over to take a look. The cut is even neater than if it were cut with a knife, without any burrs at all. Isn't the knife skills too good? Jing Chanqing was shaking with anger. He saw Fang Shi right in front of him, and in anger he stretched out his left hand to grab Fang Xi's neck, obviously wanting to strangle Fang Shi to death. In panic, Fang Shi raised his right hand like a knife and chopped at his left hand. Click. Jing Chanqing's left hand fell to the ground. Before Jing Chanqing could do anything, Fang Shi choked and fainted. Jing Chanqing. Elder Ji's roar could be heard from the crowd. "You bitches, you actually forced my granddaughter to death. I will never let you go." Several elders who were called bitches. Is your family's ability to confuse right and wrong inherited from ancestors? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1251, providing support for granddaughter with his own strength. Elder Ji flew over the heads of the disciples who were just watching the show, pushed those elders aside, and then with trembling hands tried to feel Fang Shi's breath. Xiaoxi, don't scare Grandpa. If anything happens to you, I will die." At the call of Elder Ji, Fang Shi finally opened his eyes weakly. When she saw Elder Ji, she was speechless and choked with tears, which fell like pearls from a broken string. Anyone who sees this will feel that the little girl has suffered a great injustice. Elder Ji carefully helped her to stand up, then pulled up an elder who was sitting on a chair and let Fang Shi sit on the chair. "Don't be afraid, Grandpa will take care of it for you." At this moment, Elder Ji felt that his figure was particularly tall. With the sky above his head and the earth under his feet, he single-handedly builds a sky for his granddaughter. The ancient master who was observing from the dark. "Good luck to you. You really know how to add drama to yourself. However, it's okay to let this troublemaker go and stir things up, so those old guys won't bully Xiaoxie." Elder Ji pointed at Elder Jin and said angrily, "Mr. Jin, you've lived such an old age, but you don't even care about your dignity. What's your skill in framing a junior? If you have the ability, come at me." Elder Jin was delighted. "Jidali, you are the first to complain. It's okay that you didn't see Fang Shi chopping off Qian King's right hand bones, but you should have seen her chopping off her left hand bones just now, right? It's clear who's right and who's wrong, and you still have the nerve to turn the tables." Elder Ji sneered. "Of course I saw it. I saw a group of shameless old men ganging up to bully a little girl, and I also saw that Jing Chanqing stretched out his hand to strangle Xiaoxi's neck. She fought back in self-protection. She is also restoring the previous scene for you. Jing Chanqing's right hand should have been broken in this way. He brought it upon himself. Don't say that Xiaoxi attacked too hard. She doesn't even have spiritual bones, so of course she has to try her best, otherwise she will be the one in trouble. If you want to blame someone, blame Jing Chanqing for being a worthless person. If you want to blame someone, blame his bones for being too brittle." Elder Jin sneered. "Good luck, since you admit that Jing Chanqing's hand bones were cut off by Fang Shi, there is nothing to investigate, just convict her directly. Regardless of whether she did it with good intentions or not, the damage she caused is there. She must be punished according to both reason and law." Elder Ji said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. I just made it clear that she was trying to protect herself, and her cultivation level is much lower than Jing Chanqing's, so of course she had to do her best. Are you going to let her die?" When he said this, he suddenly grabbed Elder Ken's face. Elder Ken subconsciously swung his palm. The next moment, Elder Ji flew out like a kite with a broken string. Fortunately, the disciples who were just watching the show were very loyal and caught him. Elder Ji said weakly, "Come on, carry me up to the hall." The disciples who were just watching the show were quite cooperative and carried him directly to the front of the hall. Elder Ji was lying on the ground, clutching his chest and saying, I can't take it anymore. My ribs seem to be broken. Mr. Ken, you have such a vicious heart. You want to kill me." Elder Ken gritted his teeth and said, "Bullshit. If you hadn't attacked me first, would I have hit you? I was just protecting myself. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being good enough." He said this and he knew he had fallen into a trap. Elder Jin standing by had a very ugly expression on his face. He was careless. Jidali deliberately argued with him in order to attract his attention and then launch a surprise attack on Elder Ken. Elder Ken was also a brainless person and fell into his trap easily. As expected, Jidali stopped pretending to be weak and said loudly, "Master Siu, you saw and heard everything, right? Even Elder Ken, the plaintiff, believed that Xiaoxi did this to protect herself, so what crime did she commit? Jing Chanqing should be punished instead. Although he didn't succeed, he did have the intention to harm people after all. Master Siu really didn't expect Jidali to do this. It can be said that he was giving someone a taste of his own medicine. How wonderful. In the past, he thought that Jidali could only flatter people, but he didn't expect that he was actually quite quick-witted. Fang Shi didn't expect that Elder Ji would perform so well that he even stole the show. Now she can only play the role of a weak and pitiful little thing." Someone among the disciples who were eating melons said, "Elder Ji is absolutely right. Even Elder Ken thinks it's okay to take action to protect himself, so doesn't Jing Chanqing deserve to have his hand broken? Who says it's not true? These are all obvious facts, but they deliberately turned black into white and falsely accused junior sister Fengxi. This is really too much. Poor junior sister Fengxi has suffered such an unexpected disaster. Her face has turned so pale. She must be terrified. Ellipsis. Jing Chanqing, who tried his best to stay awake, can no longer bear it and fainted from anger. He is the victim. Elder Ken and the others were also very angry, but the situation was hopeless now, and even if they put pressure on him, Hall Master Siu would definitely not give in. What's more, there are so many disciples watching, it would be bad if we aroused public anger. At this time, Hall Master Siu said, Jing Chanqing attacked first with malicious intent, and Fengxi fought back in defense. Although the consequences were serious, they were understandable. Therefore, I pronounce the following verdict. Elder Jin suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. Hall Master Siu looked at him and said, Elder Jin, do you have any objections? Elder Jin glanced at Fengxi, whose face was pale as she sat on the chair, and said, Master Siu, I suspect Fengxi is a spy from another sect. Otherwise, how could she, a new disciple without any spiritual bones, cut off the hand bones of Jing Chanqing, who has 4th grade spiritual bones? I even suspect that she is. Master Siu, you should understand what I mean. Hall Master Siu was suddenly startled. Of course he knew what Elder Jin meant. Elder Jin suspected that Fengxi was the blood demon bone. Although he found it unlikely, it was indeed suspicious. Not to mention Fengxi, even the direct disciples like Fan Zhen were not able to cut off the hand bones of a 4th grade spiritual bone Nirvana cultivator. At this time, the crowd made a commotion and automatically made way. Sect Master Gu came over accompanied by Elder Jiang. It has to be said that the ancient leader is quite stylish, walking like a dragon or a tiger, with a stern look in his eyes, which makes people feel awe. Elder Ji cursed in his heart. I finally managed to add some drama to myself. What are you doing here? It's not time for you to show up yet. And Lao Jiang, why did you follow me? You also learned bad things from Fatty Gu. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1252 Divine Bones. Everyone saluted to Master Gu. No matter what he thought in his heart, his identity as the leader of the Gu clan was there, and he had to save face. Hall Master Siu wanted Sect Master Gu to sit in the main seat, but Sect Master Gu waved his hand. This is the law enforcement hall, so you are the one in charge. Seeing that he can refuse, Hall Master Siu had no choice but to give up and asked. Master, Elder Jin is suspicious of Feng's eyes cutting off of Jing Chanqing's hand bones. Please give us your instructions. Sect Master Gu looked at Fengxi. Fengxi had already stood up from the chair. His face was no longer so pale, and even looked a little rosy. Sect Master Gu said, Fengxi was blessed by the heaven before, so she is not as Elder Jin suspected. I think it may be because she is gifted that she has such ability. Elder Jin sneered in his heart, you always claim that you put the sect first, but now that it involves the granddaughter of your subordinates, you don't even care about the blood demon bone. He immediately said, Master, this is wrong. We didn't see it with our own eyes before, so we don't know whether God has blessed Fengxi or not, so we can't completely rule out her suspicion. I think it would be better if we let her look into the bone transforming mirror. Even if she hasn't cultivated spiritual bones yet, we can see traces of her practicing the Nirvana technique. If it is really as I suspect, then I can naturally see some clues. Sect leader Gu frowned slightly and said nothing. At this time, the elders from Elder Jin's camp spoke one after another. Although it was not convenient to mention the blood evil bone in front of the disciples who were just watching the show, it did not prevent them from putting pressure on Sect Master Gu. Sect Master Gu nodded. Okay, since you all agreed to do this, I can't object anymore, so let Fengxi look into the bone mirror. If he took the initiative to propose that Fengxi use the bone transforming mirror, Elder Jin and the others would definitely find reasons to object, so he used the tactic of playing hard to get. Elder Jin immediately took out a bone dissolving mirror, looked at Fengxi and sneered, look at it. Fengxi said generously, I have a clear conscience, I will do it. After saying that, he walked up to the bone dissolving mirror with confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the surface of the bone dissolving mirror. Then there was dead silence. Then, the explosion happened. Oh my god, am I dazzled? Why do I see a golden skull in the mirror? Your eyes are not blurry, what I saw was also gold. My dear, not only is it gold, but except for the hands, all other parts are gold. Could it be that Fengxi has already cultivated so many spiritual bones? Hasn't it been less than 2 months since she started learning? Exclamation mark quote. I think it might be the other way around. She was able to cut off Jing Chanqing's hand bones, which means her hand bones are the hardest. Ellipsis. Fengxi was also shocked. He reached out and touched the mirror, then turned to Elder Ji and said, Grandpa, there must be something wrong with this mirror. Otherwise, how could it reflect me like this? Do you have an osteopathic mirror? I need to take the photo again. Elder Ji's previous bone dissolving mirror was broken, and he was stingy so he didn't buy another one, so when he heard Feng Zai's words, he shook his head blankly. At this time, Sect Master Gu took out a bone dissolving mirror with a complicated expression. Fengxi leaned over to take a photo, and it was still exactly the same as before. Someone in the crowd yelled, Fengxi, could this be a divine bone? I seem to have read in some ancient book that divine bones are golden in color, and they come in reverse. His words immediately caused an uproar. Although you haven't seen it in the classics, this color is unusual at first glance. No wonder the heavens blessed her, it turns out she has divine bones. Only divine bones can explain why she was able to cultivate so many spiritual bones in such a short period of time, and even cut off Jing Chanqing's hand bones. Look, her face was so pale just now, but now it's rosy. It must be due to the powerful healing power of the divine bone. Ellipsis. Sect Master Gu could not hide his excitement. That's right, it's divine bone. It must be divine bone. God bless our Wangu Shan sect. Elder G's expression changed from astonishment to disbelief, and then to ecstasy. He put his hands on his hips and laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I knew my granddaughter was a genius. Divine bone, ha ha ha, it's actually divine bone. He stepped forward and grasped Elder Jin's hand. Lao Jin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of letting Shashi use the bone-transforming mirror. After all, she hasn't cultivated any spiritual bones. You really have a good eye for talent. Shashi, come on, don't just stand there, come and thank Elder Jin. No, thank all these elders. They all spoke up for you just now. Although Feng Shi still looked a little confused, he still came over and saluted, thank you, elders. Elder Jin and others. Good luck, you have suffered a great loss. You were trampling on our face and rubbing it under your feet. What made him even more uncomfortable was the fact that Feng Shi was a divine bone. They didn't doubt it because they didn't know that the ancient master had sneaked into the barrier to let the red skeletons look in the mirror, and naturally they didn't know that the blood evil bones were also golden. Add to that the fact that there was a blessing from heaven before, it's hard not to believe it. Elder Ken felt somewhat envious and jealous. He originally thought that Fan Zhen and the other 9 were rare geniuses, but it turned out that Feng Shi was a divine being. After just 2 months of training, she had cultivated both of her hands into spirit bones, and was able to cross levels and cut off the 4th grade spirit bones of Nirvana. Can you imagine how terrifying she would be if she grew up? Those elders who were sitting on the fence suddenly felt shaken. Sect leader Gu has such a good talent, which side should they stand on? Elder Jin noticed this subtle change and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This good situation must not be ruined by a little girl like Feng Shi. So, he said with a fake smile. The divine bone certainly has great potential for development, but its subsequent development also depends on personal efforts and luck. Feng Shi has just started, and she still has a long way to go. Elder Ken immediately agreed, if you ask me, a fast cultivation speed is not necessarily a good thing. It may be a tiger with a strong start but a snake with a weak finish, and finally be forgotten by everyone. Feng Shi was immediately a little unconvinced and said, Elder Ken, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing me to become worse day by day? Elder Ken was very angry at the moment, so he naturally wouldn't give Feng Shi a good face. He sneered. I just told the truth. There have been many geniuses since ancient times, but how many of them have achieved anything? Feng Shi tilted her head, are you talking about Fan Zhen? If so, I agree with him. He really wasted his genius, or maybe he just didn't meet a good master. Otherwise, how come you are so good at refining pills, and he is nothing? Elder Ken was almost so angry that he split his legs. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Furthermore, the art of alchemy requires gradual progress. Fan Zhen has only been in contact with alchemy for a short time, so it is normal that he has not made any achievements. Before he could finish, Feng Shi asked, how long has Fan Zhen been learning alchemy? Elder Ken glared at her and said, it's only been a year. Feng Shi was surprised and said, 1 year. It's been such a long time, and you still say it's not a long time. TSK, if it were me, I wouldn't even need a year, I can learn it in just 1 hour. Elder Ken. You really can brag. You have blown all the cows in the world to extinction. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1253, take a bath every day when you have nothing to do, soak your skin. Not only did Elder Ken think Feng Shi was bragging, but others thought so too. Not to mention an hour, it would take at least several decades, or even hundreds of years, for an alchemist to become a disciple. This is also a case of good talent. Some people gave up halfway because refining the elixir was too difficult. Especially for the alchemy of Nirvana, the alchemy seal is several times more complicated than that of spiritual cultivation, and the requirements for spiritual consciousness and bone fire are also very strict. The fact that there are only 5 alchemists in such a huge Wangu Xianzong is enough to illustrate this point. When Elder Ken was about to laugh at Feng Shi for not knowing his place, Elder Jin suddenly had an idea and said to Feng Shi. The little girl is quite ambitious. After all, you have divine bones, so maybe you actually have a talent for alchemy. How about this, while everyone is here today, I can test whether you have the talent for alchemy, what do you think? The purpose of Elder Jin's move is to weaken the aura of Feng Shi divine bone. Let everyone know that even the divine bone is not omnipotent, at least she can't become an alchemist. The advantage he and Elder Ken have is alchemy, which is also what those fence-sitter elders value. As long as this remains unchanged, they will not side with Master Gu, and the worst outcome is just wait and see. As soon as Elder Jin finished speaking, Elder Ji blocked Feng Shi behind him. What are you testing? She has just cultivated a few spiritual bones, we have to wait until she has cultivated all the spiritual bones before testing. Now that the case is closed, we have other important matters to attend to and will not accompany you any longer. Elder Ji was about to pull Feng Shi away as he spoke, but Elder Jin stepped in front of him. Elder Ji, why are you in such a hurry to leave? It's just to test whether she has the talent for alchemy. Do you have to treat her like a flood or a beast? Or, you don't dare to test it? Feng Shi poked her head out from behind Elder Ji. Don't dare. Why shouldn't I dare? I'm actually afraid that after the test, you won't have anywhere to buy medicine for regret. After all, the only thing you can rely on now is the ability to make pills. If I can also make pills, and make them better than you, how can you live? Elder Jin. Logically speaking, he should be happy that Feng Shi fell into his provocation, but Feng Zai's words were so irritating that even though he was a deep-minded person, he was still very angry. Elder Ken was even more furious. Feng Shi, you little brat, you are so arrogant. Let's not talk about whether you have the talent for alchemy. Even if you do, you are not qualified to be compared with us. Elder Ji wanted to stop Feng Shi, but Feng Shi quickly bypassed him and said to Elder Ken. Let me ask you, are you divine bones? Have you ever been blessed by heaven? Are your skulls golden? I am not qualified to be compared with you, it is you who are not qualified to be compared with me. You say you are so good at refining pills, but why can you only make so few pills a month? You can't even afford the expenses of the elders. How dare you call yourselves alchemists? If it were me, I would refine a large pot of it. Not to mention the elders, even us inner disciples would be able to eat the pills like candy balls. I take a bath every day when I have nothing to do, and soak my skin. Elder G standing by felt a little embarrassed. This little girl is really good at boasting. It's blown to pieces. Besides, we are all skeletons, so I just want to ask you how to soak your skin. At this time, he heard someone among the melon-eating disciples shouting. Junior Sister Fengxi is so generous. Let's test it quickly. If Junior Sister Fengxi really has a talent for alchemy, we can also enjoy the joy of taking a bath. Just based on Junior Sister Fengxi's warm-heartedness, she must have a talent for alchemy. Yes, Junior Sister Fengxi, you will be the most powerful alchemist in our Wangu Xianzong in the future. We all believe in you. Ellipsis. Elder G. Did she cast a spell on you? Otherwise, why do you trust her so much? How could he know that this is what the disciples who were just watching the show were thinking? If Fengxi didn't have the talent for alchemy, their shouting wouldn't mean anything, but if she did, then they would be able to benefit from it. Not to mention soaking the Qilu skin, you can also get 1 or 2 pills. This is a great opportunity that falls from the sky. Of course, Zhang Wen, Elder Bai and Cheng Wuya also played a big role. Elder Ken was so angry that he couldn't speak. He pointed at Fengxi and smacked his lips, unable to utter a word. Although Elder Jin was also very angry, he still remained rational. He felt that Fengxi was so arrogant only because he was too proud of himself. She is now like a poor person who has suddenly become rich. Her self-confidence has skyrocketed and she doesn't know how to show off. In that case, he would let her know what it meant that the higher you climb, the harder you fall. He smiled softly and said, "Okay, since you agree, let's test it. If you want to become an alchemist, the most critical condition is to be able to transform blood into bone fire. I will now teach you the steps to transform blood and qi into bone fire. You can try it. If you have this kind of talent, even if you can't condense a flame at first, you can still produce sparks. If there is no reaction at all, it means you are not suitable for learning alchemy." After Elder Jin finished speaking, he explained the steps to transform blood and qi into bone fire. What's more, he explained very patiently and in detail, and even Elder Ji couldn't find any fault with it. After listening to this, Fengxi began to try to condense the bone fire. Unfortunately, after struggling for a long time and getting my face red and neck thick, I couldn't produce even a spark, let alone a flame. Elder Ken couldn't help but burst out laughing. What do you think? I told you that not everyone has the talent for alchemy. What else do you have to say now? Fengxi looked unwilling. I don't believe that I, a great god bone, don't have the talent for alchemy. I'll try again. Elder Ken curled his lips and said, "No means no. It's useless even if you experiment till the end of time." Fengxi ignored him and frowned in thought. After a moment, she slapped her forehead. I know, this bone fire can't just start for no reason. It needs to be lit. As soon as she finished speaking, she used her right hand to perform the flame technique to condense a cluster of flames, which slowly moved closer to her left hand. Elder Ken's mouth was about to turn into a ladle. He felt that Fengxi must have gone crazy with anxiety. Otherwise, how could such a stupid operation be done? Elder Jin and others thought so too, and were all waiting to see Fengxi make a fool of himself. As a result, Fengxi's speed was not just slow, even a snail was faster than her. It seemed that a long time had passed, but the spiritual fire in her right hand had not yet reached her left hand. Just when their patience was about to run out, Fengxi showed a desperate expression and suddenly placed his left hand on the spiritual fire. A ball of bone fire as big as a basin burst out. Fengxi seemed to be frightened, and hurriedly swung the fireball, which hit Elder Ken opposite. Elder Ken was staring with his eyes wide open, waiting to see a joke, but he never expected Fengxi to do such a thing, and was hit hard by the fireball. If it were an ordinary fire, it would be nothing, but this is bone fire. He instantly turned into a huge human-shaped candle. Elder Ji rushed forward and gave a flying kick. Lao Ken, let me put out the fire for you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1254 Poor students have too much stationery. Elder Ken was kicked to the ground by Elder Ji. However, he couldn't bother to settle accounts with Elder Ji now. What was most important was to put out the bone fire in his body. After all, he was an alchemist, and his tolerance to bone fire was much better than that of ordinary people. He quickly put out the fire on his body. When Elder Ken was about to settle accounts with Elder Ji and Fengxi, the disciples who were just watching the show were already furious. Oh my god, what did I see? Fengxi actually created a huge fireball. Isn't her talent for alchemy too amazing? Need I say more? Even Elder Ken, the alchemist, was burned. This shows how powerful her bone fire is. No wonder junior sister Fengxi dares to challenge Elder Ken, she is really amazing. We can just wait to get soaked in Chilupi in the future. Ha ha ha. Ellipsis. Elder Ken was furious. You idiots, what do you know? Condensing bone fire is only the most basic condition for an alchemist. Being able to condense bone fire does not mean that she can make pills, nor does it mean that she is an alchemy genius. He stared at Elder Ji. Jidali, you. Before he could finish, Elder Ji said, no need to thank me, this is what I should do as a fellow disciple. Elder Ken, thank you so much. Fengxi said apologetically, Elder Ken, I'm so sorry, I was also startled just now, my hand shook, and the fireball went to you. Maybe it has something to do with you being an alchemist. You have a natural attraction to bone fire. Elder Ken. It's heartbreaking to kill someone. You two, grandparents, are not human beings. Elder Jin was afraid that he would get angry and take advantage of others, so he spoke first. Fengxi, I didn't expect that you could actually condense the bone fire, not bad. However, if you want to become an alchemist, it is not enough to just be able to condense bone fire, you must also have a super memory and spiritual control ability. Fengxi interrupted Elder Jin. Please stop talking about these theories, let's get straight to the point of practice. You or Elder Ken can refine a batch of pills on the spot, and I'll learn and practice them to see if I'm cut out for it. Elder G frowned. Shaoxi, stop messing around. Elder Ken's eyes lit up. Good luck, I think Feng Shi's suggestion is good. Before he could finish, Elder G pointed at him and cursed. Mr. Ken, can you please have some dignity? Shaoxi is young and naive, and you are still naive. She just condensed the bone fire today, and you asked her to make the elixir. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Elder Ken was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. She said to herself, why are you yelling at me? Elder G wanted to say something else, but Feng Shi pulled his sleeve. Grandpa, this matter is indeed not Elder Ken's fault, it was me who brought it up. I don't know if I'm too proud, but I just feel like I'm a genius in alchemy and I have a lot of talent in alchemy that I want to show off. Please don't stop me, let me learn with Elder Ken and Elder Jin. Elder G gritted his teeth and said, well, since you insist on doing this, I won't stop you. At this point, he looked at Elder Ken and said, you're an elder after all. Don't be so shameless as to make a difficult pill right away and embarrass Shaoxi. Elder Ken sneered, don't worry, I will refine the easiest bone strengthening pill. As for what Feng Shi can learn, it depends on her ability. He felt that Feng Shi couldn't even preheat the alchemy furnace, let alone refine the elixir. After all, she had just condensed the bone fire and can control it freely. Since the little girl wants to embarrass herself, just help her do so. Elder Jin frowned, vaguely feeling that something was not right with the direction things were taking. Feng Shi is a cunning little girl. Would she bring shame upon herself? It's just that Elder Ken agreed too quickly, and he didn't even have time to stop him. He thought again, Feng Shi has only been learning for 2 months. Even if she has divine bones and even if her talent for alchemy is incredible, it is impossible for her to learn alchemy just by watching. He must be worrying too much. At this time, Elder Ken had taken out a stone table specially used for alchemy from his storage ring, and then placed the alchemy furnace on it. Feng Shi thought, is it necessary to carry a table with you when refining an elixir? Can't you just put it anywhere? As expected, poor students have more stationery. Elder Ken placed the herbs needed on the stone table and said to Feng Shi. Look, I'm going to start practicing. I will slow down to take care of you. Feng Shi waved her hand. No, just go at your usual speed and let us appreciate the style of the Sect's top alchemist. Elder Ken sneered in his heart. You asked for this. So, without saying anything more, he gathered the bone fire and started to make the elixir. Feng Shi stood aside and watched. At first he looked very serious, but later he started yawning non-stop. Elder Ken was so angry when he saw the scene. But he was an expert in alchemy after all, so he quickly calmed down and concentrated on making the elixir. After more than half an hour, Elder Ken completed the last dance seal. Although Feng Shi had influenced him to some extent, he was still very satisfied with his performance. The elders gathered around, wanting to see the final result. Elder Ken opened the lid of the alchemy furnace with a confident smile on his face. Someone exclaimed, a 100% success rate, 9 top-grade pills, and 1 mid-grade pill. Elder Ken is indeed one of the best alchemists in our sect. Others also praised him. Elder Ken's anger finally came out. At this time, Feng Shi came over and said, it's really good, but it takes too long. At this speed, you can't refine more than a few furnaces of pills in a day. If you ask me, Elder Ken, you need to improve the Danyan you made. There are many steps in it that are useless and just for show. Elder Ken was so happy. Not to mention a girl like you who hasn't even started yet, even a well-known alchemist wouldn't dare to talk about improving the alchemy seal. You are simply too crazy. Just go crazy. Soon you will have no place to cry. He sneered, oh, you're really not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue. You don't know your own limits. Feng Shi tilted her head and looked at him. Elder Ken, if I can really improve the Danyan, what will you do? Elder Ken sneered, whatever you say, it's up to you. Feng Shi blinked his eyes and said, I'm not greedy at all. If you lose, just give me the herb garden. Elder Ken. You are not greedy at all, you are just a little bit greedy. The herb garden is not my personal property, how can it be used as a bet? Change 1. Feng Shi pondered for a while and said. Then let's put it this way. If you lose, you will remove Fan Zhen as your former disciple and accept me as your disciple. And I will be your last disciple. You cannot accept any other disciples in this life. Elder Ken's eyes almost popped out of his head. Is this something a normal person can say? We are now incompatible with each other, and we even dream of strangling each other to death. You want me to accept you as my apprentice? Are you crazy or am I crazy? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1255. Although he is a villain, he is simple. Elder Ken quickly figured it out. The little girl said that on purpose, thinking that he wouldn't dare to agree, and the matter of improving the Danyan would be over. What a beautiful thought. So, he sneered, okay, I promise you. However, if you lose, you have to compensate me with 10 million spirit stones. Do you agree? Feng Shi nodded. I agree, I totally agree, just wait for me to drink my apprenticeship tea. Seeing that she agreed so readily, Elder Ken felt a little worried. But then he thought, how could a little girl like her have the ability to improve the Danyan? Not to mention her, even Elder Zhuoqiu, who has the highest alchemy skills in the sect, doesn't have it. So he convinced himself. Elder G standing by was almost angry to death. What are you talking about, you silly girl? This is different from what we said before. Could it be that you are fickle-minded, despise the poor and love the rich, and have set your eyes on Elder Ken's property? Although Elder Ken is indeed rich, there is no poor alchemist. But can you have some moral bottom line? How could he know that this was Feng Shi's decision after careful consideration? First, this is done to check and balance the ancient leader. Even though Sect Master Gu calls her his disciple all the time, if the interests of the sect are involved, he might abandon her first. So she has to leave herself 100 or 80 ways to escape. Besides, she would leave sooner or later. If she got rid of Elder Ken and the others, maybe Sect Master Gu would deal with Elder Jiang and Elder Ji next. Sect Master Gu had already thought about sacrificing Elder Jiang. Although Elder Jiang had no grudges in his heart, Sect Master Gu might not think so. What's more, Elder Jiang and Elder Ji committed the great taboo of becoming too successful and endangering the Master, so they had to be on guard against the possibility that the Master would abandon them after they had served their purpose. Therefore, she had to keep Elder Ken and the others, let them continue to compete with Sect Master Gu, and let Elder Jiang and Elder Ji play a balancing role. In this way, neither side would touch them, and she could leave with peace of mind. Second, there are only 5 alchemists in the Wangu Xianzong, 2 of whom have mediocre qualifications. Only Elder Ken, Elder Jin and Elder Zuokyo are useful. If she crippled both Elder Ken and Elder Jin, who would make pills for the Wangu Xianzong after she left? Even if Elder Zuokyo was exhausted to death, he would not be able to refine enough pills. Thirdly, although she had the alchemy jade sips, they were just words after all, and she still needed guidance in some places. However, neither Elder Ji, Elder Jiang, nor Sect Master Gu were alchemists and could not help. Fourth, she became Elder Ken's disciple. Elder Jin and others must have had some ideas in their minds, and their offensive and defensive alliance would collapse. Fifth, if she wants to get to the bottom of the Red Skull, she must have a say. To achieve this goal in a short period of time, she can only rely on the art of checks and balances. As for Elder Ken's property, it was just a side effect. She is not a greedy person. As for hatred and resentment, they don't matter to her at all. As long as it is useful and there is no blood feud, she can accept it. Besides, Elder Ken is so nice. Although he is a villain, he is simple. Just follow the path you draw and he will never go astray. The key is that he has strength and money. He is simply a natural-born master. Fang Shi thought about it and took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote a bet. While writing, he looked up and asked Elder Ken. Elder Ken, how do we decide on a time limit? It would be too much of a stretch if I wrote a year or 2, so let's limit it to 2 hours. Elder Ken thought to himself, you are really crazy. Since you are asking for death, I will help you. So, he nodded, okay, just 2 hours. Fang Shi finished writing, signed his name and put his fingerprint on it. Elder Ken, please come in. Elder Ken was a little hesitant. He always felt like he was about to fall into a trap. Can. He must be overthinking it. That little bitch Fang Shi did this on purpose, trying to make him back down. No way. So he signed his name and put his fingerprints on it. Fang Shi said to Sect Master Gu again, Sect Master, please be a witness. Sect Master Gu's fat face twitched. He was much smarter than Elder Ji and guessed Fang Zai's intention after just a moment's thought. He wished he could clean up the mess immediately. But the conditions do not allow it. He nodded, okay, very good. Fang Shi bared his teeth and said, thank you for the compliment, Sect Master. I will work hard in the future and serve you and the Sect more. Sect Leader Gu snorted without commenting, then signed and put his fingerprints on the witness's behalf. I finally got an apprentice, but he turned out to be full of ulterior motives. No wonder Jadali said she was a Strid made of bones. Ungrateful wolf, bone demon. White bone Strid. Elder Jiang was confused when he saw that Sect Master Gu was unhappy. Why is the Sect leader so angry? The bed Shaoxi mentioned was probably just to force Elder Ken to submit. In the end, it would definitely be changed to other conditions. How could she possibly worship Elder Ken as her master? How can they become master and apprentice when they're incompatible? Fang Shi handed the gambling agreement to Master Siu and asked him to keep it. Then he said to Elder Ken. It's not enough to just have a bet, we also have to swear an oath. I'll go first. God, I, Fang Shi, swear here. If I don't keep my word, my divine bones will become waste. If I want to practice nirvana, I will have to drill holes in my bones. Elder Ji. Let's just say, what's the difference between this oath you made and nonsense? But other people don't know. Elder Ken was shocked. He didn't expect Fang Shi to swear such a solemn oath. Could it be that she had something in mind? But now the arrow has been shot, and he can only follow suit and swear an oath. In the name of heaven, I, Ken Chushi, swear here that if I don't keep my word, then let me. Fang Shi reminded quietly, I will let your soul fly away and you will never be reborn. Elder Ken. You are afraid that I won't die. He made up his mind, let my alchemy skills stagnate and never improve. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, Elder Ken, your oath is not that poisonous. After all, with your qualifications, if there is no opportunity, this life will be like this. Elder Ken. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1256-1 is secured. If Elder Ken didn't still have some baggage as an elder, and if this happened in public, he would have wanted to slap Fang Shi away. Stop talking nonsense and improve the Danyan. Fang Shi nodded, then walked aside, gesticulating with his hands and mumbling to himself, like a little madman. Although the disciples wanted to gather together to eat crickets, they felt that the sound of their voices would disturb Fang Shi, so they all kept their mouths shut. He even sat in meditation on the spot at the suggestion of a trustee named Jun. Sect Master Gu and other elders. If Fang Shi wasn't so young, if she wasn't a newcomer, people would suspect that she had the ability to usurp the throne. This is so prestigious. Elder Ken kept staring at Fang Shi. He thought she was just pretending to be crazy. However, he was too lazy to expose her because her true colors would be revealed soon anyway. Thinking of the 10 million that was about to come into his hands, his mood instantly improved a lot. He glanced at Elder Ji who looked dazed, and felt even more proud. But this time, Elder Ji was racking his brains to analyze Fang Shi's intention of becoming his disciple. Was he trying to sow discord by using himself as a pawn? His apprentice and granddaughter is really bold. What's the difference between this and seeking the skin of a tiger? It really makes him worry. As time went by, the onlookers became a little restless. Is Fang Shi going to fail this time? To be honest, they have no idea at all. What supports them at this time is the flatbread with soaked chulu skin. Elder Ken felt more and more confident in his heart. Although his eyes were always on Feng Shi, he was already imagining how to spend the 10 million spirit stones. An hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Shi clapped his hands. I have thought of how to improve it, Elder Ken, please take a look. She took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron from her storage ring and placed it on Elder Ken's stone table. Elder Ken and Elder Jin were immediately attracted. This alchemy furnace is great. Elder Ken asked, where did you get this alchemy furnace? Feng Shi glanced at him and said, my grandpa gave it to me. Everyone looked at Elder Ji. Elder Ji was now upset and had no mood to deal with them. He just responded vaguely and said nothing more. Elder Ken curled his lips. Ji Dali must be feeling upset because he thought his granddaughter was going to lose. Humph, you feel uncomfortable now, and you will feel even more uncomfortable later. At this time, Feng Shi said, Elder Ken, please provide me with 100 pieces of herbs needed to refine the bone-strengthening pills. Elder Ken. 100 copies. How could you say such shameless words? With a cold face, he took out some herbs and placed them on the stone table. Feng Shi didn't say anything. He first made a flame gesture with his right hand, and then hooked out the bone fire in his left hand. The fire in her bones flickered, sometimes big and sometimes small, and everyone shook their heads at the sight. Right here. Still want to learn how to refine bone-strengthening pills like Elder Ken. And simplify the pill seal. Isn't this a joke? Feng Shi fiddled with it for a while, and the bone fire finally became even. She looked up at the sky. Heaven has just blessed me, I guess it won't be able to take care of me for a while, so I'll just pray to the devil for protection this time. Although the demon god is a demon, I heard that he is a good person and should be able to protect me, a human. Hey, devil, start working. Everyone. Do you want the devil to bless you or let the devil do the work for you? You are so disrespectful to the devil, not only will he not bless you, he might even punish you. Then they saw Feng Shi stuff all the herbs on the stone table into the tinding. Elder Ken almost laughed out loud. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but this is it. You thought it was a stew. Wow, 10 million is secure. Elder Jin's frown also relaxed. He was really a little nervous before, always feeling that Feng Shi was setting up a trap. Now it seems that he is worrying too much. Feng Shi doesn't know how to make pills at all, let alone simplify the pill seal. At this time, Feng Shi began to form the Dan seal. Elder Lu, who was on good terms with Elder Ken, curled his lips and said, is this what she called the simplified Dan Yin? It's missing some parts. I think she just forgot the Dan Yin you used and made it up. Lao Ken, you will get the 10 million soon. Hearing him say this, the corners of Elder Ken's mouth froze uncontrollably. Just as he was about to say a few polite words, his smile froze on his face. Why did he feel that there seemed to be something special about the Dan Yin that Feng Shi had simplified? He had no time to pay attention to Elder Lu and continued to watch Feng Shi perform the seal with wide eyes. In order not to miss any detail, he even walked in front of Feng Shi and stared at her hand. His expression changed from stiff to suspicious, disbelieving, and then he shook his head wildly. How could Feng Shi, a young girl, successfully simplify the Dan Yin and improve several Dan Yins at once? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have seen it wrong. He must have been thinking wrong. When he began to doubt his life, Feng Shi stopped making seals and said, I don't know if I succeeded in refining the elixir for the first time. Elder Ken, come, lift the lid. Elder Ken stared at Feng Shi. You. Feng Shi chuckled. Elder Ken, could it be that you were impressed by my alchemy skills just now? Do you want to take me as your apprentice now? Elder Ken regained some of his sanity after being angered by her. He gritted his teeth and said, wishful thinking. Even if this little girl has some talent in alchemy, even if the alchemy seal she simplified has some tricks, but she just stuffed all the herbs into the alchemy furnace, there is no way she can succeed. After saying that, he stepped forward and opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron, and then he saw a ghost. His skull fell to the ground with a thud. Feng Shi considerately helped him pick it up and put it on his cervical spine, but it was put on the wrong way around. Elder Ken shook his head, turned it around, and stared at the inside of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. There were 10 round pills inside, each with golden patterns on it. Extremely. Elder Ji said angrily, why are you calling me? Are you calling my soul? Elder Ken was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Elder Ji. He thought he might be dreaming, otherwise how could he see the legendary top-grade elixir? And 10 of them. The key is that it was that little bitch Feng Shi who refined it. With trembling hands, he took out a pill and looked at it again and again, then said to Elder Jin, who also had a dazed look on his face, is this true? Elder Jin was speechless, because he was also dumbfounded at this moment. 3 words kept repeating in my mind, impossible. The disciples who were watching the show stretched their necks, wanting to see what was going on, but the elders frowned at Feng Shi in the middle, so they could not see a thing. The taste of eating raw melon is really unpleasant. Fortunately, there was a smart one who jumped onto a nearby tree. Oh my god, I saw Elder Ji and Elder Jin each holding a pill with golden patterns on it. Could it be the legendary top-grade pill? Ah, there are still 8 in that alchemy furnace. The disciples who were just watching the show were immediately furious. Junior Sister Feng Shi not only successfully simplified the pill seal, but also refined a top-grade pill. More than that, it's a 100% success rate. Don't forget, Junior Sister Feng Shi just learned how to make pills today. No, to be precise, she only watched it once. Divine bones, so terrifying. Ellipsis. Elder Ji in the crowd didn't know whether he should be happy or sad for a moment. Although the little girl won the bet, she would soon have a 4th child. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1257. Do you want to be my disciple, or should I be your disciple? The psychological activities of the elders watching were very complicated. The main reason why they turned to Elder Ken's faction was that Elder Ken and Elder Jin were alchemists. Now this advantage has been directly wiped out by Fengxi. She was able to simplify the pill seal and refine top-grade pills on her first try. It is conceivable that as her cultivation level increases, her attainments in alchemy will become even more terrifying. Even if she can't refine the 9-aperture divine bone pill now, she will definitely be able to do it in the future. So where do they go now? Just when they were hesitating, Sect Master Gu patted Fengxi on the shoulder and almost planted Fengxi into the ground. Fengxi knew that Sect Master Gu did it on purpose, but he couldn't say anything and could only wait for what happened next. The fat face of the ancient leader was smiling like a flower. Fengxi, I admire you very much. Are you willing to be my disciple? Fengxi looked at Elder Jiang who was standing aside and said, Sect Master, I have already worshipped Elder Jiang as my master some time ago, and this matter still needs his consent. Sect Master Gu said calmly, oh, then why didn't you ask Elder Jiang for instructions when you made the bet with Elder Ken? Fengxi chuckled, I have been optimistic about Elder Ken for a long time, and I mentioned it to my master before. He said that as long as Elder Ken agrees, he has no objection. More masters means more people who love and care for me, and he is happy to see it happen. Until now, Elder Jiang still had no idea what Fengxi was talking about, but out of love for his disciple, he still said against his conscience. Master, Xiaoxi is right. She did mention this to me before. Sect Master Gu knew that Elder Jiang would not be so cunning, and even Ji Dali was probably kept in the dark, as he was being played around by that damn girl Fengxi. But at this point, he could only bite the bullet and follow the path Fengxi drew, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. Elder Jiang said to Fengxi, Xiaoxi, it is a great thing that the Sect Master is willing to accept you as a disciple. How can I object? Upon hearing this, Fengxi snatched the bone-strengthening pill from the dazed Elder Ken and Elder Jin, and put all the bone-strengthening pills in the heaven-swallowing cauldron into the teacup. Kneel down in front of the ancient master and raise your head. Master, please drink tea. Ancient sect leader. Are you giving a sweet date in exchange for a slap in the face? He took the teacup while complaining in his heart. Don't be in vain. Disciple, get up. Fengxi didn't get up, but looked at him eagerly. Ancient sect leader. He knows it. The damn girl won't do anything without profit. I guess you are fishing here. He gritted his teeth and took out a bell from the storage ring. This is the soul-devouring bell. Once activated, it can confuse the enemy's mind and give you a chance to escape. Fengxi took it happily. Thank you, master. Those fence-sitter elders came over to congratulate Sect Master Gu. Although they did not take a clear side, it was obvious that they would not stand on the side of Elder Ken and the others for the time being. Elder Jin and his companions all looked very unhappy. They had been planning for so many years, but in the end, everything was messed up by Fengxi. If I had known this would happen, I should have gotten rid of her sooner. It's too late to regret now. Elder Ken doesn't have the heart to think about these things right now, as he still has a bet to fulfill. He kind of wanted to escape. Although he felt it was a bit embarrassing to do so, his legs had their own ideas and kept moving backwards. Master, where are you going? This sudden sound frightened Elder Ken. Looking closely, he saw that it was Fengxi who called him. He knew he couldn't escape, so he gritted his teeth and said, Fengxi, you and I have always had a grudge against each other. How can we become master and disciple? How about this? I will give you 10 million spirit stones, and this matter will be settled here. How about that? Fengxi thought, this old guy had to pay compensation in the previous lawsuit, and he kept crying poor, but now he can actually come up with 10 million. It seems that she is still too naive and too easy to be deceived. Fengxi thought about it and said to Elder Ken, Master, as the saying goes, it's easy to get a lot of money, but it's hard to find a good teacher. How could I give up a good teacher like you just for a mere 10 million? Stop struggling and obey me. Elder Ken. What kind of tiger wolf words are you talking about? Master, even if you don't take the contract we signed seriously, you should at least think about the oath you made to the devil before, right? Are you really planning to stop moving forward? Elder Ken gritted his teeth and glared. He didn't care about the contract. The worst that could happen was that he would be embarrassed. But what about the inner demon oath? Although the inner demon's oath may not come true, what if it does? Fengxi said earnestly. Master, why can't you let it go? You said that a genius like me is willing to worship you as a master. It must be your ancestors' good deeds. Even the ancestral graves of your old Ken family are smoking. You are still not happy. Are you stupid? Elder Ken. Master, I'm not bragging, but am I not 100 times better than your former disciple Fan Zhen? In terms of character, he is hated by everyone, but my popularity is recognized by everyone, who wouldn't praise me for being a kind person. In terms of aptitude, Fan Zhen is only a first-grade bone, while I am a divine bone. A divine bone that may not appear once in 10,000 years. In terms of talent for alchemy, he has been learning it for a year and it's still nothing, but I can make top-grade pills on the first day. In terms of filial piety, I can give you all the top-grade elixirs I have refined. Will he be willing to do so? The key is that he can't refine it either. There is another very important point. If you learn more from me, maybe you can also refine the best elixir. By then, you will be the second most powerful alchemist in the world. Elder Ken. Do you want me to be your master, or do I want you to be my master? However, Fang Zai's words made him think a little more. Putting aside other things, the key point is that the top-grade elixir is too attractive to him. If he could also refine top-grade elixirs, he would have no regrets even if he died. Fengxi continued. Master, I just simplified a few Dan seals. There are still many Dan seals that we alchemists need to use, right? Don't you want to try to simplify Danyan with me? When future alchemists use the Danyan, who wouldn't mention that it was jointly researched by Patriarch Ken and Patriarch Feng? You will be remembered forever. People need to live more transparently and have some higher pursuits. What do you think? Elder Ken was completely moved now. People live for fame and fortune. Before, you mixed with Elder Jin and the others for power and fortune, but if there is a chance to be remembered for generations, what does temporary power matter? Besides, now that Sect Master Gu has Feng Zai's help, it won't be that easy for them to seize power. They might as well focus on the present. Feng Shi was very smart. Seeing that his expression had relaxed, she quickly struck while the iron was hot. She knelt down on the ground and took out a teacup. She thought for a moment, wrote a note and put it in the teacup, then raised her hands above her head. Master, please drink tea. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1258, please use the photo stone to take a photo of me and my 3 masters. Elder Ken wanted to pick up the note and take a look out of curiosity, but Feng Shi was holding the note and the edge of the teacup tightly. Unless he takes the teacup, you won't be able to read the note. Elder Ken. He made up his mind and took the teacup. Things have come to this point and there is no room for maneuver. I have to accept this disciple whether I want to or not. At worst, I can kick her out when she's no longer useful to me in the future. Correct. Just do it. With this thought in mind, he opened the note and saw the following words. I owe Master Ken Chushi 100 top-grade elixirs as a gift to become his disciple. The signature below is, my beloved disciple Feng Shi. Elder Ken. Regardless of whether you are my beloved disciple or an evil disciple, the key point is that you are trying to trap me with this IOU. If I expel you from my sect, will these 100 top-grade pills be wasted? When he was complaining in his heart, Feng Shi said with a smile. Master, do you have to give me some gift? I see that you are not well off, so I cannot ask for too much. I will rely on you for the herbs I need for alchemy in the future. Elder Ken. Are you taking advantage of me? He gritted his teeth and took out a jade box from his storage ring. This contains TNG purple ginseng, a top-grade medicinal herb. Before he could finish his words, the jade box was snatched away by Feng Shi. Thank you, Master. Elder Ken. Am I accepting a disciple? I am accepting a Pixiu. Feng Shi put away the jade box, stood up with a smile, and said to Elder Ji. Grandpa, please use the photo stone to take a photo of me and my 3 masters. Elder Ji. I'm so jealous that I'm bubbling with jealousy, and you still want me to take a picture for you. It's heartbreaking to kill someone. But he couldn't lose his temper in front of everyone. Besides, he is the elder after all, he can't argue with the younger generation, right? Humph. From now on, these 3 guys have to call him nice. Elder Jiang stood on the left, Sect Master Gu stood in the middle, Elder Ken stood on the right, and Feng Shi stood in front of the 3 of them, smiling brightly and making a gesture with her hand. Of the 3 people behind her, only Elder Jiang had a warm smile on his face, Sect Master Gu had no expression on his fat face, and Elder Ken looked as if he had eaten bitter melon. While recording, Elder Ji suddenly had an idea and turned around, and his handsome old face entered the picture. Perfect. While everyone here is having a great time, Elder Jin's face is so gloomy that it looks like it might turn into ink. Ken Chushi, you idiot. I have warned you a long time ago, don't be impulsive and talk less when encountering things. But in the end, I fell into the pit. He can pull it up even if he wanted to. Now that I have accepted Feng Shi as my apprentice, what should I do in the future? What he was more worried about was that Elder Ken would betray them under Feng Shi's deception, and then they would no longer have the advantage. No, I must find time to have a good talk with Elder Ken and make him stand firm. The other 7 of the 9 elders were also nervous. They thought they could teach Feng Shi, Elder Jiang and Elder Ji a lesson today, but the result was the opposite of what they expected. Instead, Feng Shi got to shine. Now she is the most popular in the entire sect. She is the most dazzling. Her prestige among the disciples was already high, and now it has reached a new height. It's almost the same as saying that one call can get 100 responses. When they thought of their apprentice who was still being held in the netherworld purgatory, their faces all looked very grim. Fortunately, he was released in 2 days. At this time, Elder Lu, one of the 7 people, remembered something. Old Ken, what about Fan Zhen? Elder Ken. Yeah, I forgot about this. Feng Shi came over. Master, Fan Zhen is now your former apprentice, so of course you should let him go free. He can worship whoever he wants as his master, but he should stay away from us, master and disciple. He is an eyesore. Elder Lu, aren't you definitely taking over the magpie's nest? Elder Ken said with a cold face, Feng Shi, although I have accepted you as my disciple now, Fan Zhen is after all my disciple who I have carefully taught. How can I just say no to him? Feng Shi burst into laughter. Master, it's not that I am unpleasant to hear, but is it because you carefully taught him that he is like that? It would be fine if he didn't have any ability, but the key is that his character is really bad. Bullying the weak can be covered up by being young and frivolous, but the fact that he wanted to force me to be his Taoist partner shows how despicable his character is. You still want to keep such a scum as your apprentice? Are you afraid that you don't have any stains on yourself? It would be fine if he had no ability and was morally corrupt, but the key point is that he is just stupid. If it weren't for him, would you and Elder Jin be able to fight me? Would you be imprisoned in the hell of hell? From the perspective of Feng Shui, it's you. Besides, we have written it clearly in the bet. You are kicking him out at the same time as you hire me. You can't be dishonest, right? So don't hesitate, announce in public now that Fan Zhen is expelled, so that everyone can bear witness. Before Elder Ken could react, Feng Shi said to everyone. I, Feng Shi, announce on behalf of my master, Elder Ken, that Fan Zhen has behaved badly and has repeatedly disobeyed the master. He is now expelled and demoted to an inner sect disciple. Someone among the disciples who were eating melons suddenly shouted. Elder Ken is wise. Elder Ken is righteous. Elder Ken is truly a role model for our generation. Ellipsis. Elder Ken's nose was almost crooked from anger. Feng Shi, what right do you have to pronounce the decision for me? Before he could speak, Feng Shi said in a low voice. Master, you are not the only alchemist in the sect. Wouldn't it be different if Fan Zhen could become Elder Jin's disciple? Anyway, you two brothers have a good relationship, so it doesn't matter who becomes Fan Zhen's master. Elder Ken, what's the same? I'm asking you, what's the same? Elder Jin was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Why should I accept the junk you don't want? Besides, it's not like I don't have disciples. Elder Ken's head is buzzing now, he just wants to be alone. So he was too lazy to argue with Feng Shi and said to everyone, I am not feeling well. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and left. Feng Shi hurriedly followed. Master, let me help you. Elder Ken's head hurt even more. However, there was at least one benefit to Feng Shi following, the crowd automatically made way for him. After passing through the crowd, Feng Shi turned around and shouted to the crowd. Brother, I thought about registering the names. I will give everyone the pills in a few days. Zheng Wen immediately shouted, okay. The disciples who were watching the show immediately cheered. Junior sister Feng Shi is really generous. It's worth it that they came all the way to support her. Elder Ken snorted coldly, give them pills one by one. Even if it makes you die of exhaustion, how many pills can you refine in a day? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Feng Shi was touched. Master, are you worried about me? It is true that the master and the disciple are connected by heart. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1259. What else can I do? Sit down and watch. Elder Ken thought to himself, the master and the disciple are connected by heart. I wish I could dig out your evil heart. He glared at Feng Shi and said, I have something else to do. Go and do whatever you need to do. The subtext of this statement is, get out now. If it were an ordinary person, he would have left tactfully, but Feng Shi was obviously not an ordinary person. As the saying goes, if the master is in trouble, the disciple should do the hard work. How can I just walk away? That would be so unfilial. Elder Ken. Feng Shi lowered his voice and said, Master, let's go to your grave to make elixirs. Please teach me a few more recipes and I will try them all. Elder Ken wanted to refuse in his heart, but he said, okay. He wished he could slap himself in the face. Why does this idiot act on his own and not obey orders? So the master and the disciple left happily. Elder Jin wished he could glare holes into their backs. Ken Chushi. Are you really planning to take Feng Shi as your apprentice? Have you forgotten our offensive and defensive alliance? The disciples gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to play crickets. Junior sister Feng Shi is really like a god. She and Elder Ken were at loggerheads before, but in the blink of an eye, they have become a close teacher and disciple. Who said it wasn't true? I never dreamed that this day would come. I remember Fan Zhen was going to be released in 2 days. When he came out, he found out. The sky was falling, ha 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 ha. No, I can't imagine how devastated he would be. This is too ridiculous. Ellipsis. Elder Jin couldn't bear to listen any longer, and left with his followers with a sullen face. Sect Master Gu didn't want to pay any attention to Elder Jiang and Elder Ji, but now they were all in the same boat, so he had to ask the 2 to leave with him. After the 3 of them arrived at the grave of Sect Master Gu, Elder Ji sighed before Sect Master Gu could make any move. Xiaoxi is such a worrying child. She must be trying to alienate Elder Ken's faction by getting involved. It's a good idea, but it's too dangerous. Ancient sect leader. Do you think I'm stupid? It's understandable that you didn't think it through before, but such a long time has passed, I don't believe that you can't figure out her intention with your brain. Good luck, you got a good granddaughter. There was no sign of joy or anger in his expression when he said this, and Elder Ji just thought he was congratulating him. Thank you for the compliment, Sect Master. I also congratulate you on having such a good disciple. Sect Master Gu was almost so angry that he split his legs. Elder Jiang thought they were bragging about business, and said with a smile, it is indeed our blessing to have a disciple like Xiaoxi. Ancient sect leader. What a fool says is more hurtful. He didn't bother to pay attention to Elder Jiang, and stared at Elder Ji. What do you think? Elder Ji pulled over a chair and sat down. What else can I do? Just sit down and watch. Sect leader Gu had been holding a lot of rage in his heart for a long time, so he waved his sleeves and sent Elder Ji to the ground, leaving him there. Elder Ji's jaw opened and closed. Sect Master, it's not that I am being harsh, but you are the leader of a sect after all, can you please show some grace? Don't attack me, your trusted subordinate, all the time, okay. Sect Master Gu sneered, a loyal and trusted minister. I think you are just a troublemaker. Elder Ji sighed, Master, I know Xiaoxi acted on her own and made you angry, but she was also thinking about the overall situation. Think about it, we have only 5 alchemists in the Wanggu Xianzong, 2 of whom are useless. Can you really kill Elder Ken and Elder Jin? Besides, there is a large group of red skeletons inside the barrier who are eyeing us covetously. We have to conserve our strength. Xiaoxi probably thought of this, so he did not hesitate to join in the game. His purpose was to disintegrate Elder Ken and his faction, and then promote harmonious coexistence in our Wanggu Xianzong. She had good intentions. The reason she didn't tell us in advance was probably because she was afraid that we would stop her because we were worried about her safety, so she acted first and then informed us. Although it's a bit reckless, the starting point is good. Master Gu, no one who makes baskets can be as good as you. Don't think he doesn't know that the damn girl Feng Shi did this just to use Elder Ken and the others to restrain him, so that he wouldn't abandon him after he has done his job. Is he that kind of person? It's really like judging a gentleman by one's own mean character. However, he had to admit that Elder Ji was right. Even if he really overthrew Elder Ken's faction, he would not be willing to kill them and could only persuade them to surrender. On the one hand, alchemists are scarce, and on the other hand, too much killing will lose people's hearts. What's more, they have the huge threat of the Red Skull. If they kill each other, they will be powerless to resist. But this time, Elder Jiang also tasted a little bit of the taste. He took a deep breath and said, Sect Master, although Xiaoxi is a thoughtful child, he is a kind-hearted child and will not do anything that is detrimental to us or the sect. As a master, we should trust her. Master Gu, fools are happier. But now that things have come to this, he can only admit defeat. It is so embarrassing to be tricked by a little girl. But when he thought that this was his apprentice, he should be relieved. After all, there was someone to succeed him. He glanced at Elder G, who was lying on the ground, and said, "Stop pretending. Get up." Only then did Elder G reassemble himself and transform into a physical body. Ugh. Xiaoxi was willing to sacrifice herself for him and Lao Jiang, so it was no big deal for him, as their master, to be humble. Anyway, even if Xiaoxi wasn't there, he had done this many times in front of Fatty Gu before. At this time, Elder Jiang said worriedly, "I don't know what's going on over there in the creek." Elder Ken was forced to accept her as his disciple, and he must be very dissatisfied with her. Will he take the opportunity to embarrass her? Should we go over and take a look? Elder G rolled his eyes. Old Jiang, I think the one you should be worried about is the Ken guy. Didn't you see that they were almost arm in arm when they left? I think that ungrateful person is just fickle. Not to mention you as his master, even I, his grandfather, have to stand aside. Elder Jiang. Why do you look more and more like a grudge? He disagreed and said, "This is wrong. Even though Xiaoxi is smart, this is Elder Ken's territory after all. Moreover, Elder Jin and the others will not let it go and might take the opportunity to instigate or even take action. To be on the safe side, let's go over and take a look." After he said this, Elder Ji also became a little flustered. He was not worried that Elder Ken would do something bad to Fengxi. After all, Elder Ken's mind was similar to Elder Jiang's. But Elder Jin was a bastard with bad intentions, so he had to be on guard. He immediately stood up and said, "Sect Master, Lao Jiang and I will go over and take a look." Sect Master Gu nodded. "If you can't solve it, send me a message. Even though my disciple is a very cunning person, I have already accepted him and I have no choice but to protect him." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1260. Elder Ken is really good to junior sister Fengxi. Fengxi, who was being missed by Elder Ji and the others, was currently visiting the herb garden accompanied by Elder Ken. Originally, Elder Ken wanted to take Fengxi to the alchemy hall, but when they arrived at the entrance of the alchemy hall, Fengxi said, "Master, let's go to the herb garden first. Can you tell me about herbs?" Elder Ken thought, "I'm telling you about herbs. Do you really think I'm your master? Our master-disciple relationship is just superficial. Do you understand the surface?" Before he could refuse, he heard Fengxi say, "Master, aren't you curious about why I stuffed so many herbs into the alchemy furnace without any effect?" Of course Elder Ken was curious, he was extremely curious. So, even though he was very unhappy, he still took Fengxi into the medicine garden. Elder Jin, who was following not far away, was almost biting his teeth. "You are so good, Ken Chushi, you took him directly to the medicine garden. You really treat Fengxi as your own disciple." The other elders also looked indignant. What on earth is old Ken thinking? Could this fake play become real? That Fengxi not only has divine bones, but also has a strong talent for alchemy. Old Ken might really be tempted. Let alone anything else, Fan Zhen has been with him for so many years, and he just abandons him. He doesn't care about the relationship between master and disciple at all. It's really chilling. Ellipsis. However, some people hold different opinions. I don't think Lao Ken is the kind of person. It is estimated that Fengxi has deceived Lao Ken by some means. Let's follow him and see. So they followed him into the medicine garden. From a distance, Fengxi was seen pointing at a patch of herbs and saying something. Then, Elder Ken called over a deacon and asked him to pick the herbs that Fengxi was pointing at. At a rough glance, it seemed that more than a dozen plants were dug up, and then Fengxi put them into the storage ring. Elder Jin was so angry that his face turned blue. Others didn't know what the herb was, but he knew. That's the pink-edged grass, one of the main medicinal herbs for refining the 9-aperture divine bone pill. How could the man named Ken give so many of them to Fengxi without even telling him? This is really unreasonable. He could no longer bear it and took a few quick steps towards Fengxi and Elder Ken. "Lao Ken, what are you doing?" Elder Ken said naturally. "I dug some pink-edged grass for Fengxi to study." Elder Jin was so furious. "Let her research it. What can she come up with?" Elder Ken patiently explained. "She just told me that the key to mixing herbs and putting them into the alchemy furnace is to master the medicinal properties. I remembered that when we were refining the 9-orifice divine bone pill before, problems always occurred at the step of adding the pink-edged grass, so I wanted her to study the medicinal properties of the pink-edged grass." Elder Jin's expression softened a lot after hearing this. Then he whispered in secret, "Old Ken, this Fengxi is full of tricks, you must be careful and don't fall into her trap." Elder Ken said immediately, "Don't worry, I plan to get all her experience in alchemy, and then kick her out. When the time comes, we will take revenge when we have grievances to bear and when we have vengeance to bear. I will take Fan Zhen back as my disciple." Elder Jin was relieved. "Okay, since you already know what's going on, I won't say much. If you need me, feel free to contact me." Elder Ken was full of confidence. Well, she is just a yellow-haired girl. No matter how smart she is limited. It has only been a short time, but I have already gotten a lot of her secrets out of her. After hearing what he said, Elder Jin didn't say anything more. He just found an excuse and took the others away. Fengxi saw them walking away and said to Elder Ken, "Master, I don't think they're good people. The last time Fan Zhen and I had a conflict, they were only imprisoned for a month, but you were imprisoned for 3 months. By the way, you still have a lot of sentence to serve, right? When I'm done with this, I'll go to jail for you." Elder Ken curled his lips. "That sounds nice. Are you really willing to go to jail for me?" Fengxi said seriously, "Master, I did lie to you many times before, but we were opponents before, but now we are master and disciple. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Let alone going to jail for you for a few days, even if I die for you, I won't hesitate at all." Although Elder Ken thought that she was talking nonsense, when he saw the serious look on her face, he wondered if Fengxi really regarded him as her master. After all, he is one of the only 3 great alchemists in the sect, and she is obsessed with alchemy, so it is normal for her to admire him. He suppressed his thoughts and said, let's go to the alchemy hall. Make another furnace of bone-strengthening pills for me to see. Fang Shi nodded obediently. Okay, I'll listen to you, master. Elder Ken snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the alchemy hall. Fang Shi followed behind happily. Master, you are the one in charge of this herb garden. I am your disciple. Can I enter and leave the herb garden freely in the future? Elder Ken glanced at her and said, let's talk about it later. Fang Shi said a little disappointedly, oh. But soon he started asking questions with a smile on his face. Elder Ken said impatiently, why do you have so many questions? Can you be quiet for a while? Fang Shi really didn't say a word and followed him obediently. Elder Ken was a little uncomfortable with this. The 2 of them soon arrived at the gate of the alchemy hall, and the disciple guarding the gate hurriedly greeted Elder Ken. Elder Ken nodded and stepped in. Then, I found that Fang Shi didn't catch up. When I turned around, I saw Fang Shi chatting with the 2 gatekeeper disciples. 2 brothers, maybe you don't know yet. Elder Ken just accepted me as his personal disciple. Are you asking Fan Zhen? He was expelled from my master because of his corrupt morals. If he comes over next time, you must stop him, otherwise my master will be unhappy. Elder Ken. Fang Shi, what are you talking about? Why don't you come over here quickly? Fang Shi bared his teeth at the 2 gatekeepers. My master is good in every way except that he is too strict with me. He wishes I was always under his supervision. I'll go over first, we'll talk when we have time. I will give you 2 brothers some pills for bathing some other day. After saying that, he ran to Elder Ken. Master, let's go. Just as Elder Ken was about to speak, Fang Shi lowered his voice and said, do you want to know how I simplified the Danyan? If you want to, praise me. Elder Ken. Am I praising you? I want to slap you. But the simplified Danyan was so attractive that he had to praise it against his will. You have a good talent for alchemy. You are a good candidate. Fang Shi whispered, keep going, don't stop, I love to hear it. Elder Ken really wanted to slap her away, but for the sake of Danyan, he had to endure it and said against his conscience. Not only do you have a good talent for alchemy, but you also have divine bones. Your future is limitless. Ellipsis. From a distance, I heard the 2 disciples guarding the door say. Elder Ken is so kind to junior sister Fang Shi. Need I say that? He's my personal disciple. It's not that I'm the one behind this, junior sister Fang Shi is much stronger than Fan Zhen. Well, if that Fan Zhen comes looking for us, we must not let him in no matter what, so as not to affect the relationship between Elder Ken and junior sister Fang Shi as master and disciple. Ellipsis. Elder Ken. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1261, the martial arts can help the master fight, and the literary arts can help the master. Elder Ken was furious. Will it affect the master-disciple relationship between me and her? Do I have feelings for her? You 2 are blind. However, he couldn't explain because the more he tried to explain, the more it would make things worse. He could only grit his teeth and bring Fang Shi into his alchemy room. As soon as he entered, Fang Shi began to look around. Master, your alchemy room is great. Give it to me. Go apply for another one. Elder Ken. For you. Do you want a slap in the face? Stop talking about this nonsense and talk about simplifying the Danyan. Fang Shi pulled over a chair, sat down, and said. Master, with your attainments in alchemy, you should have noticed that some of the steps in the Danyan are flashy and impractical, right? Elder Ken nodded. Yes, I do feel that way, but this is left by our ancestors after all. I thought it contained deep meaning, and I never dared to think that it could be simplified. Elder Ken was telling the truth. He did feel that some of the Danyan were too complicated and some steps seemed unnecessary, but he did not have the courage to question it. Fang Shi said with a smile. Master, in this respect, you are far inferior to me, your disciple. There is no one or anything in this world that I dare not question. Let me put it this way, if I were a cat, I would call like this. As she spoke, she stretched out her 2 little paws. Meow tilde 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 ah. Elder Ken, stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Fang Shi put away his little paws and said, Master, this is what I think. Simplification means simplifying things, so we have to get rid of those flashy steps first. But after removing it, the Danyan will be disconnected, so we have to find a way to connect it. Elder Ken interrupted, what you said is simple. Although the removal steps seem flashy, they actually have some effect. It's not just a matter of making a connection seal. Fang Shi gave a thumbs up and said, Master, it must be you who grasped the key to the problem right away. My grandfather told me before that although Elder Jin is as famous as you, he has too many thoughts and his alchemy skills are far inferior to yours. Elder Ken knew that Fang Shi was trying to sow discord, but he still felt somewhat happy about it. He has always felt that Elder Jin is not as good as him, but he just can't say it out loud. Anyway, there are no outsiders here now, so it's not too much to hear the truth. Fang Shi muttered a lot before getting down to business. Master, it won't work if we just make a connection seal. We have to simplify it and improve it. Elder Ken nodded frequently after listening. Originally, he sat far away from Fang Shi, but later he just sat opposite Fang Shi. The 2 of them gestured as they talked, and when they got excited, Elder Ken even stood up and danced. Fang Shi is not shy about his answers and will answer every question. She was not worried at all that Elder Ken would get rid of him, because improving the Danyan was a matter of talent. Even if she explained it clearly and unambiguously, Elder Ken would probably be lucky if he could improve 1 or 2 Dan seals in his lifetime. Elder Ken was secretly delighted when he saw that Fang Shi was not hiding anything from others, but at the same time he felt puzzled. Is she stupid or mindless? Did you just tell him so casually about your experience in improving the Danyan? Was it out of trust in him or was there some other agenda? However, he quickly put these thoughts behind him and concentrated on discussing the improvement of the Danyan with Fang Shi. At this time, Elder Jiang and Elder Ji arrived at the gate of the alchemy hall. Elder Ji asked the two gatekeepers, "Is Elder Ken back? Is Fengxi in there?" One of the gatekeeper disciples said earnestly, "Elder Ken and junior sister Fengxi have been inside for a while." Elder Ken praised junior sister Fengxi a lot, saying that she has divine bones and is a good candidate for alchemy. Elder Ken is much more kind to junior sister Fengxi than Fan Zhen is to junior sister Fengxi. Elder Ji. Could it be that Ken Chushi was possessed by another spirit? He can actually praise the stream. He entered the alchemy hall with doubt and came to the outside of Elder Ken's alchemy room. Old Ken, old Ken. Elder Ken was having a great time discussing the Dan Yin, and to him, Elder Ji's cry sounded like a crow. It's so annoying. He wanted to ignore him, but Elder Ji kept knocking on the door. I guess if he doesn't open it again, he will summon him. What's more, there is a little spy in the room. Elder Ken opened the door with a cold face. What are you doing here? Elder Ji deliberately knocked him off balance. Can't I come to see my granddaughter? Elder Jiang was very polite and clasped his fists. Sorry for bothering you. Fengxi said with a smile. Grandpa, Master, you are here. Please take a seat. Master Ken was just talking about you guys, saying that although he had some grudges against you in the past, it was only because of different positions, and he actually admired your character. Didn't you often tell me that Master Ken is one of the best in the sect in terms of alchemy and is the mainstay of the sect? Elder Ken and the other two, we never dreamed of saying such nonsense. Fengxi did not give them a chance to deny and continued to chatter. Master Ken just asked me to refine another batch of bone-strengthening pills. Now that you are here, I will try to refine 20 pills in one batch. You can take them back and take a bath. The three elders Ken. What kind of crazy talk is this? Can't one furnace only produce 10 pills? This is also considered to be a good alchemist. 20 pieces. This is simply impossible. Elder Ken snorted coldly. I think you are really too arrogant. 20 pills. Even if I put you in the alchemy furnace, you can't get 20 pills out. Fengxi, Master, I am your disciple after all. How can you bear to refine me as a pill? Aren't you afraid that I will turn into ashes and come back to you? Are you reluctant to give me 20 portions of the herbs for the bone-strengthening pill? Elder Ken is also a man who cares about face, especially the three people standing in front of him, each one is more unpleasant than the other. Not to mention 20 copies, he took 200 copies. So he slapped the herbs onto the stone table. The herbs are here, you refine them. Today I want to see how you can refine 20 bone-strengthening pills in one furnace. Elder Ji actually felt that Fengxi was fooling around, but in order to anger Elder Ken, he said against his conscience. Humph, just because you can't doesn't mean Shaoxi can't. You don't even know how to improve the Danyan, but Shaoxi does. It's not that I look down on you, you're just an old wimp. Elder Ken sneered. I'm an old wimp. I don't know who is nothing but a flatterer. If it weren't for the fact that your name won the favor of the clan leader, how could you have become an elder? Elder Jiang was afraid that the two would start fighting, so he had to smooth things over. Stop talking, the stream has already been ignited, and we're going to start refining the elixir soon. Elder Jiang stood between the two again, separating them. Alas, I feel tired. Fengxi swung the bone fire in his left hand, slowly warming up the tianding. Because she was trying to persuade the heaven-swallowing cauldron. You are now a mature cauldron. Even if you can't make the Nirvana elixir yourself, you should let me save the effort, right? Look at those 5 dog spirit roots. Not only can they help me absorb toxins, but they can also help me purify the power of time. How independent and self-reliant they are. Although my spirit bone suffered the pain of being grilled, it is still so sensible and actively helps me cultivate the power of Nirvana. Ellipsis. Mu Jian said in a servile manner, and there is me. I can help the master fight with my martial arts, and I can help the master keep the world peaceful with my literary skills. So, big-bellied grasshopper, you have to fight for your dignity too. Heaven-swallowing cauldron. You are the big-bellied katydid. Your whole family is big-bellied katydid. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1262. Is he worthy of his former disciple Fan Zhen? Fengxi did some ideological work on the Chan Tunding, and after giving it some encouragement, he began to put herbs into the Chan Tunding. Seeing her put all the herbs for the 2 bone-strengthening pills into the heaven-swallowing cauldron, Elder Ken, Elder Ji, and Elder Jiang were all speechless. Everyone thought she was joking. But none of the 3 said anything. Elder Ji couldn't go back on his word because he had just said that he believed Fengxi. Elder Jiang is doing this out of love for his disciple, so let him do whatever he wants. Elder Ken wanted to catch Fengxi's weakness, but I will let you torment me, and when you're done, I will show you how I will humiliate you. Fengxi originally thought she would have to listen to them chattering, but ended up hearing total silence. She thought to herself, these 3 old men are quite sensible. Unlike his cheap grandfather, who likes to pour cold water on her. However, she is still a little uncomfortable with not hearing him argue recently. Fengxi was somewhat worried when she saw that Zhu Xuan had not woken up for a long time, but after checking again and again, she didn't find anything wrong. In addition, Lin Xiangchun also thought that there was no problem, so she just let him sleep. I guess the old man has been worried about her all this time and hasn't had any rest, so he should take this opportunity to have a good rest. Fengxi focused her mind and concentrated on refining the elixir. Although she had already given the heaven-swallowing cauldron a boost, the main control of the spiritual consciousness still depended on her, and the heaven-swallowing cauldron only served to expand its capacity. In Yu Jian's words, the big-bellied grasshopper can only hold more than other alchemy furnaces. Although Tiantending was very unwilling to accept the defeat, he had never refined many furnaces of Nirvana elixir after all, so he did not dare to take risks and could only cooperate with Fengxi cautiously. Fengxi had been using his spiritual sense to observe the subtle changes in the herbs inside the heaven-swallowing cauldron, fearing that something might go wrong. Although Elder Ken still didn't believe that Fengxi could refine 20 pills in one furnace, he felt a little moved when he saw her concentration. This little girl's seriousness in research is 100 times better than Fan Zhen's. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he wished he could slap himself in the face. How could he think like that? Is he worthy of his former apprentice Fan Zhen? Ha! What former apprentice? He was led astray by that naughty girl Fengxi. When he was daydreaming, he found that the dance seal formed by Fengxi seemed to be different from the one he made in the law enforcement hall before. The previous dance seals were obviously the same, so why did the later ones change? Could it be that she has a bad memory and forgot what the improved Danyan looks like? That shouldn't be the case. She can remember those complicated seals after just one look. How could she forget them? What exactly is going on? He was extremely curious, but now was not the time to ask. He could only stretch his neck and hope that Fengxi would finish refining the elixir as soon as possible. Just after a quarter of an hour, Fengxi finished the last Danyan. She exhaled slightly, then said sullenly, "Alas, not ideal." Elder Ken showed an expression of, as expected, and sneered. "I expected this a long time ago. If one furnace can produce 20 pills, guess why no one has ever done this? Do you think our ancestors were all stupid? Are you the only one who is smart? You are so arrogant just because you have a little ability. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." Although Elder Ji thought so in his heart, he couldn't bear to hear others talking about his granddaughter, so he snorted. "I don't know how Shaoxi compares to others, but she is definitely 100 times better than an old loser like you. Shaoxi was able to refine 10 top-grade pills in her first attempt, but you have spent your entire life refining pills and haven't been able to refine even one, let alone improve the pill seal." Elder Jiang was afraid that the two would quarrel again, so he quickly said, "Stop arguing, let's take a look at the situation inside the furnace first." Elder Ken curled his lips. What's so good about it? It's either a pile of paste or a pile of medicine residue. However, he still walked forward and opened the lid of the Tiantan Ding. Then the skull fell to the ground. Fengxi. Elder Ji saw Elder Ken's skull fall off and sneered. "Look at your lack of ability. You lose your head at any time. I am different. Then his eyelids fluttered, and he fainted with a choking sound. Fengxi. What's wrong with these Nirvana masters she accepted? Either he fainted or his head fell off. It's just that she is brave, otherwise she would have been scared to death. Master Jiang was the one who was steady and nothing happened to him. The next moment, she saw Elder Jiang slap himself in the face. Fengxi. Forget it, none of them are normal. It seems that this flesh and blood is a good thing, we can't let it all be lost through cultivation. Because the brain is gone too. While complaining in her heart, she picked up Elder Ken's skull and helped him put it away, then squatted on the ground and called out to Elder Ji. Practice makes perfect, and she is now considered an expert at this job. After a moment, Elder Ji jumped up, stared at the heaven-swallowing cauldron for a long while, then put his hands on his hips and laughed. "Mr. Ken, what do you think? I told you my granddaughter can make it, right? Are you still being sarcastic and making fun of her? Now you know what it means that there are always people who are better than you, right? You still don't admit that you're an old loser. Humph, if you ask me, you're insulting the word, trash. You're not even worthy of being trash." Elder Ken didn't want to pay attention to him, and muttered, "They actually refined 20 pills, and 10 of them are top grade, 10 are high grade, this. Fengxi said quietly at the side, "Alas, it didn't perform well. Normally it should be top-notch." Elder Ken. "Oh my god. Come and strike me to death with thunder. I don't want to live anymore." What a shock. When he was hit hard, Elder Ji stretched out his old claws, but was intercepted by Fengxi. Fengxi put the bone-strengthening pills in the alchemy furnace into a plate and handed it to Elder Jiang. "Master, please keep it." Elder Ji's face was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred, but he didn't say anything. Lao Jiang is not an outsider, it's better than giving it to that loser Ken. Elder Ken saw this scene just as he recovered from the blow. I couldn't help but feel sad. This naughty girl Fengxi said that she recognized him as her master, but actually she treated him differently. It wasn't that he wanted her as his disciple, but he just couldn't afford the loss of face. Right, that is it. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it will be the same. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1263. I'm busy. Let's talk about it when we have time. Elder Ken suppressed the soreness in his heart and asked Fengxi. Why do I see that the 6 dance seals on your back are different from the ones you had in the law enforcement hall before? Fengxi gave a thumbs up. Master, you really have a keen eye. You can see such a subtle difference. Elder Ken couldn't help but straighten his back. If I can't even notice this little change, I'm not worthy of being your master. After he finished speaking, he saw Fengxi smiling slyly, just like the little mouse that stole the lamp oil. Elder Ken really wanted to add, nominal master. But I felt that the more I explained, the worse it would be, so I just pretended that I had said nothing. He coughed twice. Stop flattering me, what's going on? Fengxi pretended not to hear anything and said. When I was 1/3 done refining, I found that the original pill seal could not bring out the full medicinal properties of the herbs. I guess it was because there were too many herbs in the alchemy furnace. If I don't think of a solution, although the success rate of the pill won't be a big problem, the quality of the pill will be greatly affected, so I made slight adjustments to the pill print on the spot to maximize the medicinal properties of the herbs. Unfortunately, it's still a little late. If we had improved it from the beginning, there wouldn't be 10 top-grade pills. What a failure. Elder Ken was stunned after hearing this. Standing there like a wooden stake. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang standing next to him were not much better. Elder Ji asked Fengxi in a trembling voice, You can improve the Danyan in the process of refining the elixir. Fengxi nodded. Well, is this difficult? Elder Ji, did people say that? How could they know that if Fengxi wasn't afraid of scaring the 3 old skeletons to death, she would have wanted to try 100 of them directly? After all, that's what she did in the dark prison cave before. Elder Ken pointed at Fangxi with a trembling hand. You, refine another furnace. Fangxi nodded. Okay, but you have to provide me with herbs. Elder Ken immediately took out 2 more bone-strengthening pills and placed them on the stone platform. At this time, Elder Jiang said, Shaoxi, are you tired? Why don't you take a rest first, or practice again tomorrow? Elder Ken realized this problem belatedly. Not to mention Fangxi, a beginner, even he could not withstand such high-intensity alchemy. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Fangxi say, it's okay, I'll just eat some fruit to replenish my water. After saying that, Fangxi took out a spiritual fruit and started to chew it. He looked at Elder Ji and Elder Jiang. Didn't you tell her that eating is not good for cultivation? Elder Ji rolled his eyes. She cultivated a pair of spiritual bones in just a month. Do you think eating and drinking have any effect on her? Don't look at Shaoxi with your old useless eyes. She is a divine being, a genius among geniuses. Not to mention eating, even if I eat dirt I can still crush everyone. Fangxi, forget about eating dirt, after all, I'm so poor now that I only have money left. Elder Ken glared at Elder Ji fiercely, but he had to agree that he was right. How can genius and mediocrity be lumped together? What's wrong with eating and drinking? I can refine top-grade elixirs. I can refine 20 elixirs in one furnace. After Fangxi finished eating the spiritual fruit, he lit the fire and began to refine the bone-strengthening pill again. Elder Ken discovered that the first pill seal was different from the previous ones. It seemed that she had made slight adjustments to the previous pill seals when she ate the spiritual fruit. He once again felt in his heart that with such a character he would achieve something no matter what he did. After expressing his feelings, he immediately stared at Fangxi's hand movements, afraid of missing even a single detail. At this time, the identity token vibrated. He ignored it. As a result, it kept shaking. Elder Ken had no choice but to probe his spiritual sense into it, and Elder Jin's voice came from inside. Old Ken, what's the situation? Tell me. Elder Ken said impatiently, I'm busy. I see Shaoxi is refining the elixir. Let's talk about it when we have time. Elder Jin on the other side felt like the sky was falling. Just now in the medicine garden, Lao Ken swore that he would kick Fangxi away after he was done with her, but now he is too impatient to pay attention to him because he is watching her making the elixir. Still call her Shaoxi. Are you starting to call me by nicknames? In fact, Elder Ken called the elder, Shaoxi, because Elder Ji and Elder Jiang kept calling him that, and he was in a hurry to get rid of Elder Jin, so he just called him that too. But Elder Jin doesn't know. He was angry and anxious, and felt that he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, Elder Ken will definitely turn against us. By the way, Fan Zhen will be released from prison the day after tomorrow. Old Ken still values this disciple very much, so maybe he can play this card. Elder Ken didn't know that Elder Jin was about to get worried, so he put away his identity token and continued to watch Fangxi making the elixir. Finally, Fangxi finished the last danyan and signaled Elder Ken to open the lid of the tianding. Elder Ji felt a little jealous because this job was always his before. Now it has been snatched away by Ken Waste. Feeling sad in his heart, he leaned over to look inside the heaven-swallowing cauldron. There were 20 round pills inside, each with golden patterns on it. There were only 2 words in his mind, pervert. Apart from this word, he really didn't know what other words to use to describe his inner feelings. Elder Jiang and Elder Ken had almost the same idea. No wonder he has divine bones, he is indeed different from others. Elder Ji stretched out his old claws again to take the elixir, but was intercepted by Fangxi. She handed 10 of them to Elder Ken. Master, these are for you. For a moment, Elder Ken didn't know whether he should answer the call or not. Elder Ji snorted coldly. Don't give it to me. Elder Ken quickly put it into his storage ring. Otherwise it would be wasted. Besides, I was the one who provided the herbs. I have to get some of my money back. Elder Ji was so jealous that he was about to bubble up. But he couldn't say anything in front of Elder Ken, so he asked Fangxi, who are you going to give the other 10 to? Fangxi smiled and said, since I joined the sect, I have caused a lot of trouble for Master Siu, so I plan to give these 10 coins to him as a gift. Elder Ji, I understand. The candidate for Xiaowu has been selected. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1264 Am I the legendary blessed holy body? Elder Ji secretly cursed Fangxi for being a playboy. It's only been less than 2 months since I started practicing and I've already recruited 4 masters, with 1 as a reserve. If this goes on for a long time, none of the elders in the sect will be able to escape, right? At this moment, Fangxi's body flickered with light, and her sea of consciousness shook. She quickly sat cross-legged in meditation. Elder Ji cried out, oh my god, this seems to be the blessing from the legendary demon god. Elder Jiang was surprised and delighted. Yes, it is the blessing of the demon god. I have seen it in the classics, and it is like this. Elder Ken's eyes almost popped out. Didn't this little girl just receive the blessing of heaven a few days ago? Now she has received the blessing of the devil again. How come she is the only one who can be blessed? With so many people, can't we just change one person? Elder Jiang guessed. It is probably because Shaoxi has continuously improved the pill seal and can refine 20 pills in one furnace, so he has been blessed by the demon god. Elder Ken nodded. Well, it's possible. After all, she even specifically asked for the demon god's blessing before refining the elixir in the law enforcement hall today. It seems that I will have to pray to the demon god before refining the elixir in the future. Elder Ji curled his lips and said, you are not a member of the demon clan. The demon god will not bother to pay attention to you even if you pray to him. After half an hour, Fangxi opened his eyes. What a pair of eyes those are. Like the brilliant starry sky, it makes people fall in love with it and be captivated for a lifetime. Fortunately, Fangxi lowered his head when he opened his eyes, and Elder Ji and the other 2 were standing, so their eyes did not meet. Otherwise, the 3 of them would definitely be trapped in their own past like Zhang Wen before. When Fangxi raised her head and looked at him, she was already smiling brightly. Grandpa, two masters, you said that I was blessed by the heavenly Tao 2 days ago, and now I have been blessed by the demon god. Could it be that I am the legendary blessed holy body? The three elders G. Elder Ken's self-confidence has been shattered to the ground, and even glue can't put it back together. He had said before that he would kick the little girl Fengxi away after getting the inside scoop. Now thinking about it, it seems so ridiculous. Can he improve the pill seal? Or can he refine 20 pills in one furnace? Jidali was right, he was just an old loser. He suddenly felt a little bored and felt that everything was boring. He said to Fengxi Wiki, I'm a little tired, you go back first. Then he said to Elder Ji and Elder Jiang, you can go too. Fengxi behaved very well, Master, I will go back first and come back tomorrow. Elder Ken didn't want to talk at all, so he ignored her. After the three of them left, he slumped down in the chair. At this time, Feng Zai's voice was heard from outside the door. Grandpa, why do we have only 5 alchemists in the Wangu Xianzong? Elder Ji said angrily, do you even need to ask this? Only a very small number of people can release bone fire, and only a very small number of these people can become alchemists. Fengxi nodded, if that's the case, my Master Ken can be considered a genius picked out of a million. Elder Ji snorted coldly. You are talking nonsense. Although the old man's character is not very good, he is indeed quite capable. If it weren't for him, our Wangu Xianzong would have been unable to produce elixirs long ago. Fengxi chuckled, what about me? Elder Ji was silent for a moment, you are not considered a human being. Fengxi. Elder Ken in the room burst out laughing. Jidali's dog mouth can actually spit out ivory. He was not stupid and knew that Fengxi and Elder Ji said it on purpose for him to hear. Yes, this little girl Fengxi has divine bones, so naturally she cannot be treated by normal people's standards. He didn't need to belittle himself, he was just being too stubborn. He hesitated for a while, but finally stood up and opened the door. As a result, Fengxi and the other two had already reached the gate. One could vaguely hear Fengxi and the two gatekeeper disciples chattering. They were just trying to get close to them and remind them not to let Fan Zhen into the alchemy hall. Elder Ken couldn't help but laugh. This little girl looked clever and shrewd, but sometimes she was too naive. She didn't even think about it. If he wanted Fan Zhen to come in, what role would the two gatekeepers play? Elder Jiang and Elder Ji did not return to their own residence, but went to Fengxi's grave. Without waiting for them to ask, Fengxi took the initiative to tell them the reason why he wanted to take Elder Ken as his master. Of course, she didn't say that she would leave this place in the future, nor did she mention anything about the Red Skull. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang were so moved that they were about to fall apart. With disciples like this, what more could one ask for? After calming down a little, Elder Ji asked, what are you going to do next? Fengxi said with a smile. I'll impress them with my talent and sincerity. Don't worry, whether it's out of sincerity or for the sake of interests, Elder Ken's faction will eventually shake hands with Sect Master Gu and make peace. Elder Ji snorted coldly, you make it sound simple. Ken Chushi is fine, there is no twists and turns, but the guy named Jin is not easy to deal with. Be careful that he might trip you up. Fengxi smiled even more brightly. Grandpa, to be honest, I like dealing with people like Elder Jin because it gives me a sense of accomplishment. Elder Ji. Although Fengxi appeared to be full of confidence, Elder Ji and Elder Jiang still gave him some earnest advice before leaving. Perhaps because he had just received the blessing from the demon god, Fengxi did not feel tired at all, so he sat cross-legged to practice. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. The voice of the lost skeleton sounded in Fengxi's consciousness. Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Fengxi. This boomerang is so annoying. What's up? They have been a little disobedient these past 2 days. I will tell you something big later. Can you curse me? Fengxi agreed readily. Okay. The bone-losing skeleton immediately knew what was going on, and threatened the red skeleton. I see your bones have become tight these past few days, so I have to teach you a lesson. After saying that, Fengxi began to recite the Sanskrit Sutra, and it was an enhanced version. The red skeletons rolled on the ground in pain. Although the bone-dropping skeleton is a bit painful, it is much better than other skeletons. He stood on a big rock and started to output. Do you know what happens if you offend me? I said a few words to you, and you don't want to listen. Do you have the qualifications to challenge me? Listen to me, I will be the king here from now on. Ellipsis. The red skeletons really hated the bone-losing skeleton. But he was afraid of Fengxi's Sanskrit sound technique in Xiao Wen, so he could only swallow his anger. If they had known this would happen, they should have thrown the ribs away. Maybe they would have been the king here. Thinking of this, a very smart person had an idea. If that bastard can throw his ribs out and let the dead pervert make a contract, then so can he. By then, we will all be perverted contracted skeletons, so who will be afraid of whom? The heart is not as good as action. It immediately endured the pain and tore off one of its own ribs and threw it towards the barrier. You know what, he actually threw it out. Seeing this, the other skeletons also removed their ribs and threw them out. It doesn't matter anyway, at most it's just a missing rib. The bone-losing skeleton was dumbfounded. Stop it right there. Who cares about it now? Soon we will all be on an equal footing, what do you have to say? Logically speaking, Fengxi didn't know what was happening outside the grave mound, but he couldn't help but hear the red ribs banging against the grave mound. She came out of the grave and took a look. Good guy. A ground full of red ribs. She quickly whispered, don't throw them away. There are too many. From now on, limit the number to 50 per day. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1265, Divine Consciousness Brand. Fengxi's words did not have any effect, as more red ribs were thrown out one after another. Fengxi was angry. You don't understand what I'm saying, do you? If you do that again, I'll send a little black cloud in to kill you all. This time it's quiet. Fang Shi quickly asked Zhang Wen and Elder Bai, who came out to check, to help her carry the red ribs into the grave. There is no other way. Before it is refined, it cannot be stored in the storage ring and can only be transported manually. Her heart was in her throat, afraid of being discovered. Although she activated the isolation and inspection formation when she came out, what if it doesn't work? It is better to resolve the issue quickly. In a hurry, she released the phantoms of the strut swords and asked them to work in groups of 2 to carry the red ribs into the grave. The red skeletons inside the barrier were all dumbfounded. What are those? Why does it look like a sword strut? Could it be that these sword struts were tortured by her into this state? This pervert is such a pervert. After a busy period, Fang Shi finally moved all the red ribs into the grave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She once again warned the red skeleton inside the barrier not to throw out ribs without her order, otherwise she would not let them off easily. When she returned to the grave, she saw Zhang Wen numbering the ribs. Fang Shi was very satisfied with her 5th senior brother, so it was no wonder that she was only willing to bring him out. Who wouldn't want such a sensible and obedient partner? Elder Bai also felt ashamed of himself for this. Before he could recover from the sight of the red ribs on the ground, Zhang Wen had already started to flatter him. Fang Shi immediately prepared to refine it with blood. Because only after refining can it be put into the storage ring, otherwise it would be bad if someone came to the grave. However, when she looked at the red ribs on the ground and thought of the huge number of red skeletons in the barrier, she fell silent. If she were to refine them one by one, wouldn't she be turned into dried human meat? She had to think of a way to refine it without bleeding, otherwise it would become a disadvantage sooner or later. But how to refine it without blood? Without blood as a medium, how can the mark of spiritual consciousness be left? As she was thinking, she suddenly thought of the people from the Tiank Alliance. They all have divine marks in their sea of consciousness. Doesn't it mean that each of them needs a drop of blood? She had an idea and immediately asked Chankan Banner to ask the prisoners in the dark prison if there was any way to leave a spiritual mark without the need for blood. Soon, the Chankan Banner gave feedback. Master, they said there is a technique called spiritual imprinting that can create a spiritual imprint without the aid of blood, but it requires a high level of spiritual awareness, and very few people can do it. And they only know the general process, but it's hard to say whether it's correct or not. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Tell me about it. Chankan Banner relayed the prisoner's words to Fang Shi. It's all pieced together, and some of it is even irrelevant. Generally speaking, no one who hears of such a technique would try it because the risk is too great. But Fang Shi has never been an ordinary person. She could drill holes in her own bones, so trying a spell to lose an arm or a leg was no big deal for her. She wrote down the magic spell and asked Zhang Wen, Elder Bai and Lin Xiangchuan to help her with the consultation. Zhang Wen scratched his head and said, if you ask me to study swordsmanship or something, I can give some advice, but I have no idea what this spiritual imprint is. Elder Bai and Lin Xiangchuan were better than him, but they didn't give any very useful suggestions. At this time Fang Shi thought of her lovely and respectable grandfather. As demons, they are much stronger than humans in cultivating spiritual consciousness. She called out to Zhu Shihu incautiously, Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa. Lin Xiangchuan also helped to shout, and Mu Jian and the others followed suit. Zhu Xuan was soon awakened. He said angrily, you can't even sleep peacefully, aren't you capable? Why are you calling me? Fang Shi bared his white teeth and said, Grandpa, look at what you said. No matter how powerful I am, I can never be better than you. You are an all-rounder. Whether it's swordsmanship, alchemy, weapon forging, or formations, is there anything you are not proficient in? You are the best person in history. After Fang Shi's flattery, Zhu Xuan's bad mood when he woke up disappeared. Tell me, what do you want from me? Fang Shi then told him about the spiritual imprint. Zhu Shihuan suddenly became energetic. Let me see. Fang Shi showed Zhu Xuan the few words provided by the prisoners. After reading it, Zhu Shihuan said, interesting, it seems like those people from the Bird Alliance have something. Zhu Xuan pondered for a while and put forward some opinions. Fang Shi's eyes suddenly lit up and he started to praise him. When Zhu Xuan was happy, his brain worked even better and he gave a lot of suggestions. The old and the young immediately started a heated discussion. Elder Bai and Lin Xiangchuan have become numb and have come to terms with it. Let's not compete with inhuman things. As for Zhang Wen, he didn't care at all. Every inch has its own strengths and weaknesses. Junior sister Fang Shi is so powerful, but she still hasn't comprehended any sword moves. At daybreak, Fang Shi and Zhu Xuan finally came up with a plan. As for whether it works or not, you have to try it to know. Fang Shi chose the rib numbered 001 by Zhang Wen and began to try to mark it with his spiritual consciousness. The spiritual imprint actually has some overlap with the normal spiritual contract. The difference is that powerful spiritual consciousness replaces the medium of blood. After touching the other person, you must wrap up the other person's spiritual aura at an extremely fast speed and merge it quickly, and start the contract during the fusion process. The difficulty of this process is that it requires extremely high spiritual consciousness. On the one hand, the spiritual consciousness must be stronger than that of the opponent, and on the other hand, the control of the spiritual consciousness must be very precise. These 2 points are not difficult for Fang Shi. Not to mention her strong spiritual sense, she has not met anyone with stronger spiritual sense than her so far. As for the control of spiritual consciousness, she can help people separate spiritual consciousness, and naturally it is very accurate. Of course, Fang Shi was still a little unsure about doing this time. However, it was obviously an unnecessary worry. The spiritual energy attached to the red ribs was not very strong to begin with. She had not even started to exert any strength, but it had already been imprinted with the spiritual energy. The bond was sealed. Before she could even lift her tail, Zhu Shihuan said, I've already said this thing is very simple, it's just that I don't have a physical body right now, otherwise I could contract 100 or 80 at the same time. Fang's eyes lit up. Grandpa, your words really reminded me. Time is running out, and it will be too slow to sign contracts one by one. I will do it 10 by 10. As she spoke, she divided her spiritual consciousness into 10 parts and began to brand the red ribs with her spiritual consciousness. Blood-devouring world. Otherwise I'd better go to sleep. The whole sect is a dog-licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1266. You are noble and awesome. Before Zhu Xuan had coaxed her to sleep, Feng Shi had already contracted all the red ribs in the grave mound and put them into the storage ring. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone. Master, you are truly my sword idol. Pills are in basins, talismans are in sacks, and now even the contract ribs are in batches. When you meet people from the Bird Alliance in the future, you can do the same thing. Then you can brand them with your spiritual consciousness, and they will have to obey you obediently. Feng's eyes heart moved slightly. The people of Tiank League all had marks in their consciousness. It would be fun if she could find a way to change their spiritual marks into hers. But for now, we should first find a way to resolve the issue of the Wangbu Xianzong. She stretched herself, feeling a little tired after not sleeping all night and exerting a lot of energy. But thinking about what she had agreed to do yesterday to go find Elder Ken today, she said to the 5 spiritual roots in her danshan. Give me some relief. 5 dog spirit roots. Don't you think your request is excessive? Who do you think we are? The maid who massages your shoulders and legs. However, when they thought of the tempting herbs in the medicine garden, they threw their moral principles to the wind. Feng Shi only felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and all his fatigue was swept away. The 5 dog spiritual roots can only solve physical fatigue, but they're powerless to solve the fatigue of spiritual consciousness. Feng Shi said to the jade slips in his spiritual consciousness. You guys make me bleed from all 7 orifices from time to time, now don't you have to do something? The jade slips were as quiet as chickens. Mu Jian jumped out and said, the master is talking to you, you didn't hear me, did you? You were just a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Before Mu Jian could finish his words, he was beaten up by Yu Jian. At the same time, Feng Shi felt refreshed, and all the fatigue in his mind was swept away. Mu Jian cried and said to Feng Shi, Master, I risked my life for you. Are you touched? Feng Shi, I am touched, but you seem to be afraid to move. She did not stop the jade slips, not because she did not want to help the wooden sword, but because every time the wooden sword was hit by a jade slip, the paint would fall off, and some gold would be revealed, which was good for it. After some squeezing, Feng Shi came out of the grave in high spirits. Before leaving, she told Junwen and Elder Bai to stay in the tomb to practice and not go out, so as not to fall into the trap set by Elder Jin. Junwen felt somewhat disappointed, and muttered, Little sister, can't you research some elixirs that we can use? Help us speed up. Feng Shi's eyes lit up, yes. She could improve the recipe so that it could be used even if one hadn't cultivated a full set of spiritual bones yet. I'll go find Elder Ken first, and I'll study it when I come back in the evening. After saying that, he ran to find Elder Ken. Zhu Shihuan said sourly. During the time I was asleep, you made friends with many relatives, didn't you? You even hooked up with your mortal enemy. Feng Shi was somewhat speechless. Grandpa, please pay attention to your choice of words. What do you mean by hooking up? It's obviously a two-way trip. Zhu Shihuan sneered. Well, we were running in both directions. He took 10 steps back, and you chased him for 110 steps. Feng Shi. Otherwise, you should just go to sleep. Feng Shi ran to the entrance of the alchemy hall in one breath and found that 2 disciples guarding the gate had been replaced. This is normal, after all, we have to take turns. Feng Shi approached them with a smile, and then gave each of them a top-grade bone-strengthening pill. Yesterday she also gave one to each of the 2 gatekeeper disciples. How can a gift that only uses words to win people's hearts move people? Sure enough, the 2 gatekeeper disciples were somewhat businesslike at first, but after receiving the pills, they started calling her junior sister Feng Shi. As usual, Feng Shi reminded them that if Fan Zhen came, they must not let him in. The 2 gatekeeper disciples patted their chests and agreed. Feng Shi entered the yard and went straight to Elder Ken's alchemy room. He shouted from a distance, Master, Master, I'm here. At this time, Elder Ken was talking to Elder Jin. Originally, Elder Ken wanted to share some of yesterday's gains with Elder Jin, but as soon as Elder Jin came in, he warned him not to forget his position, not to disappoint Fan Zhen, etc. Elder Ken felt a little unhappy and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. You are aloof and think you are great, so don't listen to my advice. There's no point telling you anyway, you old loser won't be able to learn it. Hearing Feng Shi shouting outside, Elder Ken stood up immediately. Seeing Elder Jin frowning, he finally reacted and coughed twice. I sent her away so she wouldn't interfere with our conversation. Elder Jin thought for a moment and said, no need. Let her in, I can test her background. Elder Ken didn't want to offend Elder Jin, so he opened the door and let Feng Shi in. Feng Shi saluted to Elder Ken first, and then saluted to Elder Jin with a smile. Disciple Feng Shi greets Uncle Master Jin. Elder Jin. Uncle Jin. Where do you get this from? However, he soon understood that Feng Shi was now nominally Elder Ken's disciple, so there was nothing wrong with calling him Uncle Master. He said indifferently, you were quite polite now, but you were so unruly in the law enforcement hall before. Feng Shi laughed happily. Look at what you said, we were enemies before, but now we are family, of course things are different. Uncle Jin, you came all the way here to wait for me early in the morning. Are you here to give me a greeting gift? Elder Jin. Your face is thicker than the wall of this alchemy room. Should I give you a gift? Why? Elder Ken, who was standing by, felt relieved when he saw Elder Jin's stiff face. Should. I told you to hit me just now, but now you've been beaten by my apprentice, right? A temporary apprentice is still an apprentice. Being driven out in the future is a matter for the future. He whispered to Elder Jin, aren't you trying to find out her true colors? It would be better to give her some sweet treats first, so that this damn girl won't make trouble. Elder Jin. Why do I feel like you two, master and disciple, have teamed up to plot against me? He looked at Feng Shi's greedy little face, then at Elder Ken's guilty old face, and this idea became even more firm. However, in order to trick Feng Shi into talking, he still gave Feng Shi an earth-grade medicinal herb. Feng Shi said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Jin, no wonder my master said you are the most generous, you are really generous." Elder Jin. Do you think I can't tell the difference between good and bad words? He suppressed his anger and asked, Feng Shi, was yesterday really your first time refining an elixir? Feng Shi nodded, yes, that's right. Yesterday was the first time I made pills in the law enforcement hall, and there was nothing wrong with it. Elder Jin didn't see any flaws in Feng Shi's expression, and asked again, where are your parents? The smile on Feng Shi's face froze instantly, and then he lowered his head. Uncle Jin, children should not talk about their parents' mistakes. If you are interested, you can ask my grandfather. I don't want to talk about it. Elder Ken was somewhat dissatisfied and sent a secret message to Elder Jin. You too, why are you asking these nonsense questions? You are quite old, you are just teasing your wife. Elder Jin. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1267 I am the critical balance point. Elder Jin was very angry. You are so good, old Ken, you are protecting me before anything happens. I think within a few days, I will be completely open-hearted to this little girl. He suppressed his anger and said to Feng Shi, okay, let's not talk about your parents. Have you ever been exposed to alchemy before entering the sect? Feng Shi thought about it and asked him, does cooking porridge count? I think there is no difference between refining an elixir and cooking porridge. You just put the ingredients in the pot and cook it over low heat. Elder Jin. You turned us, the great alchemists, into cooks with just one sentence. He finally realized that this little girl was so slippery that he couldn't get anything out of her. Old Ken, this idiot, wants to get some advice from her. Is he dreaming? It is necessary to let him see the true face of this stinky girl. So, he asked. If you put all the herbs into the alchemy furnace together, how can you ensure the stability of the medicinal properties? He thought that Feng Shi would definitely not tell such a crucial secret. As a result, Feng Shi said without even thinking. Uncle Jin, this is very simple, just use your spiritual sense to control it. It's like cooking porridge. If you think the fire is too big, you can lower it. If you think there's too much water, you can add some rice. Elder Jin sneered, what nonsense. Could it be that when you are refining the elixir, you will probe your spiritual sense into the alchemy furnace? Feng Shi blinked her eyes. Yes, that's what I did. How can I make the herbs work to their maximum effect without my spiritual consciousness penetrating into them? Now, not to mention Elder Jin, even Elder Ken had a dazed look on his face. Although they would consume their spiritual consciousness when refining the elixir, they would never do anything stupid enough to probe their spiritual consciousness into the alchemy furnace. What's the difference between this and roasting the spirit consciousness on bone fire? Seeing that they didn't believe him, Feng Shi said. Uncle Jin, you don't believe me. I will refine a furnace of elixirs on the spot. You can use your spiritual sense to take a look and you will know whether what I said is true or not. But I am too poor to buy herbs, please give me some herbs for bone strengthening pills. Elder Jin. Are you poor? How many spiritual stones have you extorted from us? However, in order to verify what Feng Shi said before, he still took out a portion of herbs for bone strengthening pills and handed them to Feng Shi. Feng Shi was a little speechless. At least give me another copy, otherwise how can I show it? Elder Jin glared at her and said, isn't refining one furnace of pills enough? Feng Shi looked at him with a smile, it's really not enough, just tell me whether you will give it or not. Elder Jin really wanted to slap her in the face when he saw her shameless look, but he held back because he really wanted to see whether what Feng Shi said was true or not. So, he gave Feng Shi another portion of herbs for the bone strengthening pill. After Feng Shi lit the fire, he remembered that he had not prayed to the demon god today, so he said, Demon god, get up and work. I'm going to start refining the elixir. Elder Jin whispered to Elder Ken, she is so disrespectful to the devil god, it would be strange if the devil god could protect her. Elder Ken thought to himself, you know shit. The devil blessed the little girl yesterday. Elder Jin became increasingly dissatisfied when he saw Elder Ken ignored him, but his attention was soon diverted because he saw Feng Shi stuff all the herbs for 2 bone-strengthening pills into the heaven-swallowing cauldron. Is she crazy? Or are you deliberately wasting his herbs? Elder Ken felt a sense of superiority when he saw his naive look. Did this scare you? When you see the Danyan created by Shaoxi in a while, you might be so shocked that your jaw will drop. If you see the 20 pills have been refined, and they are all top-grade pills, you will probably be scared to death. Sure enough, when Elder Jin saw Feng Shi cast the first Dan seal, his mouth opened wide. Why is this Danyan different from the one in the law enforcement hall before? Improved again. Then the second, the third. Slight adjustments were made to each Danyan. With Elder Jin's keen eyesight, he could naturally see that this adjustment was not a random one, but was intended to increase the strength of the pill seal. He had a terrible guess in his mind. Could it be that Feng Shi really intended to refine 2 batches of pills with one furnace? This is simply nonsense. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Finally, Feng Shi completed the last Danyan. Before Feng Shi could speak, Elder Ken said with his hands behind his back, Old Jin, open the lid of the furnace and take a look. There might be a surprise. Elder Jin no longer cared about Elder Ken's pretentiousness at this time. He took a deep breath and opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. When he saw the 20 golden patent pills inside, he turned into a skeleton. Elder Ken felt extremely happy. He walked over and patted Elder Jin on the shoulder blade. Old Jin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your psychological endurance is too poor. Isn't it just refining 2 batches of elixirs from one batch? Aren't they all top-grade elixirs? Are you so surprised? When I saw it yesterday, I was very calm, and there was almost no wave of emotion in my heart. Feng Shi, well, there really isn't much going on, because your head fell off. Elder Jin changed his appearance again and looked at the 20 top-grade bone-strengthening pills again, his face full of shock. If he hadn't seen the whole thing with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it no matter who told him. This is too outrageous. Is this the power of the divine bone? It's so scary. For a moment he had murderous intent. If Fangxi is allowed to grow up, where will the Wangu Xianzong have a foothold? Elder Ken frowned and subconsciously stood in front of Fangxi. At this time, Fangxi burst into laughter. Uncle Jin, do you want to kill this genius of mine? Elder Jin. Can you put this out in the open? Fangxi sighed. Uncle Jin, let's make an assumption. If you kill me today, then Sect Master Gu will have no one to rely on, and all those fence-sitters will join your faction. You guys continued to make efforts and killed Master Gu, and also killed my grandfather and my Master Jiang. Then, the question is, who among you 9 will be the sect leader? Is it you, is it me, Master Ken, or the other 7? No matter who becomes the sect leader, the other 8 will not be satisfied, right? It will surely trigger a new round of disputes, and it will be another bloody storm. Putting aside the question of who among you will have the last laugh, will the strength of the Wangu Xianzong be severely damaged? By then, the spiritual sects will join forces to suppress it, and the glory of the Wangu Xianzong will no longer exist. Not to mention, there are also those blood evil bones. In other words, you didn't kill me, you killed yourself. The ancestral foundation of the Wangu Xianzong. Even all the human race. You will be doomed. The eternal sinner who is cursed by all the world. Elder Jin. I just had a little thought, but in your mouth I am a sinner for all eternity. Before he could react, Fangxi continued. It's the same with Sect Master Gu. He doesn't dare to touch you either, because if he moves one hair, the whole body will be moved. He can only try his best to maintain this balance. I am this extremely critical balance point. I am neither on their side nor on your side. My mission is, peace for the human race. Elder Jin. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1268 Mosquito legs are also meat. Elder Jin had only one comment on Feng Zai's words, and that was shameless. You really dare to flatter yourself. You still want to be balanced. Return peace to the human race. How can a yellow-haired girl like you pretend to be so great? But at this moment, in his eyes, Fangxi actually looked somewhat compassionate. What the hell? How could he know that someone has been secretly adding a 1,000-layer cake filter to himself? When Elder Jin was complaining, Fangxi said, Uncle Jin, if you touch me, it means you have already thought of a candidate to replace the ancient sect leader in the future. No need to ask, it must be you. Not only do you want to climb to the position of sect leader, you also want to kill my master and the others to prevent future troubles. Are you doing this to my master? He has done so much for you, suffered so much scolding, endured so much hardship, and in the end, this is the result. You are so cruel. Upon hearing this, Elder Ken couldn't help but glare at Elder Jin. Elder Jin. She was assuming that. Suppose you understand. You old fool. However, even he himself had to admit that if such a day really came, he would have to take the position of sect leader himself because he did not trust anyone. What about everyone else? Do you all think so? Uncle Jin, if you ask me, maintaining the status quo is actually the best option. You and my master are the pillars of the sect. No matter who becomes the sect leader, they have to treat you two as dishes. Not only dishes, but also hard dishes, just like the roast chicken and braised pork elbow at a banquet in the secular world. Elder Jin. Is your analogy inappropriate? Fangxi continued. I can get whatever I want without having to worry about the sect's messy affairs. How great is that? This way, he would have the energy to study alchemy, and he would become a great master in the future, and his reputation would last for generations. Isn't that better than being infamous for generations? Besides, what's the point of being a sect leader? I'm exhausted every day, I don't even have time to practice, and I have to be ready to sacrifice myself for the sect at any time. Uncle Jin, isn't it good to just live a good life? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Elder Jin said with a gloomy face. Even if you are eloquent, I won't be fooled by you. However, we can give you a chance to survive. Go back and convince Jidali and Jiang Yuanshu to join us, and we will write off everything that happened before. Fangxi nodded. Okay, I'll try again later. Elder Jin knew that Fangxi was just trying to be perfunctory, but he could only let it go because that damn girl Fangxi was waving her 8 desolate divine light talisman in her hand. Moreover, while she was speaking, she had already retreated to the door, ready to run away at any time. Not to mention that Elder Ken stood between the two of them intentionally or unintentionally. Elder Jin felt uneasy. Could it be that old Ken really regarded Fangxi as his own disciple? If it weren't for the different standpoints, he would also be tempted. After all, who wouldn't want a brilliant successor? However, now that the two sides are enemies, they must draw a clear line between the two. He released his pressure on Fangxi. I'll let you go today, I hope you take care of yourself. Fangxi was actually fine, but she still performed the tenacity of a small pine tree in the wind. Seeing this scene, Elder Ken felt a little unhappy and looked at Elder Jin. Old Jin, didn't you just say you had something to do? Then go quickly. Elder Jin. You let me go, but I won't leave. If I leave, won't you be fooled around by Fangxi? Do you think you can be fair to Fan Zhen, who will be released from prison tomorrow? So he simply sat down. Old Ken, there's no rush for my business. Your master and apprentice taught you this. I'll just watch from the side. He emphasized the words, master and disciple, obviously reminding Elder Ken that your master-disciple relationship is only superficial and he should not get too involved in the play. Elder Ken was very unhappy, but he didn't know what to say. At this time, Fangxi said with a smile. Master, as the saying goes, you can't miss a master if you meet him. Uncle Jin happened to be here. Why don't you let him make a furnace of elixir so that I can broaden my horizons? What do you think? Elder Ken immediately said, what you said makes sense. Old Jin, then show it off. Elder Jin. He was about to refuse when he heard Feng Shi say, Uncle Jin, you are not afraid, are you? Well, with me as your example, it is normal for you to be timid. Otherwise, just forget it. Elder Jin knew that she was trying to provoke him, but seeing Elder Ken's face that looked like he was enjoying the show, he sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Feng Shi, although you do have a talent for alchemy, if you want to become a top-level alchemist, talent alone is not enough, you must also have a high enough level of cultivation. To give the simplest example, you can only refine yellow-grade elixirs now, let alone heaven-grade and earth-grade elixirs, you can't even refine black-grade elixirs. Are you convinced? Feng Shi smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes, I don't accept it. Elder Jin. Okay, you are really stubborn. I will refine a furnace of Xuan-grade Tianx and Yangsui pills right now. If you can also refine it, I will give you a Chan-grade herb. Feng Shi nodded, okay, although the steaks are a little small, but mosquito legs are also meat, I won't be picky. Elder Jin. He immediately began to refine the Tianx and Yangsui pill. He was practicing when he heard Feng Shi whispering to Elder Ken. Master, Uncle Jin only said that if I succeeded, he would give me a heaven-grade herb. He didn't say what would happen if I failed. He is quite nice. Elder Jin. Yup. How could he have forgotten this? He was also so angry at this damn girl. Although he was angry, he couldn't say anything now. He quickly calmed his mind and continued refining. As a result, Feng Shi said, Master, Uncle Jin just saw me using those simplified Danyan. Why is he still using the old set? Is it because he has a bad memory and didn't remember it? Elder Jin. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you and can remember it after watching it once? Besides, the seals used for the two kinds of pills are not exactly the same. Master, I see that Uncle Jin's seal-making process is not as smooth as yours. It always feels like he is stumbling. Could it be that he is deliberately slowing down the process so that I can learn? Master, why is the color of the bone fire released by Uncle Jin not as good as mine? It's as if he is not full. Ellipsis. He knew that Feng Shi said this on purpose to disturb his mind, so he focused his mind and did not let himself be disturbed by Feng Zai's words. But the more I didn't want to listen, the more Feng Zai's voice penetrated into my ears, just like the devil's voice entering my brain. He simply blocked his hearing. In an instant, the whole world went silent. Feng Shi's eyes rolled, and he remembered the blasting furnace pill seal that he had made up in Langyuan before. He didn't know if it would be useful here on Nishu. Try. Just give it a try. So, she said to Elder Ken. Master, inspired by Uncle Jin, I suddenly thought of a new Danyan. Let me show you how to do it. Feng Shi used the furnace blasting alchemy seal as he spoke, and then pretended to accidentally throw it towards Elder Jin's alchemy furnace. Elder Jin was concentrating on refining the elixir when he saw a pill seal hit the alchemy furnace. He guessed that it was Feng Shi's doing, but he didn't take it to heart. This alchemy furnace is his, and it can only recognize his spiritual aura. Other people's alchemy seals are useless. Just as he was thinking, the alchemy furnace in front of him began to shake like it had epilepsy. The lid suddenly flew up, and the medicine residue inside gushed out, covering Elder Jin's face. Open black lens bracket. Happy National Day. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1269. Great. We brothers and sisters have such a tacit understanding. Elder Jin was stunned. For a moment, he didn't even have time to react, and just let the medicine residue fall 3,000 feet. Finally, he turned around and roared, Feng Shi, what did you do? Then he saw Feng Shi talking, but he heard nothing. Only then did he realize that he had blocked his hearing. After he regained his hearing, he gritted his teeth and said, tell me again, was that Danyan you're doing? Feng Shi looked innocent. Uncle Jin, even if I say it 100 times, this matter has nothing to do with me. I saw you refining the elixir just now, and suddenly an idea flashed in my mind for elixir seal, so I wanted to try it, but as soon as my hand shook, it flew to your side. Are you trying to put the blame for the furnace explosion on this Danyan? You really can always find a pretext to accuse someone of something. Elder Ken echoed. Yes, old Jin, although Shashi's Danyan did touch your alchemy furnace, we all know as alchemists that once the alchemy furnace is refined, only the owner's Danyan will take effect. Therefore, your furnace explosion has nothing to do with the stream. You should look for the cause in yourself. Elder Jin was furious and got angry for a moment. Although he intuitively felt that it was Feng Shi's doing, Elder Ken was right. Under normal circumstances, other people's Danyan would not work. Could it be that his momentary mistake really caused the furnace to explode? He, one of the only 3 heaven-level alchemists in the Wango Immortal Sect, had his furnace exploded while he was refining a mystic-level elixir. Wouldn't it make people laugh out loud if I said this? He gritted his teeth and said to Feng Shi, show me the Danyan you used just now. Feng Shi nodded and did as he was told. She was not worried at all that Elder Jin would discover anything fishy, because when she was in Langyuan, she had asked other alchemists to try it, and the pill seal was dead in their hands and was of no use. Sure enough, after Elder Jin followed the instructions to make the seal, he found that the seal was meaningless and had no practical use. Was it really just a coincidence? At this time, Feng Shi kindly said, Uncle Jin, you should clean the medicine residue on your face first, otherwise you will look like that black demon now. Elder Jin. He was in a terrible mood and had no mood to find out Feng Zai's background anymore. After cleaning the medicine residue off his face, he left angrily. He didn't even say a harsh word. Feng Shi was tactful enough not to step on his tail. A cornered dog will jump over the wall, let alone Elder Jin. After Elder Jin left, Feng Shi cleaned up the remaining medicine residue on the ground without any instructions from Elder Ken, and then waited obediently for Elder Ken's instructions. Elder Ken was in a very complicated mood. Although he knew that he should draw a clear line between himself and Feng Shi, he couldn't help but like her. It was not only because of Feng Zai's strong talent in alchemy, but also because Feng Shi took the initiative to help him resolve his worries yesterday. Otherwise, if he got stuck in self-pity, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking that Fan Zhen would be released tomorrow, he felt even more confused. After all, Fan Zhen was his disciple whom he had carefully taught, so how could he just abandon him? However, I have to bear with him for a while in the current situation. I will take him back when there is a chance. I will explain everything to him tomorrow. I believe he will understand. Seeing that Elder Ken was distracted, Fang Shi did not disturb him and began to practice cross-legged. Her current practice is no different from spiritual power practice. She just needs to stuff the spiritual power she practices into the hole in the little finger of her left hand. When Elder Ken came to his senses, he saw Fang Shi practicing, and he was moved. If nothing else, his character was 100 times stronger than Fan Zhen's. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, neither humble nor overbearing, and you can tell at a glance that he has a great future. It would be great if old Jin could listen to what Fang Shi said before. There is no point in fighting for the position of sect leader. It would be better to study the art of alchemy. Unfortunately, old Jin is a man of his own ideas, and he has been planning for so many years. How can he be moved by a little girl's words? He was caught in the middle and was really torn. At this time, Fang Shi opened his eyes and said, Master, please pick a few of the more complicated danyan, and we will study how to simplify them. Elder Ken immediately put all those troublesome things behind him, and picked a danyan that he thought was more complicated to discuss with Fang Shi. Although Elder Ken's talent could not be compared with Fang Shi's, he was still a rare talent. Moreover, his experience and knowledge were there, and Fang Shi also benefited a lot from him. As for Elder Ken, it opened the door to a new world for him. The more he discussed, the more he liked Fang Shi. Before they knew it, it was evening. Fang Shi said, Master, it's getting late. I'll go back first and come back tomorrow morning. Elder Ken was about to nod when he suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the day Fan Zhen would be released from prison, so he said, You don't have to come tomorrow, come the day after tomorrow. I don't know why, but Elder Ken felt a little guilty after he finished speaking, as if he had done something shameful. He thought Fang Shi would ask the reason, but Fang Shi didn't ask anything and just said yes obediently. Elder Ken couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, opened the door, and watched Fang Shi leave. Fang Shi greeted the two disciples guarding the door and returned to his residence. She called Zhen Wen over and gave him some instructions. Then the two looked at each other and saw malicious smiles on each other's faces. That's nice. We brothers and sisters have such a tacit understanding. After Zhen Wen left, Fang Shi began to practice. In the middle of the night, she sneaked out of the grave. Seeing that there was nothing unusual around her, Fang Shi chose a direction that she thought might be a barrier and started throwing red ribs into it. You know what, maybe it's because she had a contract with these ribs, but every time she threw them, they were all thrown into the barrier. Soon, several unfamiliar spiritual connections appeared in her spiritual consciousness. Fang Shi took out the roster and started calling the roll. The skeleton army is now starting to call the roll, number 1. A skeleton inside the barrier hesitated for a moment and said, Here. Number 2. 2. Number 3. 2. Ellipsis. The whole skeleton is in trouble after losing the bones. His unique status is gone. He was replaced. Now he is not even included in the roll call. He is going to be beaten back to his original form again. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't be so arrogant. Fortunately, at the last moment, Fang Shi shuddered. Little skeleton. The bone-losing skeleton shuddered and shouted at the loudest voice he could. Here tilde tilde tilde. This sound was earth-shattering and heart-wrenching. This is not just a simple arrival, it is proof of his status and position. The pervert didn't give up on him. And he is the only one without a number, he is unique. He knows it. The dead pervert treats him differently. Why am I so touched? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1270. This Fang Shi is a habitual offender. When Daigunkuku was moved, Fang Shi gave an impassioned speech. The central idea is to paint a big picture. As long as you are obedient, there will be benefits. As long as you are obedient, there will be a day when you will regain your freedom. In addition to making big promises, Fang Shi also appointed these skeletons as team leaders, responsible for organizing people to pick herbs. The bone-losing skeleton was anxious and asked Fang Shi, What about me? What should I do? Didn't I say the limit is 50? You are in charge of this. The bone-losing skeleton suddenly stood up. This is a fat one. I will give a quota to anyone who benefits me, so won't I make a fortune? When he was thinking about how to get the most out of it, Fang Shi said to him alone. Are you planning to use your right to release numbers to get benefits? Can you have a longer-term vision? Even if I give you power, you won't use it. Take the past for example, you could have clearly secured your spot as the boss, but what happened? You've been too arrogant and domineering, and have angered everyone. Now I have to clean up the mess for you. Those in power should know how to use political tactics instead of simply suppressing others. How you use this right to release numbers is up to you. If you use it well, you will be in charge of this army of skeletons. If you don't use it well, you will be numbered 250. Lost bone skeleton. His brain is now much smarter than before and he quickly came up with an idea. He gathered the skeletons together and said, There is a limit of 50 ribs a day. The fairest way is to draw lots, but it wastes too much time. I think it would be better if the top 10 teams that pick herbs every day have 5 spots each. Whether you can get a place depends on how hard you work. The skeletons thought this was a good idea and seemed fair. Someone asked, What about today? The bone-losing skull thought for a moment and said, Each team leader chooses one person. Although there will be more than a dozen extra people, it doesn't matter. I will talk to, Fang Shui. He originally wanted to call him a pervert, but then he thought that now those team leaders could communicate with Fang Shi, what if they reported him? Suddenly, I thought of the name Fang Shui. There's nothing wrong with calling the commander-in-chief of the army General Fang. Those team leaders were naturally very happy. After finally gaining some power, who wouldn't want to show off? And this is also a good opportunity to attract more people. The bone-dishing skull watched coldly and thought to himself that this was indeed a good opportunity to win over people, but it was also a good opportunity to offend people. These offensive tasks will be handed over to these team leaders in the future, and he can also take the opportunity to collect some negative information about them. After a while, the person was chosen and the red skeletons began to throw out ribs. Fang Shi brought the ribs back to the grave and began to brand them with spiritual consciousness. After branding the spiritual consciousness, he began to chant the spell. The frequency can be reduced, but you cannot stop reciting. Some people just forget the pain once the wound has healed. If she doesn't recite the scriptures, those red skeletons will cause trouble. Furthermore, she doubted that the Brahma sound technique would be of any benefit to those red skeletons. Because the bone-lost skeleton said that they were all confused before, but since she started chanting the spell, their minds have become much clearer. So this mantra still needs to be recited. After practicing the Sanskrit sound technique for a while, Fang Shi fell asleep. She got up early in the morning. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai next door also got up early. The three of them had a quick bite and left their residence. When they reached the entrance of the inner disciples' residential area, many disciples were already waiting there, and they all came over to greet Fang Shi. Everyone's face is filled with smiles, just like it's New Year's Day. Junior sister Fang Shi is going to cause trouble again, and they can benefit from it again, that's great. Fang Shi exchanged a few words with everyone and said with a smile. Let's go and welcome the 9 disciples. No, to be precise, the 8 disciples and the inner disciple Fan Zhen. Someone in the crowd suddenly said. Junior sister Fang Shi, they bullied you so much before, and now you are organizing us to welcome them out of prison. You are really repaying evil with kindness. Yes, junior sister Fang Shi is just too kind. I think Fan Zhen and the others will be so moved that they will cry bitterly. Ellipsis. Elder Bai standing behind Fang Shi. These people have been completely led astray. However, when you think about what the previous disciples did, you can understand these disciples. They have suffered so much indignation before, why would they vent their anger now? Fang Shi led everyone to the netherworld purgatory. Lord Lan, who was in charge of guarding the netherworld purgatory, had just ordered people to bring out Fan Zhen and the other 9 people and prepare to release them when someone came in a panic to report. Elder, there are many disciples outside, estimated to be several thousand. Lan Yuzhu couldn't help but frown. What are they doing here? I heard that they were here to welcome Fan Zhen and his men out of prison. Prison Master Lan couldn't help but yelled angrily, nonsense. Is being released from prison a glorious thing? And they even made such a big fuss to welcome him. The disciple stammered, Elder, they said they were welcoming us, but I don't think that's the meaning. You'll know if you go out and take a look. Lan Yuzhu snorted coldly, okay, I want to see what's going on. Lord Lan immediately arrived outside the Nether City Purgatory and saw thousands of people gathered at the door, many of them holding banners. Fan Zhen, your master doesn't want you anymore. Fan Zhen, you are now an inner sect disciple. Fan Zhen, you are different from the other 8 friends. Ellipsis. Blue Prison Master. He immediately spotted Fang Shi, who was at the front of the team. Just by looking at her like the moon surrounded by stars, you can tell that she is the leader. Furthermore, Fang Shi is a repeat offender. Although he rarely left because he was guarding the netherworld purgatory, he had heard of Fang Shi's glorious deeds. Although I have never seen her before, there are only 3 people in the sect who do not have complete spiritual bones, not to mention that she is a little girl, so I can naturally recognize her at a glance. He asked with a gloomy face, Fang Shi, why did you organize so many people to come here? Fang Shi felt that she was quite wrong. In fact, she asked Zhang Wen to notify hundreds of people, but who knew that more and more people would gather on the road. They all came here with great enthusiasm, so it would be hard for her to chase them away, right? Now that we are here, let's have fun together. She saluted to Lord Lan with great respect. Disciple Fang Shi greets Lord Lan. Lan Yuzhu said coldly, forget it, first tell me why you brought so many people here. Fang Shi, adding insult to injury, hitting a drowning dog. Blue Prison Master. You are honest. I don't care about the grudges between you, but the gate of the Nether City Purgatory is not a place for nonsense. You should leave immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Fang Shi nodded, okay, we'll retreat now. As she spoke, she turned around and shouted to everyone, the rear team becomes the front team, retreat 5 miles. Everyone immediately followed the order and set off in a mighty procession. There is no soppiness at all. Blue Prison Master. Everyone says that Elder Ken and his men are planning to rebel. I think Fang Shi is the leader of the rebellion. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1271 Fan Zhen, your master doesn't want you anymore. Before leaving, Fang Shi said to Lord Lan. Master, I want to ask, isn't my master, Elder Ken, still have a prison term to serve? Can I, as his disciple, serve his sentence in his place? Blue Prison Master, number. Fang Shi was immediately disappointed, sighed, and turned away. Prison Master Lan thought to himself, he didn't expect Fang Shi to be so filial to Ken Chushi that she even wanted to go to jail for him. However, thinking of the huge team and those banners, he frowned again. Well, I'll remind Fan Zhen and the others to take a detour. He did this not because he had a good impression of Fan Zhen and the others, but mainly because he didn't want to cause any trouble. A quarter of an hour later, Fan Zhen and others were brought out. The Blue Prison Master first said some clichés, asking them to abide by the sect rules and mend their ways, and then said, there are quite a few disciples gathered in front, you should go around from the back mountain. Although Fan Zhen and his companions agreed verbally, they walked straight ahead after leaving the Yudu Purgatory. They have been holding a grudge for a long time and are looking for someone to settle the score with. Since the unlucky ones have come to our doorstep, let's help them. They knew nothing about what was happening outside. Even though they suffered a great loss last time, they still thought that they were in a superior position and that their master would be able to handle it as long as they didn't make things too serious. Especially since Elder Ken and Elder Jin were released early, they felt more and more that the sect could not do without Elder Ken and Elder Jin. The status of these direct disciples naturally rose. Fan Zhen said bitterly. It doesn't matter who else is around, but Fangxi must die. If it weren't for her instigation, those bastards wouldn't have the guts to confront us. If I don't kill her, I, Fan Zhen, will not be a human being. Yan Guangru said. Elder Ji and Elder Jiang both helped her, and even Hall Master Siu seemed to have a different opinion of her. If you attack her, it may not end well. Fan Zhen sneered. If you can't do it openly, then use covert tactics. She's just an inner sect disciple. I have 100 ways to kill her. Yan Guangru disagreed and said, I think we should think long-term and not act rashly. Besides, it's not just us who lost face this time, Master and the others also hate her. Maybe we don't even have to do anything, Master and the others will get rid of her. Others followed suit. 2 months in jail had more or less taught them a lesson. Fan Zhen sneered, I think you are scared by Fangxi. You are afraid of me, but not me. Just wait, in less than 3 days, I will kill that bitch. Yan Guangru and the others didn't know what to say after seeing this. To be honest, among these people, only Yan Guangru dared to challenge Fan Zhen, and the rest were just followers. Although they are all direct disciples, their status varies, which mainly depends on the status of their master. Fan Zhen is the apprentice of Elder Ken, and Yan Guangru is the apprentice of Elder Jin. Both of them are alchemists of extraordinary status, and naturally their status is higher than the other 7 elders. Seeing that the atmosphere had become awkward, Yan Guangru changed the subject and brought up the 9-aperture divine bone pill. I don't know if Master and the others succeeded in refining it. Fan Zhen immediately said. It must have been successfully refined, otherwise my master wouldn't have never returned to Yudu Purgatory to serve out his sentence. I guess no one in the sect dares to offend my master now. So I say that you're afraid of the ropes after being bitten once. It's just a small Fangxi. I can kill her, it's not a big deal at all. Yan Guangru wanted to say something, but swallowed it back in the end. Forget it, I'll wait until I see the master and see what he says. At this time, someone reported to Lord Land that Fan Zhen and his companions did not take a detour. Lord Land shook his head. Good words could not persuade the damned ghosts. They were asking for death, so let them die. At this time, Fangxi was eating melon seeds. The disciples who were just watching the show smacked their lips. Logically speaking, they have all trained themselves into skeletons and have no appetite, but eating melons and cracking melon seeds are a perfect match. How wonderful it would be if I could crack a handful of melon seeds. At this time, someone shouted, they're coming. Fangxi put away the melon seeds and looked up, and saw Fan Zhen and his 9 companions walking towards them with the steps of a great enemy. Without Fangxi's order, the disciples behind her who were just watching the show raised the banner. Still under Zheng Wen's command, they shouted together. Fan Zhen, your master doesn't want you anymore. Fan Zhen, your master doesn't want you anymore. Ellipsis. Fan Zhen and the other 9 were completely confused. What do you mean? Fangxi kindly helped them solve the doubts. You don't know yet, right? Elder Ken expelled Fan Zhen for his bad conduct and moral corruption. Fan Zhen has now been demoted to an inner disciple. By the way, I have great news to tell you. Elder Ken has accepted me as his disciple, and I am his only beloved disciple. Fan Zhen sneered, impossible. Stop talking nonsense here. Fangxi took out the photo stone, and Fan Zhen and the others immediately saw the photo of Fangxi, Sect Master Gu, Elder Jiang, and Elder Ken. Well, there was also Elder Ji's big face in the front. Did you see it? Elder Ji in the front is my grandfather, Elder Jiang is my first master, Sect Master Gu is my second master, and Elder Ken is my third master. This is the group photo we took in the law enforcement hall. Fan Zhen's face froze at first, then he took out his identity token and sent a message to Elder Ken. Master, Fangxi said that you fired me and accepted her as your disciple. Is this true? At this time, Elder Ken was pacing anxiously in the alchemy room, wondering how to make Fan Zhen understand his difficulties and helplessness. After receiving the message from Fan Zhen, his first reaction was that Fan Zhen would go looking for trouble with Fangxi after he was released from prison. Otherwise, how would the 2 of them meet? He couldn't help but blame Fan Zhen. People say that every failure makes one wiser, so why didn't he learn from it? Things are different now. Even if Fangxi cripples you, she will be safe. Therefore, his tone was filled with a bit of urgency and displeasure. You went to look for Xiaoxi. You really give me so much trouble. Come back immediately and don't mess with Xiaoxi. There is a hidden story behind this matter of accepting a disciple. I will tell you in detail after we meet. Elder Ken said this out of concern, but it had a different meaning to Fan Zhen's ears. Master now calls Fangxi, Xiaoxi. Still blaming him for provoking Fangxi. It's easy to tell who is far and who is near. You are my master. I was only in jail for 2 months, and you accepted a new disciple. You are my enemy. No need to ask, it must be that bitch Fangxi who can bring him benefits. You abandoned your own disciple for a little benefit. Mr. Ken, you have such a cruel heart. No wonder he refused to teach me the recipe, saying that I had to lay a solid foundation first. Why did Elder Jin let Yan Guangru start making pills so early? Isn't it because when choosing disciples, Elder Jin picked Yan Guangru first, and you chose me as a second choice, so you have always been dissatisfied? Now that he saw that Fangxi had some agenda, he immediately fired me and took this bitch in as his disciple. The more Fan Zhen thought about it, the more hateful he became. He did not reply to Elder Ken, but stared at Fangxi with resentment. Bitch, all of this is because of you, I must kill you today. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1272 Fan Zhen intends to murder the next clan leader. Fangxi saw Fan Zhen's furious look and guessed that he must have just communicated with Elder Ken, and said calmly. You are such an interesting person. What does it have to do with me if you made a mistake and were expelled from the sect? Furthermore, I came here with good intentions to welcome you out of prison, and it would be fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually wanted to kill me. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Fan Zhen gritted his teeth and said, good intentions. If it weren't for you, I, Fan Zhen, would still be a favored child of heaven. How could I have fallen to this point? Feng Shi said in a cold voice, Fan Zhen, do you need me to help you recall that it was you who forced me to be your Taoist partner, and after I refused, you still wanted to force me to submit? Even if we don't talk about the past, after you get out of prison this time, do you still want to cause trouble for me, or even kill me? Not to mention how many disciples have been bullied by you during your years of arrogance. Both publicly and privately, what I do to you now is reasonable and legal. However, Elder Ken is my master after all. For his sake, I can let you off the hook. As long as you sincerely apologize to me and other fellow disciples now, I will forgive you for what happened before. Even if Master accepts you as his disciple again in the future, I have no objection. How about that? Fan Zhen's face was grim. Feng Shi, stop pretending to be kind here, there's no need. As long as I kill you, everything will be solved. With that said, he was about to take action. Yan Guangru shouted, wait a minute. Fan Zhen turned to look at him, you want to watch my fun too? Yan Guangru cursed in his heart, you are not even my direct disciple now, what qualifications do you have to boss me around? If my master hadn't asked me to advise you, I wouldn't bother with you. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, I just sent a message to my master. He said there is something else going on. Don't bother with Feng Shi for now. Let's go back to the alchemy hall and talk about it first. As he said this, he pulled Fan Zhen's arm. Fan Zhen swung Yan Guangru hard, causing him to stagger. Don't worry about it, I'll kill Feng Shi first. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, which instantly turned into several palm prints and headed straight for Feng Shi. Feng Shi stretched out his hands to block in front of him, like chasing away flies, left and right, and those palm prints disappeared in an instant. The disciples who were just watching the show were cheering for Feng Shi from behind. Fan Zhen, you don't know yet, do you? Junior Sister Feng Shi is a divine bone. What does divine bone mean? Do you understand? It is the bones of God. How dare you disrespect God? You are really tired of living. Junior Sister Feng Shi cut off Jing Chanqing's hand bones with one palm strike. Your 1,000-bone palm seal is nothing. Fan Zhen, you actually want to murder the Sect Master's disciple. Are you planning to rebel? Ellipsis. Feng Shi. Yup. She is the Sect Master's disciple. How could I forget this sharp weapon for pulling tiger skins? So, she shouted, Yan Guangru, what are you eight doing standing there? Fan Zhen is trying to murder the next clan leader, why don't you quickly subdue him? Yan Guangru and the other eight. They haven't recovered from the news that Feng Shi is the divine bone, and Feng Shi said that she is the next sect leader. Were they imprisoned for 2 months or 200 years? Seeing that they didn't move, Feng Shi sneered. Even if you don't obey my orders, you should at least think about yourselves, right? If you don't draw a clear line between yourself and Fan Zhen now, I will sue you all at the law enforcement hall, and then it won't just be a 2-month sentence. Things are different now, your master can no longer protect you. The disciples who were just eating melons also shouted. Yes, things have changed, and now you are no longer popular. Elder Ken has already expelled Fan Zhen. If you don't listen to Junior Sister Feng Shi, your master won't want you either. Ellipsis. Yan Guangru was thinking a lot. Judging from the content of the message that Elder Jin had just sent him, the current situation was indeed different from what it was 2 months ago. Not to mention anything else, the fact that Elder Ken accepted Feng Shi as his disciple is enough to explain it. Furthermore, Elder Jin repeatedly told him to stop Fan Zhen from acting on impulse. After weighing the pros and cons, he said to the others, Fan Zhen is not in a clear mind right now. If we don't stop him, he might get into big trouble. Let's go together. The other few people were already confused at this time. However, I usually listened to the instructions of Fan Zhen and Yan Guangru, and subconsciously followed Yan Guangru. As soon as they came up, Feng Shi retreated. She glanced at Zhang Wen and saw him recording with the photo stone, so she continued to eat melon seeds and watch the show. Fan Zhen was certainly no match for Yan Guangru and his 8 men and was quickly subdued. He was going crazy. Great, I've always been nice to you, but now you're kicking me when I'm down. You're such a bunch of snobs. Feng Shi put away the melon seeds and said to Yan Guangru, Brother Yan, can I have a word with you? Yan Guangru frowned, I have nothing to say to you, we still have to hurry to the alchemy hall. His words came to an abrupt halt, because a bone-strengthening pill with golden patterns appeared in Feng Shi's hand. Do you know it? Yan Guangru's eyes almost popped out. Top-grade elixir, where did you get it from? The disciples who were eating melons all talked about it and helped him to solve the problem. Of course it was made by Junior Sister Feng Shi. You don't know yet, right? Junior Sister Feng Shi only watched Elder Ken make the elixir once, and she made a top-grade elixir. Not only did they refine top-grade elixirs, but they also had a 100% success rate. They are all top-grade. Ellipsis. Yan Guangru staggered and almost collapsed on the ground. With so many people saying this, it can't be false. No wonder Elder Ken abandoned Fan Zhen and accepted Feng Shi as his disciple. Her talent for alchemy is too abnormal. At this time, Feng Shi smiled and said, Brother Yan, can we talk further now? Yan Guangru nodded with a somewhat stiff expression. Upon seeing this, Fan Zhen immediately cursed, Yan Guangru, you idiot. Did you really believe their lies? How could a newly initiated disciple like her be able to refine a top-grade elixir? Yan Guangru ignored him and followed Feng Shi to the side. Feng Shi looked at him and said with a smile. Brother Yan, I was right about you. You are much smarter than that idiot Fan Zhen. I won't beat around the bush with you, let me be frank, Fan Zhen must die. To be honest, if he didn't threaten to kill me after he got out of prison, I wouldn't have thought of killing him. After all, I have to give Elder Ken some face. But who made him commit suicide? Yan Guangru looked at Feng Shi in disbelief. Did you hear our previous conversation? How come I didn't notice it? Feng Shi said. It's not important, what's important is your choice. Now I give you 2 choices. One is to continue to collude with Fan Zhen stubbornly and then be killed by me. The other one will turn over a new leaf and cooperate with me, and continue to be your personal disciple. Yan Guangru sneered, you overestimate yourself. Fan Zhen is asking for his own death. As long as I don't make any mistakes, my master will not give up on me. Fang Shi chuckled, who is Elder Jin? Do you need me to help you analyze him? As long as I am valuable enough to him, let alone abandoning you, he can even abandon his own face. Not to mention my talent for alchemy, my connections alone are enough to attract him. Elder Ji is my grandfather, and Elder Jiang and Elder Ken are my masters. If I take the initiative to surrender and become his disciple, do you think he will abandon you and accept me? By the way, Uncle Jin also demonstrated to me the process of refining the Tianx and Yangsui pill yesterday. Yan Guangru's expression kept changing. He knew that what Fang Shi said was true. As a disciple, he knows his master too well. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that he is profit-driven, but he can indeed sacrifice everything for his power. What do you want to do? Fang Shi said with a smile. I am a soft-hearted person and I cannot do such a wicked thing as killing someone, so please help me deal with Fan Zhen. Yan Guangru. If you don't do anything immoral, you'll let others do it, right? You are so wicked. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1273 worthy of being Uncle Jin's carefully selected disciple. Yan Guangru shook his head. No, even if Fan Zhen is now an inner sect disciple, I can't kill him for no reason. I won't be able to explain to the law enforcement hall then. Fang Shi smiled meaningfully. You're just worried that you won't be able to explain to the law enforcement hall if you kill him, not that you don't want to kill him. You really have inherited Uncle Jin's true teachings. You are worthy of being Uncle Jin's carefully selected disciple. Yan Guangru. Just take the loss. Besides, isn't this something you forced me to do? What have I done wrong? I would rather die than let my friend die. He was about to make a few words to defend himself when Fang Shi said. I thought you were the smartest among the 9-headed disciples, but who told you to kill him openly? Can't you use your brain? Yan Guangru. Which kind person uses the quantifier, head, to describe a person? He said gloomily. Fang Shi, aren't you afraid that I will tell Elder Ken what you said? Fang Shi covered her mouth with her little paws. I'm so scared. Please don't tell him. Yan Guangru. Seeing her fearless look, Yan Guangru was speechless. That's right, even if Elder Ken knew that she was plotting against Fan Zhen, so what? A useless chess piece and a rising star, even a fool would know how to choose. What's more, if you think about it, what Fang Shi did can only be considered a provocation at most. He took a deep breath and said, don't keep me in suspense. What do you want me to do? Fang Shi said faintly. Guilt is the most hurtful thing. At first, it's just pure guilt, but later you start finding faults in the other person to alleviate your own guilt. Over time, this guilt turns into avoidance, disgust and even resentment. So, we have to help Elder Ken and let him turn his guilt towards Fan Zhen into disgust and even resentment, do you understand? As for Fan Zhen, he brought his own death upon himself with his character. There is no need for you to do anything about it yourself. This is called killing without being seen. This way, you don't have to worry about the law enforcement hall causing trouble for you because you didn't do anything. Seeing that you are like this, I guess you don't know how to operate it for a while, so I will show you a way, you do this and that. Yan Guangru was stunned after hearing this. This Fang Shi is too insidious and scary. Fan Zhen had previously said that he would kill her within 3 days. 3 days are enough for him to die hundreds of times. After Fang Shi finished speaking, she looked at him with a smile. Brother Yan, you are a smart person. You don't need me to analyze the pros and cons for you. You should know what is best for you. Yan Guangru was caught in a dilemma. Fang Shi added fuel to the fire. Fan Zhen is petty and vindictive. Do you think he will still be friends with you after this? Aren't you afraid that he will stab you in the back? These words touched Yan Guangru's heart. Yes, Fan Zhen is cursing loudly now. If he gains power in the future, you will definitely take revenge on him. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, there will be trouble in the future. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. Okay, I promise you. But, I also have a condition. Before he could finish, Fang Shi said, no. Yan Guangru. I didn't even say anything, and you don't agree. Fang Shi said quietly, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. You can only choose to obey actively or passively. Do you understand? Yan Guangru, why? Just because I can take over the position of Elder Ken. Yan Guangru. Is cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest a good word? You say it with such pride. At this point, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and say, okay, I promise you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi raised his voice. Yan Guangru, don't refuse my toast. I respect you when I discuss things with you in a friendly way. If you don't appreciate my kindness, you will be the second Fan Zhen. Seeing that Fang Shi had already spoken her lines, Yan Guangru quickly got into the role as well. Fang Shi, if it weren't for the fact that you are now a disciple of Elder Ken, do you think I would talk nonsense to you? Since you won't listen to my advice, I have nothing more to say. Let's wait and see. After Yan Guangru finished speaking, he returned to the team angrily and said to his disciples. Take Fan Zhen with you and let's go. After saying that, he turned to Fang Shi and said, tell him to get out of the way, or don't blame us for being rude. Fang Shi curled her lips. Let them pass. They're just a bunch of stray dogs. Let them live this time. The disciples who were watching the show immediately made way for Yan Guangru and his companions to pass through. Fan Zhen was still cursing. Yan Guangru, if you have the guts, let me go. I'll settle the score with you after I kill Fang Shi. Yan Guangru was speechless. After walking a few miles, Yan Guangru finally untied Fan Zhen's restraints, then bowed and swept the floor. Brother Fan Zhen, I apologize for offending you just now. Please forgive me. I have no choice. My master specifically sent me a message to stop you, saying that Elder Ken has his own difficulties and ask you not to act rashly. Feng Shi can't run away, and 1 or 2 days won't matter. Let's go back to the alchemy hall first. You should have a good talk with Uncle Ken. There must be a misunderstanding. Even if Feng Shi is a genius in alchemy, he won't fire you just because of this. Others also chimed in and persuaded Fan Zhen to go back to the alchemy hall first. Fan Zhen gritted his teeth and said, okay, let's go to the alchemy hall and find out the truth first. As he spoke, he quickened his pace. Yan Guangru and the others were able to keep up at first, but later they were left behind by him for a distance. Fan Zhen was now eager to see Elder Ken, so naturally he couldn't care about these things. Yan Guangru took this opportunity to say to the other 7 disciples. Although we had good intentions just now, Fan Zhen hates us now. If we let him gain power, our future will not be easy, so we must make him fall to the dust completely. The 7 disciples were all stunned. How come there is a rebellion in this nest? It must be what Feng Shi and Yan Guangru said just now. However, between the 2 options, Fan Zhen and Yan Guangru, even a fool would know who to choose. Fan Zhen is no longer his direct disciple, what good is there in following him? Naturally, I have to choose Yan Guangru. So, they all nodded in agreement. Yan Guangru added, it's enough for us to know about this matter. Don't alarm your respective masters, lest they get upset. Got it. The 7 disciples looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Anyway, it's not the first time they have done this. For example, when they bully other disciples on a daily basis, even if they're arrogant and domineering, they know that they cannot make it public, so they naturally hide it from the elders. Yan Guangru made all the arrangements and then quickened his pace to catch up with Fan Zhen in front of him. Fan Zhen rushed to the door of the alchemy hall, but was stopped by the disciple guarding the gate just as he was about to go in. Fan Zhen, you are no longer Elder Ken's disciple. You have no right to enter the alchemy hall. Leave immediately. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1274, continue to live without virtue. Fan Zhen was already angry, and he raised his foot and kicked the disciple who was speaking in the chest. The disciple screamed and flew out. Another gatekeeper disciple stepped forward to reason with him. Fan Zhen, you. Before he could finish his words, Fan Zhen hit him in the chest with a palm print, and he fell to the ground immediately. It's not that the 2 gatekeeper disciples were too useless, the key is that they didn't expect Fan Jian to kill them, and they were not prepared. It can be said that the 2 gatekeeper disciples were truly worthy of the pills Feng Shi gave them. Even when they were seriously injured, they did not forget to call for help. Come, someone come. Quick, someone come. Someone is trying to break into the alchemy hall. Some disciples heard the noise and ran out to check. When they saw it was Fan Zhen, they didn't know whether to stop him or not. Fortunately, Yan Guangru and others arrived at this time. Yan Guangru said breathlessly, Fan Zhen, what are you doing? Even if you are unhappy, don't take it out on your fellow disciples. Originally, your aptitude was not as good as Feng Shi's, and now you beat up the gatekeeper disciple. If Elder Ken knew about this, wouldn't he be even more angry with you? Other disciples also spoke in unison. Yes, senior brother Fan Zhen, you are so reckless. At this critical juncture, you must be extra careful and cautious, otherwise you will not be able to compete with Feng Shi. On the way back just now, I made some inquiries and heard that Elder Ken thinks highly of Feng Shi and praised her for her promising future. Even if you have a master-disciple relationship, things are different now. I heard that Feng Shi can not only refine top-grade elixirs, but can also improve elixir seals. It's normal for Elder Ken to favor her. Senior brother Fan Zhen, you're at a disadvantage now. Don't go against Elder Ken. It will not benefit you. Ellipsis. Fan Zhen was already full of resentment, and hearing them mentioning Feng Shi left and right, he became even more furious. Seeing those disciples from the alchemy hall blocking the way, he used the 1000-bone palm seal without saying a word, and those disciples immediately screamed in pain. Yan Guangru gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, senior brother Fan Zhen, we can't let you make the same mistake again. Let's go together and take him down. So, he rushed forward with his disciples. However, they did not use their full strength, and the fight was quite intense, but Fan Zhen still managed to break into the alchemy hall. At this time, Elder Jin was chatting with Elder Ken about Feng Shi. Old Ken, I have long said that Feng Shi has ulterior motives, and he has indeed done as I said. She brought a large group of people to surround Fan Zhen and his group, and even said, you don't want Fan Zhen anymore. Wasn't this meant to piss off Fan Zhen? When Fan Zhen comes back, comfort him. I believe he will understand your painstaking efforts. Elder Ken's face did not look very good. He was somewhat unhappy about Feng Shi bringing people to surround Fan Zhen. No wonder Fan Zhen met her. It turned out that she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him. After comforting Fan Zhen, I have to call her over to ask her. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard shouting and killing outside. He was startled. Could it be that those blood evil bones escaped? When he and Elder Jin came out and saw what was happening, they almost fainted from anger. Then he saw his good disciple Fan Zhen killing people everywhere, and none of his 8 disciples could stop him. There were many injured disciples lying on the ground. Elder Ken roared, evil creature, why don't you stop? Only then did Fan Zhen stop, panting. He looked at Elder Ken who was furious, and felt a little timid. When he was about to explain, Yan Guangru spoke first. Fan Zhen, why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake to Elder Ken? Even if you are unhappy with Elder Ken for expelling you and accepting Feng Shi as his disciple, you shouldn't act like this. You have now forced your way into the alchemy hall and injured so many disciples. How will outsiders view you? Isn't this a slap in the face of our alchemy hall? Yan Guangru's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Elder Ken no longer wanted to listen to Fan Zhen's explanation. Isn't this obvious? This little beast Fan Zhen was dissatisfied with him, so he took out his anger on these disciples. He had made it clear in his previous communication that there was a hidden story behind this matter, but he acted in this way. It seemed that he had no trust in his master at all. He didn't take his master seriously at all. Elder Ken pointed at Fan Zhen. I thought 2 months in prison would make you learn something, but you got into trouble for me as soon as you got out. I'm so disappointed. You should go to the inner gate and reflect on yourself for a while. Come back to me when you figure it out. It would be fine if Fan Zhen obeyed his orders now. After a while, when Elder Ken's anger had subsided, he would call him back. But there are carefully selected disciples here. Yan Guangru whispered, Fan Zhen, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when Feng Shi comes, she will say something, and Elder Ken will probably be even angrier. Fan Zhen suddenly lost all his rationality. He gritted his teeth and looked at Elder Ken. I disappointed you, and you disappointed me too. I have been your apprentice for so many years, and you abandoned me just because Feng Shi is more talented than me. Don't think I don't know that I wasn't the one you wanted to choose at first. You have been refusing to teach me the method of alchemy all these years, isn't it because you don't like me? You don't have to chase me away. I don't want to stay here. With my qualifications, there are elders who want to take me in as their apprentice. Elder Ken never dreamed that Fan Zhen would say such a thing, and he almost got so angry that he collapsed. Get out. You. Get out of here. Fan Zhen sneered and walked away, kicking the door of the alchemy room before leaving. Elder Ken felt dizzy and fainted with a choking sound. Elder Jin looked at Yan Guangru with sharp eyes. He was not as stupid as Elder Ken. Of course he could tell that Yan Guangru's words were not well-intentioned and were meant to provoke Fan Zhen. Why did this little calf do this? Why go against him? Yan Guangru didn't care about Elder Jin at this time and felt a little scared. Everything happened exactly as Feng Shi gave him in the script. It was so scary. Fortunately, he got on board her pirate ship, otherwise he would probably become the second Fan Zhen. At this time, Feng Shi ran in from the door crying. Master, what's wrong with you? How would I live if anything happened to you? Yan Guangru. How to live? Just continue to live without virtue. Feng Shi rushed to Elder Ken, and Elder Ken just woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Feng Shi looking at me with concern, and my heart suddenly felt warm. However, when he thought of the previous incident between Elder Jin and the cricket, his face turned cold. He shook off Feng Shi's hand that was trying to help him and stood up by himself. I heard that you took people to surround Fan Zhen. Feng Shi was stunned at first, then said somewhat at a loss. Master, you know everything. I also knew that it was wrong to do so. I just wanted to vent my anger and didn't want to do anything to him. Who knew he wanted to kill me right away? Fortunately, senior brother Yan and the others stopped him, otherwise we might not have seen each other again. At this point, she said to Elder Jin beside her. Uncle Jin, you must have told brother Yan to protect me, right? You were such a good person. Elder Jin, who was given the nice guy card, #% and asterisk ad. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1275. Feng Shi seems to glow. Elder Jin really wanted to say, it's not me, I didn't do that, please don't frame me. But it's hard to say this out loud. I can't say to Feng Shi in front of so many disciples that I wish you would die. Besides, he did instruct Yan Guangru to dissuade Fan Zhen from making things worse. While he was hesitating, Feng Shi said to Elder Ken. Master, I really didn't expect things to get so serious. It's all my fault. As long as you can calm down, you can beat me, scold me, or punish me. Yan Guangru secretly cursed Feng Shi for being a dramatic actor. You are the one who caused all this, and now you come here and act like a good guy. But from Elder Ken's perspective, the former disciple was rude and ungrateful. Now that he sees such a well-behaved and sensible new disciple, he will naturally favor the new disciple. Thinking about what Fan Zhen said before, it shows that he has been dissatisfied with his master for a long time, and the current incident is just a fuse. So I didn't blame Feng Shi that much. However, he still had a gloomy face and said nothing. Seeing this, Feng Shi looked at Elder Jin again. Uncle Jin, my master is very angry, what do you think we should do now? There is nothing else to worry about, the key is that these brothers and sisters are all injured, don't they need an explanation? Logically speaking, Fan Zhen should be handed over to the law enforcement hall for punishment according to the sect rules, but my master would definitely not be willing to do that. Alas, this matter was caused by me after all. How about this? I will give them 2 top-grade bone-strengthening pills each as compensation. Do you think it's okay? The injured disciples suddenly felt that their waists were no longer sore, their legs were no longer painful, and even their heads felt relaxed. Although the bone-strengthening pill is the most basic pill, it is of the best quality. Regardless of how much it sells for, the key is to gain experience. Elder Jin secretly cursed Feng Shi in his heart, saying that he was more clever than a monkey. This move can not only win people's hearts, but more importantly, it can also make Elder Ken feel at ease, and he probably won't be angry with her anymore. Looking at the eager eyes of those injured disciples, what could he say? He could only nod in agreement. Feng Shi expressed her apologies to the injured disciples, saying that they had all been implicated by her and that if they needed her in the future, they could just let her know. When saying this, he shamelessly gave himself the title of Saint. In the eyes of those disciples at this moment, Feng Shi was shining brightly, 10,000 times stronger than Fan Zhen. Even if Elder Ken wanted to recruit Fan Zhen again, they would not agree. No matter what they said, he would ruin the plan. After Feng Shi comforted the injured disciples, he let them go back to recuperate and arranged for the uninjured disciples to take turns. Elder Jin looked at Feng Shi, who was busy like a top. No, when did you ever have the final say in this alchemy hall? He couldn't help but glance at his carefully selected disciple, and saw that his eyes had never left Feng Shi, and he couldn't help but frown. What's going on? After being beaten up by that stinky girl Feng Shi last time, you're still attracted to her. However, he soon discovered that the other 7 disciples were also paying attention to Feng Shi's every move. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that this damn girl Feng Shi would always become the focus no matter where she was. This damn girl seems to be able to glow. He was secretly complaining while thinking about his next plan. Although Fan Zhen's move was not completely useless, it would probably be of no use in the short term. Fortunately, after this incident, old Ken was somewhat dissatisfied with that dead girl Fengxi, so perhaps he could do something about it. Just as he was thinking about it, Elder Ken's identity jade token began to vibrate. Elder Ken was stunned. It was a message from Lord Lan. Could it be that they were urging him to serve his sentence quickly? It's like when you suppress one problem, another one pops up. Trouble comes one after another. He probed his consciousness into it and heard the Blue Prison Master say, Elder Ken, after much thought, I decided to tell you that Fengxi brought a large group of people to welcome Fan Zhen and his men out of prison. I think they want to cause trouble. I originally reminded Fan Zhen and others to take a detour, but it seems they just went straight ahead anyway. I was worried that something might go wrong, so I told you. Elder Ken. Aren't you just talking after the fact? What did you do earlier? But out of consideration for the relationship, I had to say some words of gratitude. Lan Yuzhu said a few polite words and said, but I have to say that Fengxi is very filial to you. She even asked me if she could serve your sentence for you. After I refused, she left with a sigh. Elder Ken was stunned. He thought Fengxi was just talking about serving his sentence for him, but he actually went to ask Lord Lan of the prison. The relationship between him and her as master and disciple was just the result of a bet. He didn't teach her anything, but he learned a lot from her. She was so sincere to him. Although there are some small thoughts and some grudges, isn't this also human nature? If anyone is to blame, blame Fan Zhen for being narrow-minded, violent and cruel, and not being filial to his master at all. As I said, since he has been dissatisfied for a long time, it is only a matter of time before the master and disciple turn against each other. It wouldn't be a bad thing if it broke out earlier. Thinking of this, he sighed and said to Fengxi, forget it, since you know you were wrong, don't do it again. Fengxi's eyes suddenly turned red. Master, I will never do that again. Elder Jin. Yan Guangru. The master and the disciple have never been so in tune with each other. Their evaluation of Fengxi is very consistent. How hypocritical. It's acted so realistically. While the deep affection between master and disciple was being played out here, Elder Ken's identity token vibrated again. It was a message from Hall Master Siu. It turned out that after Fan Zhen left the alchemy hall, he met several inner disciples on the road and beat him up for no reason, and the beatings were severe. Not only that, he also caused a big commotion in the miscellaneous affairs hall and smashed the stone screen used by the hall for issuing announcements. If sufficient compensation can be given, he will serve 3 months in Yudu Purgatory. If compensation cannot be paid, it will take half a year. Although Elder Ken and Fan Zhen had terminated their master-disciple relationship, Hall Master Siu still informed him out of courtesy. Elder Ken's head was buzzing. What a sin. How could he be so blind to accept such a disciple? Elder Jin saw Elder Ken's pale face and asked, Old Ken, what happened? Elder Ken told the story again. Elder Jin. Fan Zhen, this chess piece is completely useless. You've ruined yourself. However, he strongly suspected that those inner disciples had some relationship with Fengxi. Maybe she arranged it. Otherwise, why would Fan Zhen beat people up if he wasn't crazy? And why did he have to go to the miscellaneous hall and smash the stone screen where the notice was posted? Maybe there was something written on the stone screen, maybe it was an announcement to demote Fan Zhen to an inner disciple. Elder Ken sighed and said, Old Jin, what should I do now? Even if I wanted to get him out, I can't do anything. While Elder Jin was thinking about his words, Yan Guangru received Feng Zai's gaze and said hurriedly, Uncle Ken, we all have friendships with Fan Zhen. He's in trouble right now, and we can't just stand by and watch. So we plan to pull money to compensate him for his losses, so that he can spend fewer days in jail. Elder Ken couldn't help but nodded. In comparison, these few were much stronger than Fan Zhen. But how could he possibly use the money of a few juniors? He sighed and said, I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary. I will help him make compensation. This is the last thing I can do for him as his master. Everyone understood that once these words were spoken, it meant that Elder Ken had completely given up on Fan Zhen. Elder Jin glared at Yan Guangru fiercely. You little bastard, you must be hiding something from me. Just wait for me. Yan Guangru feels so miserable. He has already boarded the pirate ship, what else can he do except to go down this path till the end? However, judging from the master's appearance, he might not be able to defeat Fengxi, so he chose his side for his own good. He is so filial. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1276 You can do it, you can do it. Elder Ken went to the law enforcement hall and spent more than 5 million strut stones, including compensation to those disciples and the miscellaneous affairs hall. He finally managed to reduce Fan Zhen's sentence from 6 months to 3 months. Fan Zhen was not only not grateful for this, but also resented Elder Ken for being so stingy to him since he was so rich. Of course, he learned his lesson this time and didn't say it out loud. He even pretended to be aware that he was wrong and begged Elder Ken for forgiveness. Elder Ken shook his head and sighed. It's too late. Too late. Even if he could let go of his grudges, would the disciples who were beaten agree? Would the others in the sect agree? There is no turning back on this matter. Seeing that Elder Ken was determined to give up on him, Fan Zhen sneered. I have called you master for so many years in vain. In your heart, I am not as good as that bitch Fengxi. Do you think she is a good person? I tell you, she is 1,000 times more vicious than me. You will regret it one day. Elder Ken was feeling very sad at first, but after hearing what Fan Zhen said, he felt relieved. This evil creature has not realized his mistakes at all. Bad habits are hard to change, so there is nothing to regret. Elder Ken left a message, take care of yourself, and left the law enforcement hall. Not long after, he saw Fengxi waiting not far away. Fengxi came running towards him, looking a little uneasy. Master, are you okay? Elder Ken shook his head and said nothing. The master and disciple returned to the alchemy hall in silence. At this time, Elder Jin was interrogating his carefully selected disciple. Say, what's going on? Yan Guangru fell to his knees with a thud. Master, I followed your advice and tried to dissuade Fan Zhen from confronting Feng Shi head-on, but who knew he would insist on killing Feng Shi? There was no other way, so I had to take others to control him by force. He said a lot of nasty things and it seemed like he was resentful of us as well. He also mentioned the time when you and Elder Ken accepted disciples, and he was quite resentful that you chose me instead of him. I think even if we help him, he is an ungrateful person and will bite us back sooner or later. It would be better to take this opportunity to get rid of him directly, so as to avoid future troubles. Elder Jin stared at him intently. Is that all? Yan Guangru immediately showed a guilty look, and said in a panic. Feng Shi had a few private conversations with the disciple, and I think what she said makes some sense. She said that you must want to use this idiot Fan Zhen to sow discord between her and Elder Ken, but Fan Zhen can only have a counterproductive effect, so it would be better to get rid of him so that both of us can save ourselves the trouble. Elder Jin, so, you believed her lies? Yan Guangru gritted his teeth and said, she also promised to teach me the simplified Danyan after the success. I was also bewildered for a while and agreed. Anyway, killing Fan Zhen won't harm us, so I'll just do it on my own initiative. Master, I was wrong. Please punish me. Elder Jin snorted coldly. I guess that she promised you something good, otherwise you wouldn't help her. You were such a short-sighted fool. Yan Guangru felt as if he had eaten bitter herbs. Master, how would you know that I didn't get any benefit at all? I didn't even mention the qualifications. He summoned up his courage and said, Master, I have an idea. Feng Shi thinks I am easy to control. Why don't I take the opportunity to learn Danyan from her to get along with her more and spy on her situation? Do you think it's okay? Elder Jin's eyes lit up, and his anger turned into joy. That's right, you have made some progress. I'll do as you say, but Feng Shi is a cunning girl, you must be careful and don't fall into her trap. Yan Guangru nodded in agreement. Master, you worry too much. It doesn't matter whether I pay attention or not, because I have already boarded her pirate ship. Elder Jin had no idea that the person kneeling in front of him was a traitor, yet he was still feeling very pleased and even had a sense of superiority. His disciple is much better than Lao Ken's. It was worth it that he took the initiative and chose this one first. At this time, Yan Guangru heard the noise outside and found that it was Elder Ken and Feng Shi who returned. Master, should we go over and take a look? Elder Jin nodded and took Yan Guangru out of the alchemy room. Old Ken, have you finished with the matter? Elder Ken forced himself to tell the story again. Elder Jin comforted him, now that things have come to this, you don't have to think too much about it. Just pay more attention to everything in the future. He glanced at Feng Shi when he said this. The meaning is obvious, let Elder Ken beware of Feng Shi. Then Feng Shi said, Uncle Jin, don't worry, I will be filial to my master and will not let anyone with bad intentions hurt him. Elder Jin. You still have the nerve to say that. It's you who has evil intentions. At this time, Feng Shi said, by the way, Uncle Jin, didn't you want to teach me how to refine the Tianx and Yangsui pill yesterday? Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so why don't you continue teaching me? Elder Jin immediately recalled the unpleasant memories of yesterday. However, in order to save face, I agreed. Elder Ken actually had no idea what to do now, but he didn't know what to say, so he took the three of them into the alchemy room. Just as Elder Jin was about to start, Feng Shi said, Uncle Jin, I don't think Shuan grade elixirs are too challenging. You can get a Chan grade elixir, or at worst an Earth grade elixir will do. Elder Jin was delighted. This damn girl really doesn't know her place. Well, I can take this opportunity to put an end to her arrogance. So, he sneered and said, okay, then I will refine a furnace of Yulin bone nourishing pills. This is an Earth-level pill with 26 pill seals. Just wait and see. Feng Shi nodded. Well, I will definitely watch it carefully. After Elder Jin completed his preparations, he began to refine the elixir. Feng Shi watched attentively, and Yan Guangru also looked carefully. Elder Ken looked dazed, apparently still immersed in Fan Zhen's affairs. An hour later, Elder Jin completed the last Dan seal. He steadied his breath, then raised his chin. Feng Shi, open the lid of the alchemy furnace and take a look. Feng Shi was obedient and immediately stepped forward and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. He saw 9 pills inside, 5 of top grade and 4 of medium grade. Yan Guangru immediately said with admiration, Master, your alchemy skills are getting better and better. The success rate of making Earth-grade elixirs is 90%, and the quality is so high. It's really unique. Feng Shi. No wonder you are so aware of the current situation. It turns out you are also from the flattering family. Although Elder Jin was very pleased with his apprentice's flattery, he said, you're a bit too much. Although it's okay, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Then he looked at Feng Shi and said, did you see it clearly? Do you know the huge difference between yellow-grade elixirs and Earth-grade elixirs? Feng Shi, that's it. I think I can do it. Elder Jin, if you can do it, come on. Feng Shi nodded, come if you want, but you have to provide me with herbs. Although Elder Jin felt a little painful, he still agreed. As long as he can undermine the dead girl's self-confidence, it's worth it for him to suffer a little loss. The first step in Feng Shi's alchemy process is to use the spiritual fire in the right hand to hook up the bone fire in the left hand. Yan Guangru. The second step in Feng Shi's alchemy process is to call on the demon god to work. Yan Guangru. The third step in Feng Shi's alchemy process is to bring all the herbs into the Tiantin Ding. Yan Guangru. Finally, it came to the process of forming the Dan seal, and all the question marks and exclamation marks in Yan Guangru's head turned into ellipsis marks. It was so confusing, and this is the result. Then he saw that his master's jawbone had fallen off. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1277. How about you put a label on Feng Shi's forehead? Yan Guangru quickly helped Elder Jin put the jaw back together with a click. Master, you. Shut up. Yan Guangru suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Elder Jin used his hand bones to support his jaw and stared at Fengshi's movements, not even bothering to restore his appearance. Yan Guangru's mind was full of thoughts at this moment. What's wrong with Master? Is there something wrong with Fengshi's Danyan? Could this be the simplified Danyan she mentioned? Could it be that she was able to simplify the pill seal just by watching her master refine the Yulin Yangu pill? Isn't this too perverted? Can. Seeing that Elder Ken was still sad, he approached him and said in a low voice. Elder Ken, my master seems to be, possessed by evil spirits. Elder Ken. Only then did he shift his gaze to Elder Jin, and suddenly stood up, took 2 quick steps towards the stone platform, and stared at the movements of Feng Zai's hands. Yan Guangru, damn it. There are signs of human-to-human transmission. It seems that his previous guess was correct. Feng Shi actually simplified the seals of the Yulin Yangu pill. You can simplify it after reading it once, and it seems that the simplification is pretty good. Is that human being? No wonder Elder Ken gave up Fan Zhen and accepted him as his disciple. Anyone else would have chosen her. He felt scared again, but fortunately he made the right choice. Even though his master was now complaining about Feng Shi's shortcomings, it wouldn't be long before he became the second Elder Ken. What's falling off now is your chin, and what's falling off in the future is your prejudice. He was daydreaming while watching Feng Shi performing seals. To be honest, he could only see the basics since he had just started refining yellow-grade elixirs. Even from the superficial observation, he could tell that Feng Zai's hand seal formation movements were extremely smooth, even more sophisticated than his master. Now it all depends on the final result. I don't know whether it can be successfully refined. Even if the success rate of making pills is only 10%, it is enough to show that her talent is incredible. In less than half an hour, Feng Shi had completed the last dance seal. She let out a long sigh. This is my first time refining, and my performance is not very good. Uncle Jin, I may disappoint you. Elder Jin supported his jaw with his left hand, took 2 trembling steps forward, and stretched out his right hand to open the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. Because I was too nervous, my hand bones were shaking like a sieve. Yan Guangru couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Master, let me do it. Elder Jin looked at him with his hollow eyes and said, Get lost. Yan Guangru. However, his interruption did reduce the intensity of Elder Jin's hand tremors. Elder Jin took a deep breath and opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. Instantly a strange fragrance filled the air, and the entire alchemy room was filled with the aroma of medicine. The skulls of Elder Jin and Elder Ken fell to the ground at the same time, and then they were hurriedly picked up and placed on their cervical vertebrae. I can't button it up no matter how hard I try. Only then did he realize that what he picked up was the other person's skull. I quickly changed it and installed it. Just as I was settled, I heard Yan Guangru braying like a donkey. Extremely, extremely, extremely. It took me a long time to say the second word. Elder Jin pushed him aside and stared at the bottom of the heaven-swallowing cauldron. There were 10 round pills inside, 8 of which were surrounded by golden patterns, and the other 2 were also top grade. Elder Ken has thrown all his worries about Fan Zhen out of the window. The mental journey went from doubt to disbelief, then to shock, and finally to ecstasy. Genius. Absolute genius. No, genius is not even enough to describe his beloved disciple. She is the god of alchemy. With divine bones and superb alchemy skills, what else could he be but the alchemy god? She was able to refine earth-grade elixirs with ease, so wouldn't she be able to refine heaven-grade elixirs as well? He, Elder Jin, and Elder Zuoqi worked together and only managed to refine 3 low-grade 9-aperture divine bone pills. If his beloved disciple stepped in. I don't dare to think about it, I simply don't dare to think about it. He, Ken Chushi, can die with peace of mind even if he has such a successor. In excitement, he hugged Elder Jin beside him. Old Jin, Feng Shi, my disciple. My disciple. Elder Jin. Or you can put a label on Feng Shi's forehead. It says, Ken Chushi's followers, on it. He looked at Feng Shi with an extremely complicated expression. Of course, he is still in the form of a skeleton now, and others cannot tell whether his expression is complicated or not. At this time, Feng Shi took out the pills from the Tiantunding, took out one of the top-grade Yulin bone nourishing pills and handed it to Yan Guangru, who had a dazed look on his face. Brother Yan, thank you for your help. This pill is for you. Yan Guangru couldn't believe his ears. Top-grade earth-level elixir, just given to me like that. So generous. Feng Shi took out 2 top-grade pills and handed them to Elder Jin. Uncle Jin, this is a gift to you. Then she handed all the remaining pills to Elder Ken. Master, here you go. Elder Jin. Have you forgotten that the herbs are mine? After all the calculations, I'm the one who loses the most. But don't miss it, at least you can get your money back. What he said was actually against his conscience. If he hadn't met Feng Shi, he wouldn't be able to exchange for one even if he took 10,000 herbs. Because no one can refine the best elixir. He didn't want to kill Feng Shi at this moment, because it was more valuable to keep Feng Shi alive. This is a true alchemy furnace. As long as he could control her, he would have an endless supply of top-grade elixirs, and he might even be able to reproduce those lost elixir recipes. The more Elder Jin thought about it, the more excited he became. But he soon thought of the most difficult problem, how to control her. This damn girl is as cunning as a monkey. She has a lot of tricks in her mind every time she turns her eyes around. She also has a backer. Now even Lao Ken has switched sides, so she is even more fearless. It definitely won't work if you force yourself to do it. Finally, he set his sights on his carefully selected apprentice. How about trying the beauty trap? Yan Guangru met his master's eyes, and for some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, he heard his master whispering to him. Feng Shi is just at the age of falling in love. I think she has some feelings for you. If you can find a way to make her fall in love with you, we can completely control her. Yan Guangru. Master, how did you see that she had a crush on me? You really live up to the idiom, having no vision. That's right, there are only 2 black holes left. Where are the eyeballs? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1278. Do you have the confidence to make her like you? Elder Jin felt that relying solely on his apprentice's beauty was not enough, so he had to play the emotional card. Look at how generous this little girl is to old Ken. I guess she is a sentimental person. If he also accepted her as his disciple, even if he can make her open up to him, at least he could lower her guard and create an opportunity for him and his disciple to develop feelings for her. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is not worth mentioning in the face of interests. After making up his mind, he changed his appearance and gave Fangxi a kind smile. Yan Guangru, oh my god, I saw a ghost. Fangxi didn't find it surprising at all. People like Elder Jin were actually the easiest to deal with. As long as he was given enough benefits, he would jump into the trap obediently. However, she thought he would struggle for a few more days, but she didn't expect him to take the bait so quickly. In fact, she showed this skill mainly to divert Elder Ken's attention and make the old man forget about the troublesome matter with Fan Zhen. As for fishing for Elder Jin, it is just like catching rabbits while grabbing grass. Elder Jin smiled and said to Fangxi, "That's right, I only taught you the method of refining the orchid bone nourishing pill once and you learned it, and you even improved the pill seal. You are really a teachable kid. Your comprehension is much better than your senior brother. You are worthy of being my last disciple." Elder Ken, who was laughing foolishly, said. Yan Guangru, who was complaining about his master's lack of vision, said. Even Fangxi didn't expect that Elder Jin would skip the step of becoming his disciple and directly decide on the status. An old fox is an old fox. In order to achieve his goal, he will throw away his face and identity. Elder Ken was immediately furious. "Mr. Jin, what do you mean by that? When did Shaoxi become your apprentice?" Elder Jin did not show any guilty conscience at all. "Let me ask you, did Shaoxi ask me to teach her how to make the Yulin bone nourishing pill? What does it mean to impart? When a master teaches his apprentice, it is called imparting. Although Shaoxi and I didn't say it explicitly, we thought the same thing in our hearts. She regarded me as her master and I regarded her as her apprentice. Why should I let Guangru help Shaoxi? Isn't it because they are close brothers and sisters? Besides, you are just a master because of a bet. What qualifications do you have to question me? Whether you agree or not, Shaoxi is my apprentice, this is a done deal." Elder Ken was almost mad with anger. "I've seen unreasonable people before, but this is the first time I've seen someone so unreasonable." He knew he couldn't win the argument with Elder Jin, so he looked at Fangxi. "Shaoxi, what do you think?" Fangxi took a step back and stood next to Elder Ken. "Master, I will obey you in everything." Don't even mention how relieved Elder Ken felt. Immediately, he became like an old rooster that had won a battle, with his hands behind his back, neck raised, and looking at Elder Jin with a smug look on his face. "Did you hear that? My apprentice said to listen to me. I don't agree with this." Elder Jin's eyes flickered, and he whispered to Elder Ken. "Lao Ken, you are confused. Why did I accept Fangxi as my apprentice? Of course I admire her, but I am mainly doing this to help you. Think about it, you and Jadali are not the same kind of people, they will definitely exclude you. If I also become Fangxi's master, the two of us can join forces to fight against them. Furthermore, although your alchemy skills are higher than mine, there are bound to be unexpected things. If I join in, I can also find out the deficiencies and fill in the gaps, right? Also, Fan Zhen's matter is more or less related to Fangxi, and those disciples will definitely have opinions about her, but if I accept her as my apprentice, Guangru will be her senior brother, and he will be able to take care of her. Elder Ken is a real man, how can he be a match for Elder Jin?" I was convinced in just a few words. Although I was still reluctant, I finally agreed. Elder Jin thought that the matter was settled, but unexpectedly Fangxi said. "Although my master Ken has agreed, I still have to consult my grandfather and my other 2 masters on this matter. If they have no objection, I will take you as my master." Elder Jin. "All your work is in vain. How could those 3 agree to Fangxi becoming his disciple?" Fangxi tilted her head and said with a smile, "Uncle Jin, in fact, as long as you have a good talk with Sect Master Gu, he will definitely agree to you accepting me as your disciple." He agreed, so my grandfather and my master Jiang naturally agreed as well. Of course Elder Jin knew what Fangxi meant, which was to ask him to make peace with Sect Master Gu. Giving up his years of planning just for a little girl. What a joke. His face suddenly darkened. "In that case, let's discuss this matter later." After saying that, he turned away. Yan Guangru hurriedly chased after him. He thought to himself, "Master, you were confused. Wasn't it because you and Elder Ken are alchemists that we had the upper hand before? Now that Fangxi is here, your advantage is gone. You still got Zhou. After a long time, I guess you won't even be qualified to negotiate peace." Ugh. As an apprentice, he really worries about his master. After the master and disciple left, Fangxi fell to his knees with a thud. Elder Ken was startled. "Shaoxi, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Then he went to Fufeng Creek. Fangxi looked up at Elder Ken, her eyes full of tears. "Master, I'm sorry. If I hadn't deliberately angered Fan Zhen, he wouldn't have lost his mind and done such a stupid thing. No matter what his character is like, after all, he is your disciple whom you have cultivated with all your efforts. What is the difference between what I am doing and tearing out your heart? Even if he threatened to kill me, I should have thought of other ways to deal with the matter instead of plotting against him behind your back. I am such a bad person." Elder Ken sighed. "It's all in the past, why are you still bringing this up? Fan Zhen has long had complaints against me. Even if you weren't there, we would have turned against each other sooner or later. Although you deliberately framed him, you still spared his life after all, which can be considered as showing mercy. The relationship between him and me as a master and disciple has come to an end. From now on, it all depends on his own luck," Elder Ken said as he helped Fangxi up. Fangxi said a few words in a twitching voice, and then brought the topic to the seal of the Yulin Yanggu pill. The reason why she did this was because Elder Ken remained silent all the way after coming out of the law enforcement hall, and it was obvious that he still had some grudges in his heart. Elder Ken is honest, but not stupid. Even if you can't react to it at first, you will be able to figure out the taste after a long time. Instead of this, it would be better for her to expose herself proactively to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. It's non-toxic. She never mentioned what she had said to Lord Land from beginning to end, because some things would have a counterproductive effect if said by herself, and it would be better to hear it from others. While the master and the disciple have a deep affection for each other, Yan Guangru is in dire straits on the other side. Elder Jin was cursing at Feng Shi, saying how shameless he was, how heartless he was, and how he overestimated his own abilities. After scolding Feng Shi, Elder Jin started scolding him again, saying that he was useless, that he would never achieve great things, and that he was a piece of useless shit that couldn't be helped. Yan Guangru had only one comment on this. His master was truly knowledgeable and knew so many idioms. Elder Jin had scolded enough, stared at Yan Guangru and asked, "Do you have the confidence to make her like you?" Yan Guangru. Joke. I have lost my heart, how can I have any confidence? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1279 Junior sister, just be a bit of a scumbag. Although Yan Guangru wanted to tell the truth, Elder Jin was angry now and might just tear him apart. So he chose an implicit way of expression and nodded. Well, I'm confident that she definitely doesn't like me. Sure enough, Elder Jin's expression softened a lot. He's quite capable, much better than that idiot Fan Zhen. Don't just stand here, look for more opportunities to spend time with her. She's just a little girl. As long as you treat her nicely and say nice things to her, she will naturally like you. Yan Guangru thought, anyway, I didn't say anything, it's up to you to understand it. He asked cautiously, Master, what about becoming your disciple? Elder Jin snorted coldly, leave the damn girl alone for a few days, maybe she will come to me and beg for help. Yan Guangru. Master, you are having sweet dreams in broad daylight. She begged you. I'm just afraid that you will be the one begging her. He didn't dare say more, and after bowing, he left the house. He couldn't go to Elder Ken's alchemy room again, so he had to wait for Feng Shi outside. Elder Jin saw him standing in the yard like an idiot and wanted to go out and scold him, but then he thought, that damn girl Feng Shi is full of tricks, maybe she likes this kind of fool. So he ignored Yan Guangru and began to recall the Danyan that Feng Shi had simplified before. Although he had a good memory, he only remembered the general idea. He was too embarrassed to ask Feng Shi, so he could only stay in the room and feel upset. As it was getting close to evening, Feng Shi finally came out. Yan Guangru hurried over and said, Junior sister Feng Shi, I have something to tell you. Can we talk while we walk? Feng Shi smiled and nodded, okay. Elder Jin looked at the two people's backs as they left side by side, with a smile on his face. Good, the beauty trap is very effective. How could he know that after leaving the alchemy hall, Yan Guangru would sell him out? Junior sister Feng Shi, my master asked me to use his beauty trick on you. Don't get me wrong, I know my own limitations. How can a jerk like me have such unreasonable thoughts? My master is also getting old and confused. Feng Shi. She really didn't expect that Elder Jin's ideas were so unique. Blood-devouring Huan laughed loudly. That Jin guy really doesn't understand you. Let's not talk about whether you can be attracted to this fence-sitter. Even if you are attracted to her, you will just try to get in with her. How can you let them take advantage of you? Want to get something out of Pixiu? Isn't this just a dream? Feng Shi. Who is the Pixiu? Is my generosity related to Pixiu? Feng Shi smiled and said to Yan Guangru. Brother Yan, I actually think you are a good person. Yan Guangru was frightened. What does this mean? You're not really into me, are you? I am pure as ice and as innocent as a jade. I sell my art but not my body. Fortunately, Feng Shi said later, it is my blessing to have a senior brother like you. In the future, we will join forces and we will definitely be able to kill everyone. Only then did Yan Guangru breathe a sigh of relief. Not to mention that he has no intention of finding a Taoist partner now, even if he did, he wouldn't want to find someone like this. If you offend her accidentally, you won't even know how you died. I don't know if Feng Shi saw what he was thinking, so she asked him. Brother Yan, do you think I am cruel and ruthless, and will do anything to achieve my goals? Yan Guangru, do you think I dare to say that? Do I want to die? Junior sister Feng Shi, this is wrong. Everything you did was just to protect yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame Fan Zhen for his own death. He deserves it. Besides, you didn't kill him, you were already kind enough to him. Feng Shi nodded in satisfaction. Brother Yan, you are right, I was just thinking the wrong thing. Yan Guangru. I think you are afraid that I will think wrong. When he was about to ask Feng Shi what to do next, Feng Shi said. Brother Yan, I see that the other 7 brothers are also honest people. Why don't you call them over to my grave to have a chat? Yan Guangru agreed immediately. Why am I the only one who suffers from the female devil while you are not harmed by anything? I just called you over to help me share some of the burden. So, he sent messages to the remaining disciples one by one, asking them to gather at Feng Shi's grave. The 7 disciples didn't want to come at all, but they didn't dare to offend Yan Guangru, so they had to agree. When Feng Shi and Yan Guangru were almost at the grave mound, they saw Zheng Wen and Elder Bai looking out. When Zheng Wen saw Feng Shi bringing Yan Guangru back, he didn't have any thoughts in his mind because he was numb. Anyway, no one's status can surpass his, so let the little junior sister be a scumbag. Yan Guangru politely exchanged a few words with Zheng Wen and Elder Bai, thinking to himself, Master, you still want me to hook up with Feng Shi. Apart from anything else, my looks are just not good. Forget about that old brother Feng Shi, this guy called Zheng Wen is much better looking than me. Feng Shi asked the 3 people to follow her into the tomb. Yan Guangru felt a little sad because Feng Shi's grave was much more magnificent than that of his direct disciple. Even more magnificent than Elder Jin's. Zheng Wen said on the side. Brother Yan, even though we have only been here for 2 months, my little sister's grave has been redug several times. Except for the first time when we helped, other senior brothers helped to fix it afterwards. Originally my younger sister suggested digging a smaller one, but those senior brothers were too enthusiastic and insisted on digging such a big one. Not to mention my younger sisters, even my brother and I's graves are spacious enough to race horses in. Yan Guangru. Race. I think you are Sai Lian. This is showing off, isn't it just showing off your popularity? What's so great about it? But thinking of those disciples who had surrounded them before. At this time, Feng Shi said, Brother Yan, please chat with my 2 brothers first. I will take this opportunity to refine a few furnaces of elixirs and use them to entertain those brothers later. Yan Guangru. Is this human language? Even if I were their master, they wouldn't be so generous as to entertain guests with medicinal pills. Besides, what does several furnaces mean? Even if those few crawl over here, it won't take long. You'd be lucky if you could refine 1 furnace. Of course, these words are just thoughts in my mind. He was chatting with Jun Wen and Elder Bai, but his eyes were always on Feng's eyes every move. She put the alchemy furnace on the table, took out 2 portions of herbs for bone strengthening pills, lit them, and stuffed them all into the alchemy furnace. Yan Guangru. Jun Wen patted his shoulder. Brother Yan, my little sister often does things that are not human. You just have to get used to it. Yan Guangru. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1280 is this the legendary phoenix language. Just over a quarter of an hour later, Feng Shi stopped making seals and said to Yan Guangru with a smile. Brother Yan, come, the time to witness the miracle has come. You come and lift the lid. Yan Guangru began to understand a little bit of his master's previous mood, because his hands also began to tremble. After he opened the lid of the heaven-swallowing cauldron tremblingly. 2. Jun Wen asked with concern, Senior Brother Yan, are you choking? Yan Guangru. I'm not eating, how can I choke? He was no longer able to talk to Jun Wen and stared at the 20 bone strengthening pills with golden patterns on them at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. No wonder Jun Wen said that Feng Shi often does inhuman things, she is not a human at all. Feng Shi slowly put away the pills, took out 2 more herbs, and said to Yan Guangru while lighting the fire. Brother Yan, didn't Uncle Jin tell you that I can refine 20 pills in 1 furnace? Yan Guangru shook his head. Feng Shi said lightly, I guess he didn't take it too seriously. After all, it's too common. Yan Guangru. This is the legendary phoenix language, right? Soon Feng Shi refined another furnace of bone strengthening pills, still 20 pills, and they were still all top quality. Yan Guangru suddenly felt that his master was ungrateful. Why don't you accept such a genius as your apprentice? Why are you still acting like that? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Feng Shi stopped refining after refining 2 furnaces of pills. Yan Guangru thought she was tired, but she said she was hungry and took out a meat bun to start eating. After eating the meat buns, he started to sip tea. Yan Guangru. Forget it, I am a human being and cannot compare myself with something that is not human. Feng Shi had just drunk half a cup of tea when there was a knock on the door outside the tomb. It turned out that the 7 disciples had arrived. Feng Shi looked at Yan Guangru with a smile. Brother Yan, guess why they came together? It seems that the 7 of them are of one mind. Yan Guangru. I'm so scared by you now, are you still trying to sow discord between us? Complaining in his heart, but showing loyalty on the surface. Yes, junior sister Feng Shi, now I can only rely on you, otherwise I will not be able to gain a foothold in the sect. Regardless of whether this is true or not, Feng Shi finds it very pleasing to the ear. He took out 2 top-grade bone-strengthening pills and handed them to him. Brother Yan, take them and play with them. Yan Guangru looked at Feng Shi with gratitude. No matter whether she was a human or not, at this moment, she exuded the light of humanity. Feng Shi opened the restriction on the tomb and let the 7 disciples in. The 7 people were very nervous, not knowing what kind of medicine Yan Guangru and Feng Shi were selling in the goods. In fact, Yan Guangru couldn't guess Feng Shi's thoughts, so he just did whatever she asked him to do. Feng Shi said with a smile, everyone, please don't be polite, please sit down. After everyone sat down, Feng Shi said to Yan Guangru, Brother Yan, tell them about Fan Zhen's current situation so that they won't worry about him. Yan Guangru, I understand. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. So, he told the story of Fan Zhen again, and finally emphasized that Elder Ken had now completely severed ties with Fan Zhen, and Feng Shi was his beloved disciple. When he finished speaking, Feng Shi said, in fact, it was I who planned all the way for Fan Zhen to end up like this. I brought people to greet you just to irritate him, and asked you to join in the fight just to irritate him. The disciples he met later and the stone screen in the miscellaneous affairs hall were also arranged by me. I can't help it. I hold grudges. If anyone offends me, I will catch his rats and smash them to death. When she said this, there was still a smile on her face, but in the eyes of the 7 disciples, this smile seemed extremely eerie and terrifying. Everyone felt very uncomfortable and couldn't help but look at Yan Guangru standing beside them. Although Yan Guangru didn't want to get involved at all, he had no choice but to say. Junior sister Feng Shi, we were instigated by Fan Zhen before and had some misunderstandings about you and did some stupid things. Please don't hold it against us. Others quickly echoed, saying that they knew they were wrong and would definitely correct it in the future. Feng Shi chuckled, my fellow brothers, what are you doing? What I said just now was only directed at Fan Zhen, not at you. Your master and my master Ken have a very close relationship. We are close brothers and sisters. Who is right and who is wrong? Senior brother Yan, do you think this is true? What could Yan Guangru say but to nod in agreement? Feng Shi took a sip of tea and smiled. Speaking of which, today Master Jin also proposed to take me in as his disciple, but I was afraid that I would not be able to remember too many masters, so I politely declined. I thought Uncle Jin would be angry, but I didn't expect him to say that sincerity can move metal and stone, and he would move me with his sincerity sooner or later. For this, he even gave me a lot of herbs, which made me feel embarrassed. Yan Guangru. Don't you feel any psychological burden when you tell lies? However, in a sense, this is true. Isn't he his master's sincerity? When the 7 disciples saw that Yan Guangru had acquiesced, they were immediately filled with shock. Even Elder Jin wants to accept Feng Shi as his disciple. Together with Sect Master Gu, Elder Jiang, Elder Ji, and Elder Ken, won't she be able to walk sideways in the sect in the future? No wonder Yan Guangru is like a little quail in front of her, and can't be provoked. At this time, Feng Shi stood up, and the 7 disciples were frightened and trembled, and they quickly stood up as well. Feng Shi couldn't help but smile. My fellow brothers, I'm just stretching my arms and legs because I'm tired of sitting. Why are you standing up? Sit down quickly. As she spoke, she took out another plate, which was filled with top-grade bone-strengthening pills. She gave them 2 each. I don't have anything to show off, just these broken pills, please don't despise them. 7 direct disciples. Did people say that? However, Feng Shi is really generous. They have been following Fan Zhen and Yan Guangru for such a long time, but have never gained such great benefits. Feng Shi stretched his muscles and sat down again. My fellow brothers, I think you are all smart people. Do you know that both the ancient sect leader and your master are flattering you to death? When these words were spoken, except Yan Guangru, the other 7 people were all shocked. Feng Shi curled her lips, quite interesting. It turns out that Yan Guangru is a smart man. Feng Shi didn't keep the secret, and said quietly. It is easy to understand why Sect Master Gu's faction wants to flatter you, because they want you to cause dissatisfaction among the sect's disciples and indirectly weaken the prestige of Elder Ken's faction. As for why your masters also want to praise you to death, it is because they want to use you to confuse Master Gu and make him think that they're stupid, so that they can do some things. If Sect Master Gu wins in the future, needless to say, you will definitely not have a good ending. If Elder Jin and his men win, the first thing they will do is to deal with you to appease the public anger, so that they can gain a good reputation. As for the disciples, can't they be accepted whenever they want? For example, didn't I easily replace Fan Zhen? In short, you are the victim of the game between the 2 parties. Fortunately, you have met me. Otherwise, no matter which side wins, you will not end up well. The killing power of Feng Zai's words was astonishing. The 7 disciples were so shocked that they were even transformed into skeletons. Although they are not as cunning as Yan Guangru, they are not fools either. They had simply never thought about it in this regard before, but now that Feng Shi had pointed it out, they all felt despair. At this time, Feng Shi glanced at Yan Guangru. Yan Guangru also took the risk and knelt on the ground. Junior sister Feng Shi, please show us a clear path. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1281, at the critical moment, I, a senior supporting actor, have to step in. The 7 disciples were already at a loss at this time. Yan Guangru's move was undoubtedly their life-saving straw, so they all knelt in front of Feng Shi. Please, junior sister Feng Shi, save me. Please ask junior sister Feng Shi to give us some guidance. Ellipsis. Feng Shi saw this and said hurriedly. What are you doing? I can't bear such a gift from you. Yan Guangru thought, if you could stand up when you said this, it would increase your credibility. Besides, you said you couldn't bear it, but you didn't say let us get up. Isn't this a clear signal for us to continue kneeling? While he was complaining in his heart, he said to Feng Shi sincerely. Junior sister Feng Shi, if you hadn't pointed out the dangers, we would still be in the dark. Let alone just kneeling, even kowtow a few times would be the norm. Please have mercy on us and point out a clear path for us. The other 7 disciples also echoed. Feng Shi said with a desperate look. Well, now that we have come to this point, let me share my humble opinion. Whether it is Master Gu who wins or Elder Jin's faction that wins, you are destined to become victims. There is only one way to break the deadlock, and that is to maintain a balance between the 2 sides and not let either side gain an advantage. The key to the problem is that it's not easy to find this balance point. She looked at Yan Guangru when she said this. Yan Guangru. My master asked me to use the beauty trap, but now I'm the one doing the dirty work. But what else can we do? We can only accept our fate. He looked at Feng Shi in surprise. Junior sister Feng Shi, are you the disciple of Sect Master Gu or the disciple of Elder Ken? Aren't you the balance point? Only you can maintain the balance between the 2 sides, only you can save us. These words awakened the 7 disciples, who suddenly woke up from the dream and all looked at Feng Shi eagerly. Feng Shi sighed. Brother Yan, although what you said makes sense, I am unable to do it. The situation with sect leader Gu is easier to deal with. He has always been at a disadvantage before, and all he wants is to secure his position as sect leader. But Uncle Jin's line is not so easy to deal with. My master Ken is fine. He is more obsessed with alchemy and does not have much desire for power. But Uncle Jin, I'm not talking about him behind his back, he is just a power-hungry person. Even though he admires me very much and even offers to take me in as his apprentice, it is impossible for him to give up his plan of so many years just because of me. Unless. Feng Shi didn't continue talking here, but picked up the teacup and sipped tea. Although Yan Guangru didn't know what Feng Shi's real intention was, as a stooge with professional ethics, he still asked. Unless what? Junior sister Feng Shi, we are so anxious that we are dying. Please stop keeping us in suspense. Feng Shi put down the teacup and said, I'm not trying to keep you in suspense, but there are some things that are hard to say, especially since I'm a reserved and shy girl. After these words were spoken, not only Yan Guangru, but even the 7 skeletons were speechless. Let's say you have anything to do with the 3 words reserved, shy and embarrassed. Yan Guangru doesn't even want to be a babysitter anymore, it's too heartless. Fortunately, Feng Shi did not use him to make a joke this time, and continued. Since you insist on knowing, I will tell you shamelessly. Elder Jin's 2 greatest reliances are alchemy and the other is the other 8 elders who have formed an alliance with him. Due to my appearance, his advantage in alchemy has disappeared, and only 8 elders are left. Among these 8, Elder Ken has already stood on my side. As long as I can get the other 7 elders to stand on my side, Elder Jin will be alone and helpless, so he will have to accept his fate. Fang Shi said this and looked at the 7 disciples. Are you sure you can convince your respective masters? The 7 lowered their skulls. Their master is planning to use them as sacrifices, how can they listen to them? Fang Shi glanced at Yang Guangru, but unfortunately Yang Guangru's reaction was a bit slow this time and he didn't get the taste. Zheng Wen, who was standing behind Fang Shi, curled his lips. This wild one just won't do. At critical moments, I, a veteran supporting actor, have to step in. Little sister, please stop making things difficult for them. If they had this ability, they wouldn't have been kept in the dark. I think it would be better for you to do more work and try to get those 7 elders to accept you as their apprentice. Even Elder Ken was convinced by you, so it should be no problem to convince the other 7. Now Yang Guangru finally understood Fang Shi's intention. She went through so much trouble just to take the other 7 elders as her disciples, and her ultimate goal was to force Elder Jin to submit. The idea is good, but the key is why would the 7 elders accept you? Elder Ken and my master are because of your talent in alchemy, and those 7 are not alchemists. He thought about it and echoed. Junior sister Fang Shi, I think junior brother Zhen's idea is great. Let's cut off the source of our master's troubles, and then he will have no choice but to accept his fate. Everyone. You are so filial. Fang Shi looked at the other 7 disciples and asked, what do you think? The 7 of them now had no backbone and didn't know what to do except nodding in agreement. Fang Shi nodded, since you all agree, let's do this. Tell me about your respective masters so that I can cater to their needs. The 7 disciples immediately began to reveal their master's true identity. Elder Bai watched from the side, feeling extremely emotional. Not long ago, these disciples were all arrogant and high-handed, but now they have become Fang Zu's little followers. It's really outrageous. Nearing midnight, Lin Xiangchun's voice rang out from Fang Shi's sea of consciousness. Fang Zu, could you please inform the Red Skulls to prevent them from throwing out ribs without any care? Fang Shi felt that what he said made sense. Although she had emphasized the bone-throwing skeletons before that they had to get her permission before throwing the ribs out, those skeletons were not very reliable, so it was better to emphasize it. So, after Fang Shi sensed that the bone-throwing skeleton was approaching the barrier, he said that there were outsiders on his side and asked him not to throw the ribs out today, but to throw them out tomorrow night. The bone-losing skeleton is very obedient now. Since it may be replaced by other skeletons at any time, it agreed without hesitation. Those red skeletons had no choice but to wander around the barrier out of boredom. They didn't dare to gnaw at the barrier now, for fear that Fang Shi would crawl in and torture them. Logically speaking, they should be happy that the pervert didn't chant any spells today, but for some reason, they just felt uncomfortable all over. Are they all cheapskates? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1282, Blood River reappears. After a long conversation all night, Fang Shi had a more comprehensive understanding of the 7 elders. She decided to start with Elder Cow, who was good at making talismans. Then he used elixirs and the Nirvana talisman to pave the way and open the hearts of the other 6 elders. Who could resist a chosen disciple like her who has talent, background and money? So Fang Shi said to Lu Hong, the only one who was good at making talismans. Brother Lu, teach me how to make talismans now. Once I learn how to make talismans, we will go and defeat your master. Lu Hong. Learned it in a while. Did you know that I have been practicing drawing patterns for more than 10 years? You talk for a while. You are too crazy. Do not. It's ignorance. While he was still considering how to tactfully dissuade Fang Shi from the matter, Fang Shi said calmly. I am a divine bone. Don't judge me with your perception. I will teach you if you are asked to. Don't waste your time. After hearing what she said, Lu Hong didn't say anything more. He had just introduced a few basic information about the Nirvana talisman when Fang Shi interrupted him. Forget it, stop talking and just draw me a basic Nirvana talisman. Lu Hong thought, you want to run if you can't walk. Aren't you afraid of falling down? However, he still started drawing the fiery Nirvana talisman according to Fang Zai's instructions. This is the simplest of the Nirvana talismans, and beginners should learn this first. Lu Hong has a good talent for talisman making. He has now begun to learn the earth-level Nirvana talisman. Naturally, he is familiar with drawing the fiery Nirvana talisman. A quarter of an hour later, as he stopped writing, a light flashed on the talisman paper, and the talisman was completed. Still top quality. Lu Hong was somewhat proud of himself. When he was about to explain to Fang Shi how to draw the fiery Nirvana talisman, Fang Shi said, give me some talisman paper and lend me your talisman ink. Lu Hong. With a head full of question marks, he handed Fang Shi a few talisman papers and placed his talisman ink tray in front of Fang Shi. Fang Shi took out the mountain and river universe brush from the storage ring. He originally wanted to draw directly, but then he said, Demon, get up and work. After saying that, he picked up the brush and started painting. Lu Hong was stunned. Because not only were the patterns Fang Shi painted correct, but his speed was also faster than his. What the hell? Just after half a quarter of an hour, Fang Shi finished the painting. Not only was it successful, but it was also of top quality. Fang Shi frowned and said to himself, it actually took you half a quarter of an hour. I'm too slow. Lu Hong. Is this what you call human language? You learned it after just one look, and the time you took was half that of mine. Do you still think it's slow? While he was speechless, Fang Shi took a new piece of talisman paper and started drawing. This time the speed is obviously much faster than before. Even everyone could only see the afterimage of her right hand. After a short while, a top-grade flame Nirvana talisman appeared in front of everyone. While they were still in shock, Fang Shi took out another talisman pen from the storage ring and started drawing with both hands at the same time. Zheng Wen heard several cracking sounds and when he looked closely, he saw that the jaws of several skeletons had fallen off. Zheng Wen was overjoyed. A bunch of rustic skeletons who have never seen the world. If you saw junior sister using her palm to stamp and make talismans, wouldn't you be scared to death? In a moment, Fang Shi had drawn 2 top-grade flame Nirvana talismans at the same time. Fang Shi took out several books on talisman making that Sect Master Gu had given her from her storage ring and started to read through them. She really flips through the pages, reading as she goes, and it only takes her a quarter of an hour to finish a book. The reason why it was so fast was because she discovered that the so-called Nirvana talisman was essentially the same as the Spirit talisman, except that the pattern was slightly different. After she finished reading those books, she said to Lu Hong, who looked dazed, "Brother Lu, lend me the talisman-making book in your hand." Lu Hong no longer had any ability to think and just did as he was told subconsciously. Fang Shi took it and continued to look through it. After reading them all, she took the mountains and rivers pen and started making talismans. Lu Hong recovered at this moment, but soon fell into a daze again. Because he discovered that what Fang Shi drew was the 8 Desolate Divine Light Talisman. This is the Heavenly Nirvana Talisman. Only those with cultivation above the 7th rank of spiritual bones can draw it. She is not even of the 1st rank, yet she dares to draw the Heavenly Grade Nirvana Talisman. You really overestimate your own abilities. As he was thinking, the talisman paper that Fang Shi was drawing suddenly caught fire. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I hope Fang Shi fails, the key point is that this is in line with common sense. If she could draw the Heavenly Nirvana Talisman right after learning it, would she let others live? Fang Shi frowned. She knew why she failed. It was because her Nirvana power was not enough to support her to complete the drawing of the Heavenly Nirvana Talisman. In fact, the power of Nirvana consumed in making talismans is not more than that in refining pills, and may even be less. The key to the problem is that it must be output continuously and evenly. If there is any mistake, the entire talisman will be ruined. It would be great if I could replenish my Nirvana power in the middle of the process. If it was spiritual power, it would be easy to deal with, just absorb the spiritual stones directly, but it takes time to transform it into the power of Nirvana, and there is simply not enough time. As she thought about it, her eyes lit up. She took a piece of talisman paper and started drawing on it. Lu Hong discovered that this was a Nirvana talisman, whose main function was to replenish the power of Nirvana. He thought to himself, it seemed that Fang Shi had given up, otherwise he would not have drawn the yellow level Nirvana talisman. Fang Shi did not stop after finishing one picture, but started working with both hands at the same time and drew 2 more pictures. She put the 3 talismans of continued strength aside, then took a deep breath and picked up the pen to draw the talisman. When Lu Hong saw that she was still drawing the 8 Desolate Divine Light Talisman, he thought, you really won't turn back until you hit the wall. My talisman paper and talisman ink are wasted. Then he saw something that he would never forget. When Fang Shi had painted 1/3 of the way, his right hand was still painting, but his left hand activated a Nirvana talisman. Lu Hong. What does this mean? When Fang Shi had painted 2/3 of the way, he activated another Nirvana talisman. In fact, one activation in the middle should have been enough, but she used 2 for fear of being unsafe. Sure enough, just as she expected, it was successful this time. Although it is only of medium quality, it shows that the idea is correct. She was somewhat distracted just now. If she could concentrate, she should have no problem getting the best quality. So, she drew another one, and this time she succeeded by using only one sustaining Nirvana talisman, and the one she drew was of top quality. She held the top grade 8 Desolate Divine Light Talisman in her hand and said to Lu Hong, Brother Lu, with this 8 Desolate Divine Light Talisman, will your master be interested in me? Lu Hong did not respond. Not only did he not react, Yan Guangru and the others also stood there like wooden stakes. The jawbone that had just been fixed fell off again. Fang Shi ignored him upon seeing this and quickly drew a bunch of Nirvana talismans to keep for later showing off. Finally, Lu Hong and the others recovered. Lu Hong trembled and asked, Junior sister Fang Shi, how did you do it? Fang Shi glanced at him and said, how did you do that? Is it that difficult? Can't you just draw it casually? Lu Hong. I shouldn't have asked. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Fang Shi took Yan Guangru and the others out of the tomb and prepared to look for Elder Cow. As a result, when they were halfway there, they saw many disciples running towards the back mountain. Zhang Wen stopped a disciple and asked, what happened? The disciple panted and said, the blood stream has appeared again. We must go there and bathe quickly, otherwise it will be occupied by those disciples who lack great virtue. The original deities who lack great virtue. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1283, enjoying the people and being frank. The disciple had just finished speaking when he belatedly saw Yan Guangru and the others, and was immediately frightened into a skeleton. Still a skeleton lying on the ground. Fang Shi smiled and said, Senior brother, you don't have to be afraid. Senior brother Yan and the others have reformed and will not act the same as before. Not to mention that you just said a few truths, even if you scolded them, they would just laugh it off. Having said this, she turned to Yan Guangru and the others and said, Senior brothers, am I right? Yan Guangru and others, yes. We dare not say it is wrong. Who dares to offend your balance point? Yan Guangru even added a little bit of drama to himself by stepping forward and helping the disciple up. Junior brother, we did a lot of bad things before, but now we have come to our senses under the guidance of junior sister Fang Shi, and we will not do those immoral things again in the future. The disciple looked like he had seen a ghost. Oh my god. The eyes are cheating and the ears are cheating. How come I saw a ghost in broad daylight? Terrible. He didn't bother to talk to Fang Shi and just ran away. I accidentally ran in the wrong direction. Fang Shi said to Yan Guangru. Brother Yan, you guys are so impressive. I'm really a little envious. Yan Guangru and others. Do you think we can't hear you're mocking us? Yan Guangru coughed twice and said, well, junior sister Fang Shi, let's go see Elder Cow as soon as possible. Fang Shi waved her hand. No hurry, let's go to Zushi first. After you finish bathing, it won't be too late for us to go see Elder Cow. Besides, as you can see, your reputation is not very good right now, so this is a good opportunity to redeem it. Yan Guangru asked, how to save it. Fang Shi curled her lips, have fun with the people and be honest with them. Yan Guangru. Why don't you just say we can take a bath together? Now that they have all turned into skeletons, isn't it a way to be honest with each other? Fang Shi and Yan Guangru and the others soon arrived near the Zushi River. The disciples who were still soaking in the bloodstream ran to the shore as if they had seen a ghost, with panic on their faces. Even though Fang Shi had sent these disciples to the netherworld purgatory and dealt with Fan Zhen before, but just because she could do it doesn't mean they can do it too. What's more, Fang Shi is no longer the same as before, and its position may have changed. Yan Guangru and his friends used to feel very proud when seeing this kind of scene, but now they all smile bitterly. No wonder Fang Shi said that if Elder Jin and his men came to power, they would use them to appease the public anger. Look at what stupid things they had done before. But this time, Fang Shi shouted. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Senior brother Yan and the others have reformed and will no longer do the stupid things they did before. From now on, they will no longer have the privilege of bathing in the bloodstream alone, and you do not have to stop bathing because of their arrival. Just soak together. If they dare to cause trouble for you, I will take care of them. I promise to give you justice. Senior brother Yan, please express your opinions as well. Yan Guangru knew that this was a good opportunity for them to restore their image, so he began to reflect on himself. His voice choked up when he was moved, and he even bowed to everyone in the end. Lu Hong and others followed suit and bowed in apology after conducting a deep self-examination. The disciples present were skeptical. If it weren't for their trust in Fang Shi, they would definitely think that Yan Guangru and the others were acting. Fang Shi happened to see Cheng Wuya in the crowd, so he asked him to jump into the bloodstream first, and then kick Yan Guangru into the bloodstream. Yan Guangru. I have legs, why are you kicking me? Am I being embarrassed? But no matter what, Fang Shi's kick dispelled many people's concerns. Fang Shi is obviously able to suppress Yan Guangru, so they have nothing to fear. Everyone started to go into the water one after another, and they felt relieved when they saw that Yan Guangru and the others did not cause any trouble. Fang Shi sat on the shore and yawned. After all, there was nothing interesting about the skeleton meeting. Besides, he was a little tired after not sleeping all night. Seeing this, Zheng Wen hurriedly said, Little sister, how about I take out the recliner so you can take a nap? Fang Shi shook her head. No, they will only soak for a quarter of an hour at most and then come out. After hearing what she said, Zheng Wen had no choice but to give up and stood on the shore chatting with Fang Shi. Little sister, a question suddenly occurred to me. You said that the bloodstream bathing effect is so good, why don't they take advantage of this time to install a few large tubs and soak in it when they have nothing to do? Isn't this better than taking a bath with elixirs? The key is that it's a business with no capital cost. The voice of Zhu Huan suddenly sounded in Fang's eyes consciousness. I was saying this idiot's brain is sometimes smart and sometimes not, right? He didn't even think about it. If he could really do this, wouldn't the people of the Wangu Xianzong have thought of it? Is it possible that everyone is a fool and he is the only smart one? Fang Shi. Fortunately, fifth brother couldn't hear it, otherwise it would have discouraged people from using their brains. She said to Zheng Wen. It may be difficult to operate. Let's wait for senior brother Yan and the others to come up and ask. However, she had an idea at this time. Brother, you said that both of my hands are made of straight bones. If I touch the water in the bloodstream with my hands, it shouldn't be a problem, right? How about I give it a try? She has always been interested in this bloodstream and has always wanted to study it. Anyway, she is immune to all poisons, so even if the bloodstream can corrode her flesh and blood, it should not have any effect on her. Zheng Wen felt a little conflicted after hearing this. Although he believed that there was nothing his junior sister could not do, he did not want her to take any risks. At this time, Elder Bai on the side said. Not right, too risky, let's wait until we have cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones. After hearing what he said, Fang Shi didn't insist. There was no rush anyway. Zheng Wen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that having more old followers did have its advantages. They could let him say some things that he was not comfortable saying. After a while, Yan Guangru and others came up one after another. Because you can only soak it for a quarter of an hour, soaking it for a longer time will actually be harmful. Fang Shi didn't pay much attention last time, but this time she discovered that when these skeletons came up, the water droplets on the bones were actually transparent. Shouldn't it be red normally? After Yan Guangru transformed his appearance and walked over, Fang Shi asked his questions. Yan Guangru said, the water in this bloodstream is very magical. It is red in the river, but once it reaches the shore it turns into ordinary water. So after we came out, the water droplets on our bodies returned to normal. Fang Shi suddenly realized, and this could explain Zheng Wen's previous confusion. It's not that the people of Wangu Xianzong don't want to store it, but it's useless even if they store it. Yan Guangru added, not only is it useless after we get ashore, but this is the only area of the huge stream that is red, otherwise we wouldn't all be crowded here. Many people suspect that there is something at the bottom of the river, but after so many years of exploration, no clues have been found. Fang's eyes consciousness resounded with the voice of Xi Xuan. Shaoxi, you said the water in this stream is red, and those red skulls are also red, is there any connection between the two? Could this stream be their bath water? Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1284 You might as well just drink the talisman ink as water. Fang Shi asked blood-devouring world. Grandpa, you mean those red skulls are losing color? They lose color every time they're washed. Their bones should have turned white long ago, right? Zhu Shihuan sneered, have you ever thought that they will turn red again after washing? Fang Shi rolled his eyes and said, I'll wait for them to throw out another rib tonight and try soaking it in water. Then I'll ask the little skeleton indirectly and they'll know the answer. During this period of time, she was busy cultivating her strut bones and refining pills, and had forgotten about the bloodstream. After Fang Shi and Zhu Xuan finished talking, they took Yan Guangru and the others to see Elder Cow. Not long after he walked out, Yan Guangru received a message from Elder Jin. Yesterday I asked you to please Feng Shi, why didn't you do anything? Yan Guangru immediately replied. Master, I was with junior sister Feng Shi the whole night last night. Although Zheng Wen and the others were there, junior sister Feng Shi was much closer to me than before. After hearing this, Elder Jin immediately smiled happily. And he has to be his apprentice. Look, significant progress has been made in just one day. Although Feng Shi's two short-sighted brothers were also there, at least a crucial step was taken. Maybe Feng Shi wants her two brothers to check it. At this time, Yan Guangru's message arrived again. Master, I have already bathed in the blood river. Junior sister Feng Shi asked me to accompany her for a stroll. After that, I will come to your place. Elder Jin said hurriedly. No, you go and do your thing, I have nothing to do here. Yan Guangru agreed and put away the identity token. Ugh. Another day of treason. However, everything he said was true and it wasn't a lie. If anyone is to blame his master for his limited understanding. Lu Hong led Feng Shi and the others through many twists and turns and arrived outside Elder Cao's grave. Master, I am here with junior sister Feng Shi to visit you. Elder Cao was confused. It would be fine if it brought other disciples, but why did they also bring Feng Shi and the other two? However, he still opened the van and let the person in. After Feng Shi and the others had paid their respects, Elder Cao asked. Why did you come here this time? Lu Hong hesitated to speak. He couldn't say, Master, I found a new apprentice for you, right? At this time, Feng Shi said with a smile. Uncle Cao, I heard from senior brother Lu that you are quite accomplished in making talismans. I am somewhat unconvinced, so I want to compete with you. Elder Cao. You're talking in your sleep in broad daylight. Can you make talismans? Do you have any shame to compete with me? Before he could speak, Feng Shi said. Uncle Cao, let's compete in drawing the 8 desolate divine light talisman. One talisman will determine the winner. If you win, I will give you 10 top-grade bone strengthening pills. If you lose, you will give me 1,000 pieces of talisman paper and a large bucket of talisman ink. How about that? Elder Cao was a little hesitant. Although he was good at making talismans, the success rate of drawing the 8 desolate divine light talisman was not high. He might not succeed once in 10 times. Furthermore, drawing the 8 desolate divine light talisman consumes a great deal of spiritual energy, and sometimes it takes several days to finish drawing one. When he was hesitating, Lu Hong said. Feng Shi, I promised you on behalf of my master. Isn't it just the 8 desolate divine light talisman? My master can draw it with his eyes closed. Elder Cao. You idiot. It seems like you have a long mouth, right? Although he was annoyed, the atmosphere had come to this point and he had no choice but to agree to compete with Feng Shi. Anyway, even if he failed to draw, it would just be a draw, because Feng Shi definitely couldn't draw it. When I think about it this way, I don't feel any psychological burden anymore. Seeing that Elder Cao agreed, Feng Shi said, please go first. Elder Cao did not refuse. He took out talisman paper and ink and started drawing. Feng Shi watched carefully from the side. Yan Guangru and others thought, no wonder Feng Shi is so good, look at his attitude towards learning. Even though he had already successfully drawn a top grade 8 Desolations Divine Light Talisman before, he was still looking at it very seriously at this moment. Feng Shi really learned something from this observation. For example, Elder Cao was more smooth in the transitions and endings of some patterns than she was. After more than half an hour, Elder Cao finally finished the painting, and he looked visibly weak. It's not that his Nirvana power is not enough, but the heavenly grade Nirvana talisman consumes too much of his spiritual consciousness. However, when he saw that his painting was successful and it was of medium quality, Elder Cao suddenly felt that he was 2 feet taller. He said with his hands behind his back. Although the 8 Desolate Divine Light Talisman is extremely difficult to draw, there are only a few people in our sect who can draw it, let alone a mid-level one. But after several years of research, I have gained some insights. Lu Hong lowered his head and sighed in his heart. Master, if you knew that Feng Shi drew a medium quality painting the second time and a high quality painting the third time, where would you put your face? Elder Cao boasted for a long time, and then said to Feng Shi. Feng Shi, I think you don't need to draw anymore, just admit defeat. Feng Shi bared his teeth and said, although I'm not sure, I still want to give it a try. Can you please give me a piece of talisman paper and lend me some talisman ink? Elder Cao was speechless. You don't even have extra talisman paper and talisman ink, and you dare to challenge me. He pointed to the talisman paper and ink on the table. Take it yourself. As a result, Feng Shi took all the talisman papers to his desk, and then left only one on the table, and shamelessly put the rest into the storage ring. Elder Cao. You might as well just drink the talisman ink as water. Feng Shi took out the Chang'an Mountain and River brush and shouted, Demon God, let's get started. Elder Cao. The devil is blessing you in refining the elixir and making talismans. He is almost becoming your long-term worker. He complained in his mind while looking at Feng Shi, thinking, I want to see what kind of weird talismans you can draw. As a result, when I saw it, I almost dropped my jaw. Because Feng Shi draws very well and very quickly. Compared to her speed, he was like a snail. How is this possible? Apart from anything else, her Nirvana power is not enough. Not to mention spiritual consciousness. Could it be that he was hallucinating? When he was doubting his life, he saw Feng Shi take out a Nirvana talisman, activated it, and continued to draw talismans. Elder Cao. Can it still be like this? He couldn't help but shake his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Because the impact was too great, and because he had just lost a lot of spiritual energy, he was a little unsteady on his feet and fell towards Feng Shi's table. Feng Shi. You have no moral principles at all. She was able to dodge it, but the talisman she drew would be useless. Fortunately, Zheng Wen and Elder Bai were quick to act and grabbed Elder Cao. However, their efforts created a gust of wind, so Feng Shi held down the edge of the talisman paper with his left hand to avoid affecting the drawing. As luck would have it, at this moment, the sustaining power talisman floating in front of Feng Shi suddenly slapped on her forehead. Feng Shi was now unable to free his hands, and in order to prevent the Nirvana talisman from blocking his vision, he had to blow the Nirvana talisman with his mouth while continuing to draw the talisman. Elder Cow looked at Feng Shi with a puffy face and felt sad. I have studied talismans for years, but am I not as good as a little goldfish? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1285. Can I be a talisman maker? While Elder Cow was still immersed in sadness, Feng Shi stopped writing. She took off the sustained strength talisman on her forehead and placed it on the table, then looked at the 8 Desolations divine light talisman she had just drawn. Elder Cow also stretched his neck to look, and then, the skull fell to the ground. Feng Shi. Let's just say that why do you Nirvana practitioners have such poor psychological endurance? The head falls off at any time, isn't it scary? Isn't it just a top grade 8 Desolations divine light talisman? Is it necessary to be so scared? If I were to draw with both hands, you would be scared to death. Feng Shi kindly picked up Elder Cow's skull, helped him buckle it on his cervical spine, and made slight adjustments to the single eye hanging wire. Elder Cow. You're a carpenter. However, he couldn't care about these now. He reached out and picked up the 8 Desolate divine light talisman that Feng Shi had just drawn and started to look at it. As he looked at it, he felt that he was an old waste. Why is his brushstroke so smooth? Why is his power of Nirvana so even? Others were able to draw a top quality piece with the help of the Nirvana talisman, but he just took great pains to draw a medium quality piece and is still showing off. How shameless. Who did you learn talisman making from, and how many years have you been learning it? Feng Shi said with a smile. I have studied talismans for a few years before. This morning, I saw senior brother Lu Hong draw a fiery Nirvana talisman. I felt that it was not much different from a talisman, so I drew one in the same way. Guess what? The painting was completed in no time. Since it's not difficult, I will just draw the 8 Desolations divine light talisman. I overestimated myself and failed on the first try. Fortunately, the second one was successful. Although it is only of medium quality, it is still acceptable. Elder Cow didn't want to listen anymore. Is this human language? His first reaction was that Feng Shi was talking nonsense, but when he saw the expressions of Yang Guangru and others, especially Lu Hong, could it be true? He stared at Lu Hong. Is what she said true? Lu Hong nodded. It's absolutely true. She even drew the 8 Desolate divine light talisman by just glancing at it in a book. She can even draw with both hands at the same time. Elder Cow. His body swayed a few times, and Lu Hong quickly stepped forward to support him and let him sit on the chair. Lu Hong felt that there was no light in his master's eyes. Ugh. Master, your psychological endurance is too poor. Isn't it normal that there are always people better than you? What is unacceptable? But at this moment, Feng Shi asked in a nagging tone. Elder Cow, can I show you how to shoot with both hands? Without waiting for Elder Cow to answer, she took out 2 pieces of talisman paper and started drawing on them. What she drew was the supplementary Nirvana talisman. I have drawn a lot before, so now I am very familiar with it. I even yawned a few times in the middle. Elder Cow. Now he finally understood why Elder Ken gave up Fan Zhen and accepted her as his disciple. He now also looks down on Lu Hong a little. He is such an inhuman being. In a short while, Feng Shi had drawn 2 top-grade Nirvana-sustaining power talismans, and he took them up and waved them in front of Elder Cow. Elder Cow, what do you think of my painting? Can I make a living as a talisman maker? Elder Cow, not only can you eat it, but it can also fill you to death. Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't say a word. I don't want to talk to something that's not a human being. Feng Shi sighed. Although my talent in making talismans is unprecedented, without a master to guide me, I can only cross the river by feeling the stones. How great it would be if a master fell from the sky right now. Elder Cow, are you hinting at me or at myself? Do you want to take me as your master? When he was weighing the pros and cons, his good disciple Lu Hong said excitedly. Junior sister Feng Shi, why do you need this to fall from the sky? Can't you just take my master as your disciple? My master will definitely be happy to do so. Please kneel down and kowtow. Feng Shi knelt on the ground quickly, holding up the teacup with 2 top-grade 9 aperture divine bone pills in both hands. Master, please have some tea. Elder Cow. Are you trying to force a sale by singing the same tune? He finally figured out the truth. This bastard Lu Hong had been bribed by Feng Shi a long time ago. He brought him here just to let him accept Feng Shi as his apprentice. What a bastard. He glared at Lu Hong fiercely, and Lu Hong shrank his neck. He thought to himself, Master, there is nothing I can do. You want me to be a sacrifice, so I can only save myself. Elder Cow looked at Feng Shi, or more precisely, at the 2 top-grade 9 aperture divine bone pills in the teacup. The words of refusal were on the tip of his lips, but he couldn't open his mouth. It's not that he is greedy for these 2 pills, the key is that he loves talents. If such a heaven-defying talent in making talismans could not meet a good master, wouldn't it be a waste? He can't act against the will of heaven. At this time, Zheng Wen asked Yan Guangru in a low voice, Brother Yan, are there any other elders in our sect who are good at making talismans? Yan Guangru said. As far as I know, Elder Ma, Elder Hao, Elder Quan, and Elder Qin are all quite experienced in making talismans, and Elder Ma and Elder Ji have a good relationship. Before he could finish his words, Elder Cow snatched the teacup that Feng Shi was holding. Don't be in vain. It's better than giving it to outsiders. As for Feng Shi, Elder Ken accepted her, so why couldn't he accept her? He was just imitating others, and Elder Jin couldn't say anything wrong about him. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, please give me a gift. Elder Cow. It must be said that Elder Cow was quite generous. He gave Feng Shi a thick stack of talisman papers. It was so thick that the stack was taller than her. In addition, there are 2 large buckets of talisman ink. Feng Shi said as he put the items into his storage ring. Master, you are too stingy. This thing is not worth much. You might as well just give me 100 million strut stones. Elder Cow. I'll just give you my old bones. It's not worth the money, but you collected it so quickly. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he walked up to Lu Hong and bowed respectfully. Senior brother, I am honored. Lu Hong really didn't expect Feng Shi to give him such face. Although it is inevitable to bleed, this face is worth 1,000 gold. Lu Hong quickly returned the gift and took out an earth-level magic weapon and gave it to Feng Shi. This is definitely a great gift for him. Elder Cow cursed in his heart, you evil disciple with a treacherous attitude. But on second thought, it doesn't seem like it's really a deviation now. The next moment, he saw Feng Shi giving the top grade 8 Desolation's Divine Light talisman that he had just drawn to Lu Hong, and also gave him a top grade 9 Aperture Divine Bone pill. Lu Hong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Junior sister is so generous. Elder Cow feels so sad. As a master, am I not as good as my senior brother? Yan Guangru felt even more sad. He blamed his master in his heart for not living up to his expectations. He made a fuss for a long time but didn't even have a name. As a result, his dear senior brother could only watch Lu Hong show off. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1286, Creek, Show. Feng Shi said to Elder Cow, Master, I see that you are a little weak. I think it is because your spiritual consciousness has been depleted too much. I will refine a furnace of Taishu Bu Shen Dan for you now. Elder Cow. Isn't the Taishu Shenbu pill a heavenly grade elixir? Can I refine it just like that? But when I thought about Feng Shi casually giving away the top grade 9 Aperture Divine Bone pill, it didn't seem that outrageous. Next, the jaws of Elder Cow and Lu Hong all fell off with a crack. Only Yan Guangru looked normal. Because he is numb. As for Junwen and Elder Bai, they were already used to it. They even had the leisure to look around and finally came to the conclusion that Elder Cow's grave was not as spacious as theirs. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Shi stopped forming seals and opened the lid of the Tintin cauldron. Elder Cow scored twice and the skull fell off again. Lu Hong and the others also turned into skeletons and collapsed on the ground. Feng Shi helped Elder Cow put the skull in place, and then handed him 4 top-grade Taishu Bu Shen pills. Master, you keep these. I will keep the remaining 6 as a gift to you as my disciple. Elder Cow, apprenticeship ceremony. You still want to become a disciple? Feng Shi pointed at the disciples and said, they all want to share their master with me. I am embarrassed to refuse them, so I might as well accept them all. Elder Cow, did anyone say that? He was too lazy to beat around the bush and stared at Feng Shi. Why did you do this? Feng Shi said seriously, because I am diligent and studious. Elder Cow. I believe you. Before he could get angry, Feng Shi said, Master, I don't want to do this, but I have to bear the brunt of it. I can't just watch you guys fight to the death. No matter whether Sect Master Gu or Elder Jin wins, it will be a catastrophic disaster for the sect. Furthermore, have you ever thought about who will be the leader if you win? It's not that what I said was unpleasant, it's just that your heart is far worse than Elder Jin's. By then, it is inevitable that you will end up being abandoned after your rabbit is dead. And my senior brother will have to be pushed out to quell public anger. You have carefully taught him for so many years, can you bear to do that? You worked so hard for a long time, but in the end both of you died. What did you want? It is better to maintain the status quo and study the art of talisman research. In the future, you will also have a prominent place in the sect's classics. Elder Cow was already weak, and he became even more dead after hearing Feng Xi's words. He didn't speak for a long time. Just when Feng Shi thought he had lost the ability to speak, he stared at Feng Shi. So you plan to let those 6 become your masters as well? You plan to resolve all the conflicts that have accumulated over the years by yourself? You are really overestimating your abilities. Feng Shi thought, I can shoulder the survival of the 9 nether continent by myself, so why can't I take on you, the Skull Sect? She smiled and said, Master, this is not overestimating my own abilities, this is called taking responsibility. Elder Cow. Feng Shi continued with a smile. Master, how did this conflict arise? It's nothing but profit. As long as the interests are clearly divided, there will be no problems at least in the short term. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. It's a pity that I don't have much ambition, otherwise you would definitely have no objection if I became the leader. Elder Cow. You don't have ambition, then you are too ambitious. However, it would not be bad if this damn girl became the sect leader in the future. At least she could treat everyone equally. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself. He actually wanted to support her as the clan leader. He was led astray by this damn girl. He snorted coldly, are you sure the 6 of them will accept you? Feng Shi chuckled and said nothing. He immediately took out paper and pen and started making talismans. All the ones she drew were heaven-grade Nirvana talismans, and every single one of them was of top grade. Of course, in the middle of the process, it is necessary to activate the Nirvana talisman to replenish the power of Nirvana. After drawing a few pictures, she crunched 2 spiritual fruits and continued drawing. Elder Cow thought about how all his strength was drained out of him after he drew a heavenly Nirvana talisman. Then he looked at his lively new disciple and he began to doubt again that he was an old loser, and the kind that was hopeless. After Feng Shi finished drawing a stack of heavenly grade Nirvana talismans, he stretched and said, Master, do you think I can open the hearts of these 6 people with the elixir and the Nirvana talisman? Elder Cow said weakly, it depends on whether their hearts are locked. Feng Shi, it's okay. If they lock it, I'll ask my brothers to be the insiders and steal the key. Elder Cow. Look at these good apprentices they have taught, each one is more filial than the other. He waved his hand, it's up to you, do whatever you want. Feng Shi blinked his eyes and said, Master, why don't you go with us to have a look at the fun and admire their innocence? Elder Cow stood up suddenly and said, it's getting late, let's set off quickly. Feng Shi. Never underestimate the heart of a melon eater. A group of people rushed to the outside of Elder Yao's grave. Elder Cow coughed and said, Old Yao, are you home? Elder Yao was originally practicing, and when he saw Elder Cow coming with a group of people, he was very puzzled, but out of consideration for the relationship, he still invited everyone in. Lao Cow, what are you doing here? Elder Cow sat down on the chair and pointed at Feng Shi, my new disciple. Bring him here for you to have a look. Elder Yao. Didn't Feng Shi already have several masters? Why did he choose Elder Cow as his master? The key point is that Elder Cow is a talisman maker. Why did he accept Feng Shi as his disciple? To teach her how to make talismans. Just because she's good at making pills doesn't mean she's also good at making talismans. Isn't this nonsense? Elder Cow raised his chin and said, Shaoxi, show it. Feng Shi, okay. I brought you here to eat melons, but you came here to show off. All right, there's no harm in drawing more Nirvana symbols. So she started making talismans. Since he was showing off, he naturally had to draw the heavenly Nirvana talisman, so Feng Shi chose the 8 desolate divine light talisman and quickly began to draw. Elder Yao's jaw dropped in shock. Although the skull didn't fall off, that was because I was pressing it with my hands, otherwise it would have fallen off. Elder Cow immediately felt relieved. It seems that he is not a waste, but his new apprentice is too perverted. After Feng Shi finished his presentation, he stood behind Elder Cow with his hands hanging down. Elder Cow's vanity has reached an unprecedented level. Old Yao, how is it? My new apprentice is quite talented, right? Elder Yao said with a complicated expression. It is indeed good. Elder Cow crossed his legs and said, actually, I didn't want to accept her, but this girl kept crying and begging me to be her master, so I softened my heart and agreed. Elder Yao, if you don't pretend, you will die, right? He snorted coldly. You came here just to show off that you accepted Feng Shi as your apprentice. Now that you have finished showing off, please go back. Elder Cow laughed. It was just a joke, why are you so angry? Shaoxi, go talk to Elder Yao. Feng Shi repeated what he had said to Elder Cow, then knelt on the ground with a plop, holding a tray in his hand. On the tray were 3 heavenly Nirvana talismans and a teacup, and inside the teacup were a 9-aperture divine bone pill and a Taishu Shen boosting pill. When Elder Yao was hesitating, his good disciple Zhu Shuifang said in a low voice. Master, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. The sooner you harvest, the sooner you will benefit. Elder Yao. He made up his mind and took the tray. Seeing Feng Shi tilting her head to look at him, he had no choice but to give her an earth-grade magic weapon as a gift. Feng Shi took out the earth-level magic weapon that Lu Hong gave her and muttered to herself. Elder Yao had no choice but to make another one. Feng Shi stood up and greeted Zhu Shuifang again. After Zhu Shuifang gave him the gift, he unlocked his senior brother's gift package and was so happy that his jaw dropped. The other 5 disciples couldn't sit still anymore. Junior sister Feng Shi, please go to my master first. My master is easy to talk to. My master has a good temper. Let's go find my master first. Stop talking. My master is the easiest to deceive. Let's go to him first. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1287, 1 flowers on 7 vine. Elder Yao and Elder Cow were so angry that their noses almost got crooked. You are so filial. Everyone is scrambling to sell their master. Thinking that they were also sold in this way, they felt even worse. Feng Shi came over and said. 2 masters, actually the brothers have good intentions. They have to close it sooner or later anyway, so it's better to close it earlier so that we can watch 2 more excitements. Elder Yao. Elder Cow. You know how to comfort people. However, they didn't feel so bad when they thought about seeing the jokes of the other 5 elders. We are all the same anyway, so don't make fun of anyone. So, without Feng Shi's mobilization, Elder Yao took the initiative to offer to take her to meet the other 5 elders. Not to mention Elder Cow, he is more enthusiastic than anyone else. Then, with their mediation, and Feng Zai's well-reasoned arguments and the expensive gift of becoming a disciple, Feng Shi opened the hearts of the 5 elders one by one with almost no effort. Master number success plus 5. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. You can't even remember how many masters you have, right? Do you want me to ask Xiao Chuanzi to make a roster for you so you don't forget? Feng Zai's eyes lit up. Grandpa, your idea is good, then it's settled. Blood-devouring world. Can't you hear I'm mocking you? Feng Shi originally wanted to take the 7 new masters to meet Elder Ken and give Elder Jin a surprise, but it was already dark by then, so he had to give up. Masters, we will meet at the gate of the alchemy hall at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Elder Cow and others nodded, and watched Feng Shi and the other 3 leave. As for why there were 4 people, it was because Elder Cow and the others had detained their respective senior disciples, so they had to be dealt with. Yan Guangru finally felt a sense of superiority. His master was still in the dark, so he was safe for the time being. Feng Shi had already walked out for a distance, and he turned around and waved to the 7 masters. Masters, you all go back and rest early. Elder Cow and the others couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts. Although this disciple was somewhat forced, this little girl was not bad. Feng Shi was thinking, why do these 7 masters standing in a row look a bit like the Calabash brothers? The familiar melody came to my mind instantly. Hulua, Hulua, 7 flowers on a vine. Yan Guangru on the side. What does junior sister Feng Shi's little song mean? The 7 flowers refer to Elder Cow and his group. What does Hulua Hulua mean? Could it be a scam, a scam? Correct. These 7 masters are not just fooling around. However, what he is more concerned about now is where he will stay at night. He definitely couldn't go back to the alchemy hall. Even though he had fooled Elder Jin with the message, if he asked him a few questions in person, he might be exposed. When he was worried, Feng Shi said, Brother Yan, Brother Cheng Wuya told me yesterday that he had a lot of doubts about cultivation. If it's convenient for you tonight, why don't you help him solve his doubts? Yan Guangru naturally wanted it very much and agreed without delay. Feng Shi immediately sent a message to Cheng Wuya. Cheng Wuya was not stupid. He knew Feng Shi was trying to help him, so he naturally agreed. He was also very capable and had been waiting at the entrance to the inner disciples' residential area early in the morning. After settling Yang Guangru down, Fengshi returned to his residence. It had been a busy day, and Fengshi hadn't slept last night, so he took a nap after arriving at the grave. I woke up in the middle of the night. She asked the bone-losing skull to throw out all the ribs from the past 2 days. There are a total of 100. Fengshi picked up one at random and put it in the basin of water. Nothing happened. I put a few more in, still no change. Grandpa, it seems that your guess is unreliable. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it will only fade after returning to its original form. Fengshi did not argue with him and hurried to brand those ribs with his spiritual consciousness. After finishing the work, he threw the ribs back into the barrier. Then, ask the red skeletons who have contracted with her. How long can you soak in the bloodstream? The skeletons looked confused. What is a bloodstream? A stream made of blood. My darling. Just say this is a dead pervert, right? There's actually a bloody stream. How cruel. The bone-losing skeleton said tremblingly. The bloodstream you mentioned is a stream made of blood. We haven't tried it. The other skeletons also said that they had never done so. Fengshi frowned slightly. The reason she asked this was to prevent the red skeletons from hiding anything, but it seemed that they didn't know anything about the blood river at all. Could it be that the blood river really has nothing to do with them? Fengshi tried again and found that although these red skeletons knew that there was a stream in the sect, they really didn't know anything about the bloodstream. Seeing this, Fengshi simply told them about Zushi's situation and asked them what they thought about it. The skeletons said a lot, but in the end it was of no reference at all. To put it bluntly, although they're still sane now, they're only slightly better than fools, and they have completely forgotten the past. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of her, Fengshi stopped asking and started chanting. Fengshi didn't chant any spells last night, and the skeletons felt uncomfortable everywhere. Now they finally feel comfortable. Pain and happiness. After Fengshi finished chanting the spell, he saw that it wasn't long before dawn, so he didn't sleep anymore and started to practice cross-legged. Zhu Xuan yawned and said to Lin Xiangchuan, although this girl is greedy, shameless and full of bad intentions, she is indeed very hardworking. No wonder she has a promising future. Lin Xiangchuan echoed, Feng Zhu is indeed hardworking and diligent. It's up to you on this point. Zhu Xuan smiled and said, you're not quite right. I'm different from Shaoxi. I rely mainly on my talent. God has given me this. It's useless for others to be jealous. Lin Xiangchuan. As long as you are happy. Seeing that the time was almost up, Fengshi ate something and took Zhang Wen to the alchemy hall. In fact, Fengshi didn't want Zhang Wen and Elder Bai to follow. Elder Bai was very obedient, but Zhang Wen insisted on going with them to watch the show. He also said that if he could capture Elder Jin today, he could take a family photo for them. Fengshi agreed out of softness of heart. Zhu Shihuan kept muttering, that silly boy is so lucky to have met a good junior sister like you who pampers him to the sky. It's a pity that you don't like him, otherwise you two would be a great couple. It's just the right time to lower your intelligence. Otherwise, I can't imagine how evil your child will be in the future. Won't he be bad from the moment he's born? Fengshi, you are really thinking long term. If you have the time, why not think about what kind of partner you want? When you get back, I will help you find someone. Zhu Xuan hurriedly said, no, I don't even have a physical body now, please don't ruin this good old lady. Fengshi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1288. Let's give Uncle Jin a surprise. Fengshi was joking with Zhu Xuan when he heard Zhang say, little sister, you said there are 9 elders. The other elders have 1 proper disciple and you're an improper disciple, but Elder Ken only has you as an improper disciple. Don't you think this is not good? Fengshi. Are you telling me a tongue twister here? After saying so much, you just want to recommend yourself. The key is that Elder Ken is an alchemist, why would he recruit you? Little sister, I also know that I can't make pills, and I'm not worthy of Elder Ken's eyes, but it's enough that you are the only one of the 2 disciples who can make pills. As his apprentice, I am mainly responsible for balancing his mentality. He must have what others have. Fengshi, brother, I know you want to be a direct disciple. This is easy. I will talk to Elder Jiang and ask him to accept you. Zhang Wen immediately smiled happily. Little sister, I will listen to you. He doesn't care about this identity, the key is to make it convenient for him to follow his junior sister and watch melons. These days, his junior sister went to the alchemy hall to make trouble, so he could only stay in the tomb mound. It was really too hard to bear. As for Elder Bai, he is too old and probably not suitable to be a personal disciple. Just stay at the grave mound and watch over the house. As he was talking, he saw Yang Guangru and Cheng Wuya waiting not far away. Fengshi exchanged a few pleasantries with Cheng Wuya, then took Yang Guangru to the alchemy hall. Yang Guangru didn't sleep the whole night yesterday because he knew today was destined to be a chaotic day. He didn't even dare to imagine how devastated his master would be if he knew that Elder Cao and the others had become Fengshi's masters. His master was still counting on him to hook up with Fengshi. But a fire broke out in the backyard. Fengshi kindly comforted him, Brother Yan, even if Elder Jin is angry, he won't beat you to death. It's okay to get hurt. I will give you some good pills when the time comes. Yan Guangru, thank you so much. Yes, Senior Brother Yan, when I said yesterday that you were destined to be sacrificed, I saw that you didn't seem surprised at all. Did you know it a long time ago, or did Elder Jin arrange a way out for you? Yan Guangru staggered. He thought Fengshi didn't notice these things yesterday, but he didn't expect that she knew all of them. Now, he had nothing to hide, so he told the truth. My master didn't say it explicitly, but he just told me to be more cautious when I get into trouble with them and to know the seriousness of the situation. Fengshi. You and your disciple are even more immoral than me. He's treating the other 8 disciples like fools. But it is also true that if Elder Jin succeeds in seizing power, he will definitely want to become the sect leader himself, and he must have a capable disciple by his side. Feng Shi sighed inwardly and said, in this case, Elder Jin will be even more reluctant to beat you to death. Yan Guangru. Are you trying to comfort me or scare me? At this time, Elder Cao and his companions, along with the beloved disciples, arrived near the alchemy hall. The loved disciples were all treated with warm, caring greetings by their master last night, and now each of them is more obedient than a quail. Because Feng Shi had not arrived yet, they did not get too close to the alchemy hall, otherwise Elder Ken and Elder Jin inside would have gotten the news. Elder Ken and Elder Jin are still kept in the dark. They don't know what Feng Shi's rules are and dare not act rashly. Finally, Feng Shi arrived with Zheng Wen and Yan Guangru. Elder Cao and the others hurried over to meet them. Feng Shi said with a smile, Masters, let's go give Uncle Jin a surprise. Elder Cao and the others thought, surprise. It should be shock. The crowd entered the alchemy hall in a mighty procession and went to Elder Ken's alchemy room first. Elder Ken is having a bad day in the room. Because Feng Shi didn't come yesterday. Although Feng Shi sent him a message to ask for leave, he still felt empty inside. I heard someone knocking on the door outside, and when I came out, I was stunned. Why are there so many people? What are Lao Cao and the others here for? He was completely confused and let everyone into the alchemy room. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, I did something big yesterday. I recognized 7 junior brothers for you. Elder Ken. What does it mean to recognize 7 junior brothers for me? Lao Cao and the others used to call me senior brother. When he was puzzled, Elder Cao said, Brother Ken, Shaoxi is not only very talented in alchemy, but also very good at making talismans. I am eager to accept her as my apprentice because I admire her talent. The same goes for Lao Yao and the others. They all feel that with a talent like Shaoxi, one master definitely cannot discover her full potential, so the more masters the better. So they all accepted Shaoxi as their apprentice. From now on, our relationship as brothers will become even closer. Elder Ken. I took her in as my apprentice because of a bet and had no choice. No one forced you. Don't you have any principles at all? Are you just going to rush into it like this? Even if you collect it in 2 days, it's fine. Feng Shi laughed dryly twice. Master, I was wrong for not asking you in advance. The atmosphere was so tense at that time. It would be unreasonable for me not to accept you, no, not to become your disciple. Besides, I'm also afraid that the news will leak out. If Master Jin knew about it, I'm afraid he would be so happy that he would faint. Elder Ken. Are you sure he fainted from happiness, not anger? Feng Shi added, not only do you not know, my grandfather and the others don't know either. This time I'm going to kill first and ask for permission later. You deserve a beating. Elder Ken, you really deserve a beating. However, he could also understand why Feng Shi acted first and reported later. Because she was on guard against Sect Master Gu. Sometimes he wondered what this girl was after. Apart from the overall situation she mentioned, was she trying to usurp the throne and become the suzerain herself? It would not be a bad idea for her to be the boss, at least she is better than the one with the surname Gu. Elder Ken was having wild thoughts. Elder Cao and the others thought he was going to blame Feng Shi, so they all came over to plead for him. At this time, Feng Shi took out a stack of Nirvana talismans and handed them to Elder Ken. Master, these are all the paintings I drew yesterday, you can keep them for fun. Elder Cao and the others were so sad. As expected, the first master is the one who is valued. No, there were 2 before Lao Ken. There is also a grandpa. Although Elder Ken was somewhat unhappy, he could not say anything as the matter was done. Moreover, he was very pleased with the envious and jealous looks from Elder Cao and the others. He is indeed the wisest. He was the first to recognize talent and found the rough diamond Shaoxi. When everyone was having fun here, the voice of Elder Jin was heard from outside. Lao Ken, I heard Lao Cao and the others are here. Elder Ken felt somewhat sympathetic towards Elder Jin. He couldn't even imagine how shocked and angry Elder Jin would be in a moment. Lao Jin always prided himself on being smart, but Shaoxi ended up making him a lonely man. Isn't this going to make you angry? Otherwise, he could lay a blanket on the ground in advance so that it would not be so painful when the bones fell to the ground. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1289, monkeys can't climb faster than you. Elder Ken said to Feng Shi. Wait for old Jin to come in later. Don't tell him everything right away. I'm afraid he can't handle it. You need to give him some time to buffer, okay? Feng Shi nodded obediently. Master, I will listen to you. Elder Ken then went to open the door. As soon as Elder Jin came in, he smiled and asked Elder Cao and others. Have you guys discussed this today? Why are you all here at old Ken's place? Elder Cao felt somewhat uncomfortable, and said with a smile, well, it's been a while since I came here, so I came to take a look today. Elder Yao and the others also echoed a few words. Elder Jin is so smart. It's obvious that there's something wrong here. He saw Yan Guangru hiding in a corner like a quail, so he whispered, what's going on? Yan Guangru pretended that he heard nothing and continued to be a quail. Elder Jin asked 3 times in a row, but Yan Guangru didn't say a word, which made him very angry. But he couldn't get angry in front of everyone, so he could only glare at Yan Guangru. When he was thinking about how to get Elder Ken to talk, Feng Shi said with a smile. Uncle Master Jin, my Master Ken might be embarrassed to say it, so I'll tell you directly, Elder Cao saw that I have a talent for making talismans, so he accepted me as his apprentice. We all came here today to celebrate, and we were originally planning to invite you, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own initiative. We two really have such a tacit understanding. Elder Ken. Didn't I ask you to give Lao Jin some time to recover? How come you said it directly? Feng Shi blinked at him. I only released one of the 7 masters. Isn't this just to give Elder Jin some buffer time? Elder Jin was stunned when he heard Feng Zai's words. What did you say? Elder Cao had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, Brother Jin, what Shaoxi said just now is right. I saw that she is a good candidate for making talismans, so I took her in as my apprentice out of eagerness for talent. Elder Jin's face suddenly darkened, and he sneered. Is she a good candidate for making talismans? Is she stronger than Lu Hong? Lu Hong's face flushed and he said, Uncle Jin, you are flattering me too much. I can't compare with junior sister Fengxi. I am no different from trash in front of her. Elder Jin. He felt that Lu Hong was just lying with his eyes open. It was already amazing that Fengxi had an extraordinary talent in alchemy, but how could he also have an extremely high talent in making talismans? She is not a god. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Lu Hong took out the top grade 8 Desolation's Divine Light talisman that Fengxi gave him yesterday. Uncle Jin, junior sister Fengxi learned how to draw the Nirvana talisman just by watching me draw a fiery Nirvana talisman yesterday. Then she drew this heavenly grade top grade Nirvana talisman in just a quarter of an hour. If she isn't a genius, what is she? Elder Jin kept shaking his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fengxi is a really kind person. Seeing that he didn't believe it, he demonstrated it on the spot. Elder Jin watched Fengxi yawning while making talismans smoothly, especially when he activated the Nirvana talisman to replenish his Nirvana power. The skull fell on the carpet. Elder Ken felt that he was so smart. Otherwise, old Jin would have such a headache. He helped Elder Jin pick up the skull and put it on the cervical spine. Old Jin, Shaoxi is a divine being after all. We can't look at her the same way we look at normal people. Fengxi. You mean, I'm not a normal person? Elder Jin still couldn't accept this fact. Before he could say anything, Fengxi started painting again. She drew 3 heavenly Nirvana talismans in one breath, and then performed the left and right arrows. Elder Jin stared at her with a gloomy face and gritted his teeth and said, all right, stop drawing. He then said to Elder Cow. She has such amazing talent, it makes sense for you to take her in as your apprentice. Only then did Elder Cow breathe a sigh of relief. He breathed a sigh of relief, but Elder Yao and the others were very nervous. At this time, Fengxi said with a smile, Uncle Jin, since you can understand my Master Cow, I guess you can also understand my other 6 masters, right? They all love talents, so they joined hands and accepted me as their apprentice. What did you say? Fengxi looked at Elder Jin who was like a fighting cock, hid behind Elder Ken and poked his head out and said in a mean way. Elder Yao and the others have also accepted me as their apprentice. That means you have 9 brothers, and now you are the only one who has not accepted me as his apprentice. Elder Jin's first reaction was that Fengxi was talking nonsense. But seeing the guilty looks on the faces of Elder Yao and the others, and thinking that they were all gathered here for no reason, he had to believe it. He pointed at Elder Yao and the others and said, good, good, good. You are all good. Fengxi thought, this old man must be mad, otherwise why would he just say okay? However, his psychological endurance is not bad. I thought he was going to fall apart. As she was thinking about it, she saw Elder Jin shattered to the ground. Fengxi. Nishu is good in every aspect except this one thing which is his huge weakness. You said you were fighting with the enemy, but you were defeated by him in a fit of anger. Isn't this just waiting to die? Elder Ken was sighing at his foresight, thinking that laying the carpet was such a good idea. Yan Guangru knew that his chance to make amends had come. Rushed over crying. Master, I am the unfilial disciple. Although I am doing this for your own good, I dare not hide it from you. I just think that what junior sister Fengxi said is right. Even if you and Uncle Ken can get to the top, the final result will only be a lose-lose situation. What's more, now that junior sister Fengxi has appeared out of nowhere, we no longer have any advantage. If you persist in your wrong ways, you may lose even your place to stand. Even I can see these, how can you not know that you are so wise? It's just that I didn't realize it at the moment, so I got stuck in a dead end. As long as you are not angry with me, I will beat you and scold you, even if you throw me into the hell of hell, I will have no complaints. I just ask you to take care of yourself and don't be hard on yourself. Fengxi watched from the side and thought that senior brother Yan was really a great actor. The only flaw is that the transformed face has no tears. This would be even more contagious if he was crying and sobbing. She commented in her mind and stretched out her 2 little paws. Uncle Jin, 10 heavenly Nirvana talismans. 9. 8. Ellipsis. When she counted to 6, Elder Jin assembled himself. He stared at Fengxi and gritted his teeth. When you counted to 10, my finger bones moved. Fengxi nodded. Oh, then I'll give you 10. After saying that, he knelt on the ground and said, Disciple Fengxi greets master. As he spoke, he held up the tray with both hands, inside of which was an empty teacup and 10 heavenly Nirvana talismans. Elder Jin. You are really good at climbing up the pole. Even monkeys can't climb as fast as you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1290 It is worthy of being a pixie. Elder Jin was filled with frustration at this time, feeling neither able to move forward nor to retreat. Don't accept it. He is all alone now. If he takes too much advantage of Kiao, he might lose all his dignity. I'd better accept it, but I really can't swallow this. Seeing this, Elder Cow and others came over to persuade them and handed Elder Jin a ladder. Although Elder Jin was still very unhappy, he could only accept it at this point. He took the tray, which meant he accepted Fengxi as his apprentice. Fengxi bared his white teeth. Master, where's your gift? Elder Jin, a greeting gift. I want to slap you twice. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he could only give Fengxi an earth-level magic weapon. Fengxi was too embarrassed to bargain. What if the old man wanted to return the goods? Anyway, there is still a long time to go, and I can slowly find ways to make the most of it. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. You can't take these things back with you. What are you doing here begging for mercy? Fengxi sighed. Grandpa, you don't understand. I just like the process of pulling. The result is not important. Blood-devouring world. It's worthy of being a pixie. Fengxi greeted Junwen happily. Brother, come on, take a picture for us. Elder Jin didn't want to leave any photos at all, but Elder Cow and Elder Yao held him on both sides, so he could only join in the filming with a sullen face. After the filming was over, Elder Jin stared at Fengxi and said coldly. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Feng Shi said with a smile. Master, although I know you are reluctant to accept me, since you have already accepted me, is there no need for you to be so upset? Elder Jin, stop talking nonsense. You've pissed me off. You still want me to greet you with a smile. Do I owe you something? Feng Shi chuckled. Next, I want to talk to my Master Gu and let him bleed a little and cut some flesh, so that you can feel better. Elder Jin's expression eased a little. That's more like it. As I said, fighting and grabbing are all ultimately for profit. When everyone saw that Elder Jin's attitude had softened, they immediately started talking and laughing. Only Yan Guangru was still worried, not knowing how his master would punish him. Would he beat him half to death? After a while, Feng Shi came to Elder Jin and said, Master, you know my Master Gu. He is very proud. If I ask him to surrender to you directly, he will definitely not agree. So I thought of a workaround. Senior brother Yan and the others don't have any assignments right now, so why not let the Sect Master arrange some lucrative positions for them? After all, it doesn't matter if the meat is rotting in the pot. Elder Jin. It's the same. Shit. These little guys have obviously been subdued by you. If you let them get the real power, isn't it the same as you getting the real power? When he was about to refuse, Elder Ken said, Old Jin, I think Shashi's suggestion is a good one. We are old now, so it's time to let the young people exercise. When Elder Ken said this, he looked a little dejected, and it was obvious that he was thinking of Fan Zhen. If it weren't for his deliberate connivance, Fan Zhen wouldn't have ended up like that. They're sorry for the disciples. Elder Cao and others felt the same way and expressed their agreement. Elder Jin smiled bitterly in his heart. Look, nothing has happened yet, and they have already joined forces to deal with me. Only I still have some prestige, otherwise I would have no say at all. What else can I do now? I can only grit my teeth and agree. Needless to say, Yan Guangru and the others were all smiling from ear to ear, and their admiration for Feng Shi reached a new height. No matter how I look at it, I feel that this new little sister is shining. Especially Yan Guangru, because he had to take on a new assignment. His master couldn't punish him too harshly, so he finally escaped. His gratitude to Feng Shi was like a surging river. After everything was discussed, Feng Shi suggested going to see Sect Master Gu. Elder Ken was a little worried. Shashi, let me go with you. What if Fatty Gu does something bad to you? Elder Jin snorted coldly. Fatty Gu wants to worship her now, how could he possibly do something bad to her? Besides, she is smarter than a monkey. Even if Fatty Gu really has bad intentions, it is not certain who will be the unlucky one. Feng Shi. For a moment, I didn't know whether you were praising me or criticizing me. Feng Shi came out of the alchemy hall and did not go directly to find Sect Master Gu, but brought Jun went to see Elder Jiang. On the way, he also sent a message to Elder Ji, asking him to rush to the miscellaneous affairs hall, saying that there was something important to discuss. After the few people met, Feng Shi asked Jun when to take out the family portrait. After reading it, Elder Ji pointed at Feng Shi's nose and scolded him. You little bastard, you've learned to act first and ask for permission later. You have a really big appetite. You packed up all 9 of them, including Ken Chushi. Aren't you afraid of getting too full? Elder Jiang was quite happy, stroking his beard and saying, Shaoshi's move is brilliant. Now Elder Jin and his men can no longer challenge the Sect Master. The Sect will be much quieter in the future. Feng Shi said to Elder Ji with a smile, Grandpa, look at the pattern of my Master Jiang, you should learn from him. Elder Ji snorted coldly, learn nothing. Like a fool. Elder Jiang's face darkened. What did you say? Elder Ji, I said Ken Chushi and the others are like idiots. Feng Shi wanted to be happy but didn't dare to, and told Yan Guangru and the others that she was going to ask Master Gu to share power with them. Elder Ji immediately understood Feng Zai's intention and turned his anger into joy. You really made a good use of this trick of cutting off the source of the trouble. By training up the younger ones, the older ones will be sidelined. Besides, they have a grudge against those old guys, so they might be closer to you than them. Feng Shi gave a thumbs up. Grandpa, that's a good idea. But I still have an important move to make. Elder Ji looked puzzled. There are chess pieces. What kind of chess pieces? Could it be Master Siu? Feng Shi shook his head. It's not a big deal for whole Master Siu. Even if I don't take him as my master, he can still help us at a critical moment. I'm talking about Elder Zuokyu. Feng Shi thinks long term. She will leave sooner or later. Once she leaves, the originally stable balance will be broken. So she had to find someone to replace her. Elder Zuokyu is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. There are 3 high-level alchemists in the sect. Elder Zuokyu has the highest level of alchemy, which is enough to check and balance Elder Ken and Elder Jin. If the other party is willing to accept her as a disciple, she will also be able to take care of Elder Ji and Elder Jiang in the future. Although Elder Ji didn't know that Feng Shi would leave in the future, he knew clearly why Feng Shi wanted to involve Elder Zuokyu. It was simply to leave a way out for him and Lao Jiang. Elder Ji felt warm in his heart, and his original unhappiness disappeared. When Feng Shi took out the elixir and Nirvana talisman as a gift, he laughed so hard that his chin dropped. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1291 Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Elder Jiang saw Elder Ji's useless look, smiled, shook his head, and helped him fix his chin. Elder Ji doesn't care about whether it's embarrassing or not, he is simply so happy. The best decision he made in his life was to accept Feng Shi as his granddaughter. From now on, he would have freedom over elixirs and Nirvana talismans. Thank God, thank Earth, and thank him for his good name. Good luck, really good luck. Now, let alone Feng Shi accepting 8 masters behind his back, it wouldn't matter even if he accepted 88. Anyway, he and they're not on the same track, he is the grandpa. Hey. Lao Jiang is such an idiot. He doesn't want to be a good second uncle, but insists on being a master. Now I have to compete with a bunch of old guys for apprentices. At this time, Feng Shi said to Elder Jiang. Master, what do you think of my brother? Would you consider taking him as your disciple? Elder Jiang actually had no intention of accepting another disciple. Feng Shi was enough for him, so he hesitated for a moment. And Elder Ji patted Zhang Wen on the shoulder and said, Shaoxi, you don't need to ask Lao Jiang, I've accepted it. When I first saw this guy, I felt that we had a good relationship. Even if you didn't say it, I would have wanted to arrange this matter. He thought to himself, Lao Jiang, oh Lao Jiang, you are so confused. A great thing is right in front of you, but you keep pushing it away. You deserve not to get rich. Shaoxi is a loyal girl. Since she accepted her brother as her disciple, shouldn't she treat you with all her heart? It's all thanks to my quick reaction. When Zhang Wen heard what Elder Ji said, he quickly followed suit and knelt down to become his disciple. Just when he was worrying about not having a decent apprenticeship gift, Feng Shi said with a smile, Grandpa, the things I gave you just now are my brother's apprenticeship gift. Elder Ji. You don't do that. What a loss. Do I have to pay for accepting an apprentice? But since the words had been spoken, he could only accept it and gave Zhang Wen an earth-level magic weapon. Zhang Wen happily accepted it. The whole process happened so fast that Elder Jiang didn't even have time to react. By the time he realized what was happening, Zhang Wen had already become Elder Ji's apprentice. He didn't know what to say. Besides, he only wanted to take Feng Shi as his disciple. They chatted for a while, and Feng Shi asked Zhang Wen to stay and cultivate the master-disciple relationship with Elder Ji, while she strolled off to meet Sect Master Gu. It must be said that Sect Master Gu is acting like a master now. After meeting, he asked Feng Shi about her well-being, from the comfort of the grave mound to whether she had grown taller recently, focusing on emotional value. Feng Shi said a few words with a smile, and then said, Master, didn't I become Elder Ken's apprentice a few days ago? I wanted to persuade Elder Ken to stop competing with you, but guess what happened? Sect Master Gu did not bother to correct Feng Zai's inappropriate words and asked hurriedly, what's the matter? After my earnest persuasion, he agreed. However, you also know that Elder Ken is just a leaf. If Elder Jin's trunk does not shake, it will be useless for him to shake it. So, I found another opportunity to persuade Elder Jin, but he refused to listen and even instigated Elder Ken to fire me. My temper immediately flared up. I thought of a good way to remove the fire from the source. I accepted Elder Cao and the others as my masters in one go. Elder Jin saw that he was alone and had no choice but to give in. He cried and begged me to accept him. I didn't want to accept him at first, but considering your mission as the leader of the sect, I reluctantly accepted him. The skull of the ancient leader almost flew off due to anger. Of course he knew Feng Shi's intention. Although it is ostensibly for the overall situation, it is also to check and balance him. Well, he didn't just accept a disciple, he accepted her ancestor. He wanted to lose his temper, but then he changed his mind and thought that if this dead girl had not appeared out of nowhere, his situation would have been even more difficult and the Wangu Xianzong's strength would have been greatly reduced, so he should be thankful for having her. For a moment, he didn't know whether to praise Feng Shi or scold her. To put it another way, even if he wanted to scold, he would have to think twice. To put it in an exaggerated way, if she wants his position now, he might be forced to give up his position. How did all this happen? Hasn't she only been here for 2 months? Master Gu felt like he was dreaming. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, I will show you the new talisman-making technique I learned to relieve your boredom. After saying that, he began to draw talismans. The skull of the ancient leader finally fell to the ground. Is this the power of the divine bone? So powerful. Even the blood evil bones cannot be compared to it. Thinking of the blood evil bones, Sect Master Gu felt something move. Could it be that God had sent her to help the Wangu Xianzong out of trouble? Was she the weapon to deal with the blood evil bone? So, their Wangu Xianzong can be saved. Thinking of this, Sect Master Gu's eyes suddenly became extremely loving when he looked at Feng Shi. Of course, no matter how kind the eyes of a skull may be, they can only be limited, not to mention that the head and body are separated. After Sect Leader Gu assembled the skull and transformed its appearance into something, he looked at Feng Shi drawing the talisman with a loving face. The more I read, the more I feel that my guess is right. No wonder she is blessed by heaven, has divine bones, knows how to make elixirs, and can make talismans. Isn't she a girl of luck? His name is good too, Feng as in Phoenix, and at first glance he means a person who soars into the sky. Creek, that's right, isn't this the corresponding blood creek? It's a done deal. She is the savior sent by God. No wonder this girl is so sparkling with twinkling little stars. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1292, skill is better than skill. Feng Shi didn't know what Sect Master Gu was thinking about, but she found that he looked at her as if she were a sacred stone. Although it was a bit awkward, it should be a good thing. Feng Shi drew 4 heaven-grade Nirvana talismans in one breath and gave them to Sect Master Gu. Sect Leader Gu's fat face was about to smile into a flower. Shaoxi, when Master first saw you, he knew that you had a promising future. Now I see that he was right. How could an ordinary person subdue Elder Jin and the others? Only you can do this. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, please stop praising me. It makes me feel a little embarrassed. Master Gu thought to himself, just forget it. With your thick skin, how can you be embarrassed? Feng Shi said, Master, although Elder Jin is willing to take a step back, he has conditions. All 9 of them must get real power. Sect Master Gu's face suddenly darkened. They have already taken control of the herb garden and the alchemy hall, and have also placed many people in other places. What real power do they still want? It's simply wishful thinking. Feng Shi nodded. I also think that their appetite is too big, but Master, if you don't agree to their request, I'm afraid even with my mediation, things will not be easy to handle. Otherwise, you can give them some power. With you in charge, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Sect Leader Gu thought to himself, if I really had that much power, things wouldn't have developed to this point. He also knew that if no blood was shed, Elder Jin and the others would definitely not give up. But he didn't want to share power with Elder Jin and others. Fang Shi blinked his eyes and said, Master, I have a way to have the best of both worlds, otherwise you can give me more power. I am the disciple of Elder Jin and his disciples. Am I any different from them? Ancient sect leader. Of course it's different. You already have so many backers. If I give you real power, wouldn't I, the leader of the clan, be just a puppet? However, the dead girl's words did remind him that he could be flexible. By assigning some tasks to those disciples, on the one hand he could shut up Elder Jin and the others, and on the other hand he could find ways to win them over to work for him. After all, something happened to Fan Zhen, and those disciples were not fools, so they could probably figure out what was going on. The more Sect Master Gu thought about it, the better he thought this was. He was a little proud. Although Fang Shi was a clever girl, she was old and had little experience. How could she be his opponent? He said while thinking. You are now in the stage of learning new skills. It would be too distracting if I assigned you tasks. How about this, since those disciples don't have anything to do on weekdays, just assign them some tasks. On the one hand, it can train them, and on the other hand, it can also make Elder Jin and the others relax. What do you think? Fang Shi's face suddenly darkened. Are you talking about Yang Guangru and the others? Although they're better than Fan Zhen, they're still not that good. You would rather use them than me. Who are your disciples? Sect Master Gu laughed and said, Shaoxi, you are wrong. I value you so much that I don't want you to be distracted by these trivial matters. When you have completed your studies, don't even mention any other tasks. The position of Sect Master will be yours. After Master Gu made a lot of promises, Fang Shi finally said reluctantly. Okay, I'll listen to you. You're my master after all. Sect Master Gu felt extremely happy. I thought I had successfully turned the tables, but I didn't know I had fallen into the pit again. Fang Shi chatted with Sect Master Gu for a while before leaving. Before leaving, she said to Master Gu. Master, if any of them is not competent, you should think of me first. Even if I am not free, I still have my two brothers. Sect Master Gu agreed with a grunt, thinking to himself, even if Yang Guangru and the others are not competent, it will not be your turn. Fang Shi came out from Sect Master Gu's place and went straight to the medicine garden to find Elder Zhuoqiu. Elder Zhuoqiu has recently been thinking about how to increase the success rate of the 9-aperture divine bone pill and has no idea what has happened recently. After Fang Shi met, there was no greeting and he went straight to the presentation. Elder Zhuoqiu cried and begged Fang Shi to accept him as a disciple. If Fang Shi didn't agree, he would die. Fang Shi. Why is it the other way around? The old man looked ashamed. I am not worthy to be your master. Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, I admit that I am a little better than you in alchemy talent, but you have devoted yourself to alchemy for several years, and I still have a lot to learn from you. Besides, people often say that the disciple is better than the master. Isn't it normal for the disciple to be better than the master? After Fang Shi's persuasion, Elder Zhuoqiu finally agreed to accept her as his disciple. Then he gave Fang Shi a lot of high-level medicinal herbs, so many that even Fang Shi, who was so shameless, was too embarrassed to accept them. She was too embarrassed to ask for it, because the 5 dog sprig roots in her danshan were ruined. I can't take these things back anyway, so I might as well just give them away for cheap. They announced that among so many masters, only Elder Zhuoqiu was the legitimate master of the unscrupulous master. Seeing that Elder Zhuoqiu was determined to give it to him, Fang Shi had no choice but to accept it. He decided to find time to refine some more heaven-grade pills and draw some more heaven-grade Nirvana talismans to give to him. Fang Shi came out of the medicine garden and went to find Elder Jin and the others. He told them about Sect Master Gu's decision and also told them that he had taken Elder Zhuoqiu as his master. Others were fine, but Elder Jin was more thoughtful. He guessed Fang Zai's intention at once and was so angry that he turned into a skeleton. Fang Shi didn't care. Since it had come to this, she would pay her respects whether he was happy or not. After finishing all this work, it was already dark and Fang Shi returned to his residence. She asked Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, I plan to go to the netherworld purgatory for a stroll next. How do you think I can get in smoothly? Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. It's easy, just do something immoral and cause some trouble, right? Fang Shi shook his head. Grandpa, you underestimate my current status. Even if I beat up Master Gu, my masters will only say that I am helping Master Gu cure his illness. Not to mention being locked up in hell in Netherworld, I might even get a reward. Ugh. Tell me, why am I so popular? It's so annoying. Blood-devouring world. At this time, Mu Jian gave Fang Shi some bad advice. Master, as long as it is revealed that you are colluding with the Red Skull, I guarantee that even if you have hundreds of masters, you will be locked up in that netherworld purgatory. Fang Shi, you better shut up. She pondered for a while and her eyes lit up. Got it. Although she couldn't go to jail in place of Elder Ken, she could go to jail with him. The main focus is companionship. She is so filial, it is hard for others to stop her, right? I just don't know when Elder Ken will serve his sentence. It was not known whether Fang Shi's resentment was too strong, or whether Sect Master Gu was unhappy and deliberately looking for trouble, but a day later, she received good news. The netherworld purgatory urged Elder Ken to serve out his sentence and even sent someone to pick him up. After getting Yang Guangru's exclusive on-site report, Fang Shi ran to the gate of Yudu Purgatory and waited there. Elder Ken saw from a distance that his beloved disciple was running towards him like a nimble little deer. Master, when I think of you suffering in the hell of hell while I am enjoying myself outside, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. I originally wanted to go to jail in your place, but Lord Lan disagreed, so I decided to go to jail with you. We two share the good times and the bad times together. Elder Ken was so moved that his skull almost fell off. It must be a blessing from his ancestors that Ken Chushi has such a filial disciple. But how could he let Fang Shi go to jail with him? Unfortunately, despite his repeated refusals, even using his authority as a master, he was unable to change Fang Shi's mind. Not only that, this touching scene also moved the hard-hearted Lord Lan, and for the first time ever, he agreed to let Fang Shi accompany Elder Ken in prison. Lan Yuzhu said with emotion. Old Ken, logically I shouldn't agree, but Shashi is such a filial child, I just can't bear to reject her. Don't worry, although the conditions in the cell are harsh, it can also strengthen one's will, which is also a good thing for Shashi. Elder Ken thought, tell me honestly, are you unwilling to reject Shashi, or are you unwilling to reject 10 heaven-grade Nirvana talismans and 10 heaven-grade pills? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1293. You are quite smart. Prison Master Lan no longer cares about his conscience. Anyway, there is no provision in the prison rules that forbids people from accompanying others in prison. What he does is reasonable, legal, and appropriate. Besides, he had just asked for permission from Sect Master Gu, who had acquiesced. Even though Lord Lan has been staying in his small territory of Yudu Purgatory, he knows everything that happens in the sect. If there were no gossip to support him, wouldn't he be just like being in prison? He felt that the relationship between Sect Leader Gu and Fengxi as master and disciple was just the result of a trade-off in interests. He guessed that Sect Leader Gu wanted to take the opportunity to teach Fengxi a lesson, so he tacitly allowed her to go to jail with Elder Ken. Lan Yuzhu praised Fengxi a few more times, and then said, Old Ken, even though we are friends, we must keep things separate. Once I'm locked up in a cell, I'll have to handle my affairs impartially. Including Shashi, she has to do the same as the other prisoners. The only way to take care of you is to lock you up in 2 adjacent cells. Elder Ken nodded to show his understanding. He tried to dissuade Fengxi again, but Fengxi was determined to go to jail with him. Elder Ken sighed and stopped trying to persuade him. At this time, Prison Master Lan took out a booklet to select the cell, and Fengxi said with a smile, Master Lan, please arrange a quieter cell for us. It would be best if there were no prisoners around, so that when I have nothing to do, I can ask my master for advice on alchemy or something. Lord Lan looked at her with a bit of sympathy. You may not be familiar with the prison cells of the Netherworld Purgatory. Once you enter, you probably won't have the energy to ask for advice on alchemy. As for silence, forget it. There is no silence in the cell. You and your disciple should stay in cells 56 and 57. Fengxi came for cell number 108, but he had no suitable reason now, and if he was too deliberate, it would definitely arouse suspicion. So, she thanked Lord Lan Yu with a smile. Move in first, then look for opportunities. As for the subtext in Lan Yuzhu's words, she understood that it was nothing more than a hint that there would be many ways to torture the prisoners in her cell. Now that it was already here, she might as well just endure it. Come to think of it, she really missed the days when she was a prison bully in the dark prison, and it was a good opportunity to relive them. Prison Master Lan personally escorted Master Fengxi and his apprentice to the prison cell. After a short while, Fengxi saw a heavy stone door. Lord Lan took out the Lord's token and began to make seals. The hand seals were very complicated and the speed was extremely fast. In addition, it required a certain level of cultivation, so Lord Lan Yu did not deliberately avoid others. Fengxi looked at it openly and kept it in mind silently. No matter whether you can use it or not, it is always better to have more skills, so just learn them. After Lord Lan Yu cast 18 magic seals, the stone door slowly opened. After they went in, they didn't walk far before they saw another stone door. The Blue Prison Lord began to form seals again, and their seals were completely different from the previous ones. After this stone gate, a third stone gate appeared. Lord Lan Yu followed the same process again. Fengxi thought, no wonder Hall Master Siu said before that there is no need to worry about the prisoners escaping from prison. With these preventive measures, it would be extremely difficult for the prisoners to escape. After entering the third stone gate, a jailer came to greet him. Prison Master Lan and Elder Ken exchanged a few polite words, then asked the jailer to take Elder Ken and Fengxi to cells 56 and 57. There was a stone door between the jailer's rest area and the cell. As soon as the jailer opened the stone door, Fengxi heard screams one after another. Some of the prisoners in the cells were writhing in agony, while others were already falling apart. Elder Ken saw that Fengxi looked a little stiff, and sighed, I told you not to come, but you refused to listen. It's too late to regret it now. Fengxi said with a smile, Master, you misunderstood. I don't regret it, I'm just worried that if I were next to you, you would be embarrassed to scream. Wouldn't I be making things worse? Elder Ken, I can still bear this punishment. I won't be like them. Fengxi breathed a sigh of relief, then I feel relieved. The jailer escorted the two men forward, and at this time someone burst into laughter. You old bastard, you and the bitch Fengxi finally got your comeuppance. You really deserve it. Fengxi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a skeleton in the cell in front of him, bearing its fangs and claws. She asked Elder Ken, Master, who is this person? Why does his voice sound familiar? Before Elder Ken could speak, the skeleton roared. Fengxi, you bitch. Stop pretending to be ignorant. You are the one who caused me to end up like this. Now you are also imprisoned, it is really justice that brings retribution. Elder Ken sighed. Fan Zhen, it seems that you still have no intention of repenting. Also, you are wrong, Shaoxi was not imprisoned because of a crime, but to accompany me. Fan Zhen was stunned for a moment, then sneered, she goes to jail with you. You're dreaming, she must have other intentions and has no good intentions. Fengxi, you are quite smart. Elder Ken naturally would not believe what Fan Zhen said. He shook his head and signaled Fengxi not to pay attention to him. Plus, the jailer urged him, Fengxi did not say anything else. Fan Zhen's curses continued to be heard from behind, but were soon drowned out by the screams of other prisoners. Fengxi discovered that there was a small sign hanging above each cell with the prisoner's name and identity written on it. So far, the person of the highest status Fengxi has met is Fan Zhen, his former disciple. Fengxi was a little disappointed for a moment. He thought there were some big fish locked up here, but they turned out to be just some small shrimps. Finally, we arrived at cells 56 and 57. It's true that Lord Lan is quite considerate. These two cells are located at the end of the corridor, and the cells next to them are also empty, so it is relatively quiet. Elder Ken was worried that the prisoner might move into cell number 55, which would disturb Fengxi, so he chose cell number 56 and let Fengxi move into cell number 57. After the jailer left, Elder Ken saw Feng Shi standing there motionless and said anxiously, Xiaoxi, are you okay? The reason why you do purgatory is called purgatory is because the means of punishment are varied. Even in the same cell, the means of punishment can change at any time. However, the most commonly used form of punishment is illusion. Therefore, Elder Ken thought that Feng Shi was in a fantasy at this time. Fortunately, Feng Shi bared his little white teeth at him and said, Master, I'm fine. I just feel that this cell is different from what I expected. It's weirdly comfortable. Elder Ken. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1294. Guess where I am. Elder Ken felt that his beloved disciple must be comforting him. After all, this cell was not comfortable at all. Thinking about Fan Zhen who had yelled at him, he didn't know what to say except sighing. When he was feeling overwhelmed with emotion, he fell into a fantasy world. When Feng Shi saw Elder Ken crying and laughing at the same time, he knew that he had fallen into an illusion, and then he secretly took out the photo stone. Such a wonderful moment must be recorded for Master. She is so filial. Her dog was secretly recording the video, and the red skeletons were going crazy. Because including the bone-losing skeleton, all the skeletons that signed a contract with Feng Shi sensed that Feng Shi was very close to them. Impossible. This is simply impossible. They only go to the dead pervert's place at night, and the current location is far away from her grave. How could she be nearby? Did she sneak in? Thinking of this possibility, the skeletons immediately fled in all directions. Because it was too chaotic, a stampede occurred. As for missing leg bones, missing hand bones, falling ribs and so on, there are countless of them. The bone-throwing skeleton was relatively smart, and shouted, Stop right there, calm down. Don't you think about it. We are all her skeletons now. Even if she comes in, what do we have to be afraid of? The contracted skeletons, this should make sense. Then, the bone-losing skeleton came up with a good idea and asked all the skeletons to search for Feng Shi's hiding place. If they search hard enough they'll find the pervert. These red skeletons are not very smart to begin with, especially during the day, so they were successfully led into the ditch by the bone-throwing skeletons. I stopped doing anything and focused on looking for Feng Shi. It's okay to just look for it, but the key is that the way some skeletons look for it is really outrageous. Some dug the ground, some lay on the ground and sniffed, and some closed their eyes and touched. The bone-losing skeleton felt that he was lowering his status by hanging out with them. They are all idiots. When he was immersed in the feeling of superiority, Feng Zai's voice rang out in his consciousness. Little skeleton, guess where I am? The bone-losing skeleton shuddered. You are not inside the barrier. Feng Shi laughed when he heard this, and his laughter was so intense that his skeleton was frightened. Don't worry, little skeleton. I'm not interested in going into play with you guys for now. I just moved to a new place and it's just a coincidence that I'm so close to you guys. We are really destined to be together. Lost Bone Skull, is this a bad fate? But he was very puzzled. From what the pervert said, she should be near the barrier, but the nearest barrier to them was dozens of miles away. Logically, the spiritual connection between them should not be so strong. He didn't think too much and expressed his doubts immediately. Feng Shi thought, it seems that this netherworld purgatory has a secret. And it's also related to the barrier that imprisoned the red skull. She smiled and said to the bone-losing skull, I'm in jail, so I'd like to chat with you for a while. How about I chant some spells to liven up the atmosphere? Lost Bone Skeleton. Putting aside the question of whether or not to chant the mantra, how could a pervert go to jail? Hearing his doubts, Feng Shi sighed. You may not know, but now everyone from the sect leader to the ordinary disciples are all under my control. I feel that life is too unchallenging, so I decided to experience life in the cell. By the way, do you know the hell of hell? The bone-losing skeleton frowned. The netherworld purgatory. I seem to have some impression of it, but I can't remember it. What's it like there? Feng Shi nodded. It's so much fun. Not only can we be free, but we can also listen to music and watch plays for free. Lost Bone Skeleton. Although my brain isn't working very well right now, I'm not a fool. Are you talking about a prison or a theater? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1295. Why is this? When the Lost Bone Skeleton was speechless, Feng Shi said to all the skeletons that had contracted with her. I am a soft-hearted person and I think it is too tiring for you to travel back and forth every night, so I temporarily moved to a new place so that you don't have to travel back and forth anymore. In addition, you have been behaving very well recently, so I will be more diligent and chant some mantras for you during the day. Red skeletons, no need to worry. Didn't you say before that if you behave well, you should chant less? Why is it that you chant more? Feng Shi continued, also, my current residence is not very convenient, so please don't throw ribs at me for now, just save them for now. After that, she began to chant. After Elder Ken came out of the illusion, he saw his beloved disciple sitting cross-legged with a wash basin on his knees and a rolling pin in his hand, knocking it. Not only was he knocking, he was also chanting, Amitabha. It's over. Not only was the disciple trapped in the illusion, but he was also trapped very deeply. However, why did she end up falling into the illusion of becoming a nun? Have you seen through the world? Although cultivators don't care about these things, why is he so cut off from love at such a young age? Has he been hurt in love? Elder Ken's mind was full of question marks, but he couldn't help much and could only stare blankly. However, soon, several palm prints attacked him, and he was unable to take care of himself and had no time to take care of Feng Shi. Feng Shi secretly opened his eyes a little and saw palm prints flying inside Elder Ken's cell. He thought that the punishment methods of the netherworld purgatory were quite interesting. At this time, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, I think those palm prints are not as powerful as your little palm. If nothing else, you have the upper hand in terms of numbers. Mu Jian actually just wanted to flatter her, but Feng Shi felt something in her heart when she heard it. Her little palm was transformed from a powerful sword move. At first, she could only use it after drawing her sword. Later, she could use it freely by directly releasing her spiritual power. However, the word, kneel, can only be released after the sword is drawn. She guessed that it might be because her cultivation is not enough. Since the little slap can be done with spiritual power, then the power of nirvana should also work, right? Thinking of this, she put away the chanting tools and began to try to use the power of nirvana to hit the little palm. The idea is good, but unfortunately the implementation is not that easy. She tried for a long time but failed. However, after Elder Ken broke up all those palm prints, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that she had seen through the illusion. Shaoxi, what illusion did you just fall into? Fangxi originally wanted to talk to Elder Ken about his father who was a Buddhist cultivator and his mother who was a demon cultivator, but after hearing what he said, he felt that there was no need to do so for the time being. She clasped her hands together with a compassionate look on her face. Master, I just dreamed of the Buddha. He told me that all people in the world are suffering, and only I can save all living beings. Elder Ken. You haven't come out of the illusion yet. However, he actually felt that the little girl had a solemn face, and even a faint Buddha's light. Could it be that he was also trapped in an illusion? Fortunately, Fangxi soon recovered and said to him, Master, please tell me how to transform the power of nirvana into a palm seal. Elder Ken heaved a sigh of relief and said, this is a technique called Thousand Bone Palm Seal. Elder Ken fell into illusion again just after he finished speaking. Fangxi. Let's say, is your concentration a little off? Why do you always fall into illusions? I am different. Since I came in. Ha. Only then did she realize a problem. She had not received any punishment since she came in. Why was that? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1296, Personality Charm with no place to go. Fangxi thought, could it be that Lord Lan accepted bribes and therefore let her off the hook? She felt that there was basically no possibility of this, and Lord Lan Yu would not do something that could give people a handle on him. So the question is, why is it so peaceful in her cell? Is it because she is pretty? Or is it because of her charisma that can't be placed anywhere? Zhu Shihuan sneered, don't flatter yourself. I think it might be because you have a contract with the Red Skull. Fangxi shook her head, I don't think so. Why? Intuition. Blood-devouring world. I don't need to ask more. Fangxi took out a handful of melon seeds and watched Elder Ken's monologue while thinking, when suddenly his eyes lit up. Grandpa, I know what's going on. Think about it, the prisoners imprisoned in this nether city purgatory have different cultivation levels. If the intensity of the punishment methods are all the same, wouldn't it be a mess? If it is too high, prisoners with low cultivation will not be able to survive until the day they are released from prison. On the other hand, if the strength is too low, it will have little punishing effect on people with high cultivation. Therefore, the intensity of this punishment will be adjusted according to the prisoner's cultivation level, and the criterion for judging this cultivation level is the power of nirvana. What a coincidence, your granddaughter, I haven't even cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones yet, and I may not even be able to reach the minimum standard of judgment. In other words, the formation determined that there was no prisoner in the cell at all. Since there are no criminals, there is naturally no punishment. Oh, I never thought that one day I would enjoy the benefits of a waste. Trash is good, trash is wonderful, trash in jail is the best. Blood-devouring world. Although he looked down on Fangxi's boasting, he felt that what she said made sense. The punishment methods of this netherworld purgatory might really be related to one's cultivation level. At this time, Fangxi touched his chin and said, Grandpa, do you think that if the prisoners find a way to suppress the true cultivation, can the severity of the punishment be reduced? TSK, do you think I should tell Master Ken about this conjecture? Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly, if you want to tell me, then tell me. If you don't want to, forget it. It's none of my business. Fangxi said with a smile, Grandpa, I just like chatting with you. I just like the tone of your voice. It's so beautiful. Blood-devouring world. This damn girl is so infuriating. After weighing the pros and cons, Fangxi decided not to tell Elder Ken about her discovery because she wanted to maintain the fairness of Yudu Purgatory. Zhu Shihuan, come on. Bullshit fairness. You are afraid that Elder Ken's poor acting skills will be discovered and affect your next plan. Fangxi, a good grandfather is one who sees everything but doesn't speak out. After a pleasant conversation between the grandfather and grandson, Fangxi continued to think about turning the power of nirvana into a small palm. Although Elder Ken only spoke half of the story, she also got some inspiration. It was not known whether her cultivation was not strong enough or what, but she had not made any progress until Elder Ken woke up from the illusion again. Elder Ken felt a little exhausted after this series of punishments and sat down against the wall. Shaoxi, are you okay? Fangxi said hurriedly, Master, I'm fine. It may be because I am simple-minded that I didn't stay in the illusion for too long. Elder Ken. Do you mean I think too much? However, he has been mentally unstable recently, so he is more likely to fall into illusions. Fangxi thought for a moment and said, Master, I learned several Buddhist scriptures in the illusion. I will recite them to you to calm your mind. Elder Ken. I am not an old lady in the secular world. Why should I listen to Buddhist scriptures? Before he could refuse, Fangxi started chanting. Elder Ken. Although you read it quite seriously, could you please not knock on the wash basin? You're making me so upset. He was upset, and the red skeletons were even more upset. The skeletons that were contracted by Fangxi were fine, the pain was within the tolerable range, but the other skeletons were in trouble. One by one they rolled on the ground, bones flying everywhere. Finally, Fangxi stopped reciting. The red skeletons were also torn apart. But why do I feel a little excited? Are they really cheapskates? Open black lens bracket, take a day off, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1297. Will he become a little lunatic when he gets out? The bone-losing skeleton also felt that he was a little smarter than yesterday. He had suspected before that Fengshi's chanting would be good for them, but he didn't say it. Why didn't I tell them? Because if those idiots knew that chanting spells was not only harmless but also beneficial, how could they still use chicken feathers as a token of authority? There's nothing you can do about it, he's just that smart and has always been sitting firmly on the throne of the smartest person. Elder Ken in the cell was so annoyed by Fengshi's chanting and banging of basins that entering the illusion was a relief for him. It was strange that he had spent a lot of effort to see through the illusion before, but now it was difficult for him to immerse himself in it, because all he could hear was the sound of clang. Clang, clang. For a moment, he didn't know whether to thank his apprentice for her filial piety or blame her for making trouble. In order to avoid his disciple's filial piety, Elder Ken hurriedly continued to explain the 1000-bone palm seal to her, and finally Fengshi calmed down. After talking for a while, several palm prints appeared in Elder Ken's cell again. He had to give a brief explanation and then started to deal with those palm prints. Fengshi looked at Elder Ken, who was exhausted from dealing with the situation, with sympathy, thinking that this netherworld purgatory was truly worthy of its name, as the prisoners were only given a moment to breathe, and the rest of the time they were all being punished. Fortunately, she is a little loser and doesn't have to suffer this. Let Elder Ken, those who are capable should do more work. Zhu Shihuan sneered, don't gloat over others' misfortune here. You won't find anything in a short time, but you will find clues after a long time. Fengshi thought what he said made sense, so she decided to perform it every once in a while. There is no need to perform anything else, just act like you are trapped in the illusion. Anyway, the punishment methods in this cell are not fixed. She was lucky that what she encountered were all illusions, which was not a very strange thing. So when Elder Ken stopped panting, Fengshi said to the stone wall, Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world? Then he added in a shrill voice, it's you, the beautiful, generous, smart and wise Xiao Shishi. Fengshi covered her mouth. Really, no wonder everyone loves me and flowers bloom for me. No wonder I am often overwhelmed by my own looks. No wonder some men tremble all over when they see me. Elder Ken. Let's just say, why is the illusion you are trapped in so different? Also, are you sure that when they see you trembling all over, they're fascinated by you, and not scared or angry? Then Fengshi began to praise her appearance in various ways, from her hair to her heels. Elder Ken felt that it would be better to listen to the sound of banging basins and chanting sutras. Fortunately, Fengshi didn't say anything. He stood there like a wooden stake, then sat down on the ground, closed his eyes and didn't move. Elder Ken finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although his disciple was still trapped in the illusion, at least he didn't have to suffer from the devil's sound piercing his brain. He was not too worried that Fengshi would be in danger, because the punishment methods of Yudu Purgatory were progressive, and it was only the first day here, so the punishment would not be too severe. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement from Fengshi, so Elder Ken became anxious. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Fengshi was sleeping soundly when he was woken up by Elder Ken. He immediately looked like a little lamb that had found its way back to the right path. She first looked around blankly, then with a look of fear, and then looked at Elder Ken with gratitude. Master, I just fell into an illusion and saw a talking mirror. It said I was the most beautiful person in the world and told me that I would be more beautiful if I slept more. Then I fell asleep. I was awakened when I heard your voice in my daze. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have woken up. It's terrible. Alas, people can't be too good looking, otherwise it's too easy to fall into this kind of fantasy. Unfortunately, I'm naturally beautiful and I can't give it up. Elder Ken. You are so narcissistic. You deserve to be trapped in that illusion. Yes, Jideli likes to brag about his looks, and he also talks about how many women were jealous of him. Xiaoxi is his granddaughter, so it is natural that they're of the same bloodline. Elder Ken coughed and said, Xiaoxi, let me continue to tell you about the 1000-bone palm seal. Nearing midnight, Elder Ken finally finished explaining the 1000-bone palm seal to Fengshi in detail. Fengshi asked in confusion, Master, since you know the 1000-bone palm seal, why don't you use it in succession to disperse the palm seals that are attacking you? Elder Ken, even if my master's cultivation is decent, it is impossible for me to release so many palm seals in a short period of time. What's more, the palm prints derived from the formation are scattered and in different directions. It is impossible to protect yourself by relying solely on the 1000-bone palm print technique. Fengshi nodded. It seems that the palm prints made by magic are not very smart. They don't even know the direction of their own corrections. Elder Ken. Is this what you call human language? If it could check its direction, it would be a spirit. Ever since entering the netherworld purgatory, this disciple has become more and more abnormal. Won't you become a little crazy when you get out? Don't talk about these nonsense for now. Try to figure it out and digest it by yourself. Try to learn it before you get out of prison. Fengshi looked incredulous. Master, do you look down on your disciple so much? Can't such a simple technique be learned in a few hours? Why does it take so many days? Elder Ken. He snorted without comment and said, You little bastard, don't even think about a few hours. I'll give you 1 day and 1 night, and I don't think you'll be able to learn it by then. Then, he saw Fengshi take out a small blanket, a small quilt, a small pillow, and a small tent from the storage ring. After making the arrangements, he went in to sleep. Before going in, he smiled and said to Elder Ken, Master, it's not that I'm unfilial, the point is that you're just a bunch of bones now, and you don't need these. You should rest early, we will continue to be punished tomorrow. Elder Ken. Are you here to accompany me in jail or for an outing? Besides, didn't you say you wanted to figure out the 1000-bone palm seal? But what the little bastard said is not wrong. We should take advantage of the fact that there is no punishment in the middle of the night to get some rest, otherwise we will not be able to cope with it during the day. Elder Ken began to sit cross-legged in meditation while thinking about this. The sound from the distant cell gradually died down. At this time, Zhang Wenzhang sneaked out of the grave mound and said in a low voice towards the direction he thought was the barrier. My junior sister is in jail, so you don't have to throw bones to her recently. After shouting several times, Zhang Wen saw no movement and went back into the grave. Anyway, that's what the junior sister told him to do, so he just needs to do it. Alas, I missed the first day with my junior sister. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1298 Alchemy Hall Second Branch. Early the next morning, Fangxi was awakened by screams coming from afar. Fangxi couldn't help but sigh. The daily routine in this prison is so regular. She looked up at Elder Ken's cell and discovered that there was a new method of punishment. The roof of the cell actually sank, and Elder Ken was holding it up with the fire-burning sky style. Fangxi quickly gave him some bad advice. Master, why don't you just fall apart? You are still strong, I am sure you are fine. Elder Ken. You are so filial. Let's not talk about whether it's embarrassing for me as your master to do this in front of you. The key point is that no matter how hard the bones are, it will hurt when they're squeezed. Seeing that he didn't want to listen, Fangxi stopped trying to persuade him and started to perform a little trick of falling into an illusion. This time she created a miserable persona for herself, with tears falling non-stop. After seeing this, Elder Ken thought to himself, it seems that Xiaoxi may have been hurt by love in the past, otherwise why would she either become a monk or cry? The old saying is really true, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's son can dig holes. Jidali always brags about his romantic affairs, and Xiaoxi is also a romantic person. I don't know which brat will get the advantage in the future. First of all, her appearance had to be good. It didn't matter how good-looking she was, but at least she had to be better than Zhang Wen. Then her family background. What's more, after he diverted his attention, he found supporting the roof not so difficult anymore. Fangxi felt that it was about time, so he woke up from the illusion. Then she started to think about the 1,000-bone palm seal that Elder Ken taught her yesterday. Since she couldn't release it like a small palm for the time being, she would try the conventional one first. She fiddled with it for a while, then casually slapped her palm forward, and a palm print was sent out. She slapped out again, and another slap imprint came out. She muttered, is it that simple? Is there something I didn't practice correctly? Elder Ken. The time it took you to comprehend was not as long as the time it took me to talk. You said you were fast in cultivation, and you had a strong talent in alchemy and talisman making, but you also learned magic so quickly. How can others survive? However, when he thought that Fangxi was his apprentice, he felt a sense of pride. Forget about lifting the roof, he can even lift the sky. After practicing the 1,000-bone palm seal for a while, Fangxi began to think about how to transform it into a small palm. After all, a small palm is more agile and can adapt to circumstances. She was holding her chin and thinking, and Elder Ken thought she was in a dream again. I was still wondering why Xiaoxi's cells were all illusions. But it's better this way. Her cultivation is still in the early stages, so she might as well train her mind more. If it were Elder Jin, he would definitely figure it out, but unfortunately Elder Ken didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve. Fangxi pondered for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he used his spiritual sense to say to the bone DU skeletons, I'm free anyway, so I'll give you some extra food. Red skeletons. Thank you. Fangxi began to bang the basin and chant scriptures. Elder Ken couldn't bear it any longer and blocked his hearing, then turned his head away, not wanting to look anymore. Those who know me think that I am in jail, while those who don't think I have become a monk. In a blink of an eye, Fangxi has been in jail for 4 days, and his daily schedule is full. Cultivate, chant, act, sleep, chat, brag. However, he still hasn't figured out how to turn the power of Nirvana into a small palm. On this day, Lord Lan was happily admiring the heavenly Nirvana talisman given to him by Fangxi when a subordinate came to report. Prison Master, Elder Zuoqiu is here. When Lord Lan heard this, he hurried out to greet him. He still had great respect for Elder Zuoqiu. On the one hand, he was the best alchemist in the sect. On the other hand, although Elder Zuoqiu was a bit stubborn, he was a very upright person. As soon as they met, Lord Lan asked with a smile on his face. Elder Zuoqiu, why do you have time to come to my place today? Elder Zuoqiu sighed. Master Lan, I have committed a crime and I am here to turn myself in. Please put me in jail immediately. Blue Prison Master. Are you talking nonsense in broad daylight? Regardless of whether you have committed a crime or not, even if you have, you should be escorted here by the law enforcement hall. What's the point of coming here alone? He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said. You must be joking. You have always devoted yourself to studying alchemy and rarely interfered with the affairs of the sect. How could you possibly commit a crime? You came here for something else, right? Elder Zuoqiu glanced at him and said, who is joking with you? I really committed a crime. I destroyed a piece of medicinal field in the herb garden. Is this enough to go to jail? Lord Lan. This, that. You are in charge of the medicine garden, so even if this medicine garden is destroyed, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, shouldn't you go to the law enforcement hall first? Elder Zuoqiu said impatiently, why bother with that? It's better to do it in one go. I just want to ask you, do you agree to lock me up? If you don't agree, I'll beat you up, that's definitely enough, right? Blue Prison Master. All of you from the alchemy hall have come here to see me. Fangxi even gave me a valuable gift. How dare you beat me up? Why did you hit me? Do I deserve a beating? It's too bullying. That person is Elder Zuoqiu. If it was someone else, Lord Lanyu would have lost his temper long ago. He held back his anger and said, just tell me straight, why do you have to let me lock you up? Elder Zuoqiu was frank. Okay, then I'll just say it straight. I just accepted Xiaoxi as my apprentice, and I had prepared a lot of questions to ask her, but instead she came here to go to jail with Ken Chushi. Doesn't this make me feel blind? After much thought, I decided to chase him to jail. Please arrange for me to be in the cell next to her so that I can consult her. Blue Prison Master. Let's not talk about who is the master between you two, the key point is what do you think of my netherworld purgatory? The second branch of Alchemy Hall. He organized his words and said respectfully and even humbly, Elder Zuaku, I understand your feelings, but you also have to understand me. Although I am the prison master, I cannot imprison you without the order of the law enforcement hall or the Sect master, right? Elder Zuaku looked at him and said, is it because I didn't give you a gift? Although I am not as generous as Shaoxi, I can still afford a few heaven-grade pills. After saying that, he handed a gourd to Lord Lan Yu. Lord Lan didn't dare to answer. This thing is hot. He smiled and said, well, I'll ask the Sect master. If he has no objection, I don't want any pills either. I'll send you in for free. What the hell, it seems like going to jail is a good thing these days. He immediately sent a message to Sect leader Gu and told him what had happened. Sect master Gu was silent for a moment and said, let him in, and keep the elixir he gives you. You get 3 and I get 7. Blue prison master. No wonder you are so fat, you have such a big appetite. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1299. The world seems to be getting more and more crazy. After Lan Yuzhu wrote a short essay to Gu Zongzhu in his heart, he said to Elder Zuaku. The sect leader said that the Nether City Purgatory is a place for prisoners, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. However, considering your eagerness to become a disciple, I can give you a break. However, you also know that Fengshi has several masters. If they all follow suit, the cells in the Nether City Purgatory may not be enough. So, the master's intention is that you raise the threshold for entry, so that the remaining few will not be able to follow suit. Elder Zuaku stuffed the gourd into Lord Lan's hand and said, after all this talk, you just want the elixir. Blue prison master. Having said that, don't I have to sound more dignified? When he thought about the fact that 70% of the pills in the gourd would have to be given to Sect Master Gu, his heart bled. He bears the reputation of favoritism and bending the law, but the benefits go to Fatty Gu. Is this justified? Lan Bozhang was considered a man of steel, and his disciples even nicknamed him the Blue-Faced Judge. But now he had to endure this humiliation. If it weren't for the fact that you gave me so much, I would have to talk to you. Lord Lan Yu prepared himself mentally while putting the gourd into his storage ring. It would be a waste if he didn't miss it. 30% of it is still meat. Elder Zuaku, please follow me inside. He finished speaking and also felt that the statement was extremely awkward. Is this a prison or a restaurant? Elder Zuaku didn't feel anything was wrong. He just wanted to see his beloved disciple as soon as possible and have her answer his questions. So, I took a step and walked inside. Lord Lan Yu followed closely behind. If there had not been a large stone gate blocking the way ahead, he would probably not have been able to catch up with Elder Zuaku. My goodness, I wish I could grow wings and fly in. After passing through 3 stone doors, you enter the Netherworld Purgatory. When the jailers saw Lord Lan coming, they all rushed over to greet him. When Prison Master Lan saw these fawning jailers, he finally felt a little sense of superiority as a prison master. How have the prisoners been behaving lately? The chief of the jailers said hurriedly. To reply to the prison master, the prisoners are all very well behaved and there is nothing unusual. In fact, the jailers had not gone into patrol in the past few days, because in their opinion, the cells in the Netherworld Purgatory were extremely solid. Not to mention the prisoners, even if the sect leader was locked up in there, he would not be able to escape. Elder Zuaku was a little impatient. All right, lock me up quickly. Although Lord Lan was speechless, he still decided to send Elder Zuaku in personally to avoid any mishaps. So he asked the jailer to open the last cell door, and when he was about to invite Elder Zuaku in, Elder Zuaku had already jumped in like a rabbit. Lord Lan, you are so anxious that people who don't know would think you are here to break into the prison. Elder Zuaku had already learned from Prison Master Lan that Elder Fengshi and Elder Ken were imprisoned in cells 56 and 57, so he rushed in. Fan Zhen had just finished a round of punishment, and his hatred for Elder Ken and Fengshi increased even more. Just as he was gritting his teeth, he saw Elder Zuaku. His eyes suddenly lit up. Elder Zuaku is also in trouble. This is a golden opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime. Elder Zuaku has never accepted a disciple. If he is willing to accept him as a disciple, he can be on equal footing with that bitch Fengshi, or even surpass her. When the time comes, he will make that bitch suffer a fate worse than death. And the guy named Ken, he must make him pay the price. He stretched his neck and shouted, Elder Zuaku, I am Fan Zhen. You praised me for my talent in alchemy before. What's more, Elder Zuaku actually stopped and looked at Fan Zhen with a frown. Seeing this, Fan Zhen was delighted and quickly said, Elder Zuaku, why are you also imprisoned? Is it because of Fengshi? Elder Zuaku was stunned for a moment, then nodded, how do you know? Fan Zhen now feels more confident. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, that bitch Fengshi just can't stand seeing others do better than her, especially those who are more talented than her. First it was me, then you. They just want to control the entire alchemy hall. Before he could finish, Elder Zuaku said angrily. Bullshit, if Shaoxi had this intention, she wouldn't have refused to accept me as her apprentice. Fan Zhen simply thought there was something wrong with his ears, otherwise how could he hear such outrageous words? What did Elder Zuaku say? Fengshi refused to accept him as his apprentice. Did he say it the other way around? When he was confused, Elder Zuaku snorted coldly. I think you were imprisoned for too short a time, so you dared to slander my beloved disciple. When I get out, I'll have the Sect Master imprison you for another 10 or 8 years. After saying that, he turned away. Fan Zhen was stunned in the spot, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, Elder Zuaku, you have been deceived by her, all of you have been deceived by her. She is a vicious, cunning, treacherous liar. Unfortunately, no one would believe him even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. Elder Zuaku trotted over and finally saw Fengshi inside the cell, who was banging a basin and chanting sutras. The old man was suddenly filled with grief, my poor apprentice. What kind of torture is this? They are all going to become nuns. He grabbed the collar of Lan Yuzhu's clothes. Mr. Lan, I handed Shaoxi over to you, and this is how you take care of her. If anything happens to her, I will fight you. Blue Prison Master. Listen to yourself, is this human language? As a prison warden, I have to take care of the prisoners. Besides, isn't it just chanting? What's the big deal? Maybe I'm trapped in an illusion. Fortunately, at this time, Elder Ken, who was ignored by Elder Zuaku, said in surprise. Brother Zuaku, why are you here? Elder Zuaku glanced at him and said, how dare you ask? If you weren't so unpromising, would Shaoxi accompany you to jail? A good little girl has been turned into a nun. Elder Ken. You've been possessed, right? Normally you are not polite to me, but it's still okay. Why are you insulting me now by saying your eyes are not eyes and your nose is not a nose? He had no choice but to look at Lord Lan. Lord Lan, what's going on? Lan Yuzhu smiled bitterly. Elder Ken is eager to become a disciple, so he has to stay here for a while. Elder Ken. Shaoxi went to jail with him, and Elder Zuaku went to jail with Shaoxi. The key is that Lord Lan Yu agreed. The world seems to be getting crazier and crazier. At this time, Fang Shi greeted with one hand, Amitabha, all donors, I am honored to meet you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1300 The Nether City Purgatory small class has begun. Elder Zuaku stamped his feet and said, it's over, I'm completely possessed by the devil. Lan Yuzhu's focus was, shouldn't it be, poor nun? Why, poor monk, did he change his gender in the illusion? Elder Ken waved his hand. Don't worry, she's just fallen into an illusion again, she'll be fine in a while. Elder Zuaku said angrily, is this what you as a master should say? What do you mean it will be fine in a while? Poor Shaoxi has to suffer this torture every day, and you are so radiant. Elder Ken. This is a prison cell, isn't it right to be punished? Besides, which eye of yours has ever seen my face glowing with joy? I suffer every day, okay. However, after hearing what Elder Zuaku said, Lord Lan was a little puzzled. Elder Feng Shi and Elder Ken had been locked up for several days. Logically, they should look haggard, but why did these two look so energetic? When he was puzzled, Feng Shi started to bang the basin and chant scriptures again. Elder Ken looked distressed, Shaoxi, Shaoxi. It was not known whether his shouting had any effect, but Feng Shi's knocking on the basin slowed down until it stopped, and then he opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly showed a look of surprise. Master, why are you here? Then, surprise turned into worry. You didn't commit a crime. Elder Zuaku laughed, what could I have done wrong? I just missed you and wanted to discuss alchemy with you, so I paid to come in. The Blue Prison Master on the side. No, can you be more tactful? Don't be so blunt. There are jailers here. What do they think of me as the prison warden? How can I establish my authority in the future? Fang Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Elder Zhao Chu said, so that's how it is. We are worthy of being master and disciple, and both of us have chosen this Feng Shui treasure land. Blue Prison Master. This is the first time I heard a prison be called a Feng Shui treasure land. He didn't want to listen anymore, so he said quickly. Elder Zuaku, I will move Feng Shi to cell number 56, you will stay in cell number 55, and Elder Ken will stay in cell number 57. What do you think? Elder Zuaku nodded, okay, then hurry up and don't waste time. Prison Master Lan was speechless. He immediately ordered the jailer to open the doors of all 3 cells and then let the prisoners sit down according to their numbers. When Lord Lan Yu saw that everything was arranged properly, he left in a hurry, not wanting to stay any longer. On the one hand, he didn't want to listen to Feng Shi's crazy talk, on the other hand, he was afraid that Elder Zuaku would bring up the issue of gift-giving again. As soon as he left, Elder Zuaku shouted anxiously. Shaoxi, I tried to refine the golden crowbone tempering pill a few days ago. There were no problems with the first few steps, but I still couldn't refine the medicinal juice into pills. What's going on? Fang Shi had never refined the golden crowbone tempering pill before, so how could he know what the problem was just from what he said? If it was someone else, they would have told the truth, but this person felt that it could still be saved. So he asked, how effective is the medicine? Elder Zuaku said immediately, the efficacy of the medicine is not much different from that of a pill, but it still cannot take shape. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Since there is no difference in the efficacy of the medicine, why do you care whether it can take shape or not? Anyway, most of our Nirvana pills are used for medicinal baths, and medicinal juice is more convenient than pills. Elder Zuaku. Ha. That seems to be the case. He immediately stroked his beard and said, Shaoxi, you have the insight, talent and ability. You solved my confusion with just one sentence. If I had come in earlier, I wouldn't have been unable to sleep at night because of this matter. Elder Ken, who was in a cell next to him, said, are you just praising me? What confusion did she solve for you? Isn't this medicine still medicine? However, he was tactful enough to keep silent. When Elder Zuaku was about to continue discussing alchemy with Feng Shi, several palm prints appeared in his cell and the punishment began. He had no choice but to deal with the palm prints first. Feng Shi had just been reciting scriptures for a long time and his mouth was dry, so he took out a spiritual fruit and started to chew it. Elder Ken said upon seeing this, Shaoxi, my cell has more ways of punishment than yours, so be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, several sharp spikes emerged from the ground of his cell. He quickly dodged and moved, looking very embarrassed. He wondered why there were only illusions when Shaoxi was around, but new tricks appeared after he was locked up. But it is also true that this cell is used to punish different prisoners. Feng Shi saw that her 2 masters were busy, so she devoured the fruit while designing the plot of today's fantasy. There must be new plots every day so that the audience won't get bored. She is such a competent screenwriter. After Elder Ken and Elder Zuaku had accepted their punishment, Feng Shi's performance began. Elder Ken was already used to it, but Elder Zuaku was watching with fear and worry. Ken Chushi, can't you think of a way to prevent Shaoxi from suffering like this? Elder Ken was speechless. Brother Zuokyu, this is the netherworld purgatory. What can I do? Besides, entering the illusion a few more times will also be good for Shashi's state of mind. Although Elder Zuokyu also knew these principles, he just couldn't bear to see his disciple suffer. He scolded Elder Ken for not living up to his duty and causing trouble for his apprentice, and then he scolded Prison Master Lan for not knowing how to handle special cases in a special way. Couldn't he just give him a single room without punishment? Elder Ken rolled his eyes silently. A single room without punishment. Is he dreaming? Seeing that Elder Zuokyu was so worried about her, Fangshi finally returned home after running away from home for several years. She soon woke up from the illusion. Master, you don't have to worry about me. I feel that these few days in the cell are very fulfilling. My master Ken even taught me the 1000-bone palm seal. Fangshi said as he demonstrated it to Elder Zuokyu. Elder Ken was busy boasting. It was mainly because I explained it in a simple and easy to understand way that Shashi was able to learn this technique so quickly. Elder Zuokyu curled his lips and said, come on. If you really had this ability, you wouldn't have taught Fan Zhen to be such a bastard. Elder Ken. Don't hit people in the face, and don't insult people by scolding their faces. Aren't you going a bit too far? Fortunately, Fangshi came out to smooth things over. Master Zuokyu, Master Ken is right. If he hadn't explained it so thoroughly, I would have had to take some detours. While there is no punishment, please tell me about the properties of the herbs. Elder Zuokyu suddenly became alert. So, the Yudu Purgatory small classroom began. Fangshi listened attentively, and Elder Ken was no exception. Although he basically knew what Elder Zuokyu said, he still didn't understand some details as well as Elder Zuokyu, so he was quite inspired. After talking for a while, the punishment began again. When Elder Zuokyu had dealt with the punishment, he saw Fangshi starting to bang the basin and chant scriptures again. He asked Elder Ken, why did she fall into the sutra chanting illusion again? Fangshi opened his eyes. Master, I am awake now, I was just knocking for fun. Elder Ken sneered. Brother Zuokyu, you just need to get used to it. She is now addicted to chanting sutras. Elder Zuokyu. I don't quite understand what you two are saying. But he soon understood Elder Ken's pain, and his mind was filled with ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1301, let the children play if they like. It can be said that Elder Zuokyu's tolerance for Fangshi was really high. Although his head was buzzing from the torture of banging the basin and chanting scriptures, he did not stop Fangshi from banging. If the children like to play, let them play. Elder Ken thought to himself, I was hoping that you could make Fangshi quiet down, but you didn't even say a word, I really despise you. As for why he didn't stop Fangshi, the reason was very simple. Even if he told Fangshi, there were 100 reasons waiting for him, and he couldn't argue with them at all. Fortunately, Fangshi didn't just chant all the time. In addition to performing the illusion, he also took time to think about the little slap. That day, she was secretly trying to transform the power of Nirvana into a small palm. She didn't know whether it was a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change or she suddenly got it, but she suddenly got an inspiration. After doing this and that, a small slap came out. Fang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he released 1, 2, 3 more. Elder Ken and Elder Zuokyu didn't take it seriously at first, thinking she was practicing the 1000-bone palm seal. However, I soon discovered that something was wrong. Because the little slaps released by Fangshi were divided into 2 rows, one on the left and one on the right, and they were waving at the 2 of them in unison. Elder Ken. Elder Zuokyu. What the hell is this? Elder Ken, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, suddenly jumped up. Shashi, you, what is this? Fangshi said with a smile, Master, this is the 1000-bone palm seal you taught me. Elder Ken. Do you think I'm stupid? If this thing is the 1000-bone palm seal, I'll give you my skull to kick around like a ball. Elder Zuokyu didn't believe it either. The palm prints from the 1000-bone palm are dead, but these small palm prints are more spiritual. He asked Fangshi, Shashi, please tell me what is going on. Fangshi didn't keep the secret this time and said, the main thing is to find a way to transform the power of Nirvana directly into small palms. The spiritual consciousness must also be involved in the transformation process, so that the small palms released will be more lively. This is similar to refining the elixir. When we refine the elixir, then we also have to use the power of Nirvana to seal the elixir, and then use the consciousness to perceive the changes in the elixir. Anyway, it's a two-pronged approach. As for how to do it specifically, I can't really say. You have to figure it out yourself. It took me several days to come up with it. It's quite difficult. Elder Zuokyu and Elder Ken. It only takes you a few days to come up with a new technique, and you still think that time is too long. Are you going to let us 2 old bones live? At this time, Fangshi said with a smile. 2 masters, let me show you something with my little palms. A long snake formation. 2 dragons playing in the water. Wild boar hitting tree formation. Ellipsis. Elder Ken and Elder Zuokyu looked on in confusion as those little palms flew up and down under Fangshi's control. They were even more flexible than real little palms. When Fangshi saw their shocked expressions, her little tail stood up with pride. She is really an ordinary little genius. Zhu Shihuan sneered, it's just some weird tricks, just for show, not very useful. You were so arrogant when you achieved just a small achievement. I don't think you can accomplish anything big. Did I ever brag about how powerful the Saint's Light I invented is? When I was a direct disciple, I beat down all the elders of Langyunyuan. Did I ever brag about that? Did I ever brag about driving those 7 great elders out of Wei Holy Land? Did I brag about inventing the puppet to drill a rat hole? Fangshi, let me ask you, what are you doing now? Let's not blame each other, we are all the same. Seeing that he could not get any emotional value from Zhu Shihuan, Fangshi said to Elder Ken and Elder Zhao Chu. 2 masters, what do you think of my little slap? Is it pretty good? Elder Zuokyu gave a thumbs up, not only good, but very good. Elder Ken echoed, yes, this is the first time I've seen such a stunt. Feng Shi is even more excited now. The little slap was almost broken by her. When she was feeling proud, several slap marks suddenly flew out from all directions and headed straight for her. Feng Shi. No, am I not a waste? Why was I punished? Zhu Shihuan felt somewhat gloating. Haha, it must be that the little slap you made contained too much Nirvana power, so the formation determined that your cultivation level is very high, even higher than those two skeletons. Ha ha ha, I told you to show off, but now you are in trouble, right? Feng Shi. Maybe it's true. People really need to be more low-key. However, she didn't have time to sigh now, and quickly controlled her small palm to block the slap marks flying from all directions. She had already consumed a lot of her Nirvana energy during her performance just now, and now she is a little short of it. The more proud you were just now, the more miserable you are now. Fortunately, she had the Nirvana talisman, and she quickly activated a charged Nirvana talisman. It would have been fine if this hadn't been triggered, but after it was triggered, a large number of slap marks flew out from all directions. Feng Shi. Elder Ken reminded, Shaoxi, don't use the Nirvana talisman. Once it is recognized, the punishment will be doubled. Feng Shi, what did you do earlier? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Elder Zhuoqiu was more reliable, so he asked Elder Ken. Why is Shaoxi's punishment so severe? It seems to be heavier than ours. Is there something wrong? Elder Ken then realized the seriousness of the problem and was at a loss. What should we do? Shaoxi, you must hold on. Master believes you can do it. Feng Shi. These are usually my lines. But she could also understand that no matter how anxious Elder Ken and Elder Zhuoqiu were, they had no other choice but to rely on herself. She decided to use her spiritual power. The power of Nirvana can stimulate the formation, and maybe the spiritual power will be fine. So, she no longer released the small slaps transformed by the power of Nirvana, but the small slaps transformed by spiritual power. However, it was of no use, as slaps continued to come at her from all directions. Don't even mention how embarrassed Feng Shi was. In order to reduce the direction of attack, she could only lean on the stone wall behind her and command the spiritual power to fight against those slap marks. Feng Shi felt that this was not a long-term solution, even if she found a way to resolve this wave of slap marks, since the formation defined her as a prisoner with a high level of cultivation, there would be more perverted punishments later. She is here to provide companionship value, not to suffer with you. So she had to find a way to make the formation reclassify her as waste. But how can we get it back to zero? Unless you go out. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1302 Do your own thing. Feng Shi asked Elder Ken and Elder Zhuoqiu. Two masters, do you have a way to get out? Two people. If we have a way to get out, is this still called being in jail? They're now locked up in the cell, with no one to turn to. Unless the jailers come to inspect, there is no way for them to communicate with the outside world. Elder Zhuoqiu pointed his finger at Elder Ken. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Shaoxi wouldn't have to come in and suffer this. If anything happens to her, I will never forgive you. Elder Ken is now ready to risk his life, sneering. Originally, Shaoxi was staying well in cell number 57, but you had to come in and force her to move to another cell. You still have the nerve to blame me. You are the culprit. Elder Zhuoqiu said angrily, you fart. Elder Ken was not to be outdone. You fart. You fart. You fart. Ellipsis. Feng Shi. Let's just say, can you two skeletons still fart? It seems that we can't rely on these two bugs at all, we still have to save ourselves. If the jailers came to inspect, she would be confident that she could persuade them to change her cell. However, those jailers seemed to be dead and never came in to inspect. She remembered that the jailer used a special token to open the cell door, but she didn't have such a token, so it was extremely difficult for her to get out. Fortunately, at this time, the palm prints from all directions disappeared, which meant that this round of punishment was over. Feng Shi was really tired and slumped down against the wall, no longer showing the cocky look he had before when he was commanding Shabazang. Elder Ken and Elder Zhuoqiu stopped yelling at each other and quickly asked Feng Shi about her well-being. Feng Shi had just said a few words when the punishment for Elder Ken and Elder Zhuoqiu was also started. Feng Shi asked Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, do you have any good ideas? Zhu Shihuan, do your own thing. Feng Shi, I understand. There's nothing you can do. To be honest, if Feng Shi used all his means, he could have held on, but there was no need. For the time being, she doesn't want to reveal all her cards. She decided to ask Daigaskulu and the others. Even though their brains weren't very good, maybe they would be like the fifth senior brother, confused for a lifetime but smart for a moment. After hearing Feng Zai's words, Daigaskulu and the others' first reaction was gloating. Should. Live it. You boasted before that being in jail was fun and that you could watch plays and listen to music. Now you are getting your comeuppance, right? It would be best if all the slap marks were on your face. See if your face hurts. Of course, they were thinking all these things in their hearts. Not to mention telling Feng Shi, they didn't even dare to say it to each other. Who knows if there would be someone less virtuous who would report them. Not only did they not dare to speak, they also rushed to give Feng Shi bad advice. Have you ever thought about digging a tunnel? You can't get out through the door, why don't you try to climb out through the window? Would you like to see if there's a hole in the roof? Ellipsis. Feng Shi. I shouldn't have counted on a bunch of idiots. At this time, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, if the jailer loses the token, won't the prisoners die in the cell? Therefore, I concluded that Lord Lan Yu and Fatigu must still have tokens in their hands. All you have to do is get their tokens. Feng Shi. It's like you said nothing. I can't even see the jailer, let alone Lord Lan and Sect Master Gu. At this time, Lin Xiangchuan said. Ancestor Feng, a sect stronghold like the Nether City Purgatory must have multiple safeguards, and there won't be only one way to open the prison door. Otherwise, if there is a problem with the token, won't the prisoner be trapped to death in the cell? I remember that when I came in before, the blue prison master used a seal. Could he also have a seal to open this cell door? Fang Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't say that, you really shouldn't say that, Xiao Chuanzi is right. So she really praised Lin Xiangchuan. Lin Xiangchuan was humble and felt very happy. If his only role is to support old ancestor blood, his position will not be very stable. He has to make himself more useful. Seeing that Lin Xiangchuan had overshadowed him, Zhu Xuan, who had always wanted to be strong, immediately said to Fang Shi. The seals used by the man surnamed Lan to pass through the 3 stone gates looked different, but they were basically the same, only the order was changed. Therefore, as long as we disrupt and reassemble them, we will definitely find a way to open the prison door. I just did a rough calculation and there are probably tens of thousands of combinations. Just try them one by one. Fang Shi. Then I might as well wait until my sentence is over. She decided to try the 3 seals used by Lord Lan Yu. If it worked, it would be fine. If not, she would think of other ways. So she walked close to the prison door and began to make seals. First, I used the seal of the first stone gate, and nothing happened. He used the seal for the second stone door, but still nothing happened. Fang Shi's heart sank. Since she was already here, she cast the seal of the third stone door. The cell door opened. Fang Shi. She originally wanted to share this good news with Elder Ken and Elder Zuokyu, but they were both trapped in illusions, so she strolled out of the cell. It feels so good to be free. She strolled down the corridor with her hands behind her back. Although the cells next to Fang Shi and the others were empty, the other cells were all filled with prisoners. When they saw Fang Shi appearing in the corridor so beautifully, they were all stunned. Fang Shi greeted him openly. Hello, cellmate number 36. Inmate number 35, you're doing well, aren't you? Ellipsis. Prisoners. This jailer didn't come in to inspect, how did Fang Shi escape? As for why they knew Fang Shi's name, it was thanks to the fact that Fan Zhen had been cursing loudly since he was imprisoned, so even though some prisoners had been imprisoned for a long time, they still knew Fang Shi's name. Plus, there were too few female cultivators in the Wangu Xianzong, especially a little girl, so she could be identified right away. One prisoner asked, Fang Shi, how did you get out? Fang Shi bared his white teeth. Guess. The prisoner who was asking the question. No wonder Fan Zhen scolds you all the time, you are really irritating. Fang Shi quickly strolled to the vicinity of Fan Zhen's cell. Fan Zhen had a ferocious look on his face. Fang Shi, you actually dared to escape from prison. You will suffer the consequences. Fang Shi curled her lips. I'm sorry, I'm here as a guest, not to go to jail. Since I'm a guest, I can come and go as I please. Don't say you have no right to interfere. Even if Lord Lan of the Blue Prison comes, he can't say anything wrong about me. You'd better be sensible. If you dare to scold me again, I will release all the prisoners in this row and beat you up together. Before Fan Zhen could say anything, a prisoner shouted anxiously. Fan Zhen, save your dignity and curse quickly. Yes, Fan Zhen, didn't you curse very flowerily before? Keep on cursing. Fan Zhen, if you don't curse me, I will curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1303, the younger one is crazy, but the older one is also out of tune. Fan Zhen was so angry that he almost split his legs. He is neither in a position to curse nor not to curse. Let him curse. He was afraid that Fang Shi would really bring in some criminals to beat him up. If he doesn't curse, these prisoners will curse him to death. Between being scolded to death and being beaten to death, he could only choose to be scolded to death. So he closed his mouth, still staring at Fang Shi stubbornly. Fang Shi said faintly, try to glare at me again. Fan Zhen closed his eyes. Fang Shi. It seems that it's not the bad guys don't learn their lesson, but the strength of the threat. Isn't that quite sensible? Fang Shi said to the other prisoners with an apologetic look. My fellow inmates, since Fan Zhen has already given in, I won't continue to be unreasonable. I'm going to take a walk over there, and we'll see you later. The prisoners' beautiful dreams were shattered in an instant. They didn't expect to escape from the netherworld purgatory, not to mention whether they could escape or not. Even if they couldn't escape from the sect. They just hoped to be able to stay in the corridor outside the cell for a while, because that would allow them to avoid a few waves of punishment. Unfortunately, Fan Zhen, this coward and timid man, caused them to miss a great opportunity. No one is optimistic about you, but you are the least promising. The prisoners didn't dare to complain to Fang Shi, so they vented all their anger on Fan Zhen, cursing him so harshly. Fan Zhen couldn't stand it anymore and simply blocked his hearing. He dug up Fang Shi's ancestral grave 800 times in his heart, but he dared not say a word. Fang Shi strolled to the entrance of this corridor and was about to turn to another corridor for a walk when he heard Elder Ken scream in the distance. The creek is gone. Fang Shi. By the way, I almost forgot that I have 2 mentors. She had no choice but to turn around and run back. Masters, I'm here. Elder Ken looked in the direction of the sound and saw his beloved disciple running towards him from a distance like a wild horse. He rubbed his eyes. He felt that he might still be in a fantasy world, otherwise how could he see such a weird scene? How come Xiaoxi was outside the cell? Elder Zuokyu also looked incredulous. Wasn't she sitting against the wall just now? Why did she run outside the cell now? Is there a tunnel in this cell? He himself thought this guess was outrageous. Xiao, Xiaoxi, how did you get out? Fang Shi blinked. I just pushed the cell door and it opened. Maybe the jailer didn't lock it before. Elder Zuokyu. Do you believe this yourself? Master Zuokyu, Master Ken, do you two want to come out for a walk? I'll let you out right now. Elder Ken immediately said, nonsense. How can you leave the cell at will if you are serving your sentence? If someone finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. Fang Shi nodded. Yes, you are serving your sentence. Then I will release Master Zhao Chu. He is a free man like me and is here to visit. Elder Ken. Didn't you always say that we share the good and bad times? Why do you think you're just a guest now? You little bastard. Elder Zuaku can stop laughing. Kentushi, Shaoxi is right. You are a prisoner, so of course you have to abide by the rules of Yudu Purgatory. But Shaoxi and I don't have to do that. You just stay in the cell obediently. I will come back to accompany you after Shaoxi and I have had enough fun. Elder Ken. Are you two here to keep me company or to piss me off? While he was getting angry, Fangxi was already forming seals. Then, it was embarrassing, Elder Zuaku's cell door was not opened. Fangxi pondered, couldn't it be that he could only use the seal of the third stone gate, but had to use the seals of all 3 stone gates? Yes, she performed all 3 seals and the cell door opened. Elder Ken, who was still locked in the cell, let out a cry. Isn't this the seal that Lord Lan used to open the stone door? When did you learn it secretly? Fangxi was a little speechless. Master, look at what you said, you are still learning secretly. How ugly, I am studying openly, okay. When we came in before, Lord Lan Yu did not avoid me when he performed the seal. Isn't this clearly asking me to learn openly? Elder Ken. Lord Lan Yu is not crazy. He didn't avoid you because he didn't expect you to be so perverted. I learned it after watching it once. It's fine if you learned it, but why did you sneak out? Even if you came with me, it's not appropriate to do this. If someone finds out, they will definitely report you to the law enforcement hall. Fang's eyes lit up. There is such a good thing. I haven't been to the law enforcement hall to show my style for a while. Elder Ken. He pointed at Fangxi and said, just go crazy. You will regret it someday. Elder Zuaku was unhappy. Stop your bullshit. It's fine that you don't protect your apprentice, but you're still saying discouraging words. What's the point of you? Shaoxi, ignore him, let's go for a stroll over there. Fangxi said crisply, okay. Then he waved his little paw at Elder Ken. Master, we'll see you later. After saying that, he happily followed Elder Zuaku. Elder Ken. It's okay that the younger one is crazy, but the older one is also out of tune. As he was thinking, the roof came down. He quickly raised his hands to support himself. The longer he held on, the more he regretted it. He might as well have let Shaoxi release him as well. Fangxi followed Elder Zuaku, with her hands behind her back, and once again gave warm and friendly greetings to her fellow inmates. Inmate number 36, what a coincidence, we meet again. Inmate number 28, I see you are more energetic than before. It is true that life lies in exercise. Right, if you move to the left, that slap mark won't be able to hit you. Inmate number 17, when I came just now, you were playing with the roof. Wasn't that fun? Ellipsis. Prisoners. It would be fine if you just sipped away, but you're still so cocky. You make us feel very unbalanced. However, they still hoped that Yu Fangxi could let him out as well, so not only did they not dare to confront her, but they also had to nod and bow to her, and greet her with a smile. When passing by Fan Zhen's cell, Fan Zhen was as silent as a stubborn donkey. Still a stubborn donkey with his eyes closed. Only his clenched fists revealed the resentment in his heart at the moment. He thought Fangxi would definitely ridicule him, but Fangxi didn't even stop and just walked straight past him. Fan Zhen was so angry that he almost died of humiliation. Fangxi accompanied Elder Zuaku to the end of the corridor and turned into another corridor. The cells in this corridor are all empty and there are no prisoners. Fangxi said to Elder Zuaku, Master, it seems that the disciples of our sect are quite well behaved. There are only so few prisoners. Elder Zuaku smiled and said, Shaoxi, what you said is not entirely right. On the one hand, our sect's punishment for disciples is not limited to imprisonment. On the other hand, in addition to the 90 cells on the ground floor, this hell of hell has 18 cells for serious criminals underground. Those who are imprisoned there are the troublemakers of our sect. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1304 She likes their unruly appearance. Fang's eyes lit up. Master, from what you said, there is a basement in the Nether City Purgatory. Let's go take a look. Elder Zuaku's expression was stern. It's okay for you to make trouble on this floor, but the prisoners held below are very serious. If you cause trouble, I can't protect you. Let's go back. Although Fangxi was unwilling, she didn't say anything and followed Elder Zuaku back obediently. On the way back, he did not forget to chat with his cellmates, and he managed to perfectly capture the feeling of relaxation. When Elder Zuaku and Fangxi returned, Elder Ken was still practicing weightlifting. When I saw the 2 street urchins coming back, I was so angry that I gritted my teeth. But for the sake of face, he kept silent. Fangxi and Elder Zuaku did not enter the cell, but sat outside the cell to discuss alchemy. It was not until midnight that the 2 returned to their cells. Since there is no punishment in the second half of the night, I can have a good sleep. Early the next morning, Fangxi was awakened by the screams of the prisoners as usual. She stretched and began to eat breakfast slowly. Elder Zuaku stretched his neck and waited for Fangxi to let him out. While Elder Ken was having a psychological struggle, he also wanted to go out for some fresh air. But I also feel embarrassed. To say or not to say. When he was hesitating, the punishment from the illusion came. The same is true for Elder Zuaku. Fangxi hurriedly began to form seals, then slipped out of the cell, jogging to the end of the second corridor, and found a heavy stone door. This stone door is even thicker than the previous 3 stone doors. Fangxi started to make seals immediately. Unfortunately, after all 3 seals were cast, the stone gate remained motionless. Fangxi tried it again alone, but still no response. She wanted to give up, but then she thought that since she was already here, she reached out and pushed the stone door. Something unexpected happened. She actually pushed the stone door open a crack. Fangxi. She pushed again and the stone door opened. Fangxi released the golden pig stealthily. Go in and explore the way. Golden pig. Every time at this time, you always think of me first. You really love me. The golden pig grumbled in his heart as he shrank his body. And crawled in. The reason why it crawls instead of flying is because it has to reduce its presence, which is the quality of a qualified spy. Soon, the voice of the golden pig sounded in Fengshi's consciousness. This place is no different from the ground floor. The prisoners are all locked up in the cells and the corridors are empty. Fengshi then sneaked in. Just as Jinju said, the structure here is no different from that on the ground. There is a corridor on the left and a cell on the right. She put the golden pig away, put her hands behind her back, and strolled forward with a swagger. When she reached the first cell, she stopped, put her hands behind her back and glanced at the card above the cell, which read, Shang Wushu, Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. There was a skeleton sitting in the cell, or to be more precise, a skeleton frame with a skull in its hand. Fengshi tilted her head and asked with a smile. Fellow inmate Shang, are you worried about your neck bones being too tired from carrying a skull every day? So you want to help them reduce the burden? The skeleton immediately smashed the skull in his hand towards the prison door. The skull and the cell door collided with each other with a dull thud, and the skull fell to the ground, then bounced back into Shang Wushu's hands. Feng's eyes lit up. Wow. You can play like this. Can you lend me your skull to use as a ball? Shang Wushu angrily placed the skull on the cervical spine and said angrily. Where did this little yellow-haired girl come from? She is talking nonsense here. She is really looking for death. Fengshi curled her lips and said, no wonder your skull keeps falling off. It turns out you don't have a good brain. Didn't you hear me scolding your cellmate Shang just now? What is a cellmate? Of course it is a friend who goes to prison together. So do you still need to ask where I came from? Of course, it came from the cell block above. As soon as these words were spoken, the prisoners in several nearby cells went into an uproar. What did you say? You were a prisoner in the cell on the upper floor. How did you get out of the cell? And how did you get down to this floor? Fengshi put his hands behind his back and shook his head. The mountain man has his own clever plan. When the prisoners heard her say that, they immediately started cursing. You are such a brat. You really think you are a piece of cake? That's right, if you want to talk, then talk. If not, get out. Do you really think we care about this? We are much more comfortable here than outside. How dare a loser like you who hasn't even cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones speak so arrogantly here? Maybe you are not a criminal at all, but a relative of that brat Lan Bozhang. Ellipsis. Fengshi listened with a smile. She liked their unruly look. After they had finished scolding, Fengshi said slowly. Originally, I wanted to let you guys out, but I didn't expect you to say such rude things. Forget it. Just enjoy yourself here. After Fengshi finished speaking, she continued to stroll forward with her hands behind her back, looking at the card above the cell as she walked. Most of them are elders. Although it doesn't say which generation they are, since they can call Blue Prison Master a brat, they're probably at least one generation older than Blue Prison Master. Unexpectedly, they were all senior prisoners. Fengshi continued to walk forward while thinking, and finally saw cell number 108. A skeleton lay inside, motionless. Fengshi looked at the small card on the door, on which was written the name of the abandoned sect leader Zhu Xiao. Fengshi couldn't help laughing out loud. No wonder this person was abandoned. The name was not chosen well. Zhu Xiao, isn't it just cancellation? This has been cancelled, how can it not be useless? Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly, you still have the heart to laugh. He's in there, how are you going to go in and look for the things that arrogant guy left for you? Grandpa, what do you say? I let him out and lock myself up. Zhu Xuan curled his lips, are you sure you can still survive after the cell door is opened? I'm not trying to discourage you. Although there is a cell between us, I have a feeling that the person inside is very powerful. Fengshi sighed, Grandpa, have you ever thought that he still has to use me to escape from the 3 stone doors above? How could he be willing to kill me? Zhu Shihuan, humph, you are courting death. Fengshi smiled and said, Grandpa, you were also a tiger in front of me. Now you don't even have any bones left, let alone skin. Blood-devouring world. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1305. Sure enough, there is something. After a moment's silence, Zhu Xuan cursed the little bastard, what kind of ungrateful person he was, for hundreds of times. Fengshi just thought he was praising herself and didn't take it to heart at all. She clung to the bars of the cell, weeping. Master, I am late. I wanted to rescue you, but I didn't expect that you had already passed away. It's a pity that I didn't even see you for the last time. I can only wish that your name will be remembered through the ages and be immortal. The skeleton that had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly stood up. How dare you? I am alive and well, and you dare to curse me. I think you are tired of living. Who are you and what are your intentions here? Fengshi was stunned for a moment, then asked with a look of surprise, Sect Master, are you faking your death? Zhu Xiao. He stared at Fengshi for a long while. You repaired the hand bones first. Why? Feng's eyes heart moved. She smeared a leaf of Dan on her hand bones. Even Sect Master Gu could have hidden it, but she didn't expect that Zhu Xiao could actually see through it. Sure enough, there is something. Fengshi sighed and said quietly. Because I am divine bone. If you don't believe me, I will use the bone mirror to look at me and you will know. Fengshi took out the bone dissolving mirror and Zhu Xiao saw a golden skeleton with bared white teeth appear in the mirror, with only the bones of its hands remaining flesh. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but take 2 quick steps and walk to the railing to take a closer look. Not only him, but the prisoners in the nearby cells also stretched their necks to look. Fengshi was considerate enough to move the mirror so that more people could see it more easily. After she finished the demonstration, she put away the bone dissolving mirror and said to Zhu Xiao. Master, do you believe what I say this time? To be honest, I am not only a divine bone, but also a person bestowed by heaven. My mission is to assist you in regaining the position of the sect leader, rectifying the chaos and getting our Wan Gu Shanzong back on the right track. Zhu Xiao sneered, do you think I will believe your nonsense that is full of loopholes? Fengshi tilted her head and looked at him, do you not believe that I am a man bestowed by heaven, or do you not believe that I am here to save you? Zhu Xiao, I don't believe it. Fang Shi took out a piece of talisman paper from the storage ring, placed it on the ground, then squatted down and began to make the talisman. In the middle of the process, she did not forget to activate a charged Nirvana talisman for herself. Anyway, she was not in the cell now, so activating the Nirvana talisman had no effect on her. Zhu Xiao looked disdainful at first, but soon his skull fell off. Not only his skull fell off, but also the skulls of several nearby prisoners. Fang Shi thought, it seems that even the senior prisoner's psychological quality is not that good. After Fang Shi finished drawing a heavenly-grade talisman, he took out the heaven-swallowing cauldron and began to refine the elixir. Zhu Xiao and the others had just put the skull back in place when it fell off again. Fang Shi clapped his hands. Sect Master, you should believe my lies this time, right? Zhu Xiao didn't say anything for a long time. Just when Fang Shi thought he was really cancelled, he said, I believe you are a man gifted by God, but I don't believe you are here to save me. We have no relatives or friends, why did you save me? Fang Shi was somewhat speechless. Didn't I just say it? I want to set things right. Fatty Gu is unworthy of the position, and only you are the popular candidate for the clan leader. How about this? I will open the cell door right now and let you out, then you will be able to believe my sincerity, right? Fang Shi started to make hand seals as he spoke, but unfortunately after he had made 3 seals, the prison door didn't move at all. There was dead silence. Zhu Shihuan gloated, you blew it so hard just now, but it didn't work. I want to ask you if it's embarrassing or not. Is it embarrassing? Fang Shi ignored him and changed the order of the 3 seals, but the prison door still did not respond. She couldn't help but frown. What should she do? All the big words have been spoken. Although she didn't care about her face at all, she had finally managed to escape. If she couldn't seize this opportunity, she might never have another chance in the future. Mu Jian said in a sly voice, Master, why don't you just push it and try? Maybe it will open just like the stone door. Although Fang Shi felt that the possibility was slim, he still did it. The cell door remained motionless. Mu Jian hurriedly said, this prison door is too ignorant. Otherwise, let me out and I will chop it down with my sword. Fang Shi, you'd better shut up. Zhu Xiao had a glimmer of hope at first, but now seeing Fang Shi busy for a long time and unable to open the prison door, he sneered. Is this what you call sincerity? Go back to where you came from. I am not interested in the position of sect leader. Fang Shi thought, I'm not interested, why didn't you fart just now? Bah, bah. She is a reserved little girl, how could she speak so vulgarly? It's all because of those 2 fart bullshit masters, they led her astray. This chapter is short and the next chapter will be longer, around 9 points. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1306 The civet cat exchanges for the prince. Fang Shi ignored Zhu Xiao and tried the seal several times, but each time ended in failure. Zhu Shihuan sneered, I advise you not to waste your time here. It will be useless even if you turn the seal upside down. Fang's eyes heart moved. Do it backwards, that's not impossible. So she performed the 3rd seal in reverse, and the prison door did not move. She performed the 2nd seal in reverse, but the cell door still did not move. Finally, she performed the 1st seal in reverse. The cell door popped open. Fang Shi. I can only say that the formation master who designed the Nether City Purgatory is really lazy. Only these 3 seals were designed. It's as good as Cheng Yaojian's 3 axes. Fang Shi sighed in her heart and said to Zhu Xiao with a smile, Sect Master, you see my sincerity this time, right? For a moment, Zhu Xiao couldn't believe that this was true. He never thought that he would see the light of day again, but the surprise came to him so unexpectedly. He didn't even dare to take a step forward because he was afraid of breaking this beautiful illusion. Seeing that he was taking a long time to come out, Fang Shi simply walked in. She bowed and saluted, Disciple Fang Shi greets the Sect Master. Zhu Xiao finally came to his senses and stared at Fang Shi for a long time without saying anything. Fang Shi thought, was this former sect leader imprisoned for too long, so his brain is a little dull. Just like those red skeletons. She was daydreaming when Zhu Xiao suddenly slapped her. Fang Shi didn't even try to hide. Hold still. Zhu Xiao's slap stopped less than 3 inches away from her head, and then he retracted it. Get up. Fang Shi then stood up, looking respectful. As for why she didn't hide just now, it was because she was sure that Zhu Xiao would not really attack her. He was still counting on her to save him and leave the netherworld purgatory. Of course, she would never pin her hopes on others. She secretly activated several 8 desolate divine light talismans, so it would be okay even if it really hit her head. At that time, she would escape from the cell in a flash, leaving Zhu Xiao alone to enjoy the pleasure of the super double punishment. That's why she was standing near the cell door. You can run away at any time. However, that is no longer necessary. Zhu Xiao believed her at least 50%, which was enough to save her life. Master, it's not easy for me to come here. The longer I delay, the easier it is for the jailer to find me, so I'll just tell you everything I have to say. I was moved to cell number 56 under the pretext of accompanying my master, Elder Ken of the Alchemy Hall. He still had more than a month left in his sentence. What I mean is to switch the roles. I'll pretend to be you and go to jail here, and you pretend to be me and go to cell 56. When the time comes, you can go out openly. It's not that I doubt your ability, but the time has passed and many things have changed. You can better spy on the situation by using my identity. Once you have established your foothold outside, I will bring these seniors out to help you, and the Wangu Xianzong will be successfully returned to your hands. Zhu Xiao only understood half of what was said because Fang Shi spoke very quickly and the content was truly shocking. While he was still a little confused, Fang Shi had already pulled his handbones out. Master, it's already this late, please stop being distracted. The suffering disciples of the Wangu Xianzong are still waiting for you to uphold justice. Zhu Xiao was dragged out of the cell by Fang Shi in a daze, and then Fang Shi slipped back into the cell and closed the door. Master, please change your true appearance so that I can pretend to be you and fool the prison guards. Zhu Xiu was a little annoyed, feeling that he was being forced into doing something he was not prepared for, and he vaguely felt that Feng Shi had other intentions. But for a moment I couldn't figure out what she was trying to do. Could it be that the man named Gu wanted to find something to hold against him and then kill him to prevent future trouble? He is already a prisoner. As the saying goes, it's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. There is no need to go to so much trouble. Seeing that he didn't move, Feng Shi urged. What are you still hesitating about? Let's not talk about the disciples outside, just look at these elders who follow you. If you hesitate, can you be worthy of them? The reason why Feng Shi said this was because she couldn't understand why so many elders were imprisoned here, and they were all the uncles and uncles of Sect Master Gu. Considering Zhu Xiu's identity as the former Sect leader, the answer is obvious, these people are Zhu Xiu's direct descendants. When one person succeeds, everyone around him will prosper. The same is true in reverse. If the leader is in trouble, the people under him will not be any better off. Feng Shi's words really got some people's response, and they all advised. Yes, Master, there is no time to lose, you should make a decision immediately. It doesn't matter anyway, you can take this opportunity to see the current situation outside so that we can make plans for the next step. Master, these days the brave ones will die of overeating while the timid ones will die of starvation. At worst, we will lose our heads with you. Ellipsis. Zhu Xiu, who was being morally kidnapped, had no choice but to nod his head. Okay, since you all say so, let's do as she says. As he spoke, his true appearance was revealed. Feng Shi took a look and immediately gave a thumbs up. No wonder Fatty Gu is unpopular. Just in terms of appearance, you're 100 times better than him. Feng Zai's words were not entirely flattery. Zhu Xiu's appearance was indeed much better than that of Sect Master Gu. He was intimidating without even getting angry, and one could tell from his aura that he was a superior. Feng Shi learned the art of disguise from Elder Bai, and tried it out by comparing it with Zhu Xiu. Although the difference can be seen if you look closely, it is indistinguishable from the real thing when viewed from a distance. As for clothing, just wrap yourself in a black robe. The jailers won't care about that. She said to Zhu Xiu. Master, I'm fine now, please quickly transform into me. At this point, don't worry about whether a man becomes a woman or a woman becomes a man. We are all working for a great cause. Zhu Xiu was a little resistant. How could a dignified sect leader like him transform into a little girl? But under everyone's persuasion, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and transform into Feng Shi's appearance. Even his clothes were exactly the same. Feng Shi's eyes lit up. This disguise method is still the best, not only is it realistic but also fast. When the work was done, she finally mastered this magical power. Feng Shi then quickly explained her relationship with Elder Ken and Elder Zhao Chu, and told Zhu Xiu to speak as little as possible after entering the cell to avoid being exposed. Then he urged Zhu Xiu to leave quickly, so as to avoid any further delays and miss the opportunity. Zhu Xiu had been imprisoned for too long. In addition, the incident happened suddenly and he was morally blackmailed by his subordinates. He walked towards the entrance of the corridor in a daze. When I got close to the stone gate, I realized I didn't know how to get out. Then Feng Shi shouted, just push it with your hands. This stone door is either just for show or the jailer forgot to lock it. Of course, it could also be broken due to years of disrepair. Zhu Xiu. Could it be any more outrageous? As a result, when I pushed it with my hand, it actually opened. He couldn't help but shook his head. The netherworld purgatory was now just like the makeshift troop, a mess. After he exited the stone gate, he walked along the corridor. When he reached the end and turned, he saw a long row of cells. The prisoners in the cell greeted him with smiles on their faces. Junior Sister Feng Shi, are you back from your stroll? Junior Sister Feng Shi, after not seeing you for a while, why do I think you look even prettier? Junior Sister Feng Shi, if you're not busy, can we chat for a while? Ellipsis. Zhu Xiu. Is this a prison cell or a brothel? Why do I feel like these prisoners are a bit cheap? As he walked, he came close to Fan Zhen. He saw that Fan Zhen was the only one who was silent and had his eyes closed, so he stopped out of curiosity. Fan Zhen was almost scared to death. He had shut up and even closed his eyes, so why was this female devil still looking for trouble with him? She has harmed him to this point, is she still not satisfied? Seeing him shivering, Zhu Xiu couldn't help but shook his head. It was true that these disciples were getting worse with each generation. Only Feng Shi was not bad. He continued walking forward, and then he heard someone shouting. Shaoxi, what have you been doing secretly again? Zhu Xiu looked up and saw that the person who spoke was an old man in cell number 57. Of course, compared to him, the other party was just a kid. He imitated Feng Shi's voice and said, just take a walk. At this time, Elder Zhuoqiu in cell number 55 said, Shaoxi, don't listen to his nonsense. Let me out quickly, I will walk with you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiu thought of a very important thing that he had forgotten, which was that Feng Shi did not tell him the seal to open the prison door. For a moment he didn't know whether Feng Shi forgot because of time constraints or did it on purpose. However, it doesn't matter. As long as he stays in the cell for a long enough time, he can get out openly. So, he said to Elder Zhuoqiu, Master, I think my previous actions were not appropriate. Let's just stay in jail properly. As he said that, he went straight into cell number 56 and closed the door. Elder Zhuoqiu and Elder Ken looked at each other. Why did Shaoxi suddenly become so serious? Possessed. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1307 The moment to witness a miracle is coming soon. Elder Zhuoqiu was worried and asked hurriedly. Shaoxi, did something happen to you just now? Why are you suddenly so obedient? Zhu Xiu. What do you mean by suddenly becoming so obedient? You mean the one named Feng Shi has always been disobedient? But thinking about what she had done and the prisoners she had met along the way, it would be strange if she was a rule-abiding person. He said calmly, nothing happened. I just suddenly realized something and felt that I couldn't fool around like this anymore. I had to concentrate on my cultivation. Elder Zuokyu and Elder Ken felt relieved after hearing this, but they also felt a little strange. Especially Elder Ken. For a moment he felt that Fangxi seemed like a different person. But this thought was fleeting. This was the hell of hell. How could Xiaoxi be replaced by someone? He is getting old and confused. It is probably because she felt something when she saw those prisoners, so that is why she acted like that, which makes sense. At this moment, he saw several palm prints flying out from all directions in the cell of his beloved disciple, heading straight for her. Although similar things had happened before, Elder Ken and Elder Zuokyu were still nervous and shouted at the same time. Xiaoxi, be careful. Zhu Xiao quickly moved around to avoid those palm prints. Although he could deal with these palm prints easily, in his opinion, Fangxi was a little waste who hadn't even cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones. In order to avoid being exposed, he had to do this. Elder Ken saw that he was in danger and said anxiously, "Why don't you put down those little slaps of yours?" Zhu Xiao wondered in his heart, what were those little slaps? Even if Fangxi learned the eternal palm seal, he shouldn't use the word, those. Therefore, he dared not act rashly, for fear of revealing his flaws. Fortunately, he was fast enough and managed to avoid this wave of attacks without any danger. Elder Zuokyu stroked his beard and said, "Xiaoxi, I didn't expect your body movements to be so fast. As long as you practice hard, you will definitely have a bright future." Zhu Xiao agreed vaguely and began to sit cross-legged to practice. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Elder Zuokyu and Elder Ken stopped asking questions. As long as he can survive this month or so, he will be able to go out openly. He wants to get back everything he lost. I don't know what Fangxi is doing now. It's nothing more than practicing or avoiding punishment. How could he know that Fangxi was knocking on the wash basin with his hand at this moment? Chanting scriptures while knocking. Those senior prisoners are so fed up. They all started to curse Fangxi loudly, and the curses were so flowery. Fangxi pretended not to hear and knocked even harder. The senior prisoners are now somewhat suspicious that the reason why Fangxi proposed to replace the prince with a cat is not to restore the great cause of their leader, but to torture them. They would rather suffer the punishment of imprisonment than listen to her evil voice piercing their brains. Fortunately, Fangxi stopped reciting after a while and said with a smile, "My fellow inmates, what do you think of my reciting of the Buddhist Sutra?" Wei Qi, who lived next door, sneered, "Bullshit. It stinks." Fangxi tilted her head and said, "If your heart is like Buddha, you will see the Buddha statue in everyone you look at. It seems that Elder Wei, your heart is like bullshit." Wei Qi almost died of anger. "You yellow-haired girl, you are looking for death." Fangxi hooked her finger, "Then come and hit me." Wei Qi. Fangxi put her hands on her waist and said, "Listen to me, I am your temporary leader now, you all have to obey me. If you don't listen to me, I will chant the sutra." Wei Qi sneered, "At worst, we can just block our hearing. If you want to read it, just read it." Fangxi chuckled, but he didn't sound like a good person at all. Then she formed a seal and left the cell. He strolled to the front of Shang Wushu's cell, took out a wash basin and started knocking on it. Although Shang Wushu blocked his hearing, he still felt annoyed when he saw her boasting, so he simply turned around and faced the wall. Seeing this, Fangxi ran to the second cell again. After Fangxi's visit, all the senior prisoners were there, facing the wall to reflect on their mistakes. When he got to Wei Qi, he simply blocked his vision because he didn't want to see any dirty things. Seeing this, Fangxi had no choice but to return to his cell, take out the small tent and crawl inside. The small tent was placed against the stone wall, and Fangxi sneakily cut a hole in the side of the tent that was against the wall. After finding the blue brick in the lower left corner of the north wall, he covered the blue brick with the book that Gong Yechen used to brag. Her little heart was pounding like a wild boar. The moment to witness a miracle was about to come. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, around 8:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1308. For a moment, I didn't know whether this was a political drama or a love drama. Fangxi stared at the blue brick covered by the book. As a result, nothing happened. Fangxi. Being tricked. She cursed inwardly and put the book away, only to find that the blue brick was slightly bulging. She felt something in her heart and pressed it gently with her hand. The green brick popped out with a bang. Fangxi pulled out the green brick, then lay on the ground and looked into the hole, and found a small jade box inside. Fangxi. She quickly reached her arm in and took out the jade box. Instead of rushing to open it, she put the blue brick back in its place. She found that the bulge on the blue brick had disappeared, and it seemed that it could only be opened with Gong Yechen's bragging book. As she thought about it, she opened the jade box. Of course, before opening it, she activated all the defensive spiritual weapons, magic weapons, and demonic weapons, and also activated a lot of spiritual talismans and nirvana talismans, focusing on a saturated defense. As for whether it will trigger the prison's punishment measures, this is secondary. At worst, she could open the jade box and go out for a walk, and when she came back everything would be back to zero. Finally, the jade box was opened. Inside was a golden token and a folded letter. Fangxi closed the jade box again. It's not that she didn't want to see what was going on, but she was worried about the punishment methods in the cell, so she wanted to get out quickly before it started. She quickly formed a seal and left the cell. She walked from the east end to the west end and knocked on the wash basin, consolidating her image as an annoying person before returning to the cell. She went into the small tent and took out the jade box again. She did not touch the token, but picked up the letter. It's not that she is not interested in the token, but she is worried that there is something fishy about the token, so she reads the letter first. My disciple, seeing you is like seeing you in person. Since you can see this letter, it means that you are fortunate enough to have obtained my biography and to become my, Gong Yechen's only disciple. I'm so happy for you. The fact that you can become my disciple must be because your ancestors have done great good deeds, and the graves must be filled with gratitude. I, Gong Yechen, am a genius of my generation. I am proficient in both civil and military tactics. My cultivation has reached the highest level. I can be said to be the #1 person in the Wangu Xianzong. What followed was several thousand words of self-praise. She had every reason to suspect that if the jade box was not big enough, Gong Yechen could probably write 100,000 words to praise himself. After reading all this crap, I finally saw something useful. Those idiots excluded and suppressed me because of my excellence, and accused me of treason. They really found a pretext to accuse me of something. I just borrowed the Sect Master's order to play with. How could that be considered betrayal? What a bunch of shameless people who confuse right and wrong. Fang Shi. You stole the Sect Master's order, and people say you are a traitor. She continued to read on and saw the following words. The reason why I borrowed the Sect Master's order is definitely not for the position of Sect Master. I am not interested in that at all. Back then, my master passed over me, his eldest disciple, and insisted on passing the position of Sect leader to my junior fellow apprentice Mei Nangxun. I want to show everyone that Mei Nangxun is nothing but a show-off. Even though they locked me up in this netherworld purgatory, I didn't tell them the whereabouts of the Sect Master's order. Humph. Without the Sect leader's order, Mei Nangxun's title as Sect leader is not legitimate. I want him to remember me for the rest of his life. Fang Shi. For a moment, I didn't know whether this was a political drama or a love drama. She continued reading while complaining in her heart. I guess I will never be released in this lifetime, so I designed a formation to hide the token and letter here, and then made the key into the shape of a book, and the one who is destined to get it will get it. When Fang Shi saw this, he was very confused. Since Gong Yechen was imprisoned here, how did the book fall into the hands of those red skeletons? Also, since Gong Yechen didn't want anyone to find the clan leader's order, why did he deliberately leave the key behind? After he died, didn't the key fall into Mei Nangxun's hands? Although the true contents can only be revealed through the bone mirror, since it is related to the Sect leader's order, Mei Nangxun will definitely try every possible way to crack it. Solving this problem is only a matter of time. At this time, the voice of blood-devouring world rang out in the divine consciousness. You don't understand this. People like Gong Yechen only want to suppress Mei Nangxun. He left the key just to return the Sect leader's order to Mei Nangxun, but it was just to make things difficult for him. I don't know what happened later, but the key fell into the hands of the Red Skull, and the jade box was not taken away by Mei Nangxun. After listening to this, Fang Shi sighed. It's really a sadomasochistic love story. Blood-devouring world. What the hell did you come up with? Not finished yet. We'll continue at 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1309. The person involved is right in front of you. Are you still being polite? After Fang Shi finished expressing his feelings, he continued reading the letter. Disciple, since you were able to find this letter, you either have some relationship with Mei Nangxun, or you are that bastard. Of course, it is also possible that you are like your teacher, a warrior who is not afraid of power. No matter which one it is, now that I have the opportunity to see this letter, all the past is just a passing cloud, and I have let it go. My only wish is that you take my place on the throne of the Sect leader and vindicate me. Of course, I'm already dead, so I can't restrain you. Just follow your conscience. Fang Shi was a little speechless. On the one hand, he said that he had let it go, but on the other hand, he let your apprentice be the Sect leader. However, thinking of what Zhu Xuan said, Gong Yechen must have thought that the Sect leader order would fall into the hands of Mei Nangxun or Mei Nangxun's descendants. The other party was originally the Sect leader, and his words were just an attempt to save his reputation. Is it worth it to sacrifice the rest of your life just to gain a momentary accolade? This Gong Yechen is really a stubborn guy. After she finished reading the letter, she picked up the golden token. There is no pattern on the front, but a skull is painted on the back. Fang Shi. If you don't know, you might think this is some cult's token. Fang Shi played with the golden skull token while saying to Zhu Shihuan. Grandpa, you said the Zhu Xiao has been thinking about rebellion all day long. If I tell him that the Sect Master's order was in the cell and now it's in my hands, will he be so angry that he will die? Tell me, how come I am so lucky? Is this what people often say, good people get good rewards? Zhu Xuan, I don't know whether he will be angry to death or not, but you are really good at showing off. Fang Shi put away the Sect leader's order, then crawled out of the small tent, took out the wash basin and continued to chant. On the one hand, it is to consolidate the character, and on the other hand, it is to entertain those red skeletons. She is such a kind person. Wei Qi in the nearby cell thought that it had been so long, Fang Shi should calm down by then. But when he regained his hearing, he heard, ding tilde 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 ding tilde 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 ding tilde tilde tilde. My God, he has never suffered so much in all those years in prison. Master, you must have been fooled by this little girl. Please come back soon. What he didn't know was that their leader was also having a hard time at this time. Elder Ken and Elder Zhuoqiu saw that he was doing nothing but accepting punishment and practicing, and they felt that she might be irritated. So, you and I expressed our concern and greetings to each other. Even Elder Zhuoqiu said, Shaoxi, if you are really bored, why not knock on the basin and recite some scriptures? Zhu Xiao. Knocking on the pot and chanting some scriptures. What does this mean? Does Fang Shi have the idea of becoming a monk? He could only perfunctorily say, Two masters, I'm really fine. I just feel that the burden on my shoulders is too heavy. I can't mess around anymore. I have to practice hard. Elder Zhuoqiu couldn't help but sigh. You are too sensible, kid. You are still thinking about this and that at such a young age. Can't you think more about yourself? When we go out this time, Master will take you out for a walk to relax your mind. Elder Ken also said. Yes, now Fatty Gu and Old Jin have already made peace, and there is no more dispute within the sect, so don't worry about it. Elder Zhuoqiu echoed. That's right, you don't need to worry about this. I'm not saying this to sound harsh, but people in power are always fighting for power. If you have the ability, take the position, and if you don't occupy the position. Just like the last clan leader, wasn't he also removed by the previous clan leader? If you don't have the ability, it's useless even if you force yourself to do it. Zhu Xiao. The person involved is right in front of you, and you are still being polite. He now suspected that Feng Shi switched cells with him just to torture him. Although he also suffered punishment in his original cell, he was able to resolve it without much effort. But when he got here, he had to hide in order to disguise himself, and both of his leg bones were almost broken from running. Not to mention having to endure verbal attacks from both the left and the right. The only thing he hopes for now is that the days will pass quickly so that he can leave this damn place as soon as possible. Just then, there was a commotion coming from the cell in front. It turned out that the jailer came to inspect. Although the jailers neglected the duties, they still had to go through the motions. At this time, Fan Zhen's psychological activities were very complicated. He wanted to report Feng Shi, but when he thought about the consequences, he kept his mouth shut. Because he knew that the jailer would not believe him, and other prisoners would also give false testimony for Feng Shi, so he would be charged with false accusation. When the two jailers approached the cell of Feng Shi and the other two, they were obviously much more polite. Especially when facing Feng Shi, he was very concerned about her. Zhu Xiao. Even I, the former Sect leader, didn't receive such treatment. The whole Sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1310 is the Wangu Xianzong so short of people now. Zhu Xiao felt that this world was too crazy. Even if Feng Shi has divine bones, she has only cultivated a pair of hands now. Why are these people so pampering to her? Is the Wangu Xianzong so short of people now? He didn't dare say anything more to the two jailers and could only respond vaguely. The two jailers felt uneasy when they saw how cold he was. They didn't say anything wrong, so why did this ancestor seem a little unhappy? One of the jailers said, "Junior Sister Feng Shi, if you have any requests or opinions about us, please feel free to ask. Don't be polite." Zhu Xiao. I really want to take a mirror and let you see your ugly face. You weren't like this when you were patrolling underground before. However, he was afraid that the night would be long and he tried to speak in the gentlest tone possible. You were too polite. I don't have any requests or opinions. I just want to concentrate on my cultivation. The two jailers then breathed a sigh of relief and walked away with a nod. Zhu Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. Then I heard Elder Zhuoqiu say, "Shaoxi, let's continue with what we were talking about just now. Aren't you curious about what happened to the last Sect master I mentioned?" Zhu Xiao. I am the person involved, I am not curious at all. You are an elder, but you don't practice well and spend all day gossiping. No wonder the Wangu Xianzong is getting worse day by day. In fact, Elder Zhuoqiu was not a person who liked to talk about other people's gossips behind their backs. He just saw that his beloved disciple seemed to be a little depressed, so he wanted to make her happy. He thought that with Feng Shi's personality, she would like to hear these things, so he said this on purpose. He originally thought that his apprentice would be caught as a black bass, but his beloved apprentice said seriously, "Master, no matter what happened to the last Sect master, he is our elder after all, so we should not criticize him behind his back." Elder Zhuoqiu. Elder Ken couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. Shaoxi is still sensible, unlike some people who still speak ill of others behind their backs at their old age. Elder Zhuoqiu only felt that he was hit by 2 arrows in the chest in succession, suffering a critical hit of 10,000 points. He felt that his beloved disciple had changed. If it were in the past, even if she thought so in her heart, she would have said it very tactfully, instead of stabbing him in the heart like she did now. Is he not good enough to her? Or did he do something wrong? When Elder Zhuoqiu fell into self-doubt, his real disciple Feng Shi had already immersed himself in the play. After the two patrolling jailers finished their inspection of the ground, they were about to inspect the underground cells, only to find that the stone door blocking the underground cells was not locked. Both of their faces turned green with fright. Without caring about anything else, he rushed to the underground cell to count the prisoners. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that all 18 prisoners were there, especially the useless Sect leader Zhu Xiao. Wei Qi and others were so nervous that they were afraid that Feng Shi would be exposed. Although Feng Shi tortured them severely by banging the basin and chanting scriptures, it was nothing compared to the great cause of the Sect master. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the jailer only pause for a moment in front of Feng Shi's cell and then walk back. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi, the living ancestor, said coldly, "Stop." The two jailers were startled and turned to look. They saw the useless Sect leader wrapped in a black robe, staring at them grimly. The two couldn't help but take 2 steps back. However, the tall jailer became angry and said, "Why are you shouting? Do you still think you are the master? You are just a prisoner now, and you will never be able to get out." Feng Shi laughed strangely. Not to mention the two jailers, even Wei Qi and others felt a little scalp tingling. They even think that banging pots and chanting scriptures is better than this weird laugh. Although the tall jailer felt uneasy, he still shouted sternly, "What are you laughing at?" Feng Shi said faintly, "You're right, I'm just a prisoner now, and I can never get out. So guess why Gu didn't kill me? Isn't it better to kill me than to lock me up here in a waste of manpower? Because he has ulterior motives. As for what the purpose is, there is no need for you two little shrimps to know. All you need to know is that as long as I want, this useless Sect leader still has 100 ways to kill you. Besides, I still have the leverage over you." The sound of the stone door opening this time was different from usual, so I guess you must have forgotten to lock it last time. Tell me, if I tell that little bastard Lan Bozhang about this, what will happen to you? The two jailers turned pale instantly and took a few steps back involuntarily. The tall jailer said sternly, "I don't understand what you are saying. Don't forget, you are the prisoner and we are the jailers. If you dare to disobey your superiors, don't blame us for being rude." Feng Shi laughed strangely again, making the two jailers tremble. "I don't have the patience to argue with you, and you are not qualified to negotiate with me now. You can only agree to whatever I say. Don't worry, even though I have become a prisoner now, I still respect my status and will not make any excessive demands on you." Let's put it this way, everyone here is your elder, so it shouldn't be too much for you to kowtow a few times, right? You two started from the first cell, kowtowed with every step, all the way to me, and today's matter is over. 2 jailers. This is not excessive. How much more excessive do you want to be? We, the jailers, kowtow to you prisoners. We kowtow with every step. What do you think? They really wanted to leave, but when they thought about the consequences of doing so, their legs felt like they were filled with lead and they couldn't move any further. The short jailer was quite timid, so he made up his mind and whispered to the tall jailer. Why not just knock it down? No one will know about it anyway, it's better than having the higher-ups find out. The tall jailer heard what he said, gritted his teeth, and looked at Feng Shi. You can ask us to kowtow, but you have to swear that you won't tell anyone about this as long as we kowtow. Feng Shi nodded. Okay. I, Zhu Xiao, swear here that if I don't keep my word, I will be struck by 5 thunders and my soul will fly away. The 2 jailers were relieved when they saw her swearing an oath. The 2 men gritted their teeth and walked to the first cell, which was Shang Wushu's cell, knelt down and kowtowed. Just after I finished kowtowing, I heard Feng Shi's voice from afar. You have to kowtow loudly. It doesn't count if I don't hear any noise. 2 jailers. You are more than 20 feet away from here. Even if we smash the skull into pieces, you won't be able to hear the sound. Feng Shi kindly reminded them. If I say you are stupid, then you are stupid. Can't you put a drum or gong on the ground? If your head hits it, there will be a sound, right? 2 jailers, let's not talk about whether you have good intentions or bad ones. The key is where can we get those things? We are prison guards, not store owners. The 2 suddenly remembered that they had seen Feng Shi hitting a basin with a rolling pin before, so they found 2 basins in a storage ring and placed them on the ground. Kneel down, kowtow, clang tilde tilde tilde. Get up and take a step, kneel down, kowtow, clang tilde tilde tilde. Ellipsis. The familiar melody soon sounded again in the cell. Shang Wushu and others. Why do we have to go through so many twists and turns and finally hear the devil's voice piercing our brains? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1311. Your reason is so perfunctory. Although Shang Wushu and others hated the clanging sound, they felt very happy when they saw the jailer, who always looked down on them, kowtowed to them with every step. Even the clanging sounds weren't so unpleasant anymore. That's right, that damn girl Feng Shi would chant scriptures when she knocked on the basin, and the chanting sound was more annoying than the knocking sound. When the 2 jailers bumped into Feng Shi, the basin was even flattened. Feng Shi kindly reminded them, you should trim the basin first, otherwise the sound will not be pleasant. 2 jailers. Just take the loss. We used to think that Feng Shi was scary, but now it seems that she is a good person compared to you. After they had shaped the basin, they began to kowtow. I thought I would be done with it once I reached the end of the corridor, but Feng Shi said. Do things from beginning to end, so kowtow back. 2 jailers. Although I really want to curse, if I do that, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted? All my previous efforts would be in vain. The 2 of them had no choice but to swallow their anger and kowtow back. After being hit so hard, he couldn't even maintain his appearance and could only reveal his skeleton form. Wei Qi and others even felt some sympathy for the 2 jailers. How miserable. The 2 prison guards finally reached the entrance to the corridor. Feng Shi then said kindly. You guys can go now. Come over and chat with me when you have nothing to do. It will cheer me up. Although the 2 jailers agreed verbally, what they were thinking in their hearts was that they would not come down again unless it was absolutely necessary, so as to avoid being threatened by you again. After the 2 jailers left in a panic, Wei Qi asked Feng Shi. Didn't you tell our sect leader earlier that you were unsure about the stone door's condition? Why were you so sure that the stone door was not locked? Feng Shi said slowly. The 2 jailers looked panicked. They counted the number of people as soon as they came in. Isn't it obvious that there was a mistake? What mistakes would lead to a decrease in the number of prisoners? The stone door must be unlocked. Of course, nothing in this world is absolute. Anyway, I just wanted to trick them, so it doesn't matter if I'm wrong. I'll find a way to make it back. This mouth is on my body, so I can say whatever I want. Wei Qi. You really live up to the saying that people have 2 tongues and whatever they say is right. Feng Shi said again. Don't blame me for being harsh. After all, you were all well-known figures in the past, and you let 2 small fry bully you into a state of disgrace. Of course, the main reason is the incompetence of Zhu Xiao as the sect leader. One incompetent general can tire out the entire army. Wei Qi and others were immediately furious. You little bastard, just keep your words to yourself and don't involve our sect master. If you dare to disrespect us again, we will not forgive you. Yes, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will not be polite. Don't think that we should be grateful to you just because you vented our anger for us. We don't care. Ellipsis. Feng Shi burst into laughter. This guy is so capable. Come, I'll wait for you in this cell, come and beat me up. Wei Qi and others. So angry. I'm so angry. Some people with bad tempers are so angry that they just lose their temper. Feng Shi, that's it. Your fighting ability is not good enough. I haven't even exerted my strength yet. She poured herself a cup of tea, drank a few sips, and then said. Don't be unconvinced. I've only been here for 1 day and I've already made the jailer kowtow to you. What else has Zhu Xiao done besides standing here with his corpse? Wei Qi sneered. Don't flatter yourself. Our clan leader is a man of great achievements. He doesn't want to use your little tricks to control the jailer. Feng Shi laughed out loud. A man who can do great things. Are you sure that a raccoon cat like him can accomplish anything great? Wei Qi. You are a civet cat. Your whole family is civet cats. Feng Shi put the teacup into the storage ring, took out a handful of melon seeds, and said while eating them. Your idea is wrong. Do you think the sect master is a man who does great things and would not resort to small tricks? Since ancient times, the game played by those in power has been one of intrigue and deception. Take my master, Fatty Goo, for example. In order to secure his position as the sect leader, he not only humbly begged me to be his disciple, but also did not mind me taking in a string of masters. Only such shameless people can rise to high positions, and those who care about their reputation can only be stepping stones. It's not that I look down on Zhu Xiao. Even if he goes out with my identity, he won't be able to accomplish anything and will still be locked up here in the end. Do you think that I won't be able to get better after the truth is revealed? Then you are totally wrong. Even though Fatty Goo knew that what Zhu Xiao said was true and that everything was my idea, he would still make excuses for me and help me portray the role of the victim. Not only will he do this, but Lord Lan Yu will also do this, and everyone in the sect will do this. Do you know why? After a dead silence, Wei Qi said, because you are shameless. Feng Shi, this is just one of the reasons. Another very important reason is that I have woven a network within the sect. As long as something happens to me, someone will rescue me. Look at Zhu Xiao again. When he got into trouble, not only did no one save him, but they dragged you into it as well. That's the difference between me and him. I have no other intention in saying all this, I just want you to understand one fact, this sect leader, only I am qualified, Zhu Xiao can only be my deputy at most. Wei Qi and others. Why are you so shameless? You still want to be the leader. You haven't even cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones, what qualifications do you have to be the sect leader? While they were complaining in their hearts, Feng Shi walked out of the cell leisurely, making hand seals. She first walked up to Wei Qi's cell, and then took out a golden token. Do you know this? Wei Qi was full of disdain at first, but soon he was shocked. Is this the legendary clan leader's token? Wasn't it lost a long time ago? How did it end up in your hands? Feng Shi smiled faintly, it is God's will. Wei Qi. Your reason is so perfunctory. Feng Shi walked from one end to the other with the sect leader's order, and then walked to the middle. His whole aura suddenly changed. He had a nonchalant look before, but now he has the majestic aura of a superior. She raised the golden token in her hand and shouted. The sect master's order is here, why don't you kneel down and pay homage to me? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1312. She just likes this kind of stubborn guy. Wei Qi and others were all stunned by Feng Zai's amazing operation. No, do you really intend to become the clan leader? You are just a young girl who hasn't even cultivated a complete set of spiritual bones, and you want to be the sect leader. Why are you always thinking about beautiful things? After a moment of dead silence, Shang Wushu sneered, Feng Shi, even if you have the sect master order, we will not recognize you as the sect master because you are not worthy. Others also echoed it, saying that it was only through the cell that Feng Shi spoke, otherwise she would have been drowned in spit. Feng Shi was neither panicked nor annoyed. She waited until they were silent, then she slowly said. I'm not worthy. Then who do you think is worthy? That raccoon cat Zhu Xiao. Apart from being older than me, how else is he better than me? Wei Qi immediately said, our sect leader is more powerful than you. Feng Shi chuckled. A qualified superior does not need to have a very high level of cultivation, just like the emperor in the secular world, does he need to have very high martial arts skills? No need. All he needs is loyal subordinates. The one with the highest martial arts skills is the eunuch. Wei Qi. Before he could speak, Feng Shi continued. Besides, what's the point of Zhu Xiao's high level of cultivation? He still became a prisoner and was tricked away by me with just a few words. To tell you the truth, the sect leader's order is hidden in cell number 108. It's a pity that your civet cat sect leader has been imprisoned for so many years without being discovered. And I only discovered it after being locked up for a while. So, this is God's will. It's getting late and I'm a little sleepy, so I'll just finish my talk. If you recognize me as your leader, I will rescue you all and let you live uprightly under the sun instead of living in this dark dungeon. If you don't recognize me, I will send that old civet cat Zhu Xiao into the Red Skull's barrier and let him contribute his last bit of strength to the Wangu Xianzong. I believe that my dear and respectable master Gu Pangzi will happily agree to my good proposal. Wei Qi roared, you actually dare to use our clan leader to threaten us. Feng Shi curled her lips and said, look at what you said. If he is useless, why would I go to so much trouble to switch with him? Just face the facts. You have no other choice but to submit to me. Yu Gong, I hold the sect leader's order and am a legitimate sect leader. Let alone the old raccoon and the fat man Gu, even the dozens of sect leaders before me are all wild ones. With just one word from me, they are all thieves. Thieves who stole my position as the leader. Personally, I saved you from the water and fire, so you should go through fire and water for me without hesitation. As for the old raccoon, I will give him the position of deputy clan leader, and you can just regard his surname as Fu. I'll give you half an hour to think about it. If you agree, everything will be fine. If you don't agree, I'll go up right now and offer the old cat to you. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he took out the wash basin and started knocking on it using the sect leader's command, clang clang clang. You know what, the sound is much crisper than that of a rolling pin. Wei Qi and the others were already upset, and now they're even more upset. Especially since they were separated by cells, there was no way for them to discuss the matter without Feng Shi's knowledge. Half a quarter of an hour passed quickly, Feng Shi stopped knocking, and the cell was finally quiet. Feng Shi raised his chin and said, how have you considered it? Shang Wushu, you speak first. Do you agree or not? The life and death of the old raccoon cat depends on your decision. Shang Wushu. Why are you asking me first? It's been 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He hesitated for a long time and couldn't give a positive or negative answer. Feng Shi immediately understood what was going on. As long as you have the intention to participate, it will be easy. She curled her lips, all right, I'll take this as your consent. Wei Qi, you say. Wei Qi. There are more than a dozen people between Shang Wushu and me, why don't you ask others first? He wanted to say he disagreed, but he was afraid that Feng Shi would really throw Zhu Xiao into the barrier, so he remained silent. Feng Shi also assumed that he agreed and continued to ask others. The next few people were ambiguous. When it came to Elder Zhu Chanqi in front of the law enforcement hall, he snorted coldly, "I don't agree." Feng Shi's eyes lit up. She just likes this kind of stubborn guy. Feng Shi walked up to his cell and asked, "You said you don't agree?" Zhu Chanqi glared at her. "That's right, I don't agree. It's better to die in glory than to live in disgrace. I believe our leader thinks the same way." Feng Shi said with a sigh. "You are not a bug in the old cat's stomach. How do you know what he is thinking? If he really had that kind of guts, he would have committed suicide the day he was imprisoned. Why would he still be alive today? You are the same, all of you talk very high and mighty things, but in fact, all you think is that it is better to live a miserable life than to die." Feng Zai's words tread on the cat's tail of these senior prisoners, and they all wanted to poke her into a sieve with their eyes. Feng Shi hooked her finger at Zhu Chanqi. "You don't agree with me, right? Come out, let's fight." "Zhu Chanqi. I want to go out. Can I get out?" Feng Shi slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot that you were locked up. I'll let you out right now." As Feng Shi spoke, he began to form seals and actually opened Zhu Chanqi's cell door. Both Zhu Chanqi and others were stunned. They really didn't expect Feng Shi to dare to do this. Zhu Chanqi's cultivation is much higher than Feng Shi's. Although he has regressed a bit after being locked up for so many years, it is still enough to crush her. Zhu Chanqi was filled with joy. As long as he holds that little girl Feng Shi hostage, he can rescue their sect leader. Maybe I can use this as a condition to make Lan Bozhang release them. With this thought in mind, he suddenly jumped out of the cell and raised his hand to grab Feng Shi. He felt that with his level of cultivation, catching Feng Shi was like catching a chick. It doesn't require any effort at all. As a result, when he stretched out his hand, his sea of consciousness was hit hard by something, and his head was buzzing. Not only that, there were small slaps coming towards him from all directions. In order to avoid the slap, he had to retreat into the cell. Feng Shi chuckled. "Zhu Chanqi, it seems that you are reluctant to leave this cell. You just came out and went back in again." "Zhu Chanqi." He stared at Feng Shi. "What kind of magic did you use just now?" He was just confused, not scared. He just underestimated the enemy. If he had been prepared, these methods would not have had any effect on him. Feng Shi smiled and said, "The attack on your consciousness is just an ordinary consciousness attack, but the consciousness of this sect master is stronger. As for the little slap, I came up with it after seeing the punishment in the prison. To be honest, it took me several days to come up with it. Zhu Chanqi, in fact, you can't hurt me even if I don't use these means. Look at what this is." Feng Shi said as she took out a stack of heaven-grade Nirvana talismans and shook them, then showed off her treasures one by one. "This was given to me by Fatigu, this was given to me by my grandfather, and this was given to me by my master." Wei Qi and the others saw Zhu Chanqi just watching without making any move, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. The prison door was not closed, so why don't you continue to do it? What are you standing there for? Even if she has the Nirvana talisman, she won't have time to activate it as long as you act fast enough. How could they know that at this moment Zhu Chanqi felt that the little girl in front of him had a gleam of humanity and didn't seem that annoying? It seems that what she said before is not without reason. Feng Shi continued to add the 1,000-layer pancake filter to herself secretly while saying to Zhu Shihuan, "Grandpa, there are flaws in your research on this thing. It's no use trying to catch the fish from behind the cell, we have to fish it out." Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1313, when he left, he was still the clan leader, but when he came back, he became an old CA. Zhu Shihuan heard Feng Zai's words and sneered, "I think you are begging for food and still complain about it being rotten. Besides, no matter how powerful the magic is, it is useless across the barrier." Feng Shi immediately said, "My Brahma sound technique is good. I can deal with those red skeletons through the barrier, and it can also make these senior prisoners upset." "Grandpa, you never stop learning. If you have time, you should find a way to improve the light of the saint. This is the reputation of our grandparents and grandchildren. Blood-devouring world. My face doesn't rely on the light of saints, but on my personal charm." After a moment, he, who had always been strong-willed, found a point to refute and said to Feng Shi, "The Brahma sound technique requires the power of Buddha's light. The saint's light that you transformed earlier is also mixed with the power of Buddha's light. Why is it not as effective as the Brahma sound technique? It is you who should reflect on yourself, not me." Feng Zai's heart moved. I think what Zhu Xuan said makes sense. It seems that she will have to think about it when she has time. When she thinks that in the future she will be able to let her personality shine to benefit all living beings even through the barrier, her little heart is so excited that it beats like a wild boar. While she was chatting with Zhu Shihuan, she was still adding filters to herself. Feeling that the temperature was about right, Feng Shi sighed softly. "Do you think I am willing to be the leader? I am so tired every day and have no time to practice. If it wasn't for the overall situation, I wouldn't want to be the leader of this crappy sect at all. You may not know that those red skeletons are becoming more and more rampant, and they may break through the barrier and come out any day. Logically speaking, our Wangu Xianzong should unite and find a way to deal with this matter at this time, but what is the reality? Fatty Gu's faction and Elder Jin's faction from the Alchemy Hall were fighting each other to the death, and the disciples were just waiting to die. If I hadn't turned the tide, the Wangu Xianzong might have been in chaos long ago. I saved you in order to strengthen the sect, so that we can have more strength to fight against the blood evil bones in the future. In a small sense, it is for our Wangu Xianzong. In a big sense, it is for the people of the world. I, a little girl, can have such a broad mind and ambition, so can't you, the loyal followers of the Wangu Xianzong, put aside your selfish desires and face? In life, fame, wealth and power are certainly attractive, but they are all fleeting. If I can leave a mark in the long river of history, my life will be worthwhile. Think about it, if you persist in your mistakes, future generations will only see you as a traitor to the sect, but if you wake up in time, you will be recorded in the history books as a hero of the sect and the glory of the human race. Zhu Chanqi just felt his blood boiling. Well, to be precise, it should be his bones boiling. He felt that the little girl in front of him was so brilliant that he had to look up to her. He said with a look of shame, "You don't have to say anything more, I was thinking wrong before. I am willing to acknowledge you as the leader. Wei Qi and others. Although we are also interested, we haven't made up our mind yet. So you give in now. Weren't you having a lot of fun before? You changed too fast." Feng Shi gave Zhu Chanqi a thumbs up. "Elder Zhu, great righteousness." When Zhu Chanqi saw Feng Shi's sincere face, his heart couldn't help but warm up, and he suddenly had the urge to die for his friend. As for Zhu Xiao, I'm sorry, I can't pay attention to him at the moment. After Feng Shi provided some emotional value to Zhu Chanqi, he opened the cells of Wei Qi and the others. He then delivered an impassioned, moving and thought-provoking inaugural speech. As for whether they agreed or not, she just took it as their tacit consent. After delivering the speech, Feng Shi also gave everyone a big gift package. The sweet dates after a slap are so sweet that they touch one's heart. Especially since someone has been adding the light of a sun to himself, Wei Qi and others' favorability towards Feng Shi, the completely new sect leader, has been increasing rapidly. As for the deputy sect leader Zhu Xiao, just step aside for now. Wei Qi asked Feng Shi, "Master, what should we do next? Should we smash the prison and rebel?" Feng Shi shook his head. "Smashing the prison and rebelling against the prison is a very bad idea. I want Fatty Gu to personally vindicate you and then ask you to get out." Wei Qi looked puzzled. "You want to take his position as the leader? If we go out, we will definitely stand on your side." How could he agree? Feng Shi said with a smile, "Although Fatty Gu is full of calculations, he will still consider the overall situation. In order to fight against the blood evil bone, he will compromise. Furthermore, he longed for a force that could restrain Elder Jin and his men, and your appearance was a timely relief. You wait for my good news." Seeing that she was so confident, everyone didn't know what to say. Besides, they would also like to be escorted out in a dignified manner. This is much better than breaking into the prison and rebelling. At this time, Shang Wushu said, "Master, you and our deputy master have exchanged cells. How are you going to get out?" Feng Shi said, "I'll go up and bring him back first. When the jailer comes for his inspection, I'll ask him to tell Fatty Gu a message, and then I'll leave." Shang Wushu and the others were immediately shocked. "Master, do you mean to not be shy about the prisoners on the ground? Let you see to Feng Shi. Aren't you afraid that they will complain?" Feng Shi smiled with curved eyebrows. "Do you think they dare to offend me?" Shang Wushu and others were silent. "Even we were conquered by you, let alone those small shrimps. Wait for me here for now. I will go up and bring back Deputy Sect Master Zhu." Feng Shi said this, and didn't let them go back to the cell. He just strolled to the stone gate. Lin Xiangchuan said cautiously, "Feng Zhu, why don't you let them go into the cell? Aren't you afraid that they will regret it?" Before Feng Shi could speak, Zhu Xuan said, "Xiao Chuanzi, your mentality is not good. These troublemakers are people who keep their word. Now that they have admitted their mistakes, there is no reason to regret it. Shaoxi's trust in them will make them even more devoted to her." Feng Shi added, "There is another very important point. I will bring Zhu Xiao here later. If he does something stupid, Wei Qi and the others can help me stop him. Free thugs are useless if not used." Lin Xiangchuan. He even felt a little sympathy for Zhu Xiao. When he left, he was still the sect leader, but when he came back, he turned into an old civet cat. All his subordinates rebelled. The key is, it's only been less than a day. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1314, one new trick, eaten everywhere. Lin Xiangchuan quickly flattered her. This flattery also requires technical content. On the one hand, it is necessary to praise Feng Shi's foresight, and on the other hand, it is necessary to make Zhu Xuan, the grandfather, feel proud of it. Feng Shi listened to Lin Xiangchuan's flattery while trying to figure out how to open the stone door. It goes without saying that it must be an arrangement and combination of 3 seals. One fresh trick, eaten all over the world. After Feng Shi tinkered with it, the stone door opened. She strolled back to her cell above ground. After she passed the corridor without prisoners, she turned the corner and saw her familiar inmates. Feng Shi put her hands behind her back and said with a smile, "Everyone is doing well." The prisoners were immediately shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Fan Zhen shouted in a pig-killing voice, "Feng, Feng, Feng. How could there be 2 Feng Shi? What the hell?" Elder Ken and Elder Zhuaoqiu's cells were at the innermost part, and they only heard the noise from this side and didn't pay much attention to it. Both of them are now thinking about Feng Shi. I always feel like something is not right, but I also think I am overthinking it. At this time, Feng Shi was having a cordial and friendly conversation with his fellow inmates. "Why are you so excited to see me? Did you miss me after not seeing me for a day?" Finally, a prisoner trembled and said, "Feng, junior sister Feng Shi, you, aren't you in the cell? How come there is another you?" Feng Shi said with an unfathomable look on his face, "Do you know the method of clones? My current cultivation is still shallow, and I can only cultivate 1 clone. When I become a master, I will be able to have thousands of clones." The prisoners are furious again. If they had heard this before, they would definitely not believe it, but now they have to believe it. Because they saw with their own eyes that there were 2 Feng Shi. This is a prison cell, not the outside world. Even if you want to find someone to impersonate, you can't find anyone. Fan Zhen was so frightened that his face turned pale. What kind of monster had he offended? Feng Shi smiled and said, "I'll go call my clone over so you can take a closer look." Feng Shi said this and continued to stroll forward with her hands behind her back. Finally, Elder Ken saw her and let out a cry. "Xiao, Shaoxi." Elder Zhuaoqiu looked in the direction of his finger and was also shocked. "Here, how come there is another stream?" Zhu Xiao was even more dumbfounded. "Didn't we agree to replace the prince with a cat? Why are you back? How can this play continue?" Fang Shi opened Zhu Xiu's cell door, and then said to Elder Ken and Elder Zhao Chu, "My two masters, this is a long story. I will take him out for a walk first and will be back soon." As he said this, he winked at Zhu Xiu. "Zhu Xiu, I am the sect leader after all. Should I follow you just by looking at you? Am I being embarrassed?" But he couldn't say anything in public because he was afraid of being exposed. After weighing the pros and cons, he stood up, walked out of the cell, and followed Fang Shi. Elder Zhuoqiu and Elder Ken were both dumbfounded. Where is this going? The two of them also recognized at this time that the one who came later was the real disciple. After all, the tone of his speech and the expression on his face showed that he was the real one. The thought of being cheated by a fake made them both furious. Elder Zhuoqiu, in particular, felt even more indignant when he thought about being lectured by a fake. When Shaoxi comes back, I will ask her what happened. How come a fake suddenly appeared? The key point is, where did this person come from? At this time, Elder Zhuoqiu suddenly thought of a possibility. Could this person be abducted from the underground cell by Shaoxi? Can't. On the other side, Fang Shi took Zhu Xiu back and chatted with the prisoners as they walked. The prisoners had no time to chat. Their eyes were fixed on her and Zhu Xiu, and they couldn't find any difference in their appearance. Of course, if you look closely, their expressions and walking postures are quite different. One is steady, the other one is quirky. Could it really be a method of splitting oneself into two parts? Seeing Fang Shi talking endlessly, Zhu Xiu could no longer bear it and sent a secret message. "Hurry up." Fang Shi was quite cooperative and quickened his pace. The two of them turned to the corridor next to them, and Zhu Xiu whispered, "What's going on? Didn't we agree on this? Why are you here?" Fang Shi made a gesture to keep quiet and then quickened his pace. Zhu Xiu had no choice but to follow. When they got close to the stone gate, Fang Shi opened it in no time and took Zhu Xiu to the underground cell. As soon as he entered, Zhu Xiu was stunned. Because he saw Shang Wushu and others standing in the corridor. There is no doubt that it was Fang Shi who released it. His dissatisfaction with Fang Shi then dissipated a little, and he thought, could it be that she changed her mind and felt that the previous method was too slow, and wanted them to break into the prison? Shang Wushu and others were at a loss at this time. Before Zhu Xiu was away, they had no psychological burden in calling Fang Shi Sect Master. But now that Zhu Xiu is back, they feel somewhat guilty. So, no one said anything. Zhu Xiu couldn't help but frown. Are these two guys really stupid? Why don't they know how to show respect? At this time, Fang Shi said lightly, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you just bow?" Zhu Xiu looked at Fang Shi with satisfaction. Although this little girl was cunning, she still had good sense. Shang Wushu and the others knew they couldn't escape, so they just made up their minds and knelt down to pay their respects. "Meet the Sect Master." Zhu Xiu was about to say excuse me when Fang Shi said calmly, "Everyone, get up." Zhu Xiu. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 13:15. The golden light illuminated her greedy little face. After a moment of confusion, Zhu Xiu frowned and said to Fang Shi, "You've overstepped your bounds." He thought Fang Shi was giving orders on his behalf. He really didn't know his place. Are you addicted to pretending to be him? What made him even more unhappy was that Shang Wushu and the others actually stood up. There are really no rules at all. At this time, Fang Shi said to Shang Wushu and others, "You guys should also come and pay your respects to Deputy Sect Master Zhu." Shang Wushu and the others knelt down again. "Greetings to Vice Sect Master Zhu." Their skulls are about to sink into the dust. "Master, I'm sorry. We don't want this to happen, but for the sake of the sect and for the greater good, we have no choice but to apologize to you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being a good clan leader but insisting on being an old civet cat." Zhu Xiu was unable to react for a moment. Deputy Sect Master Zhu. Who was Deputy Sect Master Zhu? Fang Shi kindly explained to him. "Old Zhu, you may not understand the situation. Let me explain it to you briefly. After you left, I found the leader's order of our Wangu Xianzong in the cell where you lived before, and I appealed to Shang Wushu and the others' emotions and reason, and they all agreed that I was the right candidate for the leader. As for you, you have made some contributions to the sect, so you can be my deputy from now on. I will give you the title of Deputy Sect Leader." Zhu Xiu couldn't believe his ears. There were so many key points in Fang Shi's words that he didn't know which one to focus on. At this time, Fang Shi took out the sect leader's order. The glittering golden light illuminated her money-greedy little face. To be precise, Fang Shi now has a glow all his own. Just by standing there casually, Shang Wushu and others would admire him. Zhu Xiu stared at the sect leader's order in Fang Zai's hand and subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to take it and have a look. Fang Shi was quite generous and gave him the sect leader's order directly. Zhu Xiu took it and read it over and over again, and finally confirmed that this was the legendary sect leader's order. "Did you really find this sect master's order in the cell?" Fang Shi nodded. "Absolutely true." Zhu Xiu sneered. "Are you using this sect leader order to force my subordinates to follow you?" Fang Shi smiled. "Deputy Sect Leader Zhu, you are wrong. First of all, I did not force them. They all did it voluntarily. Second, whether I have the sect leader order or not, I am the sect leader in their hearts. For example, now, the sect master order is in your hands, and you can only be the deputy sect master." Zhu Xiu naturally didn't believe what she said. He looked at Shang Wushu and the others. "I don't blame you, you must have been deceived by her sweet words, especially since she was holding the sect master's order in her hand, that's why you got confused. Now that I'm back, it's time to put things right. Get her. I will leave you to fight your way out." Zhu Xiu thought that after he said this, Shang Wushu and the others would rush forward and subdue Fang Shi, but in the end no one moved. Wei Qi said with a stiff upper lip. "Zong, Deputy Sect Leader Fang is actually right, we are all willing to follow her. Now that the Wangu Xianzong is in turmoil, we should put aside our power struggles and consider the overall situation." Shang Wushu also said upon seeing this. Yes, I have come to terms with it after being imprisoned for so many years. Fame and wealth are just passing clouds. It is better to practice diligently and do something practical for the sect. What these two said was relatively tactful, but what Zhu Chanqi said was much more straightforward. Deputy sect leader, don't blame me for saying something unpleasant. Let's just say that the sect leader's order has been kept in the cell all along. How come you didn't find it after being locked up for so many years, but sect leader Feng found it as soon as he entered the cell? This is what destiny has destined. In addition, she also promised to let Fatty Gu clear our names and personally welcome us out of prison. Isn't this better than us rebelling? The old is replaced by the new, and people must accept their old age. Zhu Xiao almost got angry to the point of falling apart. Traitors, a group of traitors. It hasn't even been a day since I left, and you've all turned against me. Did Feng Shi cast a spell on you? He pointed at Shang Wushu and the others. Good, very good, you are really my good subordinates. It's only been one day, and you have completely forgotten our past friendship. In this case, I. Zhu Xiao said, 3 times in a row and had no idea what to say next. Should I kill them? Regardless of whether he can do it or not, the key is that he can't bring himself to do it. These people have accompanied him through life and death, and have been imprisoned for so many years because of him. He feels sorry for them. Or kill Feng Shi. He didn't want to do that either. It has nothing to do with hatred or not, he is just being self-righteous. Even if Zhu Xiao fell to this point, he would never lay a hand on a little girl. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but get stuck in a dead end. How could he still live in the world with dignity after being schemed against by a yellow-haired girl? It would be better to die and put an end to it all. It can also be considered as a way to maintain my reputation in this life. Thinking of this, he threw the sect master order to Feng Shi and said coldly, you are so calculating at such a young age. I hope you can keep your word and give them a good future. He looked at Shang Wushu and the others again, you guys take care of yourself. After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and was about to smash the top of his head to commit suicide. At this moment, the sea of consciousness was hit hard by something. Under normal circumstances, he might have discovered it in advance, but now he was so disheartened that he was completely unprepared and was hit hard by this blow. My head is buzzing. The act of suicide was forced to stop. Feng Shi looked at him and said, you want to commit suicide? Let's not talk about anything else for now. When you commit suicide, can you transform back to your original appearance? I don't want to see my beautiful face turn into a dead ghost. Zhu Xiao. He was so shocked and angry that he completely forgot that he was still wearing Feng Zai's appearance. He flicked his sleeves and changed back to his original appearance. Before he could commit suicide again, Feng Shi sneered. Why did you want to commit suicide? Did you want to use your death to morally blackmail Shang Wushu and the others? Make them live in guilt for you for the rest of their lives. They were imprisoned because of you, and now they have to regret the rest of their lives because of you. Maybe they had a grudge against you in their previous life for killing your father or stealing your wife. You just can't see past them. Shang Wushu and the others were originally feeling guilty about Zhu Xiao's suicide, but after hearing Feng Zai's words, they suddenly felt that it was unnecessary. It was the deputy sect leader who let him down. Zhu Xiao was so angry that he was shaking. You are talking nonsense. I am not, I didn't. If that's not what you meant, then why did you commit suicide? Me. I see, you feel ashamed because I tricked you, right? Zhu Xiao snorted coldly, which was considered as his agreement. Feng Shi shook his head and sighed. No wonder you were driven off the throne of the clan leader, you are so shameless. You don't even have the basic qualifications to be a clan leader. The most important thing if you want to be the sect leader is to be shameless. I am much better than you in this respect. Zhu Xiao. It turns out shameless is a compliment. Feng Shi continued, if you really want to die, I won't stop you, but your death has to be worthwhile, right? How about this, after we get out, I will throw you into the barrier of blood evil bones. If you kill a few red skeletons before you die, it can be considered a contribution to our sect. Of course, if you don't dare, just pretend I didn't say anything. Zhu Xiao sneered, what am I afraid of? It's just a death, it doesn't matter how I die. Feng Shi glanced at him and smiled meaningfully. I just drew a path for you and you just followed it. How dare you compete with me for the position of clan leader? Zhu Xiao. So annoying. Scholars can be killed but not humiliated. He no longer wanted to be proud of his status and wanted to teach Feng Shi a lesson. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, Feng Shi shouted, protect the emperor. Shang Wushu and others rushed forward and protected Feng Shi behind them. Zhu Xiao. He didn't know what he felt for a moment, and finally all his words came together into one sentence. Her cultivation is so low, are you willing to follow her? Zhu Chanqi immediately said Feng Shi's classic saying. The sect master doesn't need to have a very high level of cultivation. Those with high levels of cultivation are eunuchs. Zhu Xiao. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1316 The mountain does not see me, but I see the mountain. Zhu Xiao always felt that he was mentally strong. After all, he was able to remain calm when he fell from a high position. But at this moment, he collapsed. His confidant actually implied that he was a eunuch. Zhu Xiao was now truly disheartened and couldn't help but laugh sadly. Feng Shi's conscience, which had been dead for many years, has come back to life. So, she took out the wash basin and started knocking on it. Zhu Xiao couldn't laugh anymore. The atmosphere was ruined. He was full of resentment and stared at Feng Shi. What do you want? Feng Shi looked confused. What do I want? Didn't you want to kill me? Excuse me, do you still want to kill me now? Zhu Xiao. You are so polite. He sneered. With them protecting you, I can't kill you even if I want to. Forget it, success or failure, I accept defeat. You guys can do whatever you want, I won't get involved. Zhu Xiu said this and walked into cell number 108 and closed the door. As soon as he entered, he heard Feng Shi say to Shang Wushu and others, "The Vice Master is in deep sorrow. Let's just ignore him and let him fend for himself." Zhu Xiu. Don't you even pretend. In fact, I can understand Deputy Sect Master Zhu's thoughts. He is scared by others and dare not face the ups and downs outside. This cell is his turtle shell. Zhu Xiu was so angry that he almost exploded. He wanted to come out immediately to settle the score with Feng Shi, but the prison door blocked his way and he could do nothing but stare blankly. He regrets this. Why was he so stupid as to close the cell door? Isn't this just tying oneself up in knots? He was also so angry at that dead girl. At this time, Feng Shi said to Shang Wushu and others, "I'll go find the jailer right now and ask him to take a message to Fatty Gu. You guys wait for my good news. It will probably only take 2 or 3 days." Wei Qi asked in confusion, "Master, the jailer just finished his inspection. It's estimated that he may not come back for another inspection for 10 days or half a month. Even if you want him to deliver a message, you won't be able to see them." Feng Shi put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "If the mountain doesn't see me, I will see the mountain. If they don't come, I will go find them." Wei Qi and others. Those jailers would probably be scared to death by you. Feng Shi added, "You don't have to close the cell door yet. Wait until you hear movement from the stone door before closing it. Give Fatty Gu and the others some face." Wei Qi and others nodded in agreement. Feng Shi walked to the front of Zhu Xiu's cell and said, "Deputy Sect Leader Zhu, I know you are very unconvinced. Once I have finished my business, we will go outside and have a fight in front of everyone in the Wangu Xianzong. If you win, you will take the position of the Lord. If I win, what will you do?" Zhu Xiu sneered, "If you win, I will let you do whatever you want with me." Feng Shi nodded. "Okay, it's a deal. Since this lord is either mine or yours, you have to cooperate with me. When I get Fatty Gu and the others here, don't do anything stupid." Zhu Xiu snorted coldly, "I know my limits." Feng Shi didn't say much when she saw this. Zhu Xiu would rather commit suicide than attack Wei Qi and others, which shows that he is very loyal. Even if she didn't use the bed to keep him hanging, he probably wouldn't deliberately make trouble. The reason why she mentioned the bed was mainly to give him something to think about, so that he wouldn't get stuck in a dead end and seek death again. Before leaving, Feng Shi opened Zhu Xiu's cell door. Upon seeing this, Wei Qi and others thought to themselves that the sect leader had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. What a good person he was. Feng Shi arrived at the underground prison and went straight to the stone door separating the jailer and the prison cell. Although we don't know how to open it specifically yet, it is nothing more than the arrangement and combination of the 3 seals. Feng Shi yawned and fiddled with the stone door for a while, and it opened. The prisoners who saw this scene. Oh my god. Not only can she open the cell door, but she can also open this stone door. How did she do it? At this time, the jailers were drowsy. Apart from the restrictions on freedom, this job is too easy. Of course, the 2 jailers who had been patrolling the underground cells before were not sleepy at all. Not only were the 2 of them filled with resentment, but they also felt uncomfortable in all the bones in their bodies, especially their leg bones and skull. The most annoying thing is that from time to time, there is a clang 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 sound in the sea of consciousness. The 2 did not dare to curse openly for fear that the other jailers would notice. At this moment, they heard the clang 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 sound again, louder than the previous one. The 2 of them were immediately furious. Is this not over yet? The next moment, the 2 of them were almost scared to death. Not only was the stone gate open, there was also a person standing there, banging a basin with a rolling pin in his hand. Isn't this Feng Shi? You, how did you get out? The other jailers were also awakened and all looked at Feng Shi with horror. Feng Shi said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I just came out to get some fresh air and talk to you for a few words, then I will go back to the cell to rest." Jailers. This is the hell of hell. Is this a place where you can breathe freely whenever you want? You, what do you want to say? Feng Shi did not speak immediately, but walked forward a few steps, pulled over a chair and sat down, then said slowly. "This is a serious matter. Please invite Lord Lanyu over and I will talk to him." The jailers dared not to refuse. If this ancestor could escape, maybe he could release other prisoners as well. What if he broke into the prison and rebelled? I don't dare to think about it. I don't dare to think about it. The 2 jailers, one tall and one short, thought to themselves that they thought Zhu Xiu in the underground cell was difficult enough, but now it seems that Feng Shi is even more perverted. In the netherworld purgatory, ordinary communication talismans cannot be used to contact the outside world, but the jailers have special jade tokens that can get in touch with the blue prison master. At this time, Lord Lanyu was happily taking a bath. The prison lord should also enjoy life. This heavenly grade elixir is really good, but it's a pity that Fatty Gu has exploited most of it, otherwise he would be able to take it every now and then. He was just feeling happy when the prison master's token began to tremble. He suddenly became excited. Unless there are special circumstances, the jailer will not contact him. The first thing he thought of was that something had happened to Feng Shi. After all, her cultivation level is low, and she may not be able to withstand the punishment in the cell. At this moment, he felt that the heaven-grade elixirs and heaven-grade nirvana talismans were no longer attractive to him. If anything goes wrong with Feng Shi, her masters will definitely tear him apart. He quickly probed his spiritual sense into it, and heard the trembling voice of a tall jailer. "Master, Feng Shi asked you to come over. She has something important to tell you." Lord Lan felt relieved. It turned out that they just wanted to find him for something. He thought something big had happened. He was somewhat unhappy. It was the middle of the night. Couldn't they talk about it during the day tomorrow? It was probably because the jailer was inspecting the cells today, and Feng Shi had spent enough time in the cell, so she wanted him to let her out early. He really does what he wants. You are still young. However, if she can afford the price, it is not impossible to negotiate. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1317 Purple air is emanating from my body, giving me the appearance of a sect leader. Lord Lan Yu put the bathtub into the storage ring and come back to continue bathing when he was done. It can't be wasted. He did not bring his subordinates with him and entered the cell of Yudu Purgatory alone, so that he could bargain with Fengxi. It's not that he is greedy, but that he cares about his younger generations. The lively little girl is definitely not suitable to be locked up in this dark cell. Prison Master Lan opened the 3 stone doors with beautiful visions, and then saw Fengxi sitting there sipping tea, and the jailers standing behind her at a loss. Blue Prison Master. He thought it was the jailers who released Fengxi, and he was immediately furious. These little bastards are so bold that they actually released the person without authorization. Are they planning a rebellion? He immediately asked with a gloomy face, who let Fengxi out? The jailers were silent. Although they really wanted to point at Fengxi and tell Lord Lan that she escaped from prison on her own, they did not dare to do so. Fengxi stood up and said with a smile, Master Lan, you blamed them wrongly. They didn't let me out. I got out on my own. Blue Prison Master. Do you think I'm a fool? You got out by yourself, how did you get out? Fengxi did not explain much, but demonstrated 3 sets of seals. Smoothly and skillfully. Lord Lan's face turned blue. You, how come you know these 3 sets of seals? Fengxi smiled and said, didn't you teach me that? Lan Yuzhu angrily said, nonsense. When did I teach you? When you brought me in a few days ago, you deliberately slowed down to demonstrate to me. Weren't you teaching me? Blue Prison Master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can learn such a complicated seal just by looking at it once. But he thought of Feng Zai's great achievements. He could refine a heavenly grade elixir by looking at the recipe once, and could draw a heavenly grade Nirvana talisman by just looking at it once. His face is bluer than his last name. It's all black. Great. He was careless. If Fatty Gu knew about this, he might lose his position as the prison warden. Fengxi came to him, was it because she wanted hush money? Thinking of this, he said coldly. Are you trying to use this to blackmail me? You really underestimate me, Lan. This is related to the safety of the Nether City Purgatory. Even if you want to hide it for me, I will report it truthfully. I will accept whatever the sect does to me. Fengxi burst into laughter. Master Lan, look at what you said. You have done me a favor, how can I repay you with hatred? The matter with the seal is not your fault. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the person who set up the formation being too lazy. If the seal were 100 times more complicated, I wouldn't be able to learn it in a short time. Blue Prison Master. If it were 100 times more complicated, I would probably break my hand bones every time I opened the stone door. He stared at Fengxi, then why did you come to me? Fengxi looked at the jailers and said, turn around and block your hearing. Otherwise, if you hear something you shouldn't, you'll lose your life. The jailers did so immediately. Blue Prison Master. Who is the prison master between us? Fengxi pointed to the chair opposite her and said, sit down and talk. Blue Prison Master. He didn't care about these details now and sat down. Fengxi sniffed, you just finished taking a bath, right? Did you use the Yanzi bone running pills? I'll give you a few more batches when I have time, just take a bath and have fun. Lord Lan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Can you please tell me what you want from me? Fengxi stopped laughing and said seriously. Master Lan Yu, do you recognize this? As he said this, he took out the clan leader's order. Lord Lan Yu didn't take it too seriously at first, as it was just a golden token. When I took it and looked carefully, the whole person jumped up from the chair. Zhongzhu's order, where did you get it from? Zhu Xiao gave it to me. Blue Prison Lord. Zhu Xiao, you went to the underground cell. How did he get the Sect Master's order, and why did he give it to you? Fengxi reached out and took the Sect Master order from Lan Yuzhu very naturally, playing with it while saying. I was bored so I took a stroll in the underground cell, and then Zhu Xiao said that I had purple energy coming out of me and looked like a sect leader. She cried and begged me to be the sect leader, and even gave me the sect leader order. I couldn't refuse it. I didn't want to agree at first, but he persuaded me with emotion and reason, so I had no choice but to agree. Blue Prison Master. I don't believe a word you said. Zhu Xiao is so obsessed with becoming the sect leader. He can still let you be the leader. He slammed the table and asked, what's going on? Fengxi bared his teeth and said, Prison Master, I just saw that you were too nervous, so I wanted to liven up the atmosphere. Blue Prison Master. It's already this late, why are you still trying to liven up the atmosphere? That means I have a good psychological endurance, otherwise I would be scared to death by you. Fengxi drank 2 sips of tea before saying. I accepted a bunch of masters before, and the ultimate goal was to maintain peace in the sect and avoid internal strife. But I think the structure is not stable enough, because the triangle is the most stable. It is not enough for Sect Master Gu and Elder Jin to compete with each other, they need to bring in another force. I thought of Zhu Xiao and the others. They're just losers in the power struggle, there is no problem with their character and loyalty to the sect. They are also strong enough, so they are very suitable candidates. But Zhu Xiao was very stubborn, so I tricked him into replacing the prince with a cat. Lord Lan Yu is like listening to a book from heaven. If my mental state wasn't strong enough, I would definitely be shocked. My original intention was to persuade Shang Wushu and others while he was away, but I accidentally found the clan leader's order in his cell. I can only say that it was God's will. Now Zhu Xiao and the others are all willing to nominate me as the sect leader. Although I am not very interested in the position of sect leader, for the sake of the sect and the interests of the human race, I have no choice but to agree. I ask you to come here today, on the one hand to inform you, and on the other hand I want you to take a message to the former sect leader, Lao Gu, and ask him to come over and hand over to me. Blue Prison Master. Nothing has happened yet, and he is already the former leader. He is already the old goo, and he is still handing over. You are really confident. Although what Feng Shi said made sense, he still felt that it didn't seem true. Those troublemakers in the underground prison are all unruly, brutal and tyrannical. Would they recognize a young girl as their leader? This is simply impossible. Feng Shi seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a smile. Master Lan, it seems that you don't believe what I said. How about this, let's go to the underground cell and take a look. Then you will know whether what I said is true or not. Lord Lan didn't say anything, just nodded. So the two of them went to the underground cell. Lord Lan was feeling extremely complicated as he watched Feng Shi skillfully open the stone door. As soon as the two entered the underground cell, Lord Lan saw that Shang Wushu, who usually liked to throw his own skull, had transformed his appearance and was sitting cross-legged in meditation with a proper look. Seeing Feng Shi, he quickly bowed and said, I, Shang Wushu, greet the Sect Master. Your subordinate Ju Chanqi greets the Sect Master. Your subordinate Wei Qi greets the Sect Master. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1318, Bright Moon and Starry Sky. Prison Master Lan suspected that the prisoners in the underground cell had been swapped. Otherwise, why do they all seem to have changed their core? Take Shang Wushu for example. He usually acts like a big resentful person and smashes the railings with a skull whenever he is not happy. But now he is as obedient as a little lamb. And the Ju Chanqi who always curses with a hoarse voice can actually speak human language. The only person who seemed normal to him was Zhu Xiao, because the useless sect leader was lying dead on the ground as usual. Feng Shi put her hands behind her back and said calmly. No need to be polite. I brought Lao Lan here mainly to resolve the rift between you two. After all, we will still be working together in the future. Blue Prison Master. How long has it been? I have gone from being the Blue Prison Master to Old Blue. That's right, even the sect leader has become Lao Gu, what's the point of me adding to the list? At this time, Feng Shi said to him, Old Lan, if you have anything you want to know, just ask them. They will definitely tell you everything they know. Lan Yuzhu thought to himself, they have already saluted you, what else can I ask? However, he caught a glimpse of Zhu Xiao's corpse in the distance, and something moved him, so he said. Can I have a chat with Zhu Xiao? Feng Shi smiled and said, of course you can, but you should call him Deputy Sect Master Zhu now. Blue Prison Master. Nothing has happened yet, and you're already starting to appoint officials. He walked quickly to Zhu Xiao's cell and calmed himself down. Zhu Xiao, Feng Shi said that you are willing to respect her as the sect leader. Is this true? Zhu Xiao didn't want to talk at all now, so he just acted as if he didn't hear anything and didn't react at all. Lan Yuzhu couldn't help but look at Feng Shi, meaning that if he doesn't express his opinion, how can you expect me to believe it? Feng Shi said with a smile. Old Lan, doesn't his silence mean he agrees? You should also understand his current mood. He has been a prisoner for so many years and now thanks to me he has become the deputy sect leader. He is so excited that he is speechless. Zhu Xiao. If the damn Wei Qi hadn't closed my cell door before you came in just now, I would have taught you a lesson. Lan Yuzhu's eyes flickered. Feng Shi, Zhu Xiao is a key figure. If he can't express his ideas clearly, it will be difficult for me to report to Gu Zongzhu. Feng Shi smiled and said, okay, then I'll talk to Deputy Sect Leader Zhu and ask him to express his opinion. Feng Shi said this and began to make seals. Lan Yuzhu's face turned pale. What are you doing? Feng Shi looked at him in confusion. I'll let him out and we can have a good chat. Lan Yuzhu immediately shook his head like a rattle. No need, since he has already acquiesced, there is nothing to ask, I will report the truth to Gu Zongzhu. Just kidding, this Zhu Xiao is a powerful weapon. If he were released, he might just start killing people. Feng Shi pointed at Wei Qi and the others again, then I'll let them out. You talk to them one by one. Lord Lan Yu almost shook the skull off. No need. Well, let's go up first. I will report this to the Sect Master immediately. Feng Shi said with regret. Well, I originally wanted you to communicate with them, but since you don't want to, forget it. Fortunately, there is still a long way to go, and there will be many opportunities for us to spend time together in the future. Feng Shi then said to Zhu Xiao, Deputy Sect Leader Zhu, people have to face reality. If you keep avoiding it, you will become a coward. I believe you are a true hero, you can take it and let it go, don't let me, and don't let Wei Qi and the others down. Zhu Xiao. For a moment, I didn't know whether you were insulting me or praising me. Feng Shi didn't say anything more, and he and Lord Lan left the underground cell. Old Lan, do you want to bring Lao Gu to the prison cell to see me, or should I accompany you to see him? Lord Lan weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If he went to see Fatty Gu alone, he would definitely be angered. So it would be better for him to take Feng Shi with him. If she could subdue the 18 guys in the underground prison, it would be no problem for her to convince Fatty Gu. So, he said, this is a serious matter, it's better for you to talk to him in person. Feng Shi nodded. Okay, then I'll go say hello to the two masters before going over. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he walked over to the cells of Elder Zuoqiu and Elder Ken and said, Masters, I'm going to talk to Lao Gu about something. I don't think I'll be back for a while. You guys should take a rest first and don't worry about me. Elder Zuoqiu and Elder Ken were both confused. Old Gu. Even if you don't call me master, you should call me sect leader. How to call him Lao Gu? Elder Zuoqiu asked, Shaoxi, what do you want to discuss with the sect master? I'll go with you. Feng Shi shook his head. Master, this is a serious matter and I can't tell you for now. You should have a good rest. Lao Lan will accompany me. Elder Zuoqiu. Old Blue. Why is this getting more and more mysterious? He couldn't help but look at Lord Lan, and saw that the other party had a complicated expression, and did not raise any objection to the title of Old Lan. What the hell? Elder Ken was also confused, vaguely feeling that something big was going to happen in the sect. Before he could ask, Feng Shi had already left with Lord Lan Yu. The key is that Feng Shi is in front and Lan Yuzhu is following behind. Elder Ken. It wasn't that Lord Lan of the prisons intentionally walked behind Feng Shi. He was so busy thinking about his own things that he didn't notice Feng Shi secretly walking in front of him. Anyway, in the eyes of Elder Ken and those prisoners, Prison Master Lan is now just a follower. Fan Zhen was almost scared to death. Will he ever be able to see the sun outside in his lifetime? After Feng Shi and Lord Lan Yu came out of the Nether City Purgatory, Feng Shi looked up at the sky. The moon is bright and the stars are twinkling in the sky. Old Lan, do you think Zhu Xiu and the others would burst into tears if they saw this scene? Blue Prison Master. I don't know whether they will cry or not, but Fatty Gu will definitely cry. If he knew that you would hook up with Zhu Xiu and the others after you came in, he would never agree to let you accompany Elder Ken in jail. At this time, he saw Feng Shi holding the identity token and sending a message to someone, so he asked. Who are you messaging? My Master Jin. I'm afraid that Lao Gu will beat me to death in a rage, so I have to find someone to protect me. Blue Prison Master. After a little thought, he knew why Feng Shi only sought support from Elder Jin, because Elder Jin was one of the three legs. Elder Jin is really hardworking. Even though it is already midnight, he is still thinking about alchemy. He was confused when he received Feng Shi's message. Xiaoxi came out of the Netherworld Purgatory, and she asked him to wait for her outside the Fatty Gu's grave. What is she singing? Next chapter around 11 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1319. I want to join the game and find a way out. Although Elder Jin was confused, he still hurried to the outside of Sect Master Gu's tomb. When he arrived, Feng Shi and Lan Yuzhu had not arrived yet, so he strolled around for a while. He guessed that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Feng Shi wouldn't have done this in the middle of the night. After a while, he saw Lord Lan Yu and Feng Shi coming in the moonlight. Feng Shi walked in front with her hands behind her back, her neck tilted up, and a step that showed she didn't care about anyone, while Lord Lan followed behind with his head hung. Elder Jin. Who is the prisoner and who is the prisoner between you two? Even though Feng Shi was going to jail to accompany him, he was still a prisoner. Elder Jin took 2 quick steps forward and said, Xiaoxi, why did you ask me to come here so late? What happened? Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, you will know when you meet Lao Gu later. Elder Jin. Old. Did I mishear or did you mishear? Then, he heard Feng Shi say to Lord Lan, Old Lan, call the grave. Elder Jin. How come after just a few days in jail, his seniority has increased? Lord Lan shook his head and smiled bitterly, thinking, you know nothing about the perversion of your beloved disciple. He walked outside the ancient patriarch's tomb and said, Master, I have something important to ask you. Sect Master Gu had actually discovered him a long time ago, and lifted the ban upon hearing what Lord Lan Yu said. After the three of them went in, Lord Lan and Elder Jin both bowed to Sect Master Gu, only Feng Shi pulled over a chair and sat down. Ancient sect leader. Has being in jail damaged your brain? Xiaoxi, why don't you greet me when you see me? Feng Shi thought, see, in his heart, he is the sect master first and then the master, so there is nothing wrong with her calling him Lao Gu. She smiled and said, Old Gu, it's not that I don't want to salute you, but now our identities and statuses are different. Let's talk about business first and then private matters. After we finish talking about business, it won't be too late for me, the apprentice, to salute you, the master. Master Gu, are you crazy? He looked at the blue prison master and pointed at his head. Is there something wrong with her? Lan Yuzhu, sect master, something has happened. Let Feng Shi tell you. Upon hearing this, Sect Master Gu looked at Feng Shi and asked, what's going on? Feng Shi raised her chin and said, let's sit down and talk. It's tiring to stand. Ancient sect leader. I'll listen to what you say first, and then I'll settle the score with you. Elder Jin looked at Feng Shi with great anticipation. He wished that Sect Master Gu would suffer a defeat. Feng Shi didn't say anything right away, but took out a spiritual fruit and started chewing it. Lord Lan thought, apart from anything else, her mental quality was 100 times stronger than that of Zhu Xiu. It's already this late and they're still eating. After Feng Shi finished eating a spiritual fruit, he slowly said, Old Gu, take a look at what this is first. As she spoke, she took out the clan leader's order. The Sect Master's order, where did you get it from? Sect Master Gu recognized it at the first sight. Because this is the inner demon of all the sect leaders of all generations. Without the sect leader's order, I always feel that the sect leader is not legitimate. Feng Shi leaned back on the chair. I found it in Zhu Xiu's cell. I wanted to give you this sect leader order, but Zhu Xiu and his men didn't agree with you. They said I was the one destined by heaven and insisted on electing me as the sect leader. Alas, I can only agree with reluctance. With great power comes great responsibility. Sect Master Gu's face suddenly darkened. What did you say? Feng Shi repeated it slowly, and then said. Although there can only be one sect leader, there can be several deputy sect leaders. From now on, you, Elder Jin and Zhu Xiu are all deputy sect leaders. Zhu Xiu will be in charge of the transmission hall, and Elder Jin will be in charge of the alchemy hall. You will be in charge of all other matters. What do you think? Sect leader Gu almost got so angry that he fell apart. Nothing has happened yet, and you're already starting to divide your troops and send your generals. Did I agree to let you be the leader? He ignored Feng Shi and asked Lan Yuzhu, what's going on? Lord Lan told the truth about what he had seen and heard, then reviewed his negligence and apologized to Lord Gu. Sect Master Gu's head was buzzing. He had never dreamed that Feng Zai's accompanying him to jail would lead to such a big incident. Zhu Xiu and his people were actually subdued by Feng Shi. How is this possible? Especially since she actually found the sect leader's order. Is this God's will? When he was devastated, Elder Jin was almost going crazy with joy. I thought that after Feng Shi got involved, he would withdraw from the stage of power struggle, but unexpectedly there was a sudden turn of events. Deputy sect leader is also fine. No matter what, he can be on par with Fatty Gu. Even Jidali, his own grandfather, didn't get such a good deal, but he got it so goodly. There's nothing we can do about it, Jidali isn't cut out for this. Shaoxi really has the ability to judge people. Of course, he was a shrewd man, and although he was very happy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Sect Master Gu stared at Feng Shi and sneered. Feng Shi, you are so brave. Do you think that if you find the Sect Master Order and Zhu Xiao and the others to back you up, you can force me to give up the position of Sect Master to you? You are just daydreaming. Feng Shi sighed. Lao Gu, I understand your feelings, but I am also helping you by doing this. The blood evil bones are like a sharp sword hanging over our heads, which will be chopped down sooner or later. As the sect leader, you will bear the brunt of it and you will be the first to die. By then, let alone the position of sect leader, even the Wang Shan sect will no longer exist. We are master and disciple, how can I bear to watch you die? There is only one way to break the impasse, and that is to strengthen the strength of our Wang Xianzong. Zhu Xiao and his men are undoubtedly the best and only choice. But they are arrogant and proud. If you are still the leader, they will definitely not give in. If Zhu Xiao were to become the sect leader, you and other people in the sect would definitely not agree. After much thought, I am the only one who can take the position of the sect leader. Alas, if I don't go to hell, who will? Quote. Ancient sect leader. Even if you talk about flowers, you don't have good intentions. He was about to refute, but Feng Shi changed his previous laziness and said solemnly. I know you think I am trying to cover up my actions, and I don't want to explain anymore. The first thing I will do after I take the throne is to enter the blood evil bone barrier. I want to get involved and find a way out. If I can solve the problem of the blood evil bone, I will continue to be the sect leader. If I can't solve it, I probably won't be able to get out alive. By then, our Wang Xianzong will have three pillars, checking and balancing each other, and will be able to ensure that there will be no turmoil for a long time. I will have done my best for the sect. When Feng Shi said this, Sect Master Gu, Lord Lanyu, and Elder Jin all looked at her in disbelief. The girl exudes the light of humanity, even more dazzling than the Sect Master's order in her hand. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1320. Their master and apprentice are also getting better. Feng Shi felt that his cheap grandfather had done two great things in his life. One was sacrificing himself to suppress the aura of death, and the other was inventing the light of the saint. This 1000-layer pancake filter is really useful. It is especially suitable for an honest, modest and reserved girl like her. This can be verified from the expression of Sect Master Gu. He just looked like he was going to strangle her to death, but now he looked incredulous and even a little bit respectful. Sect Master Gu stared at Feng Shi. Are you telling the truth? How can a young girl have such high awareness? Feng Shi stood up and said solemnly. Gods above, I, Feng Shi, swear here that if I become the leader of the Wang Shan sect, I will enter the barrier that imprisons the Red Skull within 3 days of taking the throne. If the hidden danger of the blood evil bone can be resolved, I will continue to be the sect leader. If not, I will no longer have the face to be the sect leader and will voluntarily resign. If I don't keep my oath, I will be struck by lightning, my soul will be shattered, and I will never be reborn. This time, Master Gu believed it. Because Feng Shi's oath was too poisonous. No one would joke about his own life. His mood was extremely complicated. He originally thought he had accepted an ungrateful person, but it turned out to be a saint. Willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Wango immortal sect and the greater good of the human race, what else could he be if not a saint? Although he had ventured into the enchanted area some time ago, he knew the secret technique of 1,000 shadows following him, so at least he had some means of saving his life. What's more, he has been the sect leader for so many years and he also has this responsibility and obligation. But Feng Shi had only been in the profession for less than 3 months, so there was no need for her to do this. Then think of Feng Shi's superb alchemy and talisman-making skills, and his great sentiment of willingness to sacrifice. He became more and more certain of his previous guess that Feng Shi was the man destined by God to save their Wang Xianzong. Thinking of this, and seeing the radiant humanity of Feng Shi that had nowhere to go, he couldn't help but feel respect for her. He made up his mind, well, if he could solve the hidden danger of the blood evil bone, what if he gave up the position of the sect leader? Besides, he only has this one disciple, and he will have to pass the position of sect leader to her sooner or later, it's just a few years earlier. Sometimes it's like this, the things you were obsessed with suddenly become relieved. Sect Master Gu bowed to Feng Shi and said. Gu Xianyuan pays homage to the sect master. Upon seeing this, Prison Master Lan and Elder Jin also came over to salute Feng Shi. Feng Shi hurriedly supported the three of them with both hands and helped them up. Although I am the sect leader, you three are my elders. We don't need to be so formal in private. Sect leader Gu thought to himself, you only speak nicely, but I don't know who is calling me old Gu all the time. After a few pleasantries, Feng Shi said. It is better to do it now than to wait for a better day. Gather all the important figures in the sect to the meeting hall. Briefly explain the matter first, and then follow me to welcome Zhu Xiao and others out of prison. The people in the grave mound were all smart people and of course they knew Feng Shi's intention. Zhu Xiao and others have been imprisoned for so many years. Although they have no direct conflict with Sect Master Gu and others, they must have some grudges in their hearts. What Zhu Xiao and the others care about most is their face. Feng Shi has given them enough face, so it is not reasonable for them to care about what happened before. Sect Master Gu immediately began issuing orders, asking the sect's top leaders to go to the meeting hall to discuss important matters immediately. He sighed inwardly, thinking that this might be the last time he would exercise his rights as clan leader. From now on, he will be the deputy sect leader of Gu. Ugh. I have been busy for most of my life and have become my deputy. Feng Shi sent a message to Junwen and Elder Bai, asking them to rush to the meeting hall as well. Such a brilliant and shining moment must be recorded. Feng Shi also suggested that 8 of Yang Guangru's direct disciples should also attend the meeting. The older generation cannot shoulder all the responsibilities, and the young trees should also experience the wind and rain. The newly appointed deputy sect leader Jin immediately started to think about it. Why did Fang Shi make this suggestion? Was it to cultivate those little brats? Although Yang Guangru's beauty trap failed, he became Fang Shi's confidant, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Now that he has become the deputy sect leader, his disciple has become the sect leader's confidant, and their relationship as master and disciple is getting better. Think about old Ken again. Not only is his eldest disciple disabled, but he is also locked up in a cell. How miserable. At this time, Fang Shi slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I forgot about my two masters. Lord Lan Yu, please go and invite them to the meeting hall as well." Naturally, Lord Lan Yu readily agreed. After all, he had made a mistake before, and he didn't know whether the new leader would hold on to his faults. There was a turmoil within the sect, because everyone could guess that something big must have happened if the top leaders had to hold the meeting so late at night. On the way, Elder Ji said to Elder Jiang, "Old Jiang, if Shaoxi wasn't imprisoned in the netherworld purgatory, I would be worried that she was causing trouble again." Elder Jiang couldn't help but laugh. "You are biased. Shaoxi may be lively, but she is not unreasonable. Let's hurry over there. We will know what's going on when we get there." The two of them talked as they walked and soon arrived at the meeting hall. The meeting hall of the Wanggu Xianzong also has an underworld style, and the sign hanging on it reads, Yama Hall. As soon as the two entered, they saw a person sitting on the throne. Elder Ji wondered in his heart, why did Fatty Gu shrink? Have you lost weight these days? When I took a closer look, I almost squealed like a pig. Isn't that a stream? How did she end up sitting there? What happened to Fatty Gu? Did he pass the position of clan leader to Shaoxi? However, he soon saw Sect Master Gu standing nearby. Standing with hands hanging down, quite well behaved. Seeing a ghost in the middle of the night. He rubbed his eyes and looked several times before he made sure that he was not mistaken. What is going on? Elder Jiang was also confused. Not only the two of them, but other senior executives were also stunned. Although Elder Ji wanted to step forward and find out what was going on, he held back. No matter what, it's a good thing that Shaoxi becomes the sect leader. It would be bad if he said something wrong and ruined her business. TSK, my granddaughter is the sect leader now, so I must be the deputy sect leader, right? I thought being a hall master was my peak moment, but I didn't expect to become a deputy master. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1321. If you have the ability, you should find a powerful junior sister. When Elder Ji was dreaming about becoming the deputy sect leader, Lord Lan Yu arrived with Elder Ken and Elder Zhao Chu. Although the two people asked repeatedly on the way, Lord Lan Yu did not reveal what had happened. He only said that they would know when they arrived at the meeting hall. When they arrived and saw Feng Shi sitting on the sect leader's throne, they stumbled. Why did she go and sit there? But this time, deputy sect leader Gu coughed a few times and said, "Now that everyone is here, I have something to announce. I am getting old and can no longer serve as the leader of the sect, so I voluntarily pass the position of leader to my beloved disciple Feng Shi." Feng Shi. You old man, you still tricked me in the end. I originally wanted to restore order, but you said you would abdicate. Forget it, I'll give you some face. Feng Shi gave face to deputy sect leader Gu, but there were also people who did not give him face. An elder immediately raised an objection. Master, not to mention that you are not very old, even if you really want to abdicate, the successor must be nominated by all of us. How can you just pass it on to Feng Shi? She has only been a disciple for less than 3 months and has not even cultivated her entire spiritual bones. How can she be the leader of this sect? These words immediately resonated with many people, and they all expressed the disagreement with Feng Shi succeeding the position of sect leader. Elder Ji immediately wanted to help his granddaughter, but before he could show his ability, Feng Shi took out the sect leader's order. You ask me why? Because I have the sect master's order. There was an uproar in the hall. The sect master's order, wasn't this item lost a long time ago? How did it end up in Feng Shi's hands? After the discussions among the crowd subsided a little, Feng Shi said, "You must be very curious about why the sect master's order is in my hands. Before I explain your doubts, let me first introduce someone. Do you know Zhu Xiao?" Someone shouted, "Of course I know. He was the previous leader, but he was deposed." Feng Shi nodded and said, "Today, the jailer inspected the underground cells. Zhu Xiao said he had something important to tell Prison Master Lan, so the jailer reported the matter to Prison Master Lan. After Lord Lan arrived, Zhu Xiao said that the ancestor told him in a dream that the sect master's order was hidden inside the stone wall of his cell, and also told him that a divine disciple had appeared in the sect, who possessed countless spiritual talents and could save the sect from danger. Let him hand over the sect master's order to this person and assist him with all his heart and soul, which can at least ensure the prosperity of the sect for 10,000 years. Blue Prison Master. Let's just ask you if you can unify your statements. Why do you keep changing them? Now all the sect's ancestors are involved. You are so beautiful and prosperous, you really are willing to gild yourself." There was another commotion in the hall. This matter actually involves Zhu Xiao, and also involves the ancestor's dream. Why does it sound so mysterious? Feng Shi, there is no way to prove what you said. After all, only the person involved in the dream knows whether it is true or false. Maybe it was a conspiracy between you and Zhu Xiao. That's right, if Zhu Xiao could really get the ancestor's message in his dream, he wouldn't be locked up in the netherworld purgatory forever. In short, even if you have the master's order, we will not obey you. Ellipsis. Feng Shi sneered. You can think of it, but my master Gu can't. Then why was he willing to pass on the position of clan leader to me? Of course, there was a relationship between us as master and disciple, but the more important thing was that he was convinced. Because I am willing to take part in the game, enter the barrier that imprisons the blood evil bones, and resolve this catastrophe. If anyone among you can do this, I will give the position of sect leader to him. Have you, or can you do it? The person Feng Shi pointed at shook his head like a rattle. Entering the barrier is no different from committing suicide, and it is even more terrifying than death. After all, everyone knows that those blood evil bones are extremely ferocious, and they might suffer a lot before they die. At this time, someone shouted, "Shashi, I can do it." Feng Shi was startled and looked closely to see that it was her good grandfather who was speaking. Jidali also shouted out and felt a little regretful. He was just too hot-blooded and felt that it was too unkind to let a little girl die, so it would be better to sacrifice his old bones. After all, people call him Grandpa, he should act like an elder. But after I shouted it out, I felt impulsive. Not to mention anything else, what about Shashi's group of masters? It's not his turn at all. But the words have been spoken, and there is no reason to take them back. So, he said generously, "Shashi, even if it means you die, it's not your turn, little kid. I'll do it." Feng Shi really didn't expect Elder Ji to stand up. After all, in her opinion, Elder Ji was a man who would not do anything without benefits. Her heart warmed up, and just as she was about to speak, Elder Zuakyu shouted, "It's not your turn, I'll go." Elder Ken gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. "Don't fight with me, I'll go." Elder Jiang sighed and said, "Stop arguing. The three of you are not as skilled as I am, so I'll go." Elder Cao and others felt very conflicted. Those masters had already rushed forward, and it would be a bit disrespectful for them not to say anything. But let's be honest, they've only taken Feng Shi in for a few days, so they don't have such deep feelings for her. Fortunately, Feng Shi spoke at this time and resolved their predicament. Feng Shi choked up and said, "Grandpa, three masters, I appreciate your kindness, but I am the one with destiny, and only I can enter this barrier. Since everyone has no objection, I will be the leader of the Wangu Xianzong from now on. In addition to me, the sect leader, 3 deputy sect leaders will be appointed to assist me. Deputy Sect Master Zhu Xiao is in charge of the affairs of the transmission hall, Deputy Sect Master Jin is in charge of the alchemy hall and the medicine garden, and Deputy Sect Master Gu is in charge of other matters of the sect. Elder Ji. And me. Where is my grandpa? Where is I, the good grandpa who is going to enter the barrier for you? You little ungrateful bastard, are you worthy of me?" Although he had a lot of complaints, he also knew that he couldn't ruin Feng Shi's plan at this time, so he could only glare at Feng Shi secretly. Feng Shi saw it, but acted as if she didn't see it. She did not allow Elder Ji and Elder Jiang to be deputy sect leaders, on the one hand because they were not strong enough, and on the other hand it was also for their own good. There is no need to talk about Elder Jiang, as he doesn't beat around the bush at all. Although Elder Ji is very smart, he can't endure hardship and is timid. It's better for him to just be a hall master in peace. Seeing that no one had any objection, Feng Shi rushed to Yudu Purgatory surrounded by everyone. During this process, Junwen followed the whole process. He felt very happy. He is now the elder brother of the sect master, so he will be able to walk around freely in the Wangu Shan sect in the future. He has no psychological burden at all about relying on his junior sister to get to the top. If you have the ability, you can also find a powerful junior sister. The crowd arrived at the gate of Yudu Purgatory in a mighty manner. Feng Shi said, "It's not appropriate to have too many people go in at once. How about this, I'll select a few people to follow me in, and the rest can just wait outside the door." After Feng Shi finished speaking, he named a few people, including Deputy Sect Master Gu, Deputy Sect Master Jin, Lord Lan Yu, Elder Zhao Chu and Hall Master Chia Hao. By the way, there is also a war correspondent, Jun Wen. Elder Ji was so angry. "I have no place as deputy clan leader, and you won't even let me in to watch the fun. You really don't consider me, your grandfather, as your own." When he was getting angry, Deputy Sect Leader Gu sent him a message through the secret channel. "We've all gone in. What if someone outside does something weird? Shaoxi left you outside because he trusts you." Elder Ji finally realized what was going on. No wonder he, Lao Jiang and Ken Chushi were left outside. So this was what they meant. Yes, there are differences in the closeness of relationships. Who can surpass him, the grandfather? In the underground cell, Wei Qi was trying earnestly to persuade Zhu Xiao to accept the reality and stop confronting Feng Shi. Zhu Xiao snorted coldly while lying on the ground. "Don't hold too much hope in her. That fat guy Gu is obsessed with power. Can he still give up the position of clan leader to her? What's more, there are other people in the sect. Will they obey a yellow-haired girl? Just wait, this thing will definitely not work out in the end." The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1328 Passing the torch from generation to generation. Feng Shi asked Diu Gu Kulu with a complicated look, "Has that little blister always been there?" The lost bone skull thought for a moment and said, "It didn't exist before. It seems to have only appeared in recent years. I can't remember exactly how long it has been. After all, we have been in a daze all these years." Feng Shi. It turns out that the blood river is really the bathwater for these red skeletons. Before. It seems to have only appeared in recent years. I can't remember exactly how long it has been. After all, we have been in a daze all these years. Feng Shi. It turns out that the blood river is really the bathwater for these red skeletons. No wonder not only these red skeletons were affected by her chanting, but Elder Ken and the others were also affected, because they had taken a bath in the water before the 6th grade spiritual bones, and had more or less absorbed some of the aura of death. "I didn't expect that my cheap grandpa actually guessed it right." Zhu Xuan said proudly. "What do you mean by guessed it right?" "I figured it out with just a little calculation. Experience is always better than experience. You have to ask me before doing anything in the future, okay?" Feng Shi rarely argued with him and said obediently, "You're right. I will listen to you from now on." Zhu Xuan was not used to her cooperation. But he also knew that Feng Shi was feeling a little heavy-hearted because of what the Lost Bone Skull said, so how could she have the heart to argue with him? Let alone her, he would feel uncomfortable after hearing it. After all, they're all in the same boat. Apart from anything else, his actual body is now just a skeleton. We all end up in the same destination. Thinking of this, he thought of a very critical question. Shaoxi, that's not right. According to what he said, when Nishu absorbs the aura of death, he will turn into blood evil bones. Why didn't the skeletons guarding the formation go crazy? As for me, even though I almost died before, I'm not crazy. Is it because I have a strong will, different from ordinary people? Fang Shi filtered out the nonsense that followed, thought for a moment and said, the deadly aura will only be absorbed during the process of practicing Nirvana technique. In other words, as long as you don't practice Nirvana technique, you should be fine. You don't need to explain it. You created your own sword technique, which is definitely different from the Nirvana technique. As for the skeleton predecessors who were guarding the formation plates, they might have improved the Nirvana technique they were practicing. The popularity of Buddhist cultivation later on may also be related to these blood evil bones. They may have discovered that the Brahma Sutra has a purifying effect on blood evil bones. Speaking of this, Fang Shi sighed. Grandpa, I was actually quite proud before. After all, I shouldered the responsibility of saving the 9 nether continent, but now I understand that I am just one of them. At different times, many people have devoted themselves to it and worked hard for it. The reason why the Jiu continent is still being passed down is because of their existence. I just took over the banner. They risked their lives to protect the flame of the 9 nether continent. Not only will I pass on this flame, I will also use it to burn the Tiank League to ashes and illuminate the way for those ancestors to return home. Zhu Shihuan also rarely looked serious. What you said does make sense. Although I am proud, I have to admit that there are still many equally outstanding talents in this world who jointly support the 9 nether continent. So, even if someone keeps erasing history and keeps creating opportunities for the Tiank Alliance, our Jiu continent still continues to be passed down to the present day. Shaoxi, Grandpa believes that you can definitely defeat those people from the Bird Alliance, fight all the way to their lair, and kill them all without leaving a single piece of armor. Even the rats in the rat holes will be killed, and the ants will be chopped into pieces. Fang Shi. He seemed quite serious at first, but then he went off track. When Fang Shi was sighing, Zhu Xiao's eyes widened. So, the reason why the water in Mengpo Creek turned red is because the small bubble is connected to the underground river, and the underground river is connected to Mengpo Creek. So the blood river is actually your bath water. Fang Shi remained silent. Zhang Wen looked up at the sky. Only the bone-losing skeleton was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Then the other skeletons let out earth-shaking laughter, and some even rolled over with laughter. Damn it, I told you to scold us, to shout at us to kill us, but in the end you still have to drink our bath water. That's right, this is the law of nature, retribution will come. Ellipsis. Zhu Xiao. We just bathe in your bath water, okay. Who drinks your bath water? Fortunately, we did not practice the Nirvana Sutra when we bathed. Unfortunately, the bathing time was very short each time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. However, the bathwater of these blood evil bones is different from the pure air of death, so the damage should not be that great. Fang Shi and the other skeletons stopped laughing and said, take me to the formation and have a look. The bone-losing skeleton hesitated for a moment and said, we were all in a daze before, and we don't know if there is any grey mist escaping at this moment. How about I go and take a look first, and you can go over if there is nothing wrong. Fang Shi smiled and said, it's okay, let's go and take a look together. Seeing this, Daigu's skeleton didn't say anything more, because he knew that although Fang Shi was young, she was very opinionated and no one else could change what she decided. As for why she had such an understanding, it was simple. If she had not been paying attention, she would not have appeared in the barrier today. In addition, when he mentioned the grey mist, she didn't seem very surprised, and the same went for Zhang Wen. Only Zhu Xiao, that idiot, is stupid. Therefore, this little girl must be from a prominent family. While thinking, he led the way in front, and the other skeletons followed behind in a mighty manner. An hour later, Fang Shi saw a formation platform. At the same time, I also saw wisps of grey mist dissipating, but not much. Daigu's skeleton and the others almost subconsciously began to sit cross-legged in meditation, obviously trying to practice Nirvana technique to absorb the grey mist. Fang Shi's eyes were slightly red. She guessed that the reason why not much grey mist was emitted was because even when these red skeletons were crazy, they would subconsciously practice Nirvana here and absorb the air of death. This has become their instinct. She took a deep breath and said, seniors, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of it. Hearing her say this, the skeletons looked at her in confusion. Will you solve it? How to deal with it? Fang Shi immediately practiced a set of sword techniques to suppress the aura of death. Although her convulsion kneeling technique is more effective, it is obviously not suitable for these skeletons. The skeletons saw that the aura of death was slowly decreasing with Fang Zai's swordsmanship, and skulls fell to the ground. Fang Shi. Fortunately, I have a strong enough psychological endurance, otherwise I would be scared to death by you. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1329, the sect master is really the man of destiny. After the skeletons were shocked, they began to ask Fang Shi to teach them this sword technique. Fang Shi naturally agreed readily. She and Zhang Wen immediately began to teach swordsmanship. I wish Xiao learns the fastest among them. This is also normal. Although the lost bone skeletons look normal now, in fact, after so many years of suffering, their brains are not that sharp. Everyone was learning enthusiastically when someone exclaimed. Fang Shi looked over and saw some dull bones scattered on the ground. She knew someone had died. The skeletons didn't show any special behavior. They had experienced too many separations and deaths over the years and had become numb. To be honest, they have lived to this point and it is enough. What's more, he was cleared of all grievances before he died, and saw a way to resolve the deadly atmosphere, so he died without regrets. Before Fang Shi could recover from the grief of someone's death, more red skeletons died. Zhu Shihuan sighed and said, although they were crazy before, they still had obsessions in their hearts, so they held on. Now that the obsessions are gone, they naturally can't hold on anymore. You don't have to worry about it, they died without regrets. Having said that, Fang Shi still felt a little sad. The bone-losing skeleton came over and said, For us Nirvana practitioners, death is also a kind of Nirvana, and a new life. We will bury them properly later. In order to divert Fengshi's attention, the bone-losing skull said. It's fate, after all. The eye of this formation happens to be within our Wangu Xianzong. If it were any other sect, I guess there would be no way to suppress it. Feng's eyes heart moved. Is it really just a coincidence? The Nirvana technique just happens to be able to absorb the aura of death and silence. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? She suddenly thought of Lang Yinyuan and the sea beasts that went violent at night because their vitality had been drained. She suddenly realized that Nirvana, cultivating all the flesh and blood in the body, was not a form of being drained of vitality. Was the original purpose of establishing the Wangu Xianzong to suppress the aura of death. The loss of vitality of tens of thousands of Nirvana practitioners just suppressed the formation. They kept practicing the Nirvana technique, and invisibly absorbed the small amount of deadly and silent energy that escaped. Fengshi didn't know what to feel for a moment. If what she guessed was true, then these Nirvanas would become chess pieces on the chessboard. Although they did it to save the people, they were forced without knowing it. Is this fair to them? When I think about the fact that no one has ever been able to cultivate to the 9th grade spiritual bones, it seems to further prove that the Wangu Xianzong is a scam. Fengshi was a little confused. The voice of blood-devouring world rang out in the divine consciousness. Is there any absolute fairness in this world? Take the sea beasts in Lang Yinyuan for example. Although some of their vitality has been extracted, it is also because of this that no one will hunt them at night. So do you think this is a blessing or a curse? Let's talk about these Nirvana practitioners. You said that none of them can cultivate to the 9th level of spiritual bones. Then, can anyone who practices Buddhism or spiritual cultivation achieve the right result? Obviously not. This has nothing to do with the martial arts. I guess it is most likely related to the Tiank League. As for the loss of flesh and blood, the secret of Nirvana is to die first and then be reborn, otherwise the lifespan of a Nirvana practitioner would not be so long. People should not only see what they have lost, but also what they have gained. You think that the Nirvana cultivators are sacrificing themselves for the common people of the world, but in fact, they are also enjoying the benefits that the Nirvana Sutra brings them. Suddenly, Fengshi was completely enveloped by white light. Fengshi thought that the devil had blessed her again, but it turned out that it had nothing to do with her because she didn't feel anything. Is this what is going on? Then, she heard Lin Xiangquan's exclamation. Ancestor Feng, Ancestor Zhu seems to have been blessed by the demon god. Fengshi. I've heard of killing an old cow from across a mountain before, but I didn't expect that the devil could bless my cheap grandfather through her. The devil is really awesome. But, it's worth it. If it weren't for what he just said, she might have gotten stuck in a rut. In fact, it is not just the Wangu Xianzong. Most of the dead places in the Juyu continent are within the sects. Even if they are not there now, they must have been in other sects in the past. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As a cultivator, since you have absorbed more spiritual energy from heaven and earth than ordinary people, you have the responsibility to protect the Juyu continent. When she thought of this, she suddenly felt enlightened and the haze in her heart was swept away. She began to mutter in her mind. Demon God, since you are here, please bless me. If you are kind enough, I will let Nishu build a demon temple for you. Just think about it, the demon god temple has even reached the human race, how impressive it is. As long as I bless you enough, I will make the demon god temple flourish everywhere. She didn't know if her mumbling had any effect, but her consciousness and danshan felt warm, so she quickly sat cross-legged in meditation. The devil is indeed much stronger than that bastard Tiandao. Zhu Xiao and others were stunned. They were all knowledgeable and naturally knew about the demon god's blessing, but they did not expect that the demon god would also bless the human race. And it seems that it was given twice in succession. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The sect leader is indeed a person of destiny. Both the heavenly Tao and the demon god treat her very well. The bone-losing skeleton also nodded continuously. Feng Shui is indeed a man of great fortune, he is truly a favorite of heaven. Zhang Wen thought, the devil was indeed good to his junior sister, but what about the way of heaven? Haha, you didn't see how she was struck like a dog by the thunder. After a while, the white light on Feng Shi's body dissipated. It's okay for Feng Shi, after all, she is often blessed. But Zhu Xuan didn't receive such treatment even when he was alive, let alone after his death. So, that's what a show-off. Feng Shi felt that not only could he not be contained in the Jade Token, the entire Juyu continent could not even accommodate him. That guy was bragging so much that even the veteran supporting actor Lin Xiangquan was silent. If Feng Shi hadn't reminded Zhu Xuan to consolidate his cultivation, he would probably have boasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Next, Feng Shi and Zhang continued to teach the skeleton swordsmanship. Now Zhu Xiao has also learned it and is teaching along. After some skeletons had learned it, Feng Shi proposed to take the skeletons out and clear the names in front of everyone from the Wangu Xianzong. As for the follow-up arrangements, both sides would discuss it later. What she didn't expect was that the bone-losing skull said. We have already discussed that we will not go out and will stay here. On the one hand, we have become accustomed to living here. On the other hand, those little brats may not be willing for us old folks to interfere in the sect's affairs. By the time the two sides have an unhappy quarrel, it would be better for them to keep out of each other's way. We probably don't have many years left to live, so we might as well finish our work and stay here to guard the formation. Feng Shi knew that they were speaking from the heart, so he did not try to persuade them further. He just asked them to meet with the people outside and clarify things. It would not be too late for them to return to the barrier then. The aged skeleton and the others thought the same thing and felt that they should at least let those brats bow to them and apologize. The lost bone skull said to Feng Shi. It stands to reason that we, as elders, should bring them some gifts. Unfortunately, we are all faded now, otherwise we could bring them some bath water. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1330. Everyone loves to hear rainbow farts. Fang Shi felt that the skeleton was quite generous in throwing away bones, but those skeletons outside probably wouldn't like his so-called gift. Of course, they loved each other very much before. This is a sad story. As she thought about it, she said, Senior, you have given them enough. Even if they want to give gifts, they should give them to you. The bone-losing skeleton thought this made sense, and the other skeletons also thought it made sense. Feng Shui is Feng Shui, and what he says is always full of wisdom. So, everyone looked at Feng Shi with admiration. The same is true for Zhu Xiao. Master, what a talent. Feng Shi. I swear to God, she hasn't even opened up the light of a saint at this moment, so is her personal charm so strong. Lin Xiangchuan glanced at Zhu Shihun, who was concentrating on his training, and said to Feng Shi. Ancestor Feng, you saved these blood evil bones with your own strength and resolved the crisis of the 10,000 bones immortal sect and even the entire continent. Isn't it normal for them to worship you? Let alone them, the entire Nine Nether continent will be proud of you in the future. You will become the third god after the heavenly Tao and the devil god. Although Feng Shi knew that he was just flattering her, she couldn't deny that she felt very comfortable after hearing it. Even someone as sober as her likes to hear nice words, which shows how powerful flattery is. In the future, she will have to continue to develop this specialty. Feng Shi and Daigou Skull were talking as they walked, and when they were almost at the exit, Feng Shi noticed that Daigou Skull was a little absent-minded. Seeing this, Feng Shi remembered something. She smiled and said to the bone-losing skeleton. Senior Gongye, you mentioned in your letter before that if I find the things you left behind, I will worship you as my master. I was so busy before that I forgot about it. I wonder if you keep your word. Are you willing to accept me as your apprentice? The bone-losing skeleton had wanted to say this for a long time, but couldn't say it out loud. The little girl is so capable, how can an old lunatic like him accept her as his apprentice? But he was unwilling to give up. With such a good disciple right in front of him, he would die with regret if he didn't seize the opportunity. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi took the initiative to bring it up. He got so excited that the skull fell off. Feng Shi. Nirvana is definitely a flawed way of cultivation. She complained in her heart as she picked up the skull and put it on the lost skull, sighing. You don't want to. That's right. My cultivation is so low, it's normal that you don't think highly of me. The bone-losing skeleton was so anxious that he was about to do the splits. Yes, 100 times yes. Feng Shi smiled. She was afraid that he would think too much and worry too much, so she said that. She immediately knelt down and raised the teacup containing the heaven-grade elixir above her head. Master, please have some tea. The bone-losing skeleton was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He took the teacup tremblingly, and didn't know what to say except laughing foolishly. Feng Shi didn't feel comfortable asking him for a gift, so she cut out and stood up. Zhang Wen was counting on his fingers. Little junior sister had too many masters. Even if he counted all his fingers and toes, they would not be enough. Not only are there a large number of them, but their composition is also quite complex. There are humans, demons, ghosts, skeletons, people from the past, and people from the present. If we have a war with the Tiank Alliance in the future, junior sister might as well just form an army of masters. Throwing the skulls was a joy, and he jumped up and down while walking. From time to time, he would twist the skulls off and throw them up and down. Feng Shi. It seems that even if the dead air in their bodies is expelled, there will still be sequelae. The other red skeletons were filled with envy and jealousy, and they wished they could tear the bone-losing skeleton apart. But on second thought, although Gong Yechun was forced to take the position of sect leader, he is still the sect leader after all, and his status is indeed higher than theirs, and he is barely qualified to be Feng Shui's master. Besides, if he hadn't thrown the ribs away, they wouldn't have anything to do with Feng Shui. Everyone was chatting and laughing as they reached the exit of the barrier. When Zhu Xiao was about to open the barrier, Feng Shi said, wait a minute. Zhu Xiao was confused. Sect master. Feng Shi said solemnly, if we go out like this, people outside will not know what happened and it will inevitably cause a commotion. In addition, my master and his companions have made great contributions to the sect and the human race, and they deserve the most solemn and grand welcome ceremony. We will go out and make some simple arrangements first, and then we will welcome master and the others out. The skeletons didn't expect Feng Shi to consider these things. Although they didn't think of any rewards when they decided to sacrifice themselves, who wouldn't be happy to enjoy the face of a hero? Especially the bone-losing skeleton. Although so many years have passed, he is still a narcissist. He only restrained himself a little in front of Feng Shi, but deep down he was still very conceited and cared a lot about face. So when I heard what my disciple said, I was so happy. You are worthy of being my apprentice, you know what I want. So, he just declined lightly and insincerely, and then, reluctantly, agreed. But this time, Elder Ji was walking back and forth anxiously outside the barrier. Xiaoxi has been in there for 3 days, and we still don't know what her condition is like. We don't even know whether she is dead or alive. It's so worrying. Not only him, but Elder Zuokyu and others also had worried looks on their faces. The ones who are more sober and rational here are Deputy Sect Master Gu and Deputy Sect Master Jin. I have to say that Feng Shi is very good at selecting people. These two people are not without concerns about Feng Shi's safety, but in their hearts, the sect and their interests are more important. Therefore, with them around, the sect was not affected at all and everything operated normally. Just when everything was gloomy and sad, Elder Ji discovered that the barrier was fluctuating. Suddenly he cried out, there's movement. It must be Xiaoxi coming back. Deputy Sect Master Gu and Deputy Sect Master Jin are not so optimistic. They felt that it was more likely that the blood evil bones were attacking the barrier, which meant that Feng Shi and the other two were dead. Deputy Sect Leader Gu shouted sternly, everyone, be prepared. If the barrier is damaged, seal the gap at all costs. Just when Elder Ji was about to scold him, Feng Shi and the other two came out from the barrier. Unscathed. Feng Shi even stretched out her little paw and waved, everyone, are you all doing well? After a moment of dead silence, shouts were heard one after another, Xiaoxi. You are back. Xiaoxi, I'm so glad you're okay. Grandpa, I know you are blessed with a good fortune, and you will be fine. Ellipsis. Zheng Wen and Zhu Xiao, who were squeezed out of the welcome circle, looked at each other. Zheng Wen felt that he was fine. After all, among these people, only Elder Jiang was his master, so it was normal for him to care about his junior sister first. But Zhu Xiao is different. So many of his former subordinates went to ask about the little junior sister's well-being, without even glancing at him. Pitiful. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1331 I come from the future. Zhu Xiao didn't have any idea, because the filter he had for Feng Shi was thicker than a 1,000-layer pancake. How thick is it? Let me put it this way, when he thinks about what he did before when he is sleeping, he will get up and slap himself twice. After Feng Shi exchanged some simple greetings with everyone, he said, "Everyone, what I am about to say is very important and will surprise you greatly, so everyone should be mentally prepared." Everyone nodded. Deputy Sect Master Gu thought to himself, ever since you entered the sect, I have been attacked every now and then. Now, even if the sky falls, I can remain calm. Feng Shi then told the whole story of the Deej skeleton and the others. Everyone was immediately shocked. Because they never dreamed that those blood evil bones were actually the great heroes of the sect. Touched, worshipped, self-blamed, guilty and other emotions mixed together. It has to be said that Deputy Sect Master Gu and Deputy Sect Master Jin are indeed smart. When others were still immersed in the matter of the blood evil bones, they discovered the biggest doubt: why was Feng Shi able to restore those blood evil bones to normal? Deputy Sect Leader Gu knew that Feng Shi had a father who was a Buddhist, so he wondered in his heart, could it be that her father taught her? So the question is, why is her Buddhist father so kind? Just because you want to save all living beings. Feng Shi saw the doubts of the two people and said with a smile, I know you have a lot of questions. After I get those seniors out of the barrier, I will find a chance to answer your questions. After hearing this, the two of them didn't say anything else. The key is that they dare not say anything now. Now Feng Shi's prestige is comparable to that of the founder. Even if they can find evidence that Feng Shi has ill intentions, these people will not believe it. Furthermore, they felt that even if Feng Shi was hiding something from him, he probably had no ill intentions. Next, there was a series of intensive arrangements. The next day, just as the sun rose, the barrier that had been closed for who knows how many years finally opened. The bone-throwing skeletons did not go out immediately. Until this moment, they still felt like they were dreaming. Are they really back to normal? Are they really able to go out? Are they finally able to go out with a clear conscience? I don't know how long it took, but the bone-losing skeleton took the first step. The other skeletons followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped out of the barrier, they heard someone shouting, "Welcome the triumphant return of our sect's heroes." From the sect leader Feng Shi to the sect servants, everyone knelt on the ground. It is so overwhelming that you can't see the end of it. The skeletons stood there in a daze. At this moment, tens of thousands of years of perseverance received the best reward. Even if they have been crazy for several years, even if they have been misunderstood and slandered, even if everything they have done will never be known to others, they still feel that it is worth it. Because they protected their homes and the people they wanted to protect. The bone-losing skeleton laughed out loud. The other skeletons also laughed out loud. I started crying while laughing. The people who were kneeling also burst into tears. After a long time, everyone calmed down. Feng Shi asked Daigutu to say a few words. The bone-losing skeleton rubbed his hand bones. Xiaoxi, you know I'm not good at speaking, so I won't say anything, right? Feng Shi smiled and said, Master, everyone is looking forward to your teachings, so please say a few words. The bone-losing skeleton nodded. Okay, then I'll say a few words reluctantly. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am Gong Yechen, the 5th-generation disciple of the Wangu Xianzong. When the sect was in danger, I took over as the 6th sect leader. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the bone-losing skeleton was still chattering. In the process, he even transformed his appearance. Feng Shi. The atmosphere at the scene was originally very tragic, but at this time many skeletons began to yawn secretly. There's no way around it. I feel sleepy in meetings. It has always been like this. Feng Shi felt that it was the right decision for Diogen Skeleton and the others to stay inside the barrier. Otherwise, his heroic halo would be destroyed by himself. If you're not careful, you'll become a real troublemaker. Feng Shi used his spiritual sense to say to the lost bone skull, Master, that's enough. There are still many things to deal with. The bone-dishing skull then reluctantly ended his speech. Feng Shi took the lead in applauding, and the applause suddenly became thunderous. Oh my god, it's finally over. Feng Shi also spoke a few words and then asked everyone to disperse. Only the sect's top leaders and 8 direct disciples stayed. Feng Shi glanced around and then said, I am not from your time. I am from the future. Feng Shi did not continue speaking because he needed to give these people time to digest the information. Sure enough, everyone was shocked. After the discussions of Feng Shi and others died down, he finally told the whole story of his origins. Elder Ji. A father who practices Buddhism, a mother who practices evil, and a broken childhood. You made up the results. You deceived me so much. Although everyone was shocked, they were still quite accepting of it because Feng Shi's actions were too perverted. Only someone from the future can explain it. Everyone was talking about what the future would be like, especially the Wangu Xianzong. When they learned that there was no nirvana in the future, everyone fell silent. Their heritage was broken. Feng Shi consoled him, although there will be no nirvana sect in the future, most of those guarding the array are nirvana cultivators. I even have a nirvana cultivator senior by my side. Thinking of the old skeleton, Feng Shi couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although the flow rate of time in the past and outside is different, the old skeleton must be very worried when they disappeared. As she thought about it, she said, the three of us have learned the nirvana technique, and we can be considered the inheritors of nirvana. Everyone felt better after hearing her say this. Furthermore, due to Feng Shi's intervention, the trajectory derived from this point in time has changed. As long as they deal with it carefully, the conspiracy of Tiank League will definitely not succeed, and the inheritance of their Wangu Xianzong will naturally not be broken. At this time, Elder Ji grabbed Feng Shi's hand. Xiaoxi, are you going back? He knew that since Feng Shi came from the future, she would not stay here forever. Now that she had told him the whole story, she would probably leave. Feng Shi smiled and said, I have finally come here, how can I return empty-handed? I still need to learn skills from you all. In addition, I also want to know more about the situation outside at this time, maybe it will be helpful in dealing with the Tiank League. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although I know Feng Shi will leave sooner or later, the better to stay. Feng Shi saw that the atmosphere was a bit dull, and asked Elder Ji and others with a smile. By the way, do you want to know the origin of the Blood River? Elder Ji's eyes lit up. Of course I want to know. Others echoed. Zhu Xiao looked up at the sky. You will regret it. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1332 Zhang Wen was dumbfounded. After Feng Shi told the origin of Zushi, the expressions of Elder Ji and others were very interesting. If it weren't for the bone-losing skeletons who were still here, they would have performed the cleansing spell on themselves hundreds of times. But the lost bone skull said, I didn't know you guys like this. If we had known, we would have taken more showers. Everyone. You are a nice person. But you don't have to. For the next period of time, Feng Shi was busy like a top. In addition to learning various skills from the skeletons, you also need to understand all aspects of the outside world at this point in time. It's not just her, Zhang Wen and Elder Bai are the same. Unless the three of them were extremely sleepy, they did not dare to stop for a moment. Feng Shi also took the time to refine a number of heavenly-grade elixirs and drew a number of heavenly-grade Nirvana talismans, leaving them for everyone in case of emergency. That day, Deputy Sect Leader Gu found Feng Shi. Master, I remembered something. Feng Shi asked curiously, what's the matter? I have used the bone mirror to look at those seniors before when I sneaked into the barrier. Their bones appeared like gold on the mirror. Now they have returned to normal. Do you want to look at them again? Feng Shi's heart moved. She had been too busy recently and had forgotten about this matter. So, she took the bone-dissolving mirror and entered the barrier. Seeing her come in, many skeletons immediately gathered around her. Feng Shi explained his purpose and then asked the skeletons to take turns standing in front of the bone-dissolving mirror. White. Without exception, they are all white. Feng Shi thought, it seems that it really is related to the aura of death. So is the golden color she reflects due to her special physique, or is it because she has absorbed too much deathly energy into her body? On second thought, she chanted the spell every day, so even if there was a deadly aura, it would have been dispelled long ago. It must be because of her special physique. Finally, it was time to leave. Because of the precedent of the Ku-chan sect, Feng Shi felt that as long as they activated the time shuttle stone near the formation that suppressed the aura of death, the three of them should be able to return to the real world. The sect's top leaders and the red skeletons were all there, feeling reluctant to let go. The bone-losing skeleton held up a rib he had just removed and said, Xiaoxi, take this rib of master with you. I'll leave it for you to remember me when you see it. Feng Shi. Let's not talk about whether I can take it away or not. The key point is that when I look at this thing in the middle of the night, I will be reminded of the past. Isn't it a bit scary? Feng Shi just declined the offer of the ribs from the skull, but Elder Ji, regardless of his image as a senior handsome man, grabbed Feng Shi's hand and cried. Xiaoxi, Grandpa can't bear to part with you. Otherwise, you can tear me apart and take me away. Feng Shi. You Nirvana cultivators are really scary. When she terminated the contract with the Lost Bone skeletons a few days ago, these skeletons cried and shouted that they wanted to go with her, but the key was that she couldn't take them away even if she wanted to. Otherwise, she would be happy to do so. It would be so impressive to lead such a powerful skeleton army out. Feng Shi gave the magic weapons she had collected earlier to Cheng Wuya, Yan Guangru and others. As for the herbs, except for a part used in refining pills, the rest were all bought as 5 dog-split roots. They're so happy. I'm even enjoying it so much that I don't want to leave. Even though she was extremely reluctant, Feng Shi still activated the time shuttle stone. The space twisted, and a flash of white light passed before the eyes of Feng Shi and the other two. Feng Shi vaguely felt that she seemed to have forgotten something, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. Never mind, I guess it's not a big deal. When the three regained their sight, all they saw was a pile of bones with no end in sight. Suddenly, a hand bone emitting a bright light stretched out from among these dull white bones. Anyone who saw this scene would be terrified, but fortunately Feng Shi and the other two were now aesthetically fatigued from bones, so they didn't think anything of it. Feng Shi asked tentatively, Senior skeleton, is that you? The next moment, a skeleton crawled out from under the pile of bones. It was the old skeleton. The old skeleton was obviously very excited. He stretched out his hand bones and wanted to hug Feng Shi, but perhaps he felt it was inappropriate halfway and turned to hug Zhang Wen. No matter who it is, being hugged by a skeleton would not feel good, and Zhang Wen is no exception. Apart from anything else, it's really uncomfortable. Especially the old skeleton held him and turned around several times. Senior skeleton, hurry, put me down. The old skeleton was really obedient. He was holding Zhang Wen and spinning around, then he let go of his hands. Zhang Wen flew away like a kite with a broken string. Zhang Wen. First of all, I didn't provoke you, and secondly, I didn't provoke you either. Is it really appropriate for you to do this? The old skeleton ignored him and opened and closed his jaw, gesturing towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi asked, are you wondering where we went? The old skeleton nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Feng Shi looked at the white bones around him and sighed softly, we have been teleported to the Wangu Shanzong. To be precise, it should be the Wangu Shanzong at a certain point in the past. As soon as she finished her words, the old skeleton fell apart. Feng Shi. It seems that no matter what time it is, this Nirvana always makes the same mistake. In the blink of an eye, the old skeleton assembled himself, but it was assembled in a mess, with his arms attached to his back. Fangshi, do you want to give yourself a pair of wings? The old skeleton no longer cared about these things. His empty eye socket stared at Fangshi, and his skeleton kept shaking. Fangshi guessed what he was thinking. Senior, do you want to know what happened? The old skeleton nodded desperately. Seeing this, Fangshi simply explained the whole story. When she finished speaking, she saw the old skeleton curled his lips, as if to say, stop bragging. Fangshi. She called Jun Wen, fifth brother, take out the image stone and let senior skeleton see my heroic appearance. Jun Wen did as he was told immediately. He didn't do anything else in the Wangu Xianzong, but he made a lot of recordings on the photo stone. He is not bragging, his video recording skills have reached the pinnacle now, and he can show the beauty of his junior sister from many angles. Then, he was dumbfounded. Because the image on the photo stone is blank. Not just one piece, all the photo stones are like this. This shouldn't be the case. He would check it every time after recording, and everything was obviously normal. How could it suddenly disappear? Fangshi thought so too. Since things from the past could not be brought back, it was not surprising that the images were erased. When the old skeleton saw that Jun Wen had been tinkering with the machine for a long time without any success, he thought Fangshi was bragging. He poked his cheekbone with his finger, obviously mocking Fangshi for being shameless in lying. Fangshi. How can I prove that what I said is true? Elder Bai on the side said, Fang Zhu, you just need to show your sprit bones to senior skeleton to have a look. Fangshi's eyes suddenly lit up and he stretched out his little paws. Then I was dumbfounded. When she was in the Wangu Xianzong, although she used the method of illusion, she could see the real situation, that is, she could see her own hand bones. But now no matter how she looked at it, it was just a pair of chubby little hands. Where are her sprit bones? Where are the spiritual bones that you have cultivated with so much effort? Open black lens bracket, continue at 8 o'clock, close black lens bracket. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1333. Those three actually came to Changsheng Sect too. When Fangshi was confused, Jun Wen cried out. Junior sister, how come the spiritual bone that I cultivated so hard has returned? Elder Bai was also shocked and said, mine has also returned to normal. Now, the old skeleton was even more convinced that the three were bragging, and he laughed so hard that his bones were shaking. Fangshi felt so angry. It wasn't because the old skeleton was making fun of them, but because she found that she had no nirvana power left in her body. Could it be that all her previous training was in vain? Could it be that everything before was just an illusion? Just when she was doubting her own judgment, Niu Jian's mean voice rang out in her consciousness. Master, the Sect Master's token is still in your storage ring. If you're talking about an illusion, where did this thing come from? Fangshi was stunned, and immediately probed his spiritual sense into the storage ring, and sure enough, he saw the Sect leader's order that he found in the stone wall of hell in Yudu. Only then did she remember that she thought she had forgotten something. It turned out that she had forgotten to return the Sect leader's order to the Lost Bone Skull. But it doesn't matter, the lack of the Sect leader order did not prevent dozens of Sect leaders from taking the position. What puzzled her was that, weren't things from the past forbidden to be brought out? How did she manage to bring this Sect Master's order out? She took out the Sect leader's order with doubt, and when she was about to take a closer look, the old skeleton who was still laughing wildly snatched the Sect leader's order away. After looking at it for a while, the order fell apart. Fangshi was speechless. After a moment, the old skeleton reassembled himself and respectfully returned the Sect leader's order to Fangshi. Then, he fell to his knees. Fangshi. She quickly helped the old skeleton up. Senior, what are you doing? The old skeleton gestured a lot, but when Fangshi couldn't understand, he opened his jaws in a hurry. Abba. Fangshi was stunned. The old skeleton was also stunned, and then covered his mouth with his hand bones. I don't know whether he was surprised he could make a sound, or surprised that what he made was abba. After a strange silence, the old skeleton tried to speak again, but unfortunately what came out was still abba. Fangshi guessed that the old skeleton might have not spoken for too long and had forgotten how to speak. So, he comforted her, Senior, don't worry, take your time. The old skeleton gestured twice and then ran away. Elder Bai asked Fangshi, Fang Zhu, what did he do? Fangshi, I think we should find a quiet place to practice speaking. Elder Bai. I didn't expect that this old skeleton has such an idle burden. Fangshi took advantage of this opportunity and found the formation platform under a pile of bones. Seeing the aura of death escaping continuously, Fangshi quickly crushed the time shuttle stone, and then performed the convulsion kneeling technique several times. When she had almost dealt with the situation, the old skeleton came back with a heartless look on his face. After the practice just now, he was full of confidence, looking at Fangshi and shouted loudly. Master. Fangshi didn't understand what it meant. Seeing Fang's eyes lack of reaction, the old skeleton asked in confusion, Master. Fangshi, ancestor, you call me ancestor. She thought to herself, I didn't expect this old skeleton couldn't tell the difference between flat and retroflex tongue. The old skeleton is anxious. Zongjun, no, ancestor. Fangshi suddenly realized that he had said it the other way around. But this is understandable, it's normal to have mixed up the word order after not speaking for a long time. Senior, are you also a disciple of the Wangu Shan sect? The old skeleton nodded quickly. He thinks body language is better, speaking is too difficult. Fangshi asked again, then which generation of disciple are you from? The old skeleton thought for a while, tapped his skull with his hand bones a few times, and then said. Like he is a descendant of more than 100 generations. Fangshi translated it and it seems that what he said was, about 100 generations of disciples. Daigutu skeleton is the 5th generation disciple, and Sect leader Gu is the 66th generation disciple. She succeeded as the 67th generation sect leader. This old skeleton is quite young. Judging from the time calculation, the time point where he lived should have been after Buddhism became popular. Next, Feng Shi asked a lot of questions. The old skeleton spoke incoherently and his memory was not complete. Feng Shi could only draw some conclusions based on inference. According to the old skeleton, at the time when he was there, the Wangu Xianzong had already lived up to its former glory. The prosperity of that day has only been seen in ancient books. Not only that, they also migrated once during the journey. The reason was not recorded in the classics, and even the original location of the sect was not recorded. Later, the aura of death began to dissipate. After some twists and turns, it was discovered that only a Nirvana cultivator with a 6th grade spiritual bone or above could use a special sword technique to suppress the aura of death. Those who met the requirements took up this responsibility, year after year. Of course, these are all Feng Shi's deductions, so there will definitely be some discrepancies. Feng Shi asked about the Nirvana secret again, and the old skeleton hesitated. Feng Shi was somewhat speechless. Senior, I am your sect leader now, is there any need for you to hide it? The old skeleton then repeated the Nirvana Sutra. Because his speech order was a bit disorganized and sometimes he couldn't remember what words to use to express what he meant, it took Feng Shi a long time to figure it out. Her previous guess was correct, the Nirvana Sutra had indeed been improved. Those who practice the improved version of Nirvana Sutra can withstand a small amount of dead silence. The higher the level of cultivation, the stronger the tolerance. But they can't last long relying on this alone. The reason why the old skeleton has been able to hold on for so many years is because his body is infused with a large amount of vitality. Due to the special nature of the Nirvana cultivation method, even if there is a lot of vitality in the body, it will not be detected by the dead air. As for the source of these vitality, they were the top spiritual practitioners, Buddhist practitioners, magic practitioners, and even high-level monsters at that time. They used secret methods to infuse their vitality into Nirvana's body, and then turned it into dust. The old skeleton was a little depressed because he recalled the past. Just when Feng Shi was about to say something to comfort him, the old skeleton comforted himself. Feng Shi thought about it and it made sense. If the old skeleton was someone who liked to dwell on trivial matters, he wouldn't have been able to persist for so many years. After figuring out these things, Feng Shi asked Xiao Jingzi to ask if there was anyone in the Forbidden Realm willing to come out to guard the formation. Soon, Xiao Jingzi told her that Yuan Qinghe was willing. Lin Xiangchuan thought to himself, I didn't expect that even a wooden stake would become smart sometimes. On the surface it is a defensive formation, but in reality it is pie in the sky. Feng Zhu is clear about rewards and punishments, and he will definitely not treat him unfairly when the time comes. Feng Shi was actually reluctant to let Yuan Qinghe come out because he was too stubborn. In this regard, he is far inferior to his apprentice Sima Zongzhu. But it was not easy to discourage his enthusiasm, so Feng Shi asked her 90% new senior brother Yao Ji to come out with Yuan Qinghe to guard the formation. Yao Ji was actually quite willing to do so, but was too embarrassed to compete with his juniors. Now that his junior sister had taken the initiative to offer it, he naturally agreed. Before leaving, Feng Shi left a lot of things for Yao Ji and Yuan Qinghe, and promised to pick him up soon. Feng Shi originally wanted to bury the bones of those Nirvana practitioners, but there were too many of them and it was impossible to finish them in a short time. She sighed and said, I can only come back next time to bury the seniors. I will recite some sutras for them first. Old skeleton, stop it quickly. When I get anxious, I get angry again. Feng Shi asked patiently and only then did he learn that at the time of Old Skeleton, the Wangu Xianzong had some hatred towards Buddhist practitioners, which was said to be related to the sect's migration. Feng Shi guessed that it might be related to the blood evil bone, but because that period of history was blank, the details were unknown. Since the Old Skeleton didn't allow him to chant, Feng Shi didn't chant and took Zheng Wen, Elder Bai and the Old Skeleton outside. As soon as he left the forbidden area of Xiaoya sect, Zheng Wen's communication talisman began to vibrate. He probed his spiritual sense into it and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Those 3 heads actually came to Changsheng sect as well. He is no longer the only senior brother around the little junior sister. As for what happened in Changsheng sect before, Jingyan had already been selectively forgotten by him. He gritted his teeth secretly. The eldest senior brother was fine, and Hua Kong Pei Zhou was also okay, but why did Rongzheng, that sect rules master, also come along? For a moment, he didn't know whether to sympathize with himself or with the people of Changsheng sect. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1334, Tiang Li's Hidden Chess. Zheng Wen seemed to be hesitant to speak. He wanted to tell Feng Shi about Jiang Ji and his friends, but he felt it was not right. But if he didn't tell her, he would be worried that the status of his beloved senior brother would be threatened. However, he soon gained confidence. He and his junior sister have been through life and death many times, those beasts are no match for him. Even if they are all brothers, they cannot surpass him. As long as he, the 5th senior brother, is here, 1, 2, 3, and 4 have no chance of getting close to the 6th brother. Feng Shi was also checking the communication talisman. Xiao Beidao, Sect Master Sima and Elder Yin had all sent her messages, but they were all very brief, just reporting that they were safe. The message from the heads of the 4 great families was much longer. The main idea is that her 3 senior brothers have been warmly received by them, and someone has been sent to escort them to Changsheng sect, so she can rest assured. Feng Shi thought, otherwise he could be the head of the family, look how high his awareness is. She released the flying boat and waved her little paw, let's go back to Changsheng sect. At the same time, the atmosphere in the elder hall of Tiang Li was stagnant. A group of elders in golden robes stood with their hands hanging down, not daring to wipe the sweat off their foreheads. The purple-robed old man sitting on the high platform was furious. First, the time chain was destroyed, the time shuttle peak disappeared, and now the various rays used to project the soul have problems one after another. Are you all good for nothings? What's the result of researching the 9 netherworlds? The disciples who went into practice were either fooled by a servant or inexplicably teleported to all kinds of weird places. Ellipsis. It was not until the purple-robed elder had finished his temper that the golden-robed elder standing in the front said, "Left Protector, the damage to the space-time chain is due to a problem with the Domain squeezed out by the power of time during its operation. We have found a solution. The Time Suo peak should have been teleported to the Fantasy Sea. As long as we are given some time, we will be able to capture it again and rebuild the chain of time and space. The problems with the magic arrays projected by the soul should just be a coincidence. After all, there are still some remnants guarding near some of the arrays, but they're already at the end of their strength and cannot hold on for too long. In addition, judging from the information passed on by those spies, apart from the alliance between the human race and the demon race in the northern region, no other changes have occurred in the Juyu continent. The two sides formed an alliance to fight against the human race in the southern region, which is something we are happy to see happen." When the purple-robed old man, who was also the Left Protector, heard him say this, his expression eased a little and the pressure he exerted on everyone was also withdrawn. After the old man in the golden robe finished speaking, he said coldly, "There is a problem with the space-time chain, so this news is from half a year ago. Maybe it has changed now." The old man in the golden robe said hurriedly, "Not only are the people in the Nine Nether continent low in cultivation, but they are also obsessed with internal strife. Let alone half a year, even if it's 10 or 8 years, they won't make any progress." The Left Protector's expression eased a little and he nodded. "What you said does make sense. Under our arrangement, not only are the humans and demons in opposition, but even the human race is divided into the north and south regions, like a pile of loose sand. But wasting time like this is not a solution. The leader has urged us several times. If we delay any further, I'm afraid we will all have to endure his wrath. It seems that it is necessary to open the Dao Juan Exinghe mirror." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but make a commotion. The Dao Juan Exinghe mirror is a divine artifact that was found by the leader of the Tiank Alliance half a year ago. Even without the chain of time and space and the soul projection channel, it can project the soul to the Juyu continent. However, so far, only the leader and the left and right protectors can open the Dao Juan Exinghe mirror. It costs at least 10 billion spirit stones to open the Dao Juan Exinghe mirror once, and it will also cause damage to the consciousness of the person who opens it. Those with mild symptoms may need to rest for a year or two, while those with severe symptoms may need 10 years or even longer to fully recover. It is precisely because the cost of opening it is too high and it can only teleport one person at a time, so even though the Dao Juan Exinghe mirror has been found for half a year, it has never been used to project the soul. The left protector snorted coldly, and everyone fell silent. "Who among you would like to volunteer to take this trip? As long as you can open a soul projection channel within 2 years, you will be rewarded with 1 billion spirit stones, 10 heaven-grade elixirs, 10 heaven-grade talismans, and 10 black beast cores. In addition, other rewards will be arranged as appropriate." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of many people in the crowd lit up. Everything else was fine. They were able to sit on the seats of elders and were not too short of money, but the black beast core was too attractive to them. Before the dark prison was destroyed, beast cores were rare items. Now that the dark prison has been destroyed, the beast core of the ruined beast has become even more precious. Not to mention the black beast cores, even the lowest grade white beast cores would be snapped up and could not be bought with money. Many people immediately expressed their willingness to go to the Juyu continent. In their view, this trip was no different from sightseeing. What ability do those pigs in Juyu continent have? Aren't they just being played around by them? The previous spies were all useless people in Juyu continent, so they were not able to do the job well. If they went there in person, they could complete the task easily. The left protector was obviously not very satisfied with these people who volunteered, and his eyes fell on the old man in the golden robe who had just spoken. "Jiting, I don't feel comfortable with other people going, so you go this time." The old man in the golden robe was stunned for a moment, but immediately said, yes. He really didn't expect that the left protector would let him go. Isn't this a waste of talent? It seems that the leader is really anxious, otherwise the left protector would not act like this. The left protector asked everyone to disperse, leaving only Jiting. "It would be great if everything goes well this time. If you run into trouble, you can use the hidden chess move we made tens of thousands of years ago. You must open the soul projection channel within 2 years. Jiting was stunned. "Are you talking about the remnants of the Yunxiao sect?" The left protector nodded and said, "Although they are only remnants, after so many years of recuperation with our secret support, they're strong enough to compete with other forces in the Nine Nether continent, even the Shangsheng sect in the southern region. However, the leader intends to save this move for a major attack, so it is best not to use it if you can." Jiting nodded in agreement. He thought that the Juyu continent was now just a pile of loose sand, and he could easily stir up trouble and make them fight among themselves. They're just a bunch of stupid ants. There is no need to use any hidden chess pieces. He alone is enough. One more chapter, to be continued at 5 p.m. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1335. He successfully achieved that each generation is stronger than the previous one. The left guardian said, "Jiting, do you know why I chose you?" Jiting said terribly, "I don't know, please tell me clearly." The left protector smiled and said, "You don't have to be so nervous. The reason I chose you is because you were very methodical in your work, unlike others who are so arrogant. The ants in the Nine Nether continent are certainly weak, but don't forget that a large number of ants can kill an elephant, so you must be careful and don't let me down." Jiting said quickly, "Don't worry, I will be very careful this time and open a soul projection channel as soon as possible." The left protector nodded with satisfaction. "I am still confident in your work. By the way, the leader has been researching ways to hide the soul ring over the years, and has now developed a technique called the soul concealing technique. As long as the concealing god technique is used, the soul ring can be hidden successfully, and those ants in the Nine Nether continent will not be able to find any flaws at all. However, this technique has very high requirements on the user's skills, so the leader is still constantly improving it. Once the research is successful, when we launch a massive attack in the future, those ants in the Juyu continent will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe, and it will only be a matter of time before we take them down. I will teach you the secret of hiding the gods now." After the left protector passed on the secret of the gods to Ji Ting, he said, "Go back and familiarize yourself with the secret of the soul art, and arrange the things on hand. 3 days later, I will activate the star-shifting mirror to help you project your soul to the 9 nether continent. By the way, what do you think of the projection location?" Ji Ting thought for a moment and said, "The Changsheng sect in the southern region is the only dominant one, and the 4 great families have long been dissatisfied, so I plan to enter a family as a guest elder and then stir up trouble. After muddying the water, I will recruit people to open the soul projection channel." The left protector nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, I was right about you. When you succeed, in addition to the reward I promised you before, I will also give you a huge reward." "Thank you, left protector." Ellipsis. At this time, Jiangji and the other two, escorted by the 4 great families, had already arrived outside the mountain gate of the Changsheng sect. Of course, Elder Yin had been following in secret. Although he liked his youngest disciple Fengxi the most, he was also very satisfied with the 3 that he brought with him. Well, except the third one. He thought he was honest enough, but it turned out that Rong Laosan was even more incompetent than him. In this regard, he has successfully achieved the goal of each generation being stronger than the previous one. Not to mention anything else, the 4 great families escorted them with good intentions, but Rong Laosan was so good that he actually asked them to recite the family rules of the 4 great families to him. If this isn't disgusting, what is? When Shaoxi comes back, she must give him a good beating. In fact, Rong Zheng was not looking for trouble on purpose. He just felt that there must be something good about the 4 great families' long-term prosperity, and family rules were one of them. If he studies hard, and draws lessons from it when he returns to Xuanshan sect in the future, he will surely make Xuanshan sect the most law-abiding sect in the northern region, and even in both the northern and southern regions. At this moment, he looked at the mountain gate of Changsheng sect and frowned. No wonder the Changsheng sect is in such chaos. First of all, the gatekeeper disciple does not follow the rules. According to Article 25, Clause 18 of the Changsheng sect's rules, gatekeeper disciples must remain vigilant at all times when on duty, but those gatekeeper disciples were whispering to each other, which was outrageous. So he took out his little notebook and started recording. In fact, the gatekeeper disciples were surprised to see so many people coming, so they made a few comments. As the eldest senior brother, Jiang Ji immediately stepped forward and said, "Everyone, the 3 of us are direct disciples of the northern region Xuanshan sect. We are here to visit junior sister Fengxi. Please let her know." Although they were brought here by Elder Yin, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. The leader of the disciples guarding the gate smiled when he heard this. "So you 3 are junior sister Fengxi's brothers. I am so sorry for your disrespect. Please wait a moment, we will pass the message right away." After saying that, he brought out 3 chairs. As for the people from the 4 major families, sorry, they don't have this treatment. Pei Zhou murmured, "So this is the kind of suffering that junior sister has to endure in the southern region. I am too narrow-minded." Jiang Ji was thinking that the junior sister must have suffered a lot and endured a lot to be treated like this. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Thinking that as the eldest senior brother, he had always let the younger junior sister charge into battle at the front, he felt more and more guilty. Rong Zheng looked at the 3 chairs with a frown on his face, and then he began writing quickly in his small notebook. This Changsheng sect is really outrageous. It's a violation everywhere. No wonder Elder Yin insisted on accepting him as his disciple. It turns out he was in urgent need of talent like him. Pei Zhou glanced at Rong Zheng's little notebook and the corner of his mouth twitched. Rong Laosan deserves to be punished. Just wait, you'll be in trouble when junior sister comes back. Elder Huai was the first to receive the report and quickly reported the news to Sect leader Sima. Sect Master Sima actually wanted to hold a warm welcome ceremony, but Feng Zai's identity had not been made public yet. Not to mention Feng Zhu, even the fact that he was Elder Yin's disciple had not been made public. To be precise, even the 2 guardian elders, Elder Yin and Elder Bai, had no way out. He admired him very much. If someone else had such an awesome identity, they would have advertised it long ago. However, Feng Zhu was able to keep his achievements and fame hidden, which was truly rare. But it is also true that the Tiank Alliance is in the dark and they're in the light, so they should indeed be more cautious. Sect Master Sima pondered for a moment and said to Elder Huai, "Now Feng Zhu and Zhang Wen are nominally in seclusion, and Jing Yan is protecting him, so you can take Ming Zhen to pick him up." After all, Jiang Ji and the other 2 were only direct disciples of Xuanshan sect, and the fact that Elder Huai personally received them was already a high enough standard. Elder Huai nodded in agreement and immediately took his nephew Huai Mingzhen to the mountain gate. Huai Mingzhen has been feeling very depressed during this period. Because Fengxi and Zhengwen were both in seclusion, and Jingyan was a taciturn person, he didn't even have anyone to talk to. When he heard that Fengxi's 3 senior brothers were coming, he immediately smiled. Feng Zhu's senior brothers must be extraordinary people. No matter from which aspect, he must have good relations with them. So, he excitedly followed Elder Huai to the outside of the mountain gate. Jiang Ji immediately brought Pei Zhou and Rong Zheng to pay their respects to Elder Huai. Elder Huai thought to himself, they're indeed Feng Zhu's senior brothers, they're all handsome and talented, and it is obvious that they're good candidates for cultivation. He looked at Pei Zhou a few more times with great attention. This boy had a handsome appearance, the most handsome man he had ever seen. No wonder Feng Zhu has no interest in these young people of Changsheng sect. With Pei Zhou as an example, they are all dead eyes. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1336, Phoenix Ancestor Returns. Pei Zhou noticed that Elder Huai looked at him several times and knew that this must be another person who was shocked by his stunning appearance. He was actually quite distressed. Being too good-looking sometimes has its disadvantages. For example, it obscures his unparalleled talent. Forget it, just make do with your life, you can't disfigure yourself, right? Elder Huai exchanged a few words with the people from the 4 great families who were responsible for the escort, and warmly invited them to visit the sect. However, the people from the 4 great families were very tactful. They said a few polite words and then left. Elder Huai then introduced Huai Mingzhen to Jiang Ji and the other two. Huai Mingzhen inherited the true teachings from his uncle and has his own way of dealing with people. Jiang Ji is an honest man, Pei Zhou is a bit pretentious but he is also a man of appearances, Rong Zheng is a man of the rules, but he is a newcomer after all, so he won't start to complain right away. So, both sides had a very pleasant conversation. The news of Jiang Ji and the other two's visit quickly spread throughout the Changsheng sect. Shen Zhilan naturally also got the news. Maybe he had suffered too much at the hands of Feng Shi before, so even though he knew Jiang Ji and the other two were coming, he didn't plan to do anything except sneer a few times. Elder Zhang is right, there are some things that you don't have to do yourself. Someone will naturally do them. I guess it's time for Master Han Feng to take action. If he succeeded, she and Elder Zhang would also be able to gain power. If he failed, she and Elder Zhang would not be implicated. What she needs to do now is to practice hard, and sooner or later she will be able to trample that bitch Feng Shi under her feet. Shen Zhilan's prediction was correct, Master Han Feng really wanted to take action. He has endured for so long, it's time to settle the score with Sima Qinghong. He was having a secret conversation with the other three peak masters at this time. Sima Qinghong let a wolf into the house before, and now he brought Jiang Ji and the other two in. What does he want to do? I think he wants to collude with the Northern Territory, and then use the four great families to exclude and suppress our four peaks. Although the four Supreme Elders are still on our side in name, their stance has been shaken. If we don't act quickly, we will have no place to stand in the Changsheng sect in the future. If you don't make a decision when you should, there will be trouble in the future. So I plan to use Jiang Ji and the other two to force Sima Qinghong to give up the position of sect leader. As for who will take this position in the future, let the four Supreme Elders decide. The other three peak masters frowned, but what they were thinking in their hearts was, if we didn't want to uproot your line, we wouldn't have the time to play a trick on you. If you want to rebel, just do it quickly. Why are you dithering and talking about these things? Let's get rid of you quickly so that we can also gain favor in front of Feng Zhu. Although he thought so in his heart, he agreed with a few words on his face. Seeing this, Master Han Feng had a clue in his mind and said, I have already persuaded Elder Huo from Wudao Peak to help us from the inside. We will take action tonight at midnight. Master Mo of Qinglong Peak raised his eyebrows. Elder Huo. Oh, by the way, when he went to the Northern Territory to help the Wangfu family get someone back, he was cheated out of 100 million by Feng Shi. Naturally, he hated Feng Shi to the core. Master Han Feng nodded. That's right, so I agreed as soon as he said it. How could he know that Elder Huo had already told sect leader Sima about this matter? Are you kidding? Not to mention now, even back then he didn't dare to go against Feng Shi. After all, she still has his IOU of 20 million. Besides, who would be willing to form an alliance with a person who disregards human ethics and has an affair with his own niece? Master Han Feng thought he was infallible, but in fact he was walking into a trap. Because of his previous incident of aiding the enemy, Elder Yin has always wanted to do something earth-shattering to prove himself, so he naturally would not miss this opportunity. Besides, I am Feng Zhu's master and I must bring honor to my disciple. Therefore, when Master Han just led his men into Wudao Peak, before he could utter any harsh words, Elder Yin who was hiding in the dark controlled him at lightning speed. Master Han Feng didn't even react to what was happening. His direct descendants were not much better off. The people from Xuanwu Peak, Baihu Peak and Qinglong Peak suddenly turned against him, and with the addition of the people from Wudao Peak, there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides. These people had no choice but to surrender. The four Supreme Elders didn't even have the chance to take action. They blamed Elder Yin in their hearts. We were hoping to make amends for our crimes this time, but you, a bastard, jumped out to grab the credit. How hateful. But I dare not say anything and can only endure it. The battle to force the Emperor to abdicate was over in half an hour. Sect leader Sima was filled with emotion. Before bringing Feng Shi into the Changsheng sect, he was surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind. He lived in fear every day, fearing that the other four peaks would join forces to kick him down. It's not that he is attached to the position of sect leader, the key point is that he doesn't want the Changsheng sect to fall into internal strife. But he had no one to back him up, and even if he put all his efforts into it, he could only maintain a fragile balance temporarily. But with Feng Shi, the situation has changed dramatically, and now it is effortless to uproot the Han Fengzhu of Suzaku Peak. Was it a wolf that he brought in? Do not. It's Feng. The phoenix soaring in the sky. Next, the aftermath work went smoothly, with only one thing remaining unresolved, which was the selection of the leader of Suzaku Peak. The people of Suzaku Peak are in panic now, and almost all of their elite members are imprisoned, so they urgently need someone to stabilize the situation. Sect leader Sima was having a headache. The existing people on Suzaku Peak were simply not capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility, but he was still not reassured if they were to be transferred from the other three peaks. It's not that he is petty, but people in high positions must be vigilant. He wanted to send Elder Huai over, but he was reluctant to do so. After all, he was his right-hand man. If he went to Suzaku Peak, he would be short of manpower. Just at this moment, Feng Shi and the other two came back. Elder Bai brought Feng Shi and Zhun Wen to the study of Sect leader Sima without anyone noticing. Sect leader Sima was both surprised and delighted. Feng Zhu, you're back. As he said this, he was about to perform a great salute. Feng Shi waved her hand. No need to be polite, have you finished dealing with Master Han Feng's affairs? Sect Master Sima's face was full of admiration. Ancestor Feng, you came back exhausted after a long journey, and you asked about Master Han Feng before you even had a sip of tea. You were so responsible for the sect. Compared to you, I, the leader of the Changsheng sect, am far inferior. In the future, I will definitely learn from you and listen to your teachings. When he was conscientiously flattering, he saw a skull sticking out of the big bag that Zhun Wen was carrying, grinning at him. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1337 Brothers and Sisters Reunited. It must be said that sect leader Sima had a pretty good mental quality. Even though he was so frightened, he only took a step back. What the hell is this? The skeleton has become a spirit. However, he soon remembered that Feng Shi had told him before that the skeletons were mostly used to suppress the deadly aura. His expression immediately became stern and he said solemnly, "Ancestor Feng, is this the senior who is guarding a certain place of deadly silence?" Feng Shi thought, no wonder he was able to keep his position as the sect leader even when surrounded by powerful enemies. His vision was 100 times better than those Nirvana cultivators. Lin Xiangchuan was even more jealous. If his 4 stupid apprentices were half as smart as Sima Qinghong, he wouldn't have become a ghost and returned to his old ways to become a bootlicker. Before Feng Shi could say anything, the bag that Zhongwen was carrying fell to the ground, and the old skeleton demonstrated his exquisite assembly skills to sect leader Sima. Although sect leader Sima was deeply shocked, he did not show it on his face. After all, he is the leader of a sect. If he loses his composure in such a small situation, how can he fight against the Tiang League in the future? After the old skeleton was assembled, Feng Shi remembered something. She seemed to not know what the old skeleton was called. So, she lowered her voice and asked the old skeleton, "Senior skeleton, I forgot to ask, what is your name?" The old skeleton, who had already put on an air of master, said. He had every reason to suspect that Feng Shi did it on purpose. "Do you have to ask at this critical moment? You already call me skeleton senior, why don't you just introduce me like that?" However, he didn't dare to point fingers at Feng Shi now. After all, if he was serious, Feng Shi was much older than him, not to mention that he was the sect leader. In other words, the little girl gave him face, otherwise he would have agreed even if she called him an old skeleton. So even though he was very unhappy in his heart, he still said, "Hui Zhou, no, yes, Zhou Hui." Feng Shi then said to Sect Master Sima, "Qinghong, this is Senior Zhou Hui who guards the deadly aura of Wuxan Palace. If we say that Sect Leader Sima is really capable of doing things, then logically he would just have to perform the etiquette as a junior, but he knelt on the ground without any hesitation and kowtowed loudly. Junior Sima Qinghong greets Senior Zhou. The old skeleton nodded with satisfaction. "Come on, get up." Sect Leader Sima stood up and saluted Elder Bai, then smiled and nodded at Zhongwen, showing his courtesy and consideration. Then, he asked Feng Shi, Old Skull and Elder Bai to sit down, poured them tea and brought them snacks. Although he felt that the old skeleton should not be able to eat or drink, he still had to show due courtesy. After finishing his work, he asked Feng Shi, "Ancestor Feng, do you want me to send a message to Elder Yin and ask him to come over as well?" Feng Shi nodded. "Except for my master, call the 4 Supreme Elders and the 3 Peak Masters. Oh, and call Elder Huai as well." Sect Master Sima thought to himself, it seems that old Huai is quite appreciated by Phoenix Ancestor, otherwise why would he be able to attend such an event? Although the old Huai people are indeed good, Huai Mingzhen's contribution is definitely also due to this. After all, Huai Mingzhen and Feng Zhu have a good relationship. Lao Huai raised a good nephew. He sighed as he delivered the message. At this time, Zhongwen came to Feng Shi and said, "Junior sister, should we also call those 4 over? Even though they can't compare to me, the important thing is to participate." Feng Shi. Although fifth brother is a little bit arrogant, this advice is still very useful. She was also used to traveling around with Zhongwen alone, and for a moment she didn't think of her 4 senior brothers. The conscience that had been dormant for many years began to bubble up. While she was reflecting on her bias in her heart, she said to Sect Master Sima, "When Elder Huai comes, please bring my 4 brothers with him." Sect Leader Sima nodded in agreement. There is a passage leading to the Holy Land of Haoshan in his study, so the 4 Supreme Elders were the first to arrive. The 4 of them were much more sensible than before, and they showed great respect to Feng Shi as soon as they met. Lin Xiangchuan felt a little comforted. These 4 have finally made some progress. It's not in vain that I shamelessly flatter them every day. Soon, Elder Yin also arrived. The only thing in his eyes now was Feng Shi, his beloved disciple, and he didn't even notice the conspicuous presence of the old skeleton. "Shaoxi, you're finally back. This is the first time that our master and disciple have been apart for such a long time. I'm really not used to it." Elder Bai on the side curled his lips. "Is this the first time we've been apart for such a long time? How many days have you been Feng Zhu's master?" "It's just been made, okay. It's still hot. As I said, Yin Mutu is really unlucky. If he hadn't been outside investigating the aura of death, how could Yin Mutu have been the master?" However, this time out, he and Feng Zhu established a deep relationship. Maybe his status in Feng Zhu's heart far exceeds that of Yin Yu. Feng Shi had just chatted with Elder Yin for a few words when the 3 Peak Masters arrived. Another round of pleasantries. At this time, Elder Huai arrived with Jiang Ji and 3 others. Pei Zhou pounced over like a moth and stretched out his hand to give Feng Shi a hug, but after all, there is a difference between men and women, so he just touched Feng Shi's little head with his hand. "Junior sister, I haven't seen you for a long time, and your hair hasn't grown any taller." Feng Shi bared his teeth and said, "Second senior brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. How's your stamping skill going? In addition to your hands, can you also stamp with your feet?" "Pei Zhou, I have worked so hard to train my hands, and you want me to train my feet? Do you think everyone is as perverted as you?" Zhongwen on the side was secretly happy. Ever since the junior sister was carried by Zhu Xiao for a long time, she has been worried about her hide. Pei Laoer is really bringing up things that are out of the question. At this time, Feng Shi trotted in front of Jiang Ji, eyes slightly red, "Big brother." Although she and Zhongwen got along best among the 5 senior brothers, she still respected Jiang Ji, the eldest senior brother, very much. Jiang Ji also reached out and touched Feng Zai's little head, and said with red eyes, "Little junior sister, you've suffered. Sect Master Sima and others. Can we please stop telling lies with our eyes open? She has become the Phoenix ancestor of our Changsheng sect. What kind of suffering did she endure? The suffering of being an ancestor." Feng Shi saluted to his 3rd senior brother Rong Zheng again. "3rd senior brother. Although Rong Zheng felt that Feng Zai's etiquette was not standard enough, and that he should not have spoken to Pei Lao first, his voice was still choked. Well, no courtesy. Feng Shi saluted Jing Yan again, fourth senior brother. Jing Yan's emotions were not as excited as Jiang Ji and the others. On the one hand, it was because of his personality, and on the other hand, he had been in the Changsheng sect before. After Feng Shi finished his greeting, Zheng Wen also hurried over to pay his respects to his four senior brothers. Jiang Ji was an honest man and just patted him on the shoulder. Pei Zhou was not so polite. He took out his fan and knocked Zheng Wen's head several times. Junior sister is as thin as a bamboo pole, but you are fat and big-eared. You have no heart. Zheng Wen. This is pure slander. How come I'm so handsome and elegant, and I'm fat and big-eared? Besides, junior sister can kill you with one slap. How can you see her as a bamboo pole? He ignored Pei Zhou and saluted Rong Zheng. Hello, third brother. Rong Zheng said with a straight face. Zheng Wen, according to the third clause of Article 29 of the Changsheng sect's rules, when fellow disciples salute, they should put their hands together in front of their chests, with the left hand outside and the right fist inside, and shake them 3 times in a rhythmic manner. Why did you only shake them twice just now? Zheng Wen. No, you've only been in Changsheng sect for a few days. And you've already treated Changsheng sect as a sect rule master. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1338. She stamped her feet, and the whole netherworld trembled. Zheng Wen seemed to have returned to the miserable days when he was dominated by the sect rules. It is no exaggeration to say that at that time, every time he stepped over the threshold, he had to think about whether to step with his left foot or his right foot first. Fortunately, at this time, the eldest senior brother Jiang Ji said unhappily, Rong Zheng. Although Jiang Ji rarely gets angry, he is intimidating, so Rong Zheng remained silent. Zheng Wen looked at his senior brother with gratitude, then saluted Jing Yan. Jing Yan nodded and said lightly, thank you for your hard work. Normally, Zheng Wen wouldn't have had much to say about this, but with Rong Zheng, a master of sect rules, standing in front of him as a comparison, he suddenly felt that Jing Lao Si was a really good person. At this time, Feng Shi smiled and introduced Old Skull and others to Jiang Ji and the other 3. After the greetings, Feng Shi recounted what had happened during this period. Everyone was stunned. If it weren't for Feng Zai's prestige, they would have thought she was talking nonsense. Traveled to the past, and entered the Buddhist and Nirvana sects. Buddhist cultivation is easier to accept, but Nirvana cultivation, a sect full of skeletons. No matter how I listen to it, it seems outrageous. But seeing the old skeleton sitting upright, it didn't seem so outrageous. After the shock, everyone started discussing what to do next. Sect Master Sima said, although we have discovered many dead places, are there any fish that have slipped through the net? The most urgent task is to conduct a thorough investigation to avoid any omissions. Elder Bai frowned and said, dead and silence areas are very well hidden. They can only be discovered if the aura of death escapes. Also, some areas are sparsely populated. Even if we search thoroughly, there will probably be fish that slip through the net. Everyone felt that what Elder Bai said made sense, and they all frowned and remained silent. The old skeleton even squatted on the chair, scratching his head constantly. When Feng Shi saw him, he immediately thought of a monkey, a stone monkey. Thinking of the stone, her heart moved. How could she forget the 9 Netherworld transformation realm? Since this 9 Netherworld realm was created by the Tiank Alliance, it must have marked the location of the land of death. She is so smart all her life but so confused at this moment. Why didn't she think of this before? Thinking of this, she immediately used her spiritual sense to call upon Little Stone. The little stone had a weak presence, and Feng Shi felt it was intentional. Because it wanted to embezzle the spirit stones that the Tiank League had placed in the groove. She guessed it right. Xiao Shitu felt that Feng Shi had so many pets and was busy like a top every day. As long as it reduced its presence, she would not remember it and would not ask her for a share of the profits. Damned. Why should it give her 90% of the spirit stones it had worked so hard to obtain? So, when it heard Feng Shi calling it with his spiritual sense, it felt like the sky was falling. It's time to come. Master, you called me. Feng Shi asked it, how many dead and silent places are there in the Juyu continent? Little Stone said blankly, how shall I know? Feng Shi, you're a spirit in the 9 Netherworlds, don't you know? Little Stone said weakly, you also know that I can't completely control the 9 Netherrealm now, so the information I know is limited. Before it could finish, Feng Shi sneered. I see you've put all your energy into collecting spirit stones, right? I'll give you 1 month, no matter what method you use, you must figure this matter out for me, otherwise you won't even think about the 1/10 of spiritual stones. Xiao Shitu cursed Feng Shi in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse. Feng Shi softened his tone and said, I was anxious just now, so my tone was a little harsh. Actually, I am worried about you too. You said that it has been such a long time, but you still haven't been able to completely control the 9 Netherworld realm. If they notice anything, it will be too late for me to save you even if I want to. Although we split the profit 90% to 100% before, have I ever asked you for spirit stones during this period? You have been with me for a while, you should know that I am the most protective person, as long as you work hard, will I treat you unfairly? The little stone suddenly felt that it was a worthless thing. I actually misunderstood such a good master. It immediately made up its mind to find out the locations of all the dead places no matter what. It doesn't matter if it can't sense, it can eavesdrop. Although no one from the Tiank League has entered the Juyu transformation realm recently, there are formation elders guarding outside the formation plate. When they have nothing to do, they will chat with each other and maybe they can get useful information. After Feng Shi had fooled Xiao Shitu, he said to Sect Master Sima and the others. Although it is difficult, we still have to send people to do it. King Hong, you secretly send people to investigate in the South Territory. I will send messages to the 4 major sects in the North Territory, the Snack King, and the Demon King, and ask them to investigate in secret as well. In addition, I asked Lang Yinyuan to send some personnel to help with the investigation. Sect leader Sima. Feng Zhu's network of contacts is really extensive. When she stamped her feet, the entire Nine Netherworld continent would tremble 3 times. Feng Shi continued, since the aura of death and silence has begun to dissipate, the Tiank League should also be ready to make a move, so we must speed up our pace. The most urgent task is to learn the method of spiritual attack, which is a powerful weapon to deal with the Ring of the Soul. Pei Zhou interrupted, Junior sister, I have a question, can I ask it? Feng Shi nodded, speak. What do you think if we go to war in the future, and the people of the Bird Alliance find out that we know the weakness of the Soul Ring, what will they do if they hide the Soul Ring? Feng Shi was stunned. She had never thought about this problem before, because no matter in the illusion or the Nine Netherworld, the people of the Tiank Alliance wore the Soul Rings clearly, for fear that others would not know that they had halos. At this time, the old skeleton shook his skull and said, it's difficult. Feng Shi explained to everyone, Senior Joe sometimes gets the word order wrong, what he said is difficult. Everyone also found it difficult. Although they knew the term, spiritual soul projection, they did not know how the Tiank League specifically operated it. If the other party really hid the Soul Ring, let alone attacking, they would probably not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Feng Shi saw that the atmosphere was a bit depressing, and said with a smile, everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. Think about it after you go back and see if there's a solution. Even if there isn't, it's okay. We can just deal with it as the time comes. By the way, King Hong, I was just halfway through my words. Has the matter of Master Han Feng been completely dealt with? Sect leader Sima hurriedly recounted what had happened, and then said, the Vermilion Bird Peak is now leaderless, so please let Feng Zhu decide on the selection of the Peak Master. Just as Feng Shi was about to recommend Elder Huai, Xiao Shitu's panicked voice came from his consciousness. Master, this is bad. I heard from them that the Bird Alliance has sent people down. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1339 Jiting. Timely rain. Feng Shi was really shocked by Xiao Shitu's words. Did the Tiank League send someone down? She destroyed the chain of time and space, and there were several people blocking the land of death, but they still came. Is there really a dead place that has been missed? It's not impossible. After a moment of shock, she calmed down. She has made so many preparations. Even if the Tiank Alliance really comes, they will never return. If one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill 2. Don't panic, tell me slowly, what happened? Perhaps Feng Shi's calm tone gave Little Stone confidence, so it was not so panicked and told the whole story. After being fooled by Feng Shi, Xiao Shitu was full of energy and happened to hear 2 formation elders chatting outside the formation. The left protector really values Jiting. Among so many people who volunteered to go to the Juyu continent, he only chose Jiting. This is normal, Jiting is good at scheming and he does have the ability. The left protector gave him 2 years. I think he will be able to open a soul projection channel in less than half a year. Those ants in the Nine Nether continent are nothing to be afraid of. It's a pity that the Dujun Exinghe mirror can only project 1 person at a time, and the cost of opening it is too high, otherwise the Juyu continent would have been in our pocket long ago. The 2 wanted to continue talking when another formation elder came and said unhappily. Left protector specifically told us not to discuss this matter irresponsibly, why don't you just shut up? One of the guardian elders disagreed. Don't even mention that we are just discussing this in private. Even if we spread the word, those ants in the Nine Nether continent won't be able to hear it. What are we afraid of? Although he said this, he still changed the subject. Feng Shi asked Xiao Shitu to repeat their conversation again. It must be said that Xiao Shitu had a very good memory. Of course, he was very motivated just now, so he remembered almost everything. Feng Shi integrated the information in the words and came to several conclusions. First, there was a man named Jiting who used the Dujun Exinghe mirror to project his soul to the Juyu continent. Second, the Dujun Exinghe mirror can only project 1 person at a time, and the cost of opening it is very high. In other words, Jiting should be the only one who can come down in a short period of time. Third, all the dead places should be safe at present, otherwise the Tiank League would not have sent people down in such a hurry. Feng Shi thought it was a good thing. She was just worrying about how little she knew about soul projection, when Jiting came as a timely relief. As she thought about it, she said to Sect Master Sima and the others, I just got a message that the Tiank League has sent someone down. Feng Shi told the information she had compiled to Sect Master Sima and others, but she did not mention the Nine Netherworld realm. She likes to leave a few ways out in everything she does. It's not because she doesn't trust others, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Sima Zongzhu and others were also very tactful and did not ask about the source of the information. The main reason was that they were also stunned by the news Feng Shi said. They all stood up, looking panicked, some even running around in a panic. It's not that they have poor psychological quality, it's just that the news is too shocking. Although they knew about the Tiank Alliance and knew that there would be a war sooner or later, to be honest, they were still not mentally prepared. When they suddenly heard that the Tiank Alliance had sent people into the Juyu continent, they were inevitably a little panicked. The calmest person here is Rong Zheng. It's not that he has a good mentality, but he feels that the rules should not be broken at any time. How can it be a mess? Feng Shi glanced at his 3rd senior brother and thought, being well versed in sect rules also has its advantages, at least he can keep his composure. She glanced at everyone and said, he's just someone who's here to get killed, why are you panicking? Not to mention that it's just 1 person, even if the army of the Tiank League arrived, it wouldn't be a big deal. Didn't the ancestors of Juyu continent defeat the Tiank League even though they knew nothing about it? We have made some preparations now and have a certain understanding of them, so what is there to be afraid of? You will all be generals fighting against the Tiank Alliance in the future. If you can't even bear this psychologically, then you'd better step down as soon as possible. In this regard, my 3rd brother Rong Zheng did a great job. Remember, the more critical the situation, the calmer you need to be, so that you can make the right judgment. Rong Zheng really didn't expect Feng Shi to praise him in front of so many people. To be honest, he felt that among the 5 senior brothers, Feng Shi disliked him the most. Unexpectedly, gold will shine sooner or later, and the junior sister finally discovered his advantages. Zhang Wen was so jealous that he almost died. First, Pei Lao showed up, and now even Rong Lao San was praised. If he doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will lose his position as the apple of his eye. His brain, which was sometimes smart and sometimes not, was spinning so fast that it was about to smoke. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Since Jiting's ultimate goal is to open the soul projection channel, can't we just send people to guard the dead silence land? Let's just sit back and wait. LD Yin immediately gave a thumbs up. Good boy, you have a quick brain. I think this is a good idea, let's do it. Before Zhang Wen could feel proud, he heard Sect leader Sima say. According to what Feng Zhu said, Tiang Li gave Jiting 2 years, which shows that opening the soul projection channel is not that simple, otherwise he could just sneak into the land of death. So I speculate that after his soul was projected to the Juyu continent, he either needed to search for something to open the soul projection channel or recruit people. If we just sit and wait, we would be too passive. It is best to take the initiative and find a way to find this person. Not only can this prevent the soul channel from being opened, but it can also get information about the Tiang League from this person. Although LD Yin felt that what Sect Master Sima said made sense, he felt a little embarrassed and snorted coldly. What you said is simple. The Juyu continent is so big, who knows where the Jiting will be projected to? Since he is here as a spy, he probably won't be stupid enough to walk around with a halo on his head. Where can we find him? Everyone was silent for a while. Yes, it is too easy to hide someone in such a huge Juyu continent. Where can they find Jiting? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1340. Are you pointing at me in this chapter? When everyone was at a loss, Fang Shi looked at Rong Zheng with a smile. Third brother, how should we deal with an unruly enemy like Jiting? Rong Zheng. I can control my own people, but can I control whether my enemies abide by the rules? Are you pointing at me? Seeing Fang Shi waiting for his answer with a half smile on her face, he said. Junior sister, please forgive me for being so slow. I haven't come up with a solution yet. Fang Shi sighed. I thought third brother, you could find the answer in the sect rules. Rong Zheng. Zhang Wen gloated over the misfortune and said. Junior sister, why don't we let third brother go and teach the people of Tiang League? Tell him to use courtesy before force, and let Jiting send us a visiting card first, and then come down. Pei Zhou waved his fan and said. I think the fifth brother's idea is good. Otherwise, the third brother, you can find a quiet place and talk to the formation platform about the sect rules. Maybe the people of Tiang League will turn over a new leaf. Rong Zheng's nose was almost crooked from anger. Okay, you two can team up to squeeze me. He ignored Zhang Wen and Pei Zhou and stared at Fang Shi. Junior sister, it seems that you have a way to find out the whereabouts of Jiting. Fang Shi was very happy when she saw his somewhat unwilling and resentful expression. Life was so boring, it would be nice to have the third senior brother liven it up a bit. She smiled and said. Jiting came here either to recruit the spies of the former Tiang League or to expand his influence. If the Tiang League's spies were really that capable, the Tiang League would not have been so desperate as to send people down. Therefore, Jiting would most likely have to expand his power on his own, and the fastest way to do that was to pick peaches. There are only a few powerful families in Juyu continent nowadays. In the northern region, there are the 4 major sects, the royal family of the Yang clan, the royal family of the Demon clan, several noble families of the Demon clan and Lang Yinyuan. In the southern region, there are Changsheng clan and the 4 major families. Based on past experience, the cultivation methods of the people of the Tiang League are more inclined towards the human race, and this can be supported by the distribution and number of dead lands. In addition, the cultivation systems of the gluttons and demons are relatively complicated, and it would be difficult for Jiting to achieve his goal in a short period of time, so the gluttons and demons can basically be ruled out. Then there are only the 4 major sects in the northern region, the 4 major families in the southern region and the Changsheng sect left. Neither the 4 major sects in the northern territory nor our Changsheng sect accept outsiders, and will not be recruiting new disciples in the near future. If Jiting wants to sneak in, he can only pretend to be an existing person. If you want to impersonate someone, you have to observe and imitate first, which takes time and will greatly restrict your actions, and you will reveal your flaws if you are not careful. If there was enough time, it would be fine, but the leader of the Bird Alliance only gave 2 years, so it is unlikely that Jiting would choose the 4 major sects and the Changsheng sect. Now there are only 4 major families left. As far as I know, the 4 great families are very willing to absorb some independent cultivators as guest elders. As long as their cultivation is high enough, they generally won't do too much investigation into their identity and background, and will also treat them with great courtesy. In addition, the 4 great families are constantly scheming and fighting against each other, so it is easy for guest elders to prove their worth and gain the respect of the family heads. With a legitimate identity and the respect of the family head, it would be much easier to cause trouble. Therefore, I analyzed that Jiting would most likely choose one of the 4 great families in the southern region. As for which one he would choose, I don't know. After all, my brain is not very good. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1341. I will be the master of Suzaku Peak. Rong Zheng was stunned as if he had seen a ghost. He returned to Xuanshan sect relatively late, so he did not spend much time with Feng Shi. Although he knew that his junior sister was a pervert, his perception was not as strong as that of the other 4. After all, hearing about some things is one thing and experiencing them in person is another. He never expected that Feng Shi narrowed down the scope of Jiting's projection to the 4 major families in the southern region just by relying on reasoning and analysis. If her inference is correct, then it would be much easier to find Jiting. Considering how attentive the 4 great families are to the little junior sister, as long as they are serious, not to mention Jiting pretending to be a guest elder, even if he turns into a chicken, he will be caught. At this time, Feng Shi said again. I know you want to praise me, but wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. Everyone. Feng Shi took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, and then continued. Since it is an inference, there is a possibility of error. So although I think Jiting is very likely to enter the four great families as a guest elder, what if I am wrong? Therefore, we still need to make sufficient preparations. Even if it is not used, it is better than letting Jiting take advantage of it. First, the matter is of great importance, so find a reason to call the heads of the four major families to the Changsheng sect and inform them of the affairs of the Tiank alliance, so that they can relax on the outside but be tight on the inside, and report immediately if there is any sign of trouble. Second, send more personnel to the dead places that have been discovered, and go to take charge of them every once in a while to prevent Jiting from pretending to be the one guarding the place. Third, notify the four major sects in the Northern Territory, the Yan Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Lang Yin Yuan to pay close attention to any unusual movements within their jurisdiction. Whenever a goose passes by, it leaves traces. Since Jiting wants to expand his power, it is natural that clues will appear. As long as you pay attention, even if you can't find it at the first time, you can quickly detect the abnormality. Fourth. Speaking of this, Fang Shi chuckled. Rong Zheng shuddered, feeling that his junior sister's smile was not funny. Others feel the same way. Zheng Wen was the more capable one and also laughed along, highlighting the value of companionship. Fang Shi looked at Sect Master Sima and said, "Weren't you worried about the candidate for Suzaku Peak? Let me be the leader." Sect Leader Sima. "How can you, a Phoenix ancestor, be the Peak Master? I'm still counting on you to take charge of the overall situation. Isn't this a waste of talent?" The others were also confused and looked at Fang Shi in confusion. Fang Shi said slowly, "If Jiting came and found that our Juyu continent was in harmony, he would be so disappointed. So, we have to give him a surprise. Now, the 6 of us brothers and sisters have all gone to the Changsheng sect. Not only have we worshipped the Changsheng sect's guardian elder as our master, but I have also become the master of Suzaku Peak. What would people who don't know about this think?" Zheng Wen immediately said, "You despise the poor and love the rich, you bully your teachers and ancestors, and you curry favor with the powerful." Fang Shi nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Even dogs don't mind being poor, we are worse than pigs and dogs." Everyone. Sect Master Sima reacted instantly and asked, "Ancestor Fang, do you mean to spread the word that the 6 of you have abandoned the Xuanshan sect in order to cling to the Changsheng sect? You have abandoned the Northern Territory?" Fang Shi nodded. "Not only that, we also need to make the Northern Territory stir up some trouble at the border, so that people outside will think that the conflict between the Northern and Southern Territories has further intensified and there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. In addition to this, let the demons and the gluttons do something to stab the human race in the Northern Territory." In this way, Jiting saw that the Juyu continent was in constant internal strife and was in disarray. He would naturally relax his vigilance and be more likely to be exposed. Besides, it would be even better if he had a way to pass the message back to Tiank League. The Tiank League will also look down upon us even more, and we will be able to buy more time to increase our strength. Sect Master Sima said worriedly, "Ancestor Fang, but if this happens, your reputation will be ruined. Isn't this inappropriate?" Fang Shi was originally sitting, but after hearing this, he stood up with his hands behind his back. "As long as I can save the 9 nether continent, what does it matter even if I bear the infamy? Not to mention reputation, at a critical moment, I can even sacrifice my life." At this moment, in the eyes of Sect Master Sima and others, Fang Shi was over 28 feet tall and had an extraordinary charisma. Even Rong Zheng, who is familiar with the sect rules, felt at this moment that even though the junior sister had violated all the sect rules, she was still a good person, a very good person. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1342. I will introduce you to some of our sect seniors. Fang Shi saw that everyone seemed to want to bow down to her, and she felt a little proud in her heart. It was worth it that she had been secretly trying to give herself the image of a saint. Especially when he saw Rong Zheng, who was secretly dissatisfied and resentful before, wanted to kowtow to him a few times, he felt funny in his heart. "You little brat, the 1,000-layer cake filter can't beat your crappy rules." Sect Leader Sima was the first to break the silence, tears welling in his eyes as he said, "Ancestor Fang, you are willing to bear the infamy for the sake of the greater good. You are truly a role model for our generation. Please accept our respects." After saying this, he bowed deeply. Others saw this and followed suit. Even Master Elder Yin is no exception. Jiang Ji and his companions were naturally among them. They never thought that it was not only Fang Shi who was bearing the blame, but also the 5 of them. Fang Shi said a few polite words, and then everyone sat down again and continued to discuss the next arrangements. After all, what Fang Shi proposed before was just a general direction, and the specific implementation still needs to be discussed by everyone before it can be decided. By the time the discussion was complete, it was already the next morning. When Fang Shi was about to adjourn the meeting, Sect Leader Sima said, "Ancestor Fang, Shen Jilin and Elder Zhang did not get involved in Han Fang's rebellion this time. How do you think we should deal with them?" Fang Shi yawned. "Everything remains the same." Elder Yin disagreed and said, "Shaoxi, even if they didn't get involved, you can still accuse them of something. What if they become a nuisance in the future?" Fang Shi said with a smile, "Master, you are overestimating them. They're just paper tigers at best and will never amount to anything. Besides, they're 99% likely related to the Tiank League. If we get rid of them at this critical moment, Jiting might become suspicious, so let's keep them for now." She also wanted to keep Shen Jilin as a shield. After all, Shen Jilin had apparently inherited the Yunsha sect. But there is no need to tell these people about this matter. That afternoon, the heads of the 4 great families in the southern region all received messages from Sect Master Sima, saying only that there were important matters to discuss and asking them to rush to the Changsheng sect as soon as possible. The heads of the 4 great families are not easy to deal with. Although the arrest of Master Han Feng was carried out in secret, who doesn't have an informant? Especially since the head of the Wang Fu family dreams of killing Master Han Feng, he is naturally concerned about Master Han Feng's every move. When he learned that Han Feng had been arrested for treason, he ran to the ancestral hall and howled for more than an hour. Of course, the scene was cleared when the howling started. God knows how he managed to survive during this period. Not only did the daughter-in-law cheat on her son, but she also gave birth to a bastard. The most infuriating thing is that she wants to turn the Wang Fu family into the Han family. If Feng Shi hadn't intervened, he would have been a sinner of the Wang Fu family and would have been too ashamed to face his ancestors after his death. However, Master Han Feng was not dead after all, and Patriarch Wang Fu had not yet vented his anger. When he was pondering what to do, a message from Sect leader Sima arrived. This was exactly what he wanted, and he went straight to the Changsheng Sect after receiving the message. The other three family heads did not dare to delay and all rushed to the Changsheng Sect as quickly as possible. They were so curious. As everyone knows, the four Supreme Elders all disliked Sect Master Sima, and the other four peaks also formed a group to exclude Wu Dao Peak. How come it was Peak Master Han who was arrested in the end? Although they also knew that the situation of Changsheng Sect had changed since Feng Shi entered Changsheng Sect, it shouldn't have changed so much, right? But one thing is certain, this matter must be related to their smart, cute, lively and clever granddaughter. It's a bit regrettable to say, they sent people to escort Jiang Ji and the other two. On the one hand, they wanted to curry favor with Feng Shi, and on the other hand, they wanted to adopt Jiang Ji and the other two as their grandsons. As a result, the people who were sent returned empty-handed, and they didn't even get a chance to make this request because they were busy dealing with Rong Zheng. This pervert actually asked them to recite the house rules. Moreover, this matter was elevated to the level of family honor, so they had no choice but to bear the consequences. After I finished reciting it, that pervert kept on chattering in the name of asking for advice, just like a monk chanting sutras. The four family heads were skeptical about their subordinates' words. Feng Shi was as cunning as a monkey. How could her third senior brother be so ignorant of the ways of the world? How could her third senior brother be so ignorant of the ways of the world? It must be that his subordinates were incompetent. In short, the four family heads came to the Changsheng Sect with all kinds of thoughts. Elder Huai and the three peak masters personally went to the mountain gate to greet them, and then invited the four people to the study of Sect leader Sima. Sect leader Sima exchanged a few words with the four people and said, "Four of you, before we get down to business, let me introduce you to a few seniors from our sect." The four family heads thought, seniors? They must be the four great elders, right? However, although those four people rarely go out, I have met them before. Is it necessary to introduce them again? Just when they were confused, two old men suddenly appeared in front of them. The four of them were really shocked. They didn't dare to say how high their cultivation was, but they were still among the best in the southern region. As a result, they didn't even notice when these two people came in. Sect leader Sima stood up and said, "Four of you, you don't know that in addition to the four supreme elders, our Changsheng Sect also has two elders who protect the sect. This one is Elder Bai, and this one is Elder Yin." The four family heads were extremely shocked that the Changsheng Sect actually had hidden these two powerful weapons. It was indeed a sect with a profound foundation. Presumably, it was these two who took care of Master Han Feng. The four of them quickly stood up and saluted Elder Bai and Elder Yin. Although they were not disciples of the Changsheng Sect, the other party's seniority and cultivation were there. Elder Bai smiled and said, "We are all family, no need to be polite." These words scared the four family heads. What do you mean they are all family? Does the Changsheng Sect want to annex their four major families? When they were in doubt, Sect leader Sima said, "There is still one senior who hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer." Now the four of them were even more confused. Are there any seniors? From the sound of it, it seems that his status is higher than the two elders who protect the sect. A moment later, the study door was pushed open. The people who came in were four supreme elders, two on each side, standing with their hands hanging down. Then Feng Shi walked in with a swagger. Sect Master Sima and his companions quickly bowed and saluted, "Greetings to Phoenix Ancestor." Feng Shi waved her hand, "Forget it." The four family heads almost popped their eyes out. Phoenix Ancestor. Where is this going? Are Sima King Hong and the others crazy? Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole